Chapter 1: The First Encounter with the God of Weasel. A millennium ago, we crossed paths after 1,000 years of waiting. I can finally sense your presence once more. In the boundless, inky darkness of the night sky, a brilliant moon hung high. A melodious voice emanated from the moon, causing hearts to tremble in unison. One by one, they lifted their gazes toward the heavens, eager to discern the source of the sound. What is happening? Has my mother's seal weakened to this extent? The sage of six paths, residing in the Pure Land, also heard the whisper. That voice was all too familiar. It belonged to his mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. The current reincarnations of Ashura and Indra must have amassed enough power to seal my mother. Yet, who is the person she speaks of? I hope nothing unforeseen occurs. The sage of six paths murmured to himself, his brow furrowed in concern. Mother, it is your voice. At last, I can hear you again. In contrast to the gravity felt by the sage, Black Zetsu experienced sheer elation, the happiest moment in a millennium. After 1,000 years, even he, despite his incessant scheming, felt wearied. But today, the familiar sound of his mother's voice blew through him like a gentle breeze, sweeping away all fatigue. It made him feel that regardless of how much sorrow or weariness he endured, it was all worthwhile. The following day, as dawn broke, the ninja world, which should have been stirred by the previous night's ethereal utterance, remained as tranquil as ever. It was not due to a lack of curiosity regarding the speaker's identity. Rather, all who heard the words had inexplicably forgotten that, of course, this did not include three individuals: the sage of six paths, Black Zetsu, and the recently transported Luo. What is happening? Was that not a dream? I truly have crossed over. Luo stared at his reflection in the mirror, bewildered by his 6-year-old form, his mind racing with countless exclamations that he could scarcely voice. As a fervent fan of Naruto, Luo had consumed the entire series, yet felt insufficient, prompting him to delve into the biographies of every ninja. Coincidentally, he had just read about Kaguya Otsutsuki the previous day. Perhaps due to some empathetic connection, he dreamt of the greatest antagonist in Naruto, the goddess of the moon, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Moreover, she spoke to him in a language he could hardly comprehend, mentioning a wait of 1,000 years and her two rebellious sons, leaving Luo in a fog of confusion. However, adhering to the notion that dreams are meant to be embraced, how could he squander such a splendid moment? Without hesitation, Luo pulled the most formidable goddess of the Naruto world into an embrace, offering her comfort. And then, he found himself incapacitated. Upon awakening, he discovered he had traversed into the world of Naruto. Alright, crossing over is the trend. I can accept that. But surely, grant me some special bloodline. To be reborn as a mere civilian ninja, was he destined to be mere fodder? As for the notion of abandoning the path of a ninja to lead an ordinary life, that was preposterous. Transcending into the world of Naruto without becoming a ninja is akin to being a desolate fish. Fortunately, according to my recollections, the current year is the 54th of Konoha, a period marked by a semblance of peace within the ninja realm. I can still linger on for a while longer. Indeed, in the depths of my memories, I recall that my parents were once Chunin of Konoha. During the turmoil of the Nine-Tails rampage, they fell victim, becoming two of the many unnoticed casualties. This connection grants me the privilege of attending the Ninja Academy as a descendant of martyrs. Today marks the commencement of the ninja school. With a gentle pat on my cheeks to dispel my gloom, I clenched my small fist. Let's do this. With that, I stepped out of my room and jogged toward the direction of the Ninja Academy. The Konoha Ninja Academy is conveniently located beside the Hokage building. It is said that this proximity allows students to better grasp the will of fire. I scoff at such notions. The will of fire? Perhaps it held truth during the era of the second Hokage, but in present times, it serves merely as a tool for the upper echelons of Konoha to control the multitude of ninjas. A throng of students gathered to report to the academy, creating a bustling scene. I found myself at the tail end of the line, feeling rather invisible, scanning my surroundings. Wow, they even brought a ninja dog to school. That must be a member of the Inuzuka clan. Wait, this person seems oddly familiar. I muttered, if you heard my voice. A boy clad in gray attire, adorned with 2 streaks of red paint on his face and a small white dog atop his head, turned to me with a cool grin. With my striking looks, of course, I seemed familiar. I'm Inuzuka Kiba, and this is Akamaru. If you need anything at school, just mention my name. So it really is Inuzuka Kiba, a character destined for greatness. However, his boastful demeanor has evidently been present since childhood. I'm Luo, and can I pet him? I feigned trepidation, hesitantly raising my hand toward Akamaru. After all, despite Kiba's eventual triumphs, he is still formidable compared to ordinary ninjas. I guess so, Kiba replied, somewhat surprised by my request, but readily handing Akamaru over to me. He and Akamaru have been inseparable since childhood, and Kiba was thrilled that someone else adored his companion. Wow, he's so adorable. I gently took Akamaru into my arms, scratching under his chin. Right? I think so too, Kiba agreed. In mere moments, we conversed as if we had been friends since childhood. With Kiba present, it was only a matter of time before the other members of the legendary Konoha 12 would appear. As I listened to Kiba extolling the virtues of Akamaru, my gaze wandered around. Sure enough, familiar figures emerged before my eyes. Narashikamu, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino, and Hinata Huga. Wait a moment, is that Uchiha Sasuke? Then, the man behind him is none other than Uchiha Itachi. Wait a moment, today marks the commencement of the Ninja Academy. Does that not imply that tonight is the fateful night of the Uchiha massacre? Luo could not help but cast another glance at Itachi, whose gentle gaze was directed towards Sasuke, revealing a faint trace of sorrow deep within his eyes. The world of Hokage is indeed rife with regrets. Itachi, who relished sweet delicacies, has endured a lifetime of hardship. As a formidable warrior, Itachi possesses an acute battle instinct. Just moments ago, he discerned Luo's emotional fluctuation in an instant. He was unable to suppress his gaze, which met Luo's compassionate eyes. Chapter 2. The Arrival of Uzumaki Naruto. Realizing that Itachi had noticed his scrutiny, Luo promptly averted his gaze. How terrifying! Merely a glance felt as though he had plunged into the depths of despair, as if he could meet his demise at any moment. Luo's heart raced, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. Luo, why are you sweating so profusely? Are you feeling unwell? In the midst of his fervent conversation, Kiba suddenly noticed Luo's unusual state and inquired with concern. It's nothing. I was a bit too excited last night and couldn't sleep. Moreover, I didn't eat much this morning and hurried over here to register. Now I'm feeling a bit fatigued, Luo explained with a shake of his head. I have a bag of chips here, would you like some? Before Kiba could respond, a timid voice reached their ears. The speaker was none other than Choji at that moment. He had transformed into quite the little chubster. Due to his physique, few were willing to play with him. Now, mustering great courage, he initiated a conversation. With his head bowed, Choji presented a large bag of chips to Luo, his gaze firmly fixed downward. Thank you. Luo was evidently taken aback by the situation, but accepted the chips nonetheless. You're quite generous. My name is Luo, what's yours? My name is Choji, Akimichi Choji. Upon noticing that Luo had accepted the chips, Choji lifted his head, his small face brimming with excitement. With Choji's interruption, the pressure Itachi had exerted on Luo diminished significantly. The duo evolved into a trio, engaging in cheerful banter as they queued. Brother, what are you looking at? Meanwhile, Sasuke, having sensed Itachi's unusual demeanor, tugged at his sleeve and whispered curiously. Nothing much, just a little fellow about your age. He seems rather interesting, Itachi replied, gently flicking Sasuke's forehead with a smile. Really? Is he a genius like you, brother? Sasuke muttered, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Luo. He looks rather ordinary, doesn't he? Once more, Itachi's eyes turned to Luo, observing him sharing laughter with the two companions. He could not help but ponder, was that earlier glance merely an illusion? No, it was not the way he looked at me, was indeed one of pity, a member of the village's Umbu. While Itachi may not know everyone in the village, he is familiar with certain clan members. However, Luo was not within the realm of Itachi's knowledge. This child is merely a civilian ninja. Why would a civilian ninja display a look of pity towards me? Could it be? Itachi involuntarily recalled the impending Uchiha clan extermination plan he was to execute. No, absolutely impossible. This plan, let alone a child, could not be known by more than a handful of individuals within the village. Could it be? This child's identity is not that of an ordinary civilian ninja? Might he belong to Root? If so, what could his purpose be in attending the Ninja Academy? Is it for Sasuke? Or perhaps the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Regardless of whom it may concern, I cannot allow him to pose any threat to Sasuke. Little did Luo know, a mere glance at Itachi had already placed him on Itachi's list of targets. Time swiftly passed, and before long, Luo and his companions had completed their registration, officially becoming students of the Ninja Academy. Very well. Luo conceded that without the company of these two engaging individuals, he would likely have succumbed to despair. How could such a grand event as the opening of the Ninja Academy not warrant the presence of a couple more teachers? Did they not see Irika and Mizuki, who were nearly collapsing from exhaustion? Yet, the ease with which they had secured their places as students felt somewhat lacking. What could be missing? Luo pondered as he stroked his chin, deep in thought. Everyone, stand back, blades have no eyes. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from afar, drawing Luo's gaze. A boy donned in a fox mask with tousled yellow hair was charging towards the registration desk, brandishing a wooden sword with both hands now he recalled what had been amiss. In such a grand spectacle, how could the protagonist, Naruto, be absent? At this juncture, Naruto sought not the validation of others, but merely wished to capture everyone's attention. In pursuit of this goal, he would stop at nothing. Observing the comical antics of Naruto, a smile inevitably crept across Luo's lips. Adding brilliance to brilliance pales in comparison to providing aid in times of need. Ahem. This is all in accordance with the will of fire. Upholding the principle of never abandoning nor giving up on any comrade, he sought to ensure that everyone felt the warmth of Konohagakure. It was certainly not an attempt to ride on the coattails of others. The simplicity of a child's heart leads them to believe that mere antics will garner attention. Little do they realize that the distance maintained by others is often orchestrated from behind the scenes. Despite the mask, many had already recognized that it was Naruto. Get lost, you demon fox. Don't come to school and cause trouble for others. The shouts of derision reached Naruto's ears, causing his hidden face beneath the mask to reflect deep distress. His eyes stung, as if tears were on the verge of falling. Nevertheless, Naruto valiantly suppressed his feelings of grievance and tore off his mask. La la la, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Hee hee, did you not see that coming? However, his forced cheerfulness failed to resonate with the crowd. Instead, it only intensified their disdain, leaving them eager to distance themselves from him. Naruto Uzumaki, have you had enough of this? This is a school, not a place for your antics. Go to the back of the line. Irika immediately rose from his seat, his gaze towards Naruto mirroring that of the onlookers, tinged with a hint of resentment. What the heck? Naruto retorted defiantly. There's no one in front of me. Why should I have to wait in line? Irika was tempted to banish Naruto, yet as a mere teacher, he lacked the authority to do so. It appeared that after years of such treatment, Naruto had grown accustomed to it. He boldly approached the registration desk, seized a form, and with swift strokes inscribed his name before striding towards the ninja academy. Wow, is that Naruto Uzumaki? How impressive. He cleared the line so easily. I waited nearly an hour to complete my registration. Amidst the continuous murmurs of discontent, a discordant voice rang in the ears of the students, drawing their attention, including that of Naruto, who had just entered the school. The speaker was none other than Lo. Not only did he speak, but he also sprinted over to Naruto's side, grasping his hand with admiration. Hello, I'm Lo. You were really amazing just now. Chapter 3. Sasuke, still wetting the bed at 6. Huh? Lo's sudden appearance left Naruto momentarily speechless, his expression crumbling as he stammered. Didio, you not fear me? Why would I be afraid of you? Lo replied, his face a mask of confusion as he gazed at Naruto innocently. Because they all say I'm the Nine-Tails Fox. Summoning all his courage, Naruto uttered this revelation. He was uncertain whether Lo would still wish to converse with him upon learning of his identity. However, he was resolute in not deceiving someone who had shown him kindness. Really? That's so cool. Can you transform into the Nine-Tails Fox now? I want to see what the Nine-Tails Fox looks like. Lo's subsequent words sent Naruto's mind spiraling into confusion. No, I can't, Naruto replied awkwardly. TCH big liar. Lo waved his hand dismissively and turned away. I don't want to play with a deceitful child. Seeing Lo about to leave, Naruto hurriedly grasped the sleeve of his shirt, speaking quickly. I'm a Nine-Tails Fox, that's what they all say. I don't believe you. How can a person be the Nine-Tails Fox? Lo scoffed. It's true. In the past, Naruto had been reluctant to acknowledge his identity as the Nine-Tails Fox. Yet at this moment he yearned to prove it. Lo stroked his chin, looking at Naruto as if he were a fool. Could it be that you've been deceived? Huh. You must have been tricked, Lo declared confidently, observing Naruto's bewildered expression. Is that really the case? Observing the unwavering expression of Luo, Naruto felt a flicker of doubt within himself. Consider this. Throughout your life, have you ever transformed into the Nine-Tails? Luo began to analyze with reason and evidence. Well, it seems I haven't. Has anyone ever witnessed you transform into the Nine-Tails? That too appears to be untrue. Then that settles it. Naruto, I must impart a truth upon you. Some things do not become real merely because they are spoken of frequently. In this world, paths do not exist until many tread upon them. When many speak of a matter, people tend to unconsciously accept it as truth. Therefore, do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. Simply pursue what you believe to be right. Luo leaned closer to Naruto, covering his mouth with his hand as he spoke, unaware if Sarutobi Hiruzen was currently watching over Naruto. How profound this is. Luo, you are truly remarkable. Your words, akin to a sudden enlightenment, have unlocked Naruto's heart, instantly warming his previously despondent spirit. Indeed, Luo, brimming with pride, led Naruto directly to the side of Kiba and Shino. Naruto, this is a friend I just met. However, Kiba hesitated, struggling to find the right words. The Nine-Tails Fox, right? Oh, that's all nonsense, Luo waved dismissively. Impossible, everyone in the village says so, Kiba retorted. Just because everyone says it, does that make it true? I just heard someone in the village mention that Uchiha, who is 6 years old, still wets the bed, Luo whispered while pointing at Sasuke. What? Is that true? No way. They exclaimed in disbelief. Don't believe me? Just watch, I'll go ask him, Luo smirked, striding towards Sasuke. Hey, I heard a rumor that you still wet the bed at 6 years old. Is it true? The sudden inquiry from Luo left Sasuke utterly bewildered. The loud commotion drew the attention of many, causing all eyes to turn towards Sasuke. His face flushed with embarrassment, and his eyes glared fiercely at Luo, as if he wished to devour him whole. Indeed, his silence was tantamount to an admission. Luo turned to Kiba and the others, speaking boldly. You see. He doesn't deny it. You're talking nonsense. Sasuke retorted angrily. Everyone in the village says so, Luo shrugged nonchalantly. You're courting death. Sasuke, filled with indignation, swung a fist at Luo. TSK, TSK, TSK. Still not admitting it. Luo deftly jumped back, smirking. Shut up. Sasuke felt his temper boiling over, wishing he could shred Luo to pieces. Yet, at that moment, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his eyes, prompting him to clutch them tightly. Luo noticed this peculiar reaction and gasped inwardly. No way, no way. To witness the massacre of his entire clan before awakening the Sharingan. Could it truly be that my mere words provoked him into activating it? However, as Luo suspected, when Sasuke looked at him again, the bright Sharingan appeared before all. By the heavens! Itachi, during your family gatherings, who among you would dare to pick up their chopsticks? Are you planning to annihilate your clan? Well then, I suppose I said nothing. All right. Stop looking at me like that. I'm doing this for your own good. Luo smirked. That one over there, the one with the golden hair. Yes, I'm talking about you. Did you bring a mirror? Suddenly, being singled out. Ino stared at herself in disbelief, unable to comprehend. I did. Hand it over. Let me use it. If social prowess had a hierarchy, Luo undoubtedly belonged to the upper echelon. This was largely due to his keen understanding of Ino's personality. Luo possesses an admirable appearance, rivaling even that of Erjuzi. Striking up a conversation comes effortlessly to him. If it were someone else, one might simply chuckle. As expected, Ino dashed over, presenting a mirror to Luo. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes darting between Luo and Sasuke. How handsome they are. Two strikingly attractive gentlemen indeed. How am I to choose between them? Perhaps I should simply embrace both. Luo, oblivious to Ino's thoughts, directly presented the mirror before Sasuke, urging him to behold his own eyes and prepare to express his gratitude. Sasuke instinctively glanced at his reflection and immediately noticed the transformation in his gaze, crimson irises with a solitary black tomo standing still. Have I awakened? He uttered in disbelief. Haha. Father and brother will surely praise me. It is worth noting that his idolized brother had only awakened at the age of 8. Observing Sasuke standing there, grinning foolishly, Luo curled her lip, returned the mirror to Ino, and turned to join Kiba and the others. Wow, his departing silhouette is so cool. Ino received the mirror, gazing dreamily in the direction Luo had taken, her heart racing, before glancing back at the grinning Sasuke. All right, I've decided to lose my affection for you. You're just too silly, and it seems you still wet the bed. What a loser. Chapter 4. The Night of Annihilation. Well, do you see? Now do you believe? Luo gestured towards Sasuke. It's true, he is 6 years old, and still wets the bed, haha. You crack me up. Kiba clutched his stomach, laughing heartily. Choji and Naruto regarded Luo with peculiar expressions. Just kidding. I'm merely teasing you, Luo clarified, opting not to stoke the flames further. But believe it or not, starting tomorrow, everyone at school will say that Sasuke is 6 and still wets the bed. That can't be true, right? Kiba questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. No. He is probably right, came a new voice as a boy with a pineapple hairstyle approached, speaking earnestly. Hello everyone, I'm Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru? You're at school too? How come I didn't TC you earlier? Choji exclaimed, delighted to greet his longtime friend. I just arrived, Shikamaru replied with a smile. What do you mean? How can you be so certain everyone will say that tomorrow? Kiba pressed, his attention fixated on Luo's words, eager for clarification. Luo remained silent, gazing with keen interest at Shikamaru, who could be considered the pinnacle of intellect in this world of ninjas. Understanding Luo's intent, Shikamaru did not hold back and spoke candidly. Just now, when Luo inquired about Sasuke, although Sasuke was quite angry, he did not offer a substantial rebuttal. Therefore, this news will soon circulate among the crowd. By the time everyone believes it, even if Sasuke wishes to clarify, it will be too late. Clapping his hands upon hearing Shikamaru's explanation, Luo remarked, "Impressive. You observe with remarkable clarity. Now, let us reevaluate the matter concerning Naruto. Can you guarantee that what you have heard is indeed the truth? Or rather, can you assert that what others in the village have heard is the truth? Furthermore, if Naruto truly is the Nine Tails, why would the village permit such an existence to continue living among them?" Shikamaru cast a meaningful glance at Luo. As a descendant of the Nara clan, endowed with exceptional intelligence, he had been privy to insights from a young age that surpassed those of his peers. He was aware of Naruto's status as the host of the Nine Tails. However, he could not discern whether Luo was genuinely unaware or had ulterior motives. Sighing, he decided to dismiss the thought. It was indeed a troublesome matter. Luo noticed Shikamaru's gaze upon him and offered a faint smile. Yet the words he wished to utter remained unspoken. All of this was orchestrated by certain individuals with intent. The first day of school passed swiftly, and before long, it was time to dismiss the students. "Luo, would you like to leave together?" Naruto inquired, giving Luo a gentle pat on the shoulder, his face aglow with cheer. With Luo's assistance, no one isolated Naruto that day, and he felt a joy surpassing any he had experienced in previous years. "All right, Dingy, Kiba, what about you? Would you like to join us?" Luo turned to address Dingy and his companions. Maybe next time. My father is coming to pick me up," Dingy replied, somewhat sheepishly. "Me too," Kiba chimed in. "Okay, see you tomorrow," Luo said with a smile, waving goodbye as he departed the ninja academy alongside Naruto. "What is wrong, Naruto? You seem a bit off since earlier." "It's nothing. I just envy them for having family by their side," Naruto replied with a forced smile. "I see." Luo gave Naruto's shoulder a reassuring pat, gazing earnestly into his blue eyes. "Naruto, I too am alone. From now on, we shall be family." "How does that sound?" "Really?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with hope. "Let us make a promise." In the Uchiha clan grounds, Itachi observed Sasuke returning home with an unusual eagerness. "Sasuke, did you not train today?" Itachi inquired, his brow furrowed. Typically, at this hour, Sasuke would be honing his Shuakin skills at the Uchiha training grounds until late, so his early return was unexpected. "Brother, I have wonderful news," Sasuke declared mysteriously. "What news?" Itachi playfully flicked Sasuke's forehead, smiling. "I've awakened my Sharingan." Sasuke looked at Itachi with eager anticipation, seeking his brother's approval. "Really? That's impressive," Itachi exclaimed. "Have you told father yet?" "Not yet." "Then go tell him right away." Watching Sasuke dash off, Itachi felt a subtle sense of relief. Since the day of Shirsue's death, the rift between the Uchiha and the village had become irreparable, and should conflict arise, the Uchiha clan would surely face annihilation. All Itachi could do was protect his younger brother, not only his life, but also his reputation. Yet, Sasuke was still too weak. Even with the impending threat, Itachi remained concerned. However, now that Sasuke had awakened his Sharingan, along with his own plans, perhaps his strength could advance further, allowing Itachi to feel a measure of reassurance. As night deepened, a full moon hung in the sky, casting silvery beams upon the Uchiha clan grounds, imbuing this secluded family with an air of mystery. "You have arrived?" As the space shimmered gently, a shadowy figure clad in a mask and dark robe emerged slowly. Upon seeing this figure, Itachi's expression remained utterly unchanged as he coldly declared, "It is time to commence our actions. Leave the guards to me." The masked man's voice was equally devoid of emotion, as if they were about to partake in a mundane meal rather than engage in a massacre. "Remember my words. Should you dare to harm Sasuke, I shall not let you escape unscathed." The three Tomo in Itachi's eyes spun rapidly, and the kaleidoscopic Sharingan abruptly manifested. Rest assured. Again, the space rippled, and the masked figure vanished. Meanwhile, at the root base, the Uchiha clan was destined to meet its end today. Collect as many Sharingan as possible. Danzo sat regally in his elevated position, while a group of individuals knelt before him. Yes. As the crowd dispersed, Danzo's singular eye, which had been partially closed, gradually opened, revealing an expression brimming with fervor. He had long awaited this day. This night was fated to be tumultuous, with blood staining the Uchiha grounds. "I do not wish to turn against my son. Itachi, have you truly chosen your side?" Uchiha Fugaka knelt before the coffee table, his eyes slightly closed, his tone calm, devoid of surprise. I am sorry, father. Mother. Itachi's eyes were already brimming with tears, and his hands, gripping the long blade, trembled uncontrollably. I understand, Itachi. Uchiha Makoto's expression remained unchanged, even bearing a hint of relief. Chapter 5. Itachi's final plea. Itachi, promise me one last thing. Sasuke is in your care. Fugaku's tone carried a weight of relief. As the clan leader, he bore the dual pressures of the village and his family daily. At this juncture, there was no turning back. His only concern was for the still immature Sasuke, especially after Sasuke had excitedly rushed to tell him that he had awakened his Sharingan. At that moment, he had felt genuine joy. I understand. Tears cascaded down Itachi's cheeks, splattering upon the floor and creating small puddles. His grip on the long sword trembling even more fiercely. Do not be afraid. This is the path you have chosen, compared to your suffering. Ours will end in an instant. Even if our thoughts differ, I still take pride in you. Fugaku's tone intensified. He aimed to instill his son with courage for the final time. I am sorry, father, mother. Itachi's eyes shut tightly, and his hands finally stilled as the long sword pierced through Fugaku and Makoto's bodies. Farewell, Itachi. Take care of Sasuke. With those final words, their bodies slowly collapsed. There was no resentment, only concern and boundless tenderness. Father, are you still awake? At that moment, as everyone had claimed to be 6 years old yet still wetting the bed during the day, Sasuke, who had specifically risen to visit the restroom, heard a noise. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he slowly pushed open the door. However, what awaited him was not his father's response, but Itachi's crimson Sharingan. Tsukuyami. With the utterance of this command, Sasuke's consciousness was abruptly drawn into the realm of Tsukuyami. In the sky hung a blood-red moon, while his small body was tightly bound upon a cross. Before him unfolded the gruesome spectacle of Itachi methodically slaughtering their clan. Why? Brother, tell me this isn't real. Sasuke screamed in a frenzy within the Tsukuyami space. I merely wished to see what I could achieve with these eyes. Itachi's tone was chillingly cold. My foolish little brother, do you understand why I do not kill you? It is because you lack the worth to die by my hand. You are too weak, too feeble even to qualify as a soul claimed by my blade. Haha. My foolish brother, you must yearn to kill me. Then let your heart swell with hatred. Let it fester. Live on, ugly and pitiful, like a rat in the gutter. Scraping by, Itachi's voice, akin to a demon's whisper, echoed repeatedly in Sasuke's ears. One by one, the bodies of their kin fell before him, including that of his parents. No, brother, you cannot do this. Even now, Sasuke struggled to believe that all of this was truly happening. My foolish brother, even now you dare not express your hatred towards me? What a pitiful creature you are. Itachi's tone remained unchanged. He understood that the evolution of the Uchiha Sharingan required intense emotional stimuli, and now was the prime opportunity to enhance Sasuke's strength. He bore the inner torment and pressed on. Witnessing his own parents perish repeatedly before his eyes, Sasuke's mind was on the brink of collapse. The Sharingan suddenly awakened, a single tomo spinning faster and faster. Finally, just before the shattering of his psyche, the single tomo Sharingan evolved into a double tomo. Observing the unconscious Sasuke, Itachi's eyes, filled with sorrow, finally revealed a glimmer of solace. He slowly approached Sasuke, crouched down, and tremblingly touched his forehead with a finger. Forgive me, Sasuke. With a swift farewell, Itachi executed a body flicker technique and vanished from the estate. Before reporting to the Hokage, he had one more task to accomplish. He had to eliminate Orochimaru. During the day, the gaze that Luo cast upon him filled him with unease. He could not permit even the slightest mishap to occur in Sasuke's vicinity. With a swift motion, Itachi arrived outside Luo's modest dwelling in no time. Gently pushing open the door, he found the room to be small, its furnishings immediately apparent. Cloaked in darkness, he could distinctly hear Luo's faint breaths. Observing the faint outline of a small figure on the bed, Itachi felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that he had misjudged? If this child were a member of the Akatsuki, there would surely be some semblance of vigilance present. It was, after all, a remarkable coincidence. As Luo pondered, today marked the fateful night of the Uchiha clan's demise, and an unsettling restlessness stirred within him. Thus, as he lay upon his bed, he found himself in no rush to succumb to slumber. Unexpectedly, at a certain moment, a serene feminine voice penetrated his consciousness, whisking him away to another realm. Luo-kun, I miss you dearly. Upon entering this unfamiliar space, he was instantly embraced by a graceful figure. The childlike visage of Luo-kun truly exuded cuteness. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? The abruptness of the situation rendered Luo's mind momentarily blank. Kaguya Otsutsuki. She had reappeared within his dreams. What could this possibly signify? Could his transmigration be entwined with Kaguya? Luo-kun, why do you remain silent? Observing his reticence, Kaguya's expression dimmed. Oh. Please, do not create a disturbance. Kaguya-hime. Your tone and demeanor are quite unsettling. Has it come to pass that Luo-kun no longer harbors affection for me? Luo's silence stirred Kaguya's emotions into a fervor. What love could possibly exist between us? Yet, it was evident that delving into such inquiries was not prudent at this juncture. If he continued to withhold his thoughts, he might very well meet his end. You are now the progenitor of chakra, while I am not even a mere ninja. What right have I to love you? Luo gazed deeply into Kaguya's eyes, his expression steeped in melancholy. What is mine is yours. My strength is your strength. Realizing that Luo's silence stemmed not from a lack of affection, but rather from inner turmoil, Kaguya spoke without hesitation. I refuse. I desire to stand proudly by your side. Luo promptly rejected the notion. How preposterous. To simply receive strength from oneself? Would I dare? Have you not seen how even the formidable Madara was ultimately undone? Is that so? Allow me to ponder, Kaguya mused, gently biting her finger, embodying the essence of a young girl. If the sage of six paths were to witness such a sight, his jaw would surely drop in astonishment. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Kaguya appeared to have an epiphany. She suddenly drew Luo's cherubic face close, bestowing a gentle kiss upon his lips. Chapter 6, The Pact with Kaguya. Oh my. Oh, what mischief is this? I never anticipated you to be such a Kaguya-hime. Taking advantage of a child's innocence. Was that your tongue I just saw? It absolutely was. Luo-kun, I merely helped you unlock the gateway to your power. From then on, your training shall not be considered utilizing my strength. With a playful air, Kaguya declared, akin to a girl showing off to her beloved. The gateway to power? Luo inquired. Perplexed. Indeed, you shall soon be able to perform the most elementary of ninjutsu. Like this. As Kaguya spoke, she simultaneously gathered a Tao-seeking jade in her hand. The simplest of ninjutsu. Can these two elements truly be intertwined? Luo felt that his mind was somewhat inadequate, and as he mechanically extended his hand, a radiant Tao-seeking jade suddenly materialized in his palm, responding to his thoughts. See, it's quite simple, Kaguya remarked, gently pecking Luo's lips with a smile. Very, very simple. Luo replied stiffly. Simple. Simple, you say? Do you perhaps harbor some misunderstanding of the term simple? In the dimly lit chamber, Itachi's silhouette approached the bed where Luo lay in tranquil slumber. A tumult of conflicting emotions raged within him. Yet he ultimately resolved to act decisively, better to err in judgment than to overlook any potential threat. He could not allow even the slightest mishap to occur in Sasuke's vicinity. With a swift motion, his long sword lunged toward Luo's throat. The only mercy I can offer you is a quiet death. Itachi's voice was chillingly devoid of the tenderness he reserved for Sasuke. However, just as the blade drew near, a dark sphere erupted from Luo's wrist, the Seeker's Orb. Instantly, it transformed into a shield that collided with Itachi's sword. To his astonishment, the blade began to dissolve into the air before his eyes. Itachi hastily attempted to retract his weapon, but the Seeker's Orb firmly held it in place, resisting all his efforts. In a moment of desperation, Itachi relinquished his grip, watching in disbelief as the sword vanished completely. What manner of power is this? He gasped, his gaze fixated on the diminutive figure of Luo, who remained undisturbed in his slumber, seemingly untouched by the chaos that had just unfolded. If there had been any lingering hesitation in Itachi's heart, it was now wholly extinguished. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Itachi swiftly formed a series of hand seals, then brought his hands to his mouth, unleashing a sphere of flame that surged toward Luo. Yet, as the fireball approached, the Seeker's Orb sensed the peril and once more burst forth from his sleeve, enveloping the flames entirely. In an instant, the inferno was absorbed. Can both physical and ninjutsu attacks be absorbed? How peculiar, Itachi pondered, his brow furrowing in concentration. Shadow clone technique. With a resounding clap, a perfect replica of Itachi materialized beside him. The clone advanced toward Luo, extending its hand cautiously. Sensing no immediate threat to Luo, the Seeker's Orb hovered protectively around him, refraining from any counteraction. Is it merely a guardian? I wonder if it can react if I were to strike unexpectedly, Itachi murmured to himself. He then commanded his shadow clone to gently place its hand on Luo's neck. Yet, what transpired next caught Itachi completely off guard. The Seeker's Orb transformed into a swirling mass of black water, enveloping Luo entirely and rendering Itachi's intended strike impossible. An impenetrable defense. This is indeed troublesome, he thought. His competitive spirit ignited. With a sudden flare of determination, the prodigious Itachi activated his Meijiki Sharingan. Amaterasu. The Amaterasu of Itachi's right eye focused on Luo, and suddenly, black flames erupted from Luo's body, which was shrouded in the Rinnegan. However, even the so-called strongest physical attack, Amaterasu, which is said to never extinguish, was instantaneously absorbed before the Rinnegan, leaving Luo unharmed. Is Amaterasu ineffective? How intriguing. I wonder if Tsukuyomi will yield any results. Itachi's clone gently lifted Luo's eyelid, and Tsukuyomi was suddenly unleashed. While others possess a system as their golden finger to aid in their ascension, my golden finger is the greatest goddess of this world. Not only can she assist in enhancing my own power, but perhaps, in the future, she might help me, cough cough, amplify my strength even further. Luo has come to a profound understanding that her crossing into this realm is undoubtedly due to Kaguya. Moreover, her golden opportunity is also bestowed by her. Although she is perplexed as to why their paths intersect, she believes that one should seize the chance when it presents itself. Just as Luo's thoughts wander, a pair of enormous eyes suddenly materializes within the dark expanse, casting the entire space in a crimson hue. Who is it? Before Luo can react, a chilling aura emanates from Kaguya, her silvery hair flowing without the caress of wind, and the eye on her forehead seems poised to open in a quaint dwelling. Itachi has just cast the Tsukuyomi. However, before his consciousness can fully enter that world, it collapses instantaneously. The fierce backlash causes blood to stream from his eyes, and he cannot suppress the flow of blood from his mouth. Dearest, it seems I am encountering a bit of trouble in reality. May I address it first? With the benefits gained, Luo's lips curl into a smile as sweet as honey. Yet, Kaguya, having finally reunited after a millennium and restricted to nocturnal meetings, is reluctant to part ways. Be good and obedient. I shall visit you every day. Luo gently pecks Kaguya's lips and caresses her fair cheek, indulging her. All right. You must not deceive me, Kaguya pouts playfully. Indeed, this shall be our pact. As the final words resonate, Luo's consciousness returns to her body. Itachi, how did you end up here? Aren't you? Slowly opening her eyes, Luo is met with the sight of Itachi, breathless and leaning against the bed's edge, leaving her utterly astonished. Could it be that the Uchiha clan has been annihilated? Who are you, truly? Upon seeing Luo awaken, Itachi's body tenses. Me? That is rather complex to explain. You may regard me as a prophet. As Luo observes the Rinnegan encircling her, a flicker of confidence ignites within her. Ah, you must not be here for a mission from the village, right? Is it perhaps concerning Sasuke? Chapter 7, Scheming Sakura. Yet, that doesn't seem right. I appear to have little connection with Sasuke at present. Could it be that you came to avenge him merely because I mentioned he wet the bed at 6 years old? The Uchiha's temperament must be rather small for Sasuke to awaken the Sharingan due to this. You, his elder brother, seek trouble with a mere child over such a trivial matter. Listening to Luo's incessant chatter, Itachi's expression darkens, and an inescapable aura of menace radiates from him. Luo could not help but shiver. Enough of that. It's quite frightening. Pray tell, what brings you here? You seem to have prior knowledge of the Uchiha clan's annihilation plan. Did you enter the ninja academy because of Sasuke? Itachi's gaze was as cold as ice. He vowed that no matter how formidable the person before him was, he would not hesitate to eradicate any threat to Sasuke. Ah, you are aware of the sage of Mount Myaboku, are you not? He possesses the ability to foresee certain events, and I too share that gift. In the future that I have glimpsed, the ninja world requires Sasuke and Naruto to save it. Thus, I must safeguard their growth. Luo sighed deeply, immediately discerning Itachi's purpose for coming. How should one articulate this? Truly, Itachi Uchiha lives up to his reputation. With just a glance, he has cast suspicion upon me. Itachi, is this truly worth it? Luo gazed at Itachi intently, his voice laden with gravity. I can only act in this manner. I do not wish for Sasuke to come to any harm. Unbeknownst to him, Itachi revealed his innermost thoughts to Luo, who was reputed as a seer. Perhaps, Luo continued. Itachi, do you realize what your greatest flaw is? In Itachi's puzzled expression, Luo spoke gently. You tend to overthink, striving to mold everything according to your own vision. Yet, is what you are doing truly the right course of action? To put it bluntly, is the current Konoha truly everyone's Konoha, or merely that of the higher-ups? Or has the will of fire you so cherish lost its essence? Upon hearing Luo's words, Itachi fell silent. having been indoctrinated with the will of fire since childhood. He found himself at a loss for words. Rest assured, I will not harm Sasuke. In critical moments, I will protect him and aid in his development. Luo understood that persuading Itachi, who had been brainwashed by the will of fire for so many years, was an insurmountable task. Furthermore, the rift between the village and the Uchiha clan had become irreconcilable due to incessant scheming. No amount of discourse could alter the established facts. Thank you. Itachi bowed deeply to Luo before vanishing from the small abode. Luo raised his gaze to the night sky, observing the moon suspended high above, as if it could transcend time and space to reveal the sealed figure. The present-day Konoha truly feels repugnant, suffused with an air of decay. On the following day, the atmosphere in the village of Konoha appeared rather unsettling. The streets had transformed into an eerie silence. The passers-by hurried along, as if some dreadful force were compelling them from behind. Luo was aware that the news of the Uchiha clan's annihilation had likely spread throughout the village. He couldn't help but recall the silhouette that had stood by his bedside last night. Itachi, born into such a Konoha, was truly unfortunate. Upon arriving at the classroom, he found that Sasuke had indeed not come. Small groups of students gathered, their conversations revolving around the events concerning the Uchiha clan. Have you heard? The Uchiha clan was exterminated yesterday, leaving only Sasuke behind. I also heard that it was his brother, Itachi Uchiha, who carried out the massacre. Ah, how pitiful Sasuke must be. As he listened to the clamor of voices, Luo quietly made his way to his seat. He glanced at the jewel of enlightenment, now encircling his arm like a bracelet. A flicker of inexplicable emotion stirred within him. What are you thinking about, Luo? Naruto approached and gently patted his shoulder. It was Naruto. Luo raised his head slightly, forcing a smile. I was just contemplating the unpredictability of life. Just yesterday, Itachi personally brought Sasuke to school, and now, he has eradicated their entire family. Indeed, it's utterly despicable to act against the ninjas of the village. When I become stronger, I will surely seek justice for them. Naruto declared indignantly. Justice? What does justice even mean? Luo asked, fixing his gaze intently on Naruto. Have you forgotten how the villagers spoke of you before? That is different. Naruto retorted. In what way is it different? It is merely the echo of public opinion, Luo replied. Did you witness Itachi slaughtering his entire clan with your own eyes? Well, I didn't, Naruto admitted, taken aback. Therefore, Naruto, I hope you always maintain your own judgment. Do not believe everything others say. Luo's expression grew increasingly solemn. All right, I'll listen to you. Naruto nodded in agreement. Again, you must have your own discernment. Do not allow the will of others to cloud your thoughts. My words aren't necessarily correct either, Luo sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. Then, Luo, would you ever deceive me? Naruto asked, his eyes wide with anticipation. Never. That is settled then. Since you wouldn't deceive me, I'll follow your lead. Thinking is just too troublesome, Naruto shrugged. What a dilemma. Your reasoning is undeniably compelling. In an instant, I found myself at a loss for a counterargument. It momentarily reminded me of my previous life, where netizens commented on Naruto's verbal prowess, adeptly lowering your intellect to his level and, through his vast experience, persuading you. In hindsight, it seems there was some truth to it. A month later, I encountered Sasuke again. Unlike the previous month, he now exuded an aura of chilling detachment, almost as if the words "keep your distance" were inscribed upon his forehead. Sasuke, you finally returned to school. How have you been? While most people were eager to retreat, there was always someone willing to confront the challenge head-on. That person was Sakura Haruno. From the moment she laid eyes on Sasuke at the beginning of their enrollment, she was captivated by him. However, as a commoner ninja, she was acutely aware of the disparities between them. Thus, she concealed her affections deep within her heart. The upheaval within the Uchiha clan felt like a divine opportunity bestowed upon her. Sasuke, having lost everything overnight, must be engulfed in immeasurable sorrow. With the Uchiha clan's demise, the chasm that once separated him from her no longer appeared insurmountable. Therefore, while others instinctively distanced themselves from Sasuke, she resolved to become his sole source of support. Yet, she remained unaware of the pride that resided within him, particularly as a member of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 8. What a big deal. Just a good beatdown will suffice. Leave. Indeed, imagination paints a beautiful picture, while reality is often harsh. Sasuke turned to Sakura, his expression growing even colder, a faint aura of menace enveloping her. He was Sasuke, a proud member of the Uchiha clan. What right did a mere commoner ninja have to display such pathetic vulnerability? Sasuke, I'm merely concerned for you, Sakura said. her face etched with grievance, tears threatening to spill over. Smack. Just as I was engrossed in this spectacle, a sudden sound of a table being struck startled me. Sasuke. You've gone too far, Naruto exclaimed, rising from his seat and pointing an accusatory finger at Sasuke. Luo immediately raised his hand to his forehead. Brother, why does their quarrel concern you? Can't you just sit back and enjoy the show? What do you understand? Sasuke turned to Naruto, his demeanor becoming utterly frantic. How could someone who has been an orphan since childhood possibly comprehend my current feelings? TSK. Look at this moment. Deliberately provoking conflict is nothing but seeking thrill, isn't it? Lo and I sighed. However, what transpired next was even more devastating to her worldview. Naruto, on what grounds do you criticize Sasuke? Is it merely because you are an orphan, raised without parental guidance, living life as you please, that you act so recklessly? Sakura retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Naruto. Her voice rang out loudly, piercing through the silence of the classroom, which instantly fell into an oppressive hush. In the world of Naruto, it is commonplace for 3 individuals to lack a pair of parents. This statement was akin to pouring salt into the wounds of those present. Countless icy glares were directed at Sakura. She sensed her misstep but was unwilling to reveal her vulnerability in front of Sasuke. With her chin held high, she continued. Am I wrong? Do you not all despise Naruto? Sakura's words, sharp as a blade, pierced Naruto's heart with each syllable. At that moment, he was not yet strong enough to withstand such pain. Tears involuntarily streamed down his cheeks as he lamented, Do you think I wish to be without parents? What choice did I have? In the realm of Naruto, if there were a villain, his name would be Danzo. And if there were a manipulative individual, it would undoubtedly be Sakura. Luo could no longer endure the situation. He abruptly rose from his seat and gently patted Naruto on the shoulder before striding directly towards Sakura. What are you doing? As she beheld the menacing Luo advancing toward her, Sakura felt an unease wash over her, instinctively retreating behind Sasuke. Her voice trembling as she exclaimed. Luo remained silent, advancing step by step, with each stride embodying his simmering fury. Due to Sakura's evasion, Sasuke found himself positioned squarely between Luo and her. To approach Sakura, he would have to confront Sasuke. Step aside. Luo's voice cut through the tension, cold and unyielding. As he regarded Sasuke, who stood rigidly, neck taut, rooted to the spot. Although he had promised Itachi to look after Sasuke, that did not grant Sasuke the audacity to provoke him. What do you think you are? Yet Sasuke remained oblivious to these sentiments. What right did a mere civilian ninja have to demand that the proud Uchiha yield? Meanwhile, standing behind Sasuke, Sakura's heart surged with excitement. Sasuke-kun is on my side. He is protecting me. With this thought, her confidence swelled, and she leaned forward, preparing to hurl another taunt at Luo. However, before her words could escape her lips, Luo's arm surged with the power of the Seeking Orb, striking Sasuke fiercely in the chest and sending him crashing against the classroom wall. The sudden strike from Luo astonished everyone present, including Sasuke. He had never anticipated that Luo would dare to attack him. Once he regained his composure, his heart was instantly engulfed by fury, and his expression twisted into a grimace as he prepared to retaliate. However, upon being touched by the Tao-seeking jade, he found himself utterly powerless. Not only was the flow of chakra within him halted, but even his strength had dissipated entirely. He felt as immobile as a salted fish on a chopping board, unable to move a single inch. Crack! Without paying heed to the astonished expressions of those around her, Luo strode directly to Sakura's side and delivered a resounding slap across her face. What a thrill! In my previous life, while watching Naruto, I had yearned countless times to strike Sakura. Finally, the wish has been fulfilled, and Luo felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Perhaps beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. Some may argue that Sakura is a girl who bravely pursues her dreams. To that, Luo could only retort with a sardonic remark. Last year, I bought a watch. In the world of Naruto, it is undoubtedly Sakura whose worldview is most askew. Not to mention her fickle affection for Sasuke, which is evident when she attempted to defect from the village alongside him. Is this not a betrayal? Fine. If one were to forcefully interpret it as merely a girl's yearning for love, then how does one reconcile her other aspiration of being orphaned? Such a disloyal and unfilial green tea bitch. How laughable. You dare to hit me? Sakura gasped, covering her face in disbelief, her voice rising in a shriek. Slap. Some sensations truly become addictive. The first time equates to countless repetitions. Just like Luo now, gazing at the still defiant Sakura, he landed another swift slap. You think you can attend school without a care in the world? It is only due to the sacrifices of the fallen heroes of Konoha. Luo's anger intensified with each word, and he struck her again. What right do you have to mock them? What qualifications do you possess to deride them? Those who sacrificed their lives, if they knew they were protecting someone like you, they would surely rise in indignation. You, Sakura whimpered, clutching her face as she fled the classroom. Is this all the psychological fortitude she possesses? And she runs away just like that? By the heavens, I am not yet satisfied. In her heart, Luo felt a sense of discontent as her gaze fell upon Sasuke, ensnared against the wall by the jade of enlightenment. Sasuke, caught in the web of her scrutiny, felt a sudden jolt within. The pride of the Uchiha clan urged him to return her stare defiantly. Yet, a voice within whispered a warning: do not act rashly, or the consequences will be dire. Thus, Sasuke, yielding to his inner turmoil, lowered his head with sincerity. Luo pursed his lips. Is this truly impressive? How dull. With a wave of his hand, the Taoist jade flew back and landed once more on his wrist. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Irika Umino were observing the scene unfolding in the crystal ball, which depicted the recent events in the classroom. The image showcased Luo's impassioned discourse. Irika, what is your perspective? Sarutobi inquired, taking a deep draw from his pipe. Irika hesitated. To be candid, Sakura's words had indeed stirred considerable anger within him. However, as a teacher, certain sentiments were best left unvoiced. Do not harbor any reservations, speak boldly. As a seasoned strategist, Sarutobi discerned Irika's apprehensions and encouraged him to express his thoughts freely. The children of this peaceful era lack a certain reverence for their predecessors, Irika stated ambiguously. Indeed, this is something you, as educators, must impart to them, Sarutobi nodded. Yet, sensing Irika's reticence, he pressed further. What are your thoughts on Luo? Irika furrowed his brow, momentarily uncertain of Sarutobi's inquiry. After a prolonged contemplation, he gradually replied, I believe he is a child who fully embodies the will of fire. Sarutobi smiled and nodded approvingly. Indeed, to comprehend the struggles of our forebears is a mark of a commendable youth. Here's what we shall do. After school today, have that boy come to see me. I wish to speak with him privately. Yes, Hokage-sama. Once Irika departed, the smile faded from Sarutobi's face as he gazed intently at Luo's figure within the crystal ball, pondering what thoughts occupied the young boy's mind. The day passed swiftly, and before long it was time for dismissal. Luo, come here for a moment. Although the sky was still bright, Luo had intended to further cultivate his camaraderie with his classmates. At that moment, Irika's voice reached his ears. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, one cannot escape fate. Given the circumstances that had transpired, being summoned for a conversation was within Luo's expectations, though it arrived slightly later than he had anticipated. Teacher Irika, what do you need me for? Luo inquired with a smile as he approached Irika. The Hokage has learned of today's events and wishes to speak with you, Irika said, affectionately ruffling Luo's hair. Luo feigned a look of panic. Do not worry. The Hokage holds your actions in high regard, stating that you possess the will of fire. As a fellow orphan, especially one whose parents, like yours, perished at the hands of the Ninetales, he greatly admires your deeds. Is that so? Then I shall feel at ease. Luo bowed his head, exhaling a long sigh of relief. However, within Irika's unseen gaze, there resided a piercing chill. The conversation initiated by Sarutobi Hiruzen with him was unlikely to stem from the events of the day alone. It was highly probable that it was related to the coveted Shard of Truth. Nevertheless, Luo remained unperturbed, for the Shard of Truth was second only to the bloodline limit in the realm of 6 paths. He did not believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite being hailed as the professor of ninjutsu, would possess knowledge of it. Following Irika's lead, Luo arrived at the Hokage building for the first time. Knock, knock, knock. Irika gently tapped on the door. Come in. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was seated behind the Hokage's desk. His head bowed as he dealt with paperwork. Hokage-sama, I have brought Luo with me, Irika announced respectfully. Very well. Irika, you may return now. I wish to speak with Luo in private, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, his attention still fixed on the documents before him. Yes, Hokage-sama. Irika turned, casting Luo an encouraging glance before departing the Hokage's office. Please hold on a moment. I have a few matters to attend to, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, perusing the files in his hands with a casual tone. Of course, Hokage-sama. There is no need for such formality. Please, find a seat. We are all children of the village, akin to family. You may call me third grandpa, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a warm smile. Luo said little and chose a seat to settle into. Time passed slowly, and the only sound in the room was the rustling of papers as Sarutobi Hiruzen diligently sorted through documents. Luo, you are 6 years old this year, aren't you? After a considerable while, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally seemed to have completed his tasks, slowly lifting his head to gaze at Luo. Luo promptly rose to his feet, bowing respectfully. Yes, Lord Hokage. Do not be so formal. Just call me Grandpa Third. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled warmly. Grandpa Third, Luo murmured softly. Haha, splendid. Sarutobi Hiruzen's laughter grew more joyous. Little Luo, seeing you all thrive brings me the utmost happiness. However, as he observed the amiable Sarutobi Hiruzen, a bitter smile crept into Luo's heart. Was it not you, the third Hokage, who once proposed sending the students of the Ninja Academy to the battlefield? Well, perhaps it was not directly you but rather Danzo, the true orchestrator behind the scenes. The tragedy of the Nine-Tails incident had claimed many lives in the village. Having set the stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to slowly unveil his true intentions. Your parents also perished that night, did they not? Indeed, Grandpa Third. A hint of sorrow graced Luo's countenance. What are your thoughts on the rumor that Naruto Uzumaki is the embodiment of the Nine-Tails fox? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, gazing intently into Luo's eyes. I believe such rumors are baseless. If Naruto were truly the incarnation of the Nine-Tails, how could the village possibly allow his existence to endure? Luo replied earnestly. Oh. Sarutobi Hiruzen detected no hint of disquiet in Luo's demeanor and continued with a smile. However, where there is smoke, there is fire. With so many voices echoing the same claim, surely there must be some foundation to it. Rumors cease with the wise. Does Grandpa Third believe Naruto to be the Nine-Tails fox's embodiment? Luo deftly returned the question, eager to discern the true intentions of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Hokage's smile gradually faded as he regarded Luo with a steady gaze. In an instant, Luo felt a chilling aura descend upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Indeed, even in his advanced age, the village leader remained an imposing presence. The atmosphere in the room became unbearably oppressive, so silent that the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen's imposing aura suddenly receded, and he erupted into hearty laughter. I treat all the children of the village equally. Why would I think otherwise? Such intimidation, Grandpa Third? Luo retorted, his pinned-up frustration spilling forth. Then why have you not ordered a halt to these rumors? Sigh. Grandpa Third has his own burdens. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of melancholy in response to Luo's inquiry. Although I am the village leader, there are matters that I cannot unilaterally decide. Luo, who had been regretting his impulsive words, was momentarily taken aback by Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation. What was he saying? Was this truly something a mere 6-year-old child could comprehend? Wait a moment. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning seemed to streak across Luo's heart. Could this be a test? Chapter 10. A Discourse on the Will of Fire. Is the Hokage not the most powerful individual in the village? Why is he unable to make a decision? Luo feigned ignorance. Luo was not mistaken. Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement was indeed a test. The prowess to effortlessly vanquish Sasuke Uchiha of the Uchiha clan could hardly be attributed to an ordinary child in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Moreover, to his knowledge, Sasuke Uchiha had already awakened his Sharingan. The only conceivable explanation was that Luo had undergone rigorous training under the roots from a young age. However, upon scrutinizing Luo's expression, which bore a semblance of bewilderment, it seemed he was not feigning innocence. In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself doubting his own judgment. Haha, Konoha village belongs to everyone. Certainly not a dictatorship of my own, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. Let us speak of something else. Young Luo, have you started to lose your baby teeth? Open your mouth so your grandfather of the third Hokage can take a look. Unable to discern the truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to employ the simplest method to ascertain whether Luo had been marked with the cursed seal of the roots. With his many years of acquaintance with Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen believed he had an absolute understanding of the man. If Luo were indeed a member of the roots, even as a child, Danzo would undoubtedly exert complete control over him. Not yet, grandfather of the third, Luo replied, fully aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions and willingly opening his mouth. As expected, after a thorough examination, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh of relief. Young Luo, the Ninja Academy has been in session for a month now. How have you fared with the lessons imparted by your teachers? Confirming that Luo was not a member of the roots, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor became increasingly warm. Bloodline ninjas hold a significant position in every ninja village, and in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Luo as seekers of truth was akin to a new bloodline limit. I have learned a great deal, but there are still many concepts I do not grasp, such as the phrase, wherever the leaves dance. The fire burns eternal. I find that somewhat perplexing. Lo was keenly aware of the reason behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's shift in attitude and naturally led the conversation to the next topic. It is quite normal not to understand that phrase at your age. It speaks of the legacy of the will of fire. With Lo SQ. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to expound upon the will of fire. However, to Lo's ears, the words went in one ear and out the other, occasionally prompting him to mentally scoff. They say that the ninjas of Konoha should regard the protection of their homeland and comrades as their foremost duty, willing to sacrifice everything for it. Hey, then, might I ask you, esteemed third Hokage, how did Itachi Tsukumo take his own life? He continued. They also claim that the older generation of ninjas imparts their experiences and knowledge to the younger generation, aiding in their growth and protection. Well, I might as well have bought a watch last year. Among all the Kage, you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are undoubtedly the most cowardly. In the critical moments of the Third War, rather than personally stepping onto the battlefield, one would prefer to allow the students of the Ninja Academy to graduate early. Moreover, those elderly figures such as the likes of Nin Kohei and Mito Gate-in, relying solely on their inherited will of fire, are merely tiresome. I am weary. Let it all be extinguished. However, despite the myriad of complaints swirling within, a look of epiphany graced Luo's face. So this is the will of fire? Grandfather Sarutobi. I too aspire to embody the spirit of the will of fire. Haha, Grandfather Sarutobi believes in you. Sarutobi Hiruzen excitedly patted Luo on the shoulder, exclaiming, oh dear. I hadn't realized how late it has become. Little Luo, you haven't dined yet, have you? Why not join me for a meal? No, thank you, Grandfather. I have plans with Naruto to go fish grilling, Luo replied, scratching the back of his head, feeling a bit bashful. Is that so? It has been quite a while since I last enjoyed grilled fish. Why not bring me along? Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested, as he recalled that he hadn't strengthened his bond with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in some time. Really? That would be wonderful. I'm sure Naruto will be thrilled to hear this, Luo exclaimed with excitement. Haha, then let us be on our way. As Luo and Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the riverside, Naruto had already grilled 2 fish to perfection. Naruto, Luo called out from a distance. Luo, you finally made it. I was about to starve. Naruto exclaimed, his stomach growling audibly, yet he refrained from eating first. Oh dear. I was just engrossed in conversation with Grandfather Sarutobi and lost track of time, Luo admitted sheepishly. Well, you're so foolish. Why didn't you eat first? Humph. Not a chance. I want to wait for Luo to eat together, Naruto retorted proudly. Oh, Grandfather Sarutobi, you're here too? It was only then that the straightforward Naruto noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen's presence. Ah, little Naruto, it's good to see you again, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled warmly. Grandfather Sarutobi, what brings you here? I only grilled 2 fish, Naruto said, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's quite all right. You two enjoy. Here. Luo smiled as he offered one of the fish to Sarutobi Hiruzen. How can I accept? An old man like me cannot snatch your food, Sarutobi Hiruzen declined graciously. By the way, little Naruto, little Luo, today Grandfather Sarutobi will show you a trick. Water release, 1,000 cherry blossoms. With swift hand seals. Sarutobi Hiruzen conjured a myriad of water-based projectiles that darted through the air, creating splashes upon the river's surface. With each droplet that fell, a fish carcass emerged. Wow! Incredible! Naruto exclaimed in awe, dashing towards the river. I struggled so hard to catch 2 fish, yet Grandfather Sarutobi managed to catch so many with such ease. Leave it to me. As the night deepened, Luo tugged at Naruto's sleeve. The water of the small river grew increasingly cold, making it an unwise choice to venture in at this hour. Naruto, puzzled, glanced at Luo, unsure of his intentions. With the sage stones now visible to all, Luo decided to cease his concealment. With a gentle flick of his right hand, the sage stone swiftly soared into the air, transforming into a fine thread that quickly ensnared the fish swimming on the river's surface. Fortunately, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Naruto witnessed this spectacle. Had it been Madara or Obito, they would undoubtedly be pointing an accusing finger at Luo, questioning who had taught him to fish with the sage stones. Upon returning to the small cabin, Luo lay quietly on his bed, unconsciously directing the sage stone to flit about while his mind raced with calculations. Having gained some familiarity in front of Sarutobi, he momentarily relieved himself of concerns regarding Danzo's schemes. Ultimately, his strength remained insufficient, lacking true possession of the 6 paths power. Even if he were to gather several sage stones, he would still find himself in a compromising position. Never mind, he thought, Kaguya must be growing impatient. Chapter 11, Sasuke. You are truly lamentable. As the sun began to rise, Luo groggily awoke, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. Fortunately, at the tender age of 6, even if his consciousness projected to Kaguya, he would still be in that youthful form. Otherwise, with the fervent gaze she wore, ready to consume him entirely. One could only imagine the inappropriate scenarios that might ensue. After freshening up, Luo arrived early at the ninja academy. Here, Naruto, I brought you breakfast. Despite both being orphans, Luo and Naruto's circumstances were worlds apart. Thus, over the past month, it had become a habit for Luo to buy an extra portion for Naruto whenever he procured his own meal. Wow, thank you, Luo. With Luo's care, Naruto's life had visibly improved. No longer did he find himself resorting to expired cup noodles or drinking spoiled milk. Today we have a practical class. If I don't eat enough, I won't have the energy for our sparring, Luo remarked with a smile. Ugh. Naruto nearly choked as he swallowed a bun in haste, yet he animatedly declared that he would surely secure first place in the practical session. Soon, classmates began to arrive in droves. Iruka entered the classroom at an opportune moment, casting a casual glance over the students. This morning, we have a practical class. Everyone is to assemble on the playground, he announced before leading the way out of the classroom. Chiraka, we must aim for first place in today's practical class, Inuyasha exclaimed, eagerly stroking Chiraka's soft fur. Woof woof. Shikamaru munched on chips noisily, his silence speaking volumes of his enthusiasm. What a hassle, he muttered. Without a doubt, it was Shikamaru who uttered these words. Lo, if we are placed in the same group, do show some mercy, Ino said sweetly as she approached Lo. Sasuke said little, coldly exiting the classroom. However, as he departed, he discreetly cast a glance at Lo, his eyes betraying a hint of wariness. Once everyone had gathered on the playground, Iruka finally retrieved a pen from his pocket and circled the names of Lo and Sasuke. Group 1. Sasuke versus Lo. To Lo's utter astonishment, he found himself paired with Sasuke. Truly, fate can be capricious. With a casual shrug, he sauntered to the center of the arena, the questing jewel coiling around his wrist like a diminutive serpent, gradually unfurling into the air and forming a small black orb. Sasuke's brows knitted together in deep concentration, his gaze towards Lo increasingly tinged with trepidation. The two formed a confrontation seal, and in an instant, the previously chaotic atmosphere fell into silence. Fire release, great fireball technique. The sensation of being ensnared by the questing jewel lingered vividly in Sasuke's memory. The overwhelming feeling of having all his strength siphoned away was one he wished to avoid experiencing again. Hence, without hesitation, he swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a fierce fireball. Extraordinary. To think a mere student, freshly inducted into the ninja academy, could wield a C-rank ninjutsu like the great fireball technique. Iruka, observing the fireball erupting from Sasuke's mouth, felt a mixture of astonishment and discontent. Impressive, indeed, coming from a member of the Uchiha clan. At such a young age, he has mastered the great fireball technique. However, in stark contrast to Iruka's surprise, the civilian ninjas merely speculated that the Uchiha had access to superior resources rather than attributing it to a disparity in talent. As the fireball hurtled towards him, Lo remained unfazed. He allowed the questing jewel to transform into a barrier, effortlessly intercepting the fireball. Ninjutsu. Before the questing jewel, it was but a mere trifle. Moreover, to resort to ninjutsu so early in the battle was undoubtedly a foolish endeavor at their age, considering the scant chakra they had cultivated within. Of course, Naruto was an exception. Watching Lo effortlessly thwart Sasuke's assault, Iruka scribbled notes in his notebook. Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Ninjutsu talent, excellent. Combat awareness, poor. Name, Lo. Ninjutsu talent, excellent. Combat awareness, ineffectual? Sasuke's pupils dilated in shock. The current predicament was completely unforeseen. He had intended to conclude the match in one decisive blow, yet he found himself at a disadvantage. Reluctantly, he raised his right hand to concede. However, before he could articulate his surrender, Lo's mocking voice pierced his ears. Is this the resolve of a vengeful spirit? If so, your resolve is rather trivial. What did you say? Stung by Lo's words, Sasuke's expression darkened considerably. What? Did you not hear me? Lo advanced towards Sasuke, each step rendering his words increasingly frigid. I said, your resolve is indeed too trivial. Sasuke, to be candid, you are simply inadequate. From your gaze, I perceive trepidation and timidity. Yet what is conspicuously absent is an unwavering resolve. With such a demeanor, what right do you possess to avenge the Uchiha clan? That man spoke the truth. To eliminate one like you would indeed tarnish his hands. Silence. Sasuke's frantic roar pierced the air as his right hand clenched into a fist, striking fiercely towards Luo's face. However, the Rinnegan beside Luo instantaneously transformed into a shield, intercepting Sasuke's blow. With a resounding crack, Sasuke was once again engulfed by the sensation he had experienced the previous day, as if all his inner strength had been siphoned away in an instant, compelling him to instinctively retract his fist. Is this retreat? Hey, truly fitting of you, Uchiha. Sasuke, a mere wretch, consumed by impotent rage. Luo's voice remained cold, his gaze towards Sasuke laced with mockery. In your current state, you may retract your fist, but what will the future hold for you? Can you envision a day when that man stands before you, and you lack the courage to strike? It seems that merely surviving in this manner suits you just fine. An avenger? Ha! What a jest. Shut your mouth. Luo's words pierced Sasuke's heart like needles, gradually unraveling his emotions. With a resounding thud, another fist collided violently with the Rinnegan. The excruciating pain radiating from his hand and the diminishing strength within him urged Sasuke to instinctively withdraw his fist. Yet, upon lifting his gaze and encountering Luo's mocking eyes, his hand became immovable. Chapter 12. Parting for 3 days, gaining courage. What now? Will you not withdraw your hand? Persevering will bring you pain, you know. Have you ever heard the adage that perseverance does not guarantee success, while surrendering will certainly grant you ease? Luo's words continued to flow incessantly, like an enchanting sprite that persistently tugged at Sasuke's heartstrings, causing a subtle wavering in his resolve to persevere. Luo certainly noticed the shift in Sasuke's gaze. He understood that he could not continue down this path, lest he extinguish Sasuke's thirst for vengeance, which would undoubtedly incite Itachi's wrath against him. Thus, he deftly altered the conversation. I believe your deceased parents and fallen clan members would forgive you. After all, your adversary is overwhelmingly formidable, so much so that it is entirely reasonable for someone deemed a failure like you to falter. Wouldn't you agree? Shut up. I will exact my revenge. The momentary doubt in Sasuke's heart solidified once more upon hearing Luo's words. He could not afford to surrender. He had no justification for such capitulation. On this path of vengeance, failure equated to death. If he lacked the courage to confront his own demise, how could he dare pursue revenge? Thus, for a third time, he cried out, "Shut up." Very well, then let me witness your resolve. Luo replied coldly. Kill. Sasuke's fierce shout erupted, and after the massacre of his clan, his long-dormant Sharingan awakened anew, the crimson eyes glaring at Luo with a ferocity akin to that of a vengeful spirit. Excellent. This is far stronger than before, Luo said, a faint smile gracing his lips. Remember, you are a seeker of vengeance, a vengeance seeker who would resolutely uphold his convictions, even at the cost of his own life. With that final declaration, Luo turned and departed, leaving Sasuke alone, lost in thought. The contest concluded, and Luo emerged victorious. In the Hokage's office, Danzo slammed his palm upon the table, exclaiming, "Is this the person you speak of, one who embodies the will of fire?" He had witnessed the earlier confrontation through the crystal ball with perfect clarity. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into silence. Luo's performance was a stark contrast to his demeanor the day prior, stirring a flicker of doubt within him. Seeing Sarutobi's silence, Danzo pressed on. If you ask me, such an individual must be placed within Root. Only then can he better serve Konoha. Danzo, do you think I am oblivious to your intentions? Allowing this child to enter Root is absolutely out of the question. Yet, despite his wavering thoughts, Sarutobi remained undeterred, firmly believing that, given more time with Luo, the will of fire would undoubtedly penetrate his heart. I act solely for the benefit of Konoha, Danzo argued resolutely. I say it is impossible, and it shall remain so. Do not forget, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi stood his ground, uttering that iconic phrase. You will come to regret this, Danzo retorted, his frustration palpable as he coldly exited the room. As Danzo departed, Sarutobi furrowed his brow, gazing at Luo's image within the crystal ball, muttering to himself, how much does this child truly understand about the affairs of the village? Perhaps it is time for me to test the waters. Considering this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an overwhelming impatience. He summoned the Umbu. Go, bring Lo to me. Shortly thereafter, following the footsteps of the Umbu, Lo arrived at the Hokage building. Grandfather Sandaime, he greeted with a sweet smile as he entered, completely oblivious to the recent vision he had witnessed through the crystal ball regarding Sasuke's treatment. If it hadn't been for that, he would never have connected the current Lo with the one he had just seen. Ah, Lo, come, take a seat. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood and warmly invited Lo to sit down. Grandfather Sandaime, what brings me here? Lo asked cheerfully, though internally he was cursing. having firmly concluded that the old man had indeed spied on him using his clairvoyant technique. Actually, it's nothing urgent, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a gentle smile. I just observed your spar with Sasuke and wanted to ask, what are your thoughts on the Uchiha clan? His inquiry, though cloaked in warmth, was laced with piercing sharpness. The Uchiha clan. Lo's smile gradually faded, and he fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen. He spoke softly, I wonder. What does the existence of Konoha mean to you, Grandfather Sandame? In other words, is the village currently the Konoha of the higher-ups, or of the villagers? At Lo's calm words, the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face abruptly vanished. He had never anticipated that the previously docile Lo would pose such a pointed question. His eyes narrowed slightly, and an aura of authority surged around him. Sensing the tension, the Dojutsu orb on Lo's wrist swiftly emerged, positioning itself between the two. However, unlike the previous day, there were now two orbs present. This was the source of Lo's newfound boldness in addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen so directly. With a single orb, one could only adopt a passive stance, but with two, the balance of power shifted dramatically. The atmosphere in the room became palpably oppressive, and after a prolonged silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally relaxed his imposing presence. What exactly do you wish to express? Was the annihilation of the Uchiha clan truly solely a matter of village safety? Lo delicately played with the orb that had returned to his hand, responding coolly, how many Sharingan did the Root collect during the Uchiha massacre? And where did those Sharingan end up? I refuse to believe that you, Grandfather Sandame, are unaware of this. If it weren't for your steadfast allies inciting matters, would the Uchiha clan have reached such a fate? What do you truly know? Sarutobi Hiruzen's composure began to falter. Much more than you might imagine, Lo's gaze sharpened suddenly, exuding a force that belied his tender age of 6. For instance, the death of Konoha's White Fang, the demise of the 4th Hokage, and not to mention the defection of your most esteemed disciple, Orochimaru. Each word spoken caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils to constrict in shock, a hint of panic creeping into his tone. Everyone in the village is aware of this. I feel a profound sense of regret for their plight. Oh, regret, you say? Would the legendary Might Guy, an elite jonin of Konoha, truly take his own life over mere village gossip? Might there be someone who would threaten him using Kakashi, who was of a similar age to mine at the time? What do you think? The one eavesdropping outside. Chapter 13. Speaking frankly, what? Just moments ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been emotionally shaken, completely oblivious to the fact that his conversation with Luo had been overheard. Creak. The door swung open, and a figure donned in a cat-faced mask stepped into the room. Yet, even without seeing his face, the shock of white hair unmistakably revealed his identity, Itachi Kakashi, son of the White Fang of Konoha. Lord Third, is everything he said true? Kakashi's voice was icy, reminiscent of a frigid winter's night. For so many years, his heart had been ensnared in darkness. In his youth, he had been proud and ambitious, idolizing his father, only to witness that very father take his own life. He had narrowly avoided straying from the right path, guided by his friend Obito, but Obito had perished before his eyes. Charged with the duty to protect his companion Rin, he tragically ended her life with his own hands. Entrusted to safeguard his teacher and teacher's wife, he watched helplessly as they both met their demise. His life had been riddled with endless trials and uncertainty, and now, hearing that his father's death might have been shrouded in deeper truths stirred a tempest within him. Regarding those past events, Sarutobi Hiruzen had intended to offer an explanation, but was abruptly interrupted by Luo. Lord Third, I still address you as such. Do you know why? Luo gazed at Hiruzen's aged visage, his tone weighted with gravity. In the original timeline, despite his machinations, Sarutobi Hiruzen had utilized his power to elevate the Sarutobi clan to the foremost family in Konoha, boasting a formidable presence of 3,000 Sarutobi ninjas during the 4th Shinobi World War. Yet, in the twilight of his life, he did not abandon the will of the Hokage, choosing instead to sacrifice himself in defense of Konoha. Thus, Luo was still willing to engage him in conversation. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, lost in thought. Must he truly allow those events to cast him into darkness? Or rather, how much longer would he continue to shield Danzo? Lo's words grew increasingly incisive. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen was now a waning tiger, he would never resort to harming the ninjas of the village. In contrast, Danzo was different. He would stop at nothing to achieve his own ends. Thus, should an opportunity arise, Lo would not hesitate to bring Danzo to his demise. Noticing a flicker of uncertainty in Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, as if he were not entirely beyond redemption, Lo continued, Grandfather Third, you have erred far too often over the years. Konoha is no longer the pure village it once was. Must I reveal every detail before you are willing to act? with each of Lo's statements. Kakashi Hatake clenched his fists tightly, convinced that Lo's words were the truth. Sighing deeply, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be drained of all strength, slumping in his chair. Have I truly made so many mistakes over the years? Lo, I genuinely wish to know. Please, enlighten me about everything. Lo replied coolly. The death of Konoha White Fang was, from the very beginning, a conspiracy, was it not? That mission was destined to fail, for before it even commenced, Root had already leaked the mission details to the enemy village's ninjas. But why did Root, or rather Danzo, act in such a manner? The answer is simple. It was for the sake of that Hokage mantle bestowed by the daimyo. Danzo sought to become the fourth Hokage, and Shikomo Hatake stood in his way. Thus, once he accepted that mission, Shikomo was irrevocably ensnared, regardless of his choices. As for the rumors circulating within the village, I presume you are aware of them? Yet, for the sake of laughable political motives, to convey to Shikomo that the ninjas of Konoha should remain loyal to the Hokage rather than the daimyo, you chose to allow the rumors to fester. Perhaps you merely wished to make him understand his position, with no intention of eliminating Shikomo. However, your indulgence provided Danzo with an opportunity. Huh, Kakashi. Had someone informed your father back then that he intended to promote you to Jonin, how would he have reacted? I believe your father would not have perceived it as a validation. In times of war, a young Jonin is a marvel, a dazzling genius. Yet, on the battlefield, such individuals perish swiftly. Thus, he had no choice but to sacrifice himself to safeguard your life. Do you still harbor resentment toward your father? After articulating all this, Lo cast a derisive glance at Kakashi before continuing. Danzo truly would stop at nothing to ascend to the position of Hokage. The death of the fourth, TSK, sealing the Nine Tails. I suspect no one is unaware that historically, only those possessing the Manjiki Sharingan could control the Nine Tails, and that would be Uchiha Madara. Yet, amongst the Uchiha clan at that time, who had awakened the Manjiki? Let me take a wild guess. Uchiha Fugaku? It seems he was the only one. By confining the Uchiha clan members within their ancestral grounds, preventing them from aiding the battlefield, he not only sowed the seeds for the downfall of the Uchiha family, but also seized the opportunity to eliminate Minato Namikaze. It must be acknowledged that Danzo truly played a masterful game. On Lo's face, a layer of frost lingered as he continued to speak coldly. Grandfather Third, as the Hokage, you should be able to see clearly the situation. Yet, you have chosen to turn a blind eye. Grandfather Third, you have truly aged. The resoluteness of your youth has waned. Under your leadership, Konoha has begun its decline. Hush, do not deny it. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen preparing to retort, Lo made a gesture for silence. Why did the renowned Sannin of Konoha leave the village? Let us first discuss the infamous Orochimaru, whom you personally allowed to escape. How much of that was due to your leniency, and how much was it that you were aware of his grievances? Who provided him with the living subjects for his experiments? Who was it that informed you of the experiments? Now, let us speak of Tsunade. What a pitiful soul. Tell me, who would hollow out another's innards on the battlefield? TSK? Isn't that akin to pulling down one's trousers to fart? Utterly superfluous? Could it be that some were unwilling to cease their would release experiments? Oh, I forgot. The current successes known as Jiraiya or Kakashi were merely fortunate exceptions. But when did they truly succeed? The implications are deeply unsettling, profoundly unsettling indeed. By the way, I recall Tsunade's lover was named Kato Dan. His aspiration was to become Hokage as well. Alas, with the support of the princess of Konoha, it seemed a possibility. What a pity that all those who wished to become Hokage have perished. Chapter 14. The Role of the Shadow. Grandfather Third. What do you think is the reason behind this? Lopi's smile did not reach his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Speaking with a self-assured demeanor, to be candid, among the three legendary ninjas, the one who appears the most foolish yet is, in truth, the wisest must be Jiraiya. He sees through everything, perceiving the moral complexities of Konoha. Yet, despite the disappointments you have caused him, he holds a deep respect for you. He chose to leave quietly, rather than voicing his grievances. Oh, I almost forgot. Grandfather Third, you inquired about my perspective on the Uchiha clan? Huh, what opinion could I possibly hold? Especially when Uchiha Shirsue's eyes still reside within Danzo. TSK, with so many who awakened the Sharingan, why were their eyes taken upon burial? Oh, the roots of Konoha, nourished by the green leaves while decaying at the core, a true farce. As Lopi's increasingly provocative words echoed, Kakashi felt the flame of his will begin to crumble within him. He found himself questioning what he had been protecting all these years. Grandfather Third. Could you eradicate this malignancy from the village? Lopi gazed playfully into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, his tone laced with mockery. Although Danzo has committed numerous wrongs over the years, he has also toiled tirelessly, contributing immensely to Konoha. Sarutobi's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and after a long silence, he remained resolute yet indecisive. Indeed, after all, he is your beloved friend, your brother in arms. Lopi shrugged, unfazed by Sarutobi's reaction. However, after all this, Grandfather Third, you wouldn't consider silencing me, would you? If that were the case, I would certainly be quite displeased. Luo spoke casually, and the jade of enlightenment in his hand suddenly shot forth, transforming into a sharp spike that fiercely aimed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Earth release, earth flow wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Luo's abrupt strike. In a flurry, he hastily formed hand seals, conjuring a miniature earth flow wall to shield against the jade. However, before the jade, the wall seemed to possess no existence. It was effortlessly pierced through, striking Sarutobi Hiruzen with great force, immobilizing him in place. If I were to express my anger, it could have dire consequences. Oh, by the way, Third Hokage, perhaps you could attempt the Shiki Fujin to see if it can seal me. Luo refrained from further assault, recalling the jade with a wave of his hand, and turned to exit the Hokage's office with a smile. Cough, cough. It was only after Luo had left the Hokage's office that Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed violently twice, his face etched with terror. Just moments ago, upon being struck by the jade, he felt his chakra and body rendered completely immobile, as if he were a puppet fixed in place. A horrifying thought crept into his mind. Had Luo wished to end his life, he would have possessed no means of resistance whatsoever. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the wound on his shoulder, and then at Kakashi, his gaze tinged with a hint of gloom. The Umbu, the organization utterly devoted to the Hokage. Yet, when Luo made his move, Kakashi chose to remain an indifferent observer. It was evident that he had fully embraced Luo's words, no longer merely an ally of the Hokage. Kakashi, some matters are spoken of so simply by Luo. The events concerning SHM indeed harbor deeper truths. However, I find it inconvenient to elaborate. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not speak further. He was already in his twilight years and injured. At this distance, Kakashi could strike him in an instant. He had no certainty as to whether an enraged Kakashi might act with reckless abandon. I understand, Lord Third. I did not truly believe those words. I was merely momentarily unsettled and did not have time to act. Kakashi was no fool. From their earlier conversation, he had gleaned the truth. Everything that Luo has stated is undoubtedly true. However, observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor, it is evident that he is prepared to shield Danzo. At this moment, I clearly lack the capability for vengeance and must instead endure silently. It suffices to acknowledge this. Alas, the young ones in the village are so easily swayed by rumors. One cannot ascertain where this young lad, Luo, has gleaned such hearsay. Well, you have just completed your mission and must be weary. It would be prudent to rest now. Hiruzen sighed faintly. Yes, Third Hokage. As Kakashi departed from the Hokage's office, Hiruzen picked up his pipe and took a deep draw. The smoke gradually ascended, and through its haze, one could glimpse Hiruzen's icy gaze. After nurturing an army for 1,000 days, one utilizes them in a moment. Danzo, I hope you do not disappoint me. At the root base. What? Luo has injured Hiruzen? Is the news accurate? As suspected by Hiruzen, Danzo had indeed placed spies among his ranks. Mere moments had passed, and already the news of the injury had reached Danzo's ears. Reporting to Lord Danzo. The information is accurate. However, we were unable to eavesdrop on their conversation, replied a masked member of Root. Haha, Hiruzen. I told you, you would regret this. A captivating light emanated from Danzo's single eye. Yet, that boy possesses such formidable strength. This truly exceeds my expectations. If I could recruit him into Root, the position of 5th Hokage would be within my grasp. Someone, go fetch Luo to come speak with me at Root. Having left the Hokage building, Luo did not return to the Ninja Academy, but instead ventured alone to the Hokage Rock. Gazing down at the monument, he could not help but reflect. Once seated in the position of Hokage, who can truly maintain their original intentions? Hiruzen has faltered, Hashirama did as well. And even the Great Pillar, did he not also stray from his original path in later times? Although I am uncertain how we came to know each other. Perhaps only you, after a millennium, have never forgotten your true aspirations. A cool breeze gently caressed Luo's face, tousling his hair. Raising his gaze to the sky, it seemed as though he could pierce through the fabric of time and see Kaguya, the sealed princess, whom he encounters every night. Suddenly, as Luo was lost in contemplation, two masked figures materialized behind him. "Luo, Lord Danzo requests your presence." Yet, Luo appeared oblivious to their words, continuing to gaze at the heavens. "Lord Danzo requests your presence. Please accompany us to Root immediately." With no response from Luo, the two Root members had no choice but to repeat their message once more. It seemed as though Luo had just overheard their conversation. He turned to face the two individuals and softly inquired, "Do you possess your own dreams?" At that moment, a sense of melancholy enveloped him as he longed for home. Chapter 15. The first kill, however, in response to Luo's question, the two newcomers appeared oblivious, standing frozen like emotionless machines. "Ah, I forget. You are but roots. You have no past, no name, and even less emotion." Luo regarded the pair with pity, offering a noncommittal smile. "Proceed immediately to the Root." The repeated command, echoed thrice, further soured Luo's already dismal mood. In his earlier days of vulnerability, he may have acquiesced. Yet, with newfound strength to resist, he found the condescending tone utterly distasteful. "I am pleased that Danzo wishes to see me. However, I am not fond of the imperative nature of this order. Return and inform Danzo that if he wishes to meet me, he should come in person." Luo's demeanor shifted dramatically, shedding his previous despondency in an instant. The mission to the Root would not cease until its objectives were achieved. The two figures would not abandon their task due to Luo's mere words. Rather, his defiance stirred a flicker of anger within their numbed hearts. In their eyes, Danzo was akin to a deity. Anyone daring to defile his name would pay a price in blood, and Luo was no exception. Though Lord Danzo had extended an invitation to the Root, he had not stipulated that those summoned must remain unscathed. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, fireball technique. With resolve ignited, the two swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a rapid succession of combined ninjutsu. The flames, propelled by the wind, surged toward Luo, engulfing the surroundings in a tumultuous blaze. The intense heat incinerated the grass and trees beneath, reducing them to mere ash. Luo's expression remained utterly unchanged as he slowly raised both hands. Two jade talismans, transformed into bracelets, swiftly emerged from his wrists. One morphed into a barrier to thwart the flames, while the other transformed into a multitude of projectiles, aiming straight for the hearts of the two members from the Root organization. Bang! Bang! The jade talismans moved with remarkable speed, leaving the two members no time to evade. However, their years of combat experience allowed them to employ the substitution technique, leaving behind two half-buried wooden stakes. The two evading figures wasted no time, armed with kunai. They executed the body flicker technique, launching themselves towards Luo from either side. They were well aware of Luo's capabilities, knowing that both his offensive and defensive maneuvers relied on those two malleable black substances. At that moment, one was engaged in fending off a combination of wind and fire jutsu, while the other had just been used for attack. Luo found himself devoid of protection, making this the opportune moment for a counterattack. Observing their strategically targeted assault, a radiant smile crept across Luo's face. Indeed, in the world of ninjas, where life and death intertwine, there are few who can be deemed inept. With just a single strike, they had already devised a counter. In this realm, all challenges arise merely from insufficient firepower. As it stands, he still felt too weak. Had he condensed 1,000 or 1,800 jade talismans, he would not be facing such predicaments. Yet, to think they could easily subdue him was perhaps overly simplistic. Just as the kunai in the hands of the two Root members was about to pierce Luo's form, the previously launched jade talisman suddenly returned. Its speed surpassed all expectations. Clang! The kunai collided violently with the swiftly reformed barrier of the jade talisman, producing two sharp sounds. Then, to the astonished gaze of the two Root ninjas, the incredibly sturdy kunai disintegrated into fine ash, akin to paper consumed by flames. Terror gripped their hearts, and their battle-hardened instincts kicked in, prompting them to activate the body flicker technique once more, preparing to retreat. "Heh, since you've come, you shan't leave." A cruel smile graced Luo's lips. The world of ninjas, a realm where the strong devour the weak. If one cannot grow accustomed to taking lives, then one must be prepared to face death. This notion was crystal clear to Luo. Suddenly, two sharp spikes erupted from the protective Taoist jade, piercing through the hearts of the two individuals before they could even activate their fleeting movement technique. Blood splattered, painting Luo's youthful visage with a hint of sanguinary allure. Especially when combined with his current smile, he appeared exceedingly sinister. Is this the sensation of killing? It seems rather devoid of feeling. Life, indeed, is remarkably fragile. Luo murmured to himself. After slaying the two, Luo had anticipated experiencing a modicum of fear within his heart. Yet, to his surprise, there was none. In fact, his emotions remained utterly undisturbed. Even his heartbeat showed no sign of alteration. He could not fathom the reason behind this, and could only attribute it to the notion that he was perhaps the man closest to divinity. With the targets dispatched, the two Taoist jades gracefully returned, reforming into a bracelet that encircled Luo's wrist. However, just as he was about to depart, a resonant voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Secret technique. Heart-turn technique. This is not good. I have been careless. Within Luo's heart, a profound terror surged. The art of turning one's mind. A secret technique of a clan nestled within the mountains, harnesses the power of the soul to concentrate one's spirit at a singular point, thereby unleashing one's mental force to seize and manipulate the body of an adversary. The drawbacks of this technique are evident. It permits only linear movement. However, once executed successfully, the outcome of the battle can be determined in the blink of an eye. It was clear that the wielder had triumphed in their endeavor. Presently, Luo found himself endowed with formidable abilities, yet lacking the corresponding combat experience. The battle had only just concluded, and his spirit had briefly succumbed to a momentary lapse. It was precisely this fleeting moment of vulnerability that led to his predicament. Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone. Luo managed a wry smile, yet within his heart, there lingered no trace of fear. The Tao-seeking jade possessed a self-protective function for its master, even if one succeeded in gaining control over him. Launching an attack would not be a straightforward task. In the realm of Luo's consciousness, a golden-haired man donned a mask, striving to seize control of Luo's body. Employing his own offensive tactics against him, he aimed to inflict a devastating blow. This was yet another strategy devised by the Root organization based on Luo's intelligence. However, while aspirations may be grand, reality often proves starkly different. Just as the golden-haired man prepared to dominate Luo's form, a colossal figure abruptly manifested within Luo's consciousness. The figure was none other than Kaguya Otsutsuki. Her movements were remarkably simple, almost non-existent. She merely opened her eyes, which had been closed in contemplation, and her spiritual energy infiltrated the sea of Luo's consciousness, dissipating into ash in an instant. Without any further gestures, she left behind a captivating smile before gradually fading away. Chapter 16. A first encounter with Danzo. Thank you, Kaguya. The sudden turn of events left Luo momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for the revelation that Kaguya had been safeguarding his spiritual world all along. In the distance, the Root ninja who had been employing the mind transfer technique against Luo now lay still, devoid of life. Yet, his companions seemed utterly indifferent to the outcome of his demise, silently cataloging Luo's combat intelligence in their minds. Unknown black bloodline limit, astonishingly swift flight speed, resistance to ninjutsu, resistance to taijutsu. The mind transfer technique proved ineffective. Next, the use of genjutsu could be attempted. Upon concluding his analysis, he swiftly formed several hand seals, summoning forth a cadre of masked ninjas from the shadows, each emanating an unsettling aura. Their relentless pursuit of their objective was unmistakable. Luo cast a cold glance at the newcomers, the pleasant mood engendered by Kaguya's protection evaporating in an instant. The current state of Konoha was undeniably decayed. All he desired was to live in peace. What fault was that of his? Thus, there was no reason for him to hold back his ruthlessness. After all, the ninjas of Root could scarcely be considered human any longer. Ninjutsu, illusory, tree-binding kill. In synchrony, the masked figures executed the same hand signs, launching a genjutsu assault upon Luo. This genjutsu worked by disrupting the opponent's five senses through chakra interference, leading them into a hallucinatory trap. At this moment, Luo found himself devoid of the opportunity to engage in research. As a mere civilian ninja, he lacked any means to learn the art of ninjutsu. The instant the illusion was cast, Luo felt as though the very fabric of his surroundings had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The members of the Root organization vanished from sight, and countless trees erupted from the ground, their branches intertwining and ensnaring him. In the recesses of Luo's memory, the technique known as the enchanted tree bind seemed to be derived from the original Hokage's wood release. Wood release holds a unique status within the ninja world. Thus, when a ninja falls victim to the enchanted tree bind, the first thought that springs to mind is that of the first Hokage. Consequently, the shock to the psyche renders one incapable of immediately discerning the illusion. Although, over time, the understanding of ninjutsu has evolved, causing the enchanted tree bind to lose its initial psychological impact. It remains a formidable genjutsu. However, these considerations were of little consequence to Luo. The moment he realized he had succumbed to the illusion, the talisman on his wrist began to resonate with urgency, expelling the invading chakra that had infiltrated his being. As the chakra was forcefully ejected, the verdant imagery of trees that had enveloped him dissipated in an instant. The scene before him reverted to its original state, revealing the Root members, now armed with shurikens, poised to launch their attack. Luo remained utterly still, his body ensnared by the illusion, contorting and struggling as if yearning to liberate himself from the grasp of the branches. Whoosh! With the execution of the body flicker technique, several members of the Root organization swiftly launched an ambush towards Luo. In the blink of an eye, the kunai in their hands had already drawn perilously close to Luo's form. Sizzle! At that seemingly critical juncture, a multitude of sounds reminiscent of birdsong suddenly filled the ears of everyone present. Subsequently, a flash of white light illuminated the scene, and one by one, the assailants from the Root collapsed to the ground. The one who intervened was similarly masked, yet the distinctive white hair unmistakably revealed his identity, Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi's timely rescue was an unexpected turn of events for Luo. Intriguing. However, one could not help but wonder whether this act was Kakashi's own volition or a scheme orchestrated by Hiruzen Sarutobi. After dispatching several Root members, Kakashi's hand moved instinctively towards Luo, intent on utilizing his own chakra to liberate him from the illusion's grasp. Having just departed from the Hokage building, Kakashi had swiftly followed Luo, his mind brimming with a multitude of questions he wished to pose to the 6-year-old before him. Yet, before he could approach to inquire, members of the Root had already materialized. Regarding the Root, Kakashi had once been perilously close to joining their ranks. Had it not been for the ardent objections of the 4th Hokage, his mentor Minato Namikaze, who had vehemently dissuaded him, perhaps preventing him from becoming part of that organization. Nevertheless, he possessed scant knowledge of what the Root truly entailed. Thus, in that moment, he refrained from intervening, partly to observe how Luo would respond, and partly to ascertain whether the leader of the Root, Danzo, was indeed as unscrupulous as Luo had claimed. Kakashi's combat intelligence was notably astute. He could discern what the Root could, and swiftly deduced that utilizing genjutsu against Luo could be a viable tactic. The instant Luo fell prey to the illusion, Kakashi resolved to act. From any perspective, he could not stand idly by while a fellow ninja from his village faced death before him. In the world of ninjas, those who disregard rules are deemed worthless, and those who fail to cherish their comrades are even less than that. Obito's words echoed in his mind to this day. Having swiftly neutralized several Root ninjas, Kakashi prepared to channel his chakra to sense the flow of Luo's chakra within, in hopes of dispelling the illusion. However, just as his palm was about to make contact with Luo, suddenly Luo spoke up. I never expected that aside from the Root members, there are others who pay attention to me. He chuckled. Did you come on your own accord, or were you sent by the 3rd? It must be said that Luo, at this moment, possessed nothing but the 2 Dao stones on his wrist. He was utterly devoid of knowledge regarding fundamental ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, let alone the more advanced perception ninjutsu, sealing techniques, or barrier ninjutsu. Alas, he had become rather inflated in his self-perception. The path to greatness remained arduous and long. You have unraveled the genjutsu? Kakashi's pupils narrowed in astonishment. Indeed, I had already broken it before they charged at me, Luo replied, suppressing his emotions, maintaining a calm demeanor. Kakashi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had intended to leverage his act of rescuing Luo to extract more information about himself. Unexpectedly, Luo continued. I know what you were thinking. So, how about a visit to the Root base? Luo smiled faintly. The mud doll still had some fire left within. Danzo's persistent provocations had irked him somewhat. Now, with a free hand appearing before him, he thought it unwise to let the opportunity slip. Kakashi hesitated internally. He understood that following Luo would mean a complete rupture with the higher-ups. Are you afraid? Without pressuring Kakashi to make a decision, Luo simply observed him quietly. A hint of mockery in his tone. Kakashi lowered his head in silence, his mind at war. The death of his father remained a knot in his heart, difficult to unravel. The man he had idolized since childhood, the Leaf's White Fang, had taken his own life due to rumors circulating in the village. This had become an everlasting pain within him. Now, he had learned that his father had not committed suicide, but had been coerced into it by someone else. The truth of the matter could potentially be revealed by a single thought in his mind. How could he not be tempted? Yet, the will of fire had already taken deep root in his heart. This made his decision all the more challenging. Was Konoha the Konoha of the higher-ups, or the Konoha of the people? If you cannot decipher this question, your heart will forever remain in turmoil. Luo gently shook his head and continued walking forward. Is anyone still watching? Take me to see Danzo. Kakashi lifted his head, instinctively reaching out his right hand to halt Luo's advance, but found himself at a loss for words. The appearance of Kakashi prompted the Root members, who had been observing from the shadows, to prepare for a retreat to report to Danzo. However, Luo's sudden declaration caused their retreat to come to an abrupt halt. In a flash, one of the members appeared before Luo, slightly bowing as he said, "Lord Luo, please follow me." The prowess of Luo has earned him recognition, and he has now consented to accompany himself to the Root. Perhaps, in the future, the other party will become a formidable ally to Danzo. Thus, the tone of the Root members has transformed into one of utmost humility. Please take care of those corpses. Luo's voice remained indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Understood. The nearby members of the Root waved their hands, signaling the concealed members to carry out the task. Their expressions were equally unperturbed, as if Luo were dealing not with former companions but with mere refuse. Upon arriving at the Root base, Danzo had been waiting for some time. Sitting prominently in his chair, he regarded Luo with eager eyes, a fervor that belied an insatiable greed. In the world of Hokage, there are no true villains. If there were, his name would be Shimura Danzo. I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Luo likewise gazed upon this tyrant before him. White bandages enveloped the right half of his body, including his right eye. Luo was acutely aware that beneath the white bandages lay the famed Sharingan. The cross-shaped scar on his chin testified to his past, a testament to his valiant struggles on the battlefield. His exposed left eye gleamed with fervor, avarice, and an inherent chill, revealing the vulnerabilities of the human heart without reservation. Sitting upright, he emanated an aura that could easily rival that of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I wonder what brings Lord Danzo to summon me, Luo remarked with a faint smile, concealing the true thoughts swirling within his mind. Are you familiar with the Root? Danzo's voice was somewhat hoarse, reminiscent of a mournful owl's cry, evoking an unsettling sensation in those who heard it. Root? Danzo seemed to imply the notions of self-sacrifice and silent dedication, even when one's contributions go unrecognized, remaining nameless and sometimes even misunderstood, facing scorn from the masses. Can one still uphold their ideals unwaveringly and continue to serve Konoha in silence? Chapter 17. If Hiruzen Sarutobi can, then so can you. The resonant and forceful words fell upon Danzo's ears, causing the single eye exposed to glimmer with increasing intensity. He had never anticipated that this young man before him possessed such profound understanding of his innermost thoughts in the will of the Root. Indeed, this was the essence of the will of the Root. Welcome to join us. Danzo's voice suddenly surged with fervor, as if he had already resolved that Luo would become part of the Root. Haha, do not jest. However, at that moment, Luo's solemn expression shifted dramatically, his body convulsing with laughter. Lord Danzo, you may fool others, but do not attempt to deceive me. The sudden transformation of Luo rendered Tuanzong momentarily speechless, his expression abruptly turning icy, with his eyes radiating a chilling glare, fixated intently on the still-laughing Luo. After a prolonged silence, as Tuanzong struggled to contain his mounting fury, Luo appeared to have had his fill of laughter. Straightening his posture, he directed his gaze toward Tuanzong and declared, "Your ambition to become Hokage, or who ascends to that position, is of no concern to me. I merely desire one thing, that my life remains undisturbed." Luo's tranquil and composed words caused Danzo to narrow his eyes slightly. He conceded that he had underestimated the child before him. However, Luo's subsequent actions compelled him to involuntarily widen his pupils and draw in a sharp breath. He gently raised his left index finger and lightly tapped it against his right eye. Following that, he softly patted his right arm. The implications were unmistakable. I possess vast knowledge. Yet, for me, these matters are inconsequential. Lord Danzo should grasp my meaning, I believe. After completing these gestures, a bright smile returned to Luo's face, and his tone became remarkably cheerful. Haha, Luo, what are you saying? How could I possibly not understand? As a senior of Konoha, I would never intrude upon your life. Danzo's expression shifted multiple times before he erupted into laughter, rising to his feet with the intention of uncovering the bandage over his right eye. Lord Danzo, I have stated it clearly. I am aware of much, more than you can imagine. Luo's eyes narrowed, and his demeanor turned exceedingly grave, perhaps, even if I speak. Lord Danzo would not believe me. Do not invoke the divine. It is of no use to me. The composed words of Luo momentarily halted Danzo's hand, which was poised near his right eye. What are you saying? What is this Goto Amatsukami? I cannot comprehend. I merely feel an unease in my right eye. Alas. You are aware that during the battlefield years, I sustained an injury to this very eye, leaving behind a lingering ailment that has yet to fully heal. Lord Danzo, you have endured much. If it were not for your valiant efforts in battle back then, where would the tranquility and stability of Konoha village come from? Luo believed he had grasped Danzo's intent and continued along that vein. However, just as Luo's mind began to ease, Danzo abruptly unveiled the bandage over his right eye. Koto Amatsukami, submit to me. As the windmill patterned Sharingan materialized before Luo's eyes, Danzo unhesitatingly activated Koto Amatsukami. His inherently suspicious nature compelled him to test everything personally. He would never trust the words of others without first-hand experience. An intangible consciousness suddenly invaded Luo's mental realm, seeking to alter his very awareness. Although Luo was aware that Danzo had activated the Koto Amatsukami, he remained completely oblivious to its effects. However, his lack of awareness did not imply that Kaguya, who safeguarded Luo's mental realm, was equally unaware. The moment that consciousness manifested within Luo's psyche, Kaguya's will surged forth with an immediacy that was unmistakable. The invading consciousness was swiftly extinguished. Luo, I command you to assassinate the third Hokage at once. Yet, Danzo remained oblivious to the reality. Believing that Koto Amatsukami had successfully taken effect, he issued the command to Luo to eliminate the Hokage. Luo did not perceive the intruding consciousness within his mental realm, however. He could sense Kaguya's recent appearance. Moreover, he felt no tremor within his heart regarding Danzo's recent command. He understood that the deity had been deciphered. Standing still, he gazed at Danzo's right eye, which had reverted to the form of the three-tomo Sharingan, and could not help but shake his head. It seems that Lord Danzo holds an immense distrust towards my words. Nevertheless, I can treat Lord Danzo's recent statement as if I had not heard it. Haha, I was merely jesting. How could I truly ask you to assassinate the third Hokage? Danzo reacted swiftly, erupting into hearty laughter. I share the same sentiment, Luo replied, joining in the laughter. The two foxes, one large and one small, laughed heartily, each harboring their own thoughts. As for who becomes Hokage, it truly makes little difference to me. That position could be occupied by Hiruzen Sarutobi, or it could just as easily be held by you. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Although Luo felt no fear, he wished to avoid any future complications. The recent battle had imparted to him a profound realization. His understanding of ninjutsu was woefully inadequate. The protection of the sage's orb was indeed not without its solutions. Hiruzen's age was certainly advanced, and he no longer possessed the ambitions of his youth. Alas, my actions are all for the sake of Konoha. Very well, since you do not intend to assist me, I cannot impose further, Danzo sighed, waving his hand. Then, I shall take my leave, young man. Luo turned away, unguarded. He was acutely aware that he had no chance of eliminating Danzo. Equally, he understood that the cunning Danzo would not completely sever ties with him without certainty of victory. Ever since Luo had engaged in candid discussions with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the leader of the Root, Shimura Danzo, neither had displayed any hostility towards him. In fact, there were even occasional gestures of camaraderie. The village of Konoha seemed to have returned to a state of tranquility. Thus, time passed in this atmosphere, day by day. Before long, the students of Naruto's cohort had reached their graduation period. The graduation assessments bore no significant differences from those in the established timeline. The sole distinction perhaps lay with Uchiha Sasuke. He had grown considerably stronger. Now, he could adeptly wield the two-tomo Sharingan, except for still being overshadowed by Luo. He had already created a notable gap between himself and his peers. Much of this, Luo could claim, was due to his own contributions, which accounted for 99% of Sasuke's progress. The moment of realization constantly reminds Sasuke of his identity as a seeker of vengeance. A true avenger must possess the unwavering resolve to rise from the depths of despair. If he cannot conquer himself, how can he ever aspire to vanquish Itachi Uchiha? Under the provocation of this truth, Sasuke's training has intensified to an almost self-destructive degree. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he perceives no glimmer of hope in his confrontations with Luo. This realization distorts his inner self even further than in the original timeline, intensifying his insatiable thirst for power. If only he were aware that even Itachi Uchiha, during his assault on Luo years ago, achieved nothing, one wonders what thoughts would arise in his mind. In stark contrast to Sasuke, Naruto embodies an entirely different extreme. With Luo's assistance, Naruto's life has undergone a remarkable transformation. The bonds he has formed illuminate his path. However, this newfound light is precisely what the Nine Tails despises most. Consequently, its interference with Naruto's chakra has intensified. In the original timeline, Naruto's shadow clone technique could at least yield an abstract semblance of a clone. Yet now, despite the hand seals and the flow of chakra, nothing materializes. Beside him lies an emptiness, devoid of even the abstract clone he once conjured. As the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy concludes, Naruto, in his least adept area, the shadow clone test, inevitably fails to meet the standards. Luo, am I truly this foolish? He laments, his head bowed on the swing in the playground. His face etched with despondency, tears welling in his eyes. How could that be? Luo, seated beside Naruto, gently patted his shoulder, saying, in my heart, Naruto, you are always the most reliable companion. You steadfastly adhere to your ninja way and will never choose to give up. It was merely a minor setback in an assessment. So what? We can always try again. But if that happens, we want to be able to graduate together. Naruto turned to Luo, his blue eyes filled with reluctance. He feared the thought of separation from Luo, unwilling to revert to a life devoid of companionship. Ah, it's a trivial matter, really. Worry not. If need be, I shall accompany you through another year, Luo declared with resolute conviction, patting his chest. Yet, these words planted a seed of determination in Naruto's heart, a vow that he could not burden Luo. He must graduate. In the shadows, Mizuki observed everything. He witnessed the decay of the village and had resolutely decided to defect, seeking refuge with one of the legendary three, Lord Orochimaru. Yet, how could one approach Lord Orochimaru without a gift? The Book of Seals became his objective. However, as a Chunin, acquiring the Book of Seals was no trivial endeavor. Thus, he set his sights on Naruto. Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was a well-known secret among the majority of the ninjas in Konohagakure. Therefore, if he could persuade Naruto to steal the Book of Seals, he could then seize it for himself, perhaps achieving great success. After saying farewell to Naruto, Mizuki decisively sought him out. Naruto, I regret to inform you that you did not pass the exam. You must become stronger. Mizuki gently patted Naruto's shoulder, speaking earnestly. But I truly cannot do it. No matter what, I cannot master the shadow clone technique. Gazing at his familiar teacher, Mizuki, who bore an unprecedented warm smile, Naruto was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair. I really, truly do not wish to hinder Lo. I desperately want to graduate. Then there is no other way. How about this? I shall reveal to you a significant secret. Chapter 18. The plans of all parties. A faint smile played on Mizuki's lips as he whispered mysteriously. A secret? Naruto's expression turned blank as he stared at Mizuki, muttering to himself. Indeed, within the Hokage's residence lies a remarkable scroll. It contains various ninjutsu. If you can learn the techniques within, you will undoubtedly pass the Ninja Academy exam. Mizuki wore an encouraging smile, speaking softly. Really, Mizuki-sensei? If I master the jutsu from that impressive scroll, can I pass the academy exam and become a genin? Hope filled Naruto's blue eyes. I am your teacher. Why would I deceive you? Mizuki smirked inwardly, yet his outward demeanor remained unchanged. All right, Naruto. I am sharing this with you because I do not wish to see you fail. But you must not tell anyone. Understood, Mizuki-sensei. Naruto glanced toward the Hokage's residence. His fists clenched tightly, determination solidifying in his heart. As dusk settled, the full moon gradually ascended the treetops. This night was destined to be tumultuous, with each individual harboring their own plans. Naruto, Mizuki, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and even Lo all possessed their own schemes. Iruka lay quietly on his bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. The conversation he had with the third Hokage earlier in the afternoon lingered in his mind, preventing him from finding solace in sleep. Naruto, like him, had grown up in an environment devoid of parental love. In his heart, there lay an intense yearning for affection. Each word resonated like a heavy hammer striking his soul, evoking a profound sense of empathy within him. Yet, simultaneously, memories of the Nine Tails incident surfaced. His parents had perished amidst that calamity, and the architect of such chaos was sealed within Naruto's very being. Although Iruka understood that Naruto bore little responsibility for these events, an unshakable resentment lingered within him. Should he embrace a new comrade or continue to harbor animosity? Iruka found himself ensnared in turmoil. At that moment, a frantic call from outside abruptly shattered his reverie. Iruka-sensei, wake up. He rose and opened the door to find Mizuki's anxious visage. What is the matter? Irika queried, perplexed by Mizuki's unexpected appearance at his doorstep late at night. We need to gather at Hokage-sama's place quickly. Naruto seems to have taken the sealing scroll. What? The sealing scroll? Mizuki's words struck Irika like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Hurry, follow me. Without delay, Mizuki dashed towards the Hokage building and Irika, filled with a deep sense of urgency, hurried after him. Irika's heart was tender, embodying the true spirit of the will of fire. In the midst of his earlier conflict, he had begun to lean towards accepting Naruto as a junior companion. Now, with such a grave situation unfolding, how could he remain calm? Meanwhile, deep within the Konoha forest, Naruto cautiously opened the sealing scroll, a look of Navi excitement gracing his features as he gazed upon the first jutsu. Let us see what the first jutsu is. Shadow clone technique. What? Why is it the one jutsu I struggle with the most right from the start? It seemed Mizuki-sensei had misled him. Mastering these techniques was indeed a formidable challenge. Naruto tugged at his already disheveled hair, his face a canvas of exasperation. Naruto, what are you doing here? At that moment, a voice he recognized all too well rang in his ears, causing him to startle. He had secretly taken the sealing scroll, and if discovered, it would mean trouble. However, upon discerning the voice, his expression transformed into one of joy. For the speaker was none other than Lo. Lo, it's you. You scared me. Naruto quickly set down the sealing scroll, gently patting his racing heart. Look, I just stealthily took this from Grandpa Third. Want to take a look? Mizuki-sensei told me that if I learn the jutsu within, I can graduate from the ninja academy. But these techniques are so difficult. Naruto, completely unsuspecting, handed the book of seals directly to Lo. Oh, is that so? Allow me to see, Lo replied without hesitation, accepting the tome into his hands. The situation unfolded even more favorably than he had anticipated. His purpose for being here today was indeed the Book of Seals, or more specifically, one of the S-rank ninjutsu contained within it, the Flying Thunder God technique. Perhaps he lacked the strength to venture to the Hokage's residence and retrieve the book himself. However, if someone else were to extract it and he fortuitously glimpsed its contents, subsequently acquiring knowledge of one of its techniques, he believed that given the current disposition of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would face no repercussions. Acutely aware of the original timeline, Lo had long awaited this opportunity, an inevitable occurrence. Mizuki intended to use the Book of Seals to pledge allegiance to Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi sought to leverage this moment to enhance Naruto's abilities and foster a bond with Irika. All Lo needed to do was peruse the Book of Seals before the other party located Naruto, and everything would fall into place seamlessly. Luo swiftly unfurled the Book of Seals, locating the passage detailing the principles and various transformations of the Flying Thunder God technique. Is it not exceedingly difficult? Naruto remained oblivious to Luo's intentions, his face etched with despair. Indeed, it is quite challenging. However, I have faith in you, Naruto. The optimal approach to confronting adversity is to overcome it entirely. I believe the Shadow Clone Jutsu would suit you remarkably well. Luo carefully rolled the scroll back up and handed it to Naruto. Oh, is that so? Let me take another look. Naruto replied reluctantly, reopening the sealed scroll. Yet, scarcely 2 minutes had elapsed when an enraged voice pierced the air. Naruto. He looked up to see a familiar face, shame washing over him as he sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Irika-sensei, I didn't expect you to find me here. I was just beginning to memorize a new ninjutsu. Irika stared incredulously at Naruto. Was he truly attempting to learn ninjutsu here? How could that even be possible? Chapter 19. Did you think you were the only clever one? Have you genuinely mastered the ninjutsu written above? Irika regarded Naruto with skepticism. Indeed. Let me show you an impressive jutsu. If I succeed, will that mean I can graduate? Hope shimmered in Naruto's eyes. What? Who told you that? Irika was momentarily taken aback, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward Luo, who stood quietly behind Naruto. Was it Luo? No, it was Mizuki-sensei. He informed me about the scroll and its location. He assured me that as long as I mastered the jutsu inscribed within, you would definitely allow me to graduate. Naruto remained blissfully unaware of any underlying issues, continuing to express his excitement. What? Mizuki. Irika's heart sank, a chill of dread washing over him as cold sweat drenched his back. Suddenly, a flurry of shurikens and kunai, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, hurtled toward the trio. Watch out, Irika shouted, shoving Naruto and Luo aside. However, he himself was brutally pierced by the incoming projectiles. So you managed to find this place after all. Quite impressive, Irika, Mizuki remarked, perched atop a branch with a smirk of mockery gracing his lips. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Irika's gaze burned with seething rage directed at Mizuki. Naruto, hand over the scroll. Mizuki, having lost interest in Irika, turned coldly to Naruto. What? What is happening? Naruto, still bewildered, glanced between Mizuki and Irika, before finally seeking reassurance from the one he trusted most, Luo. It's quite simple. Naruto, are you aware of the scroll you hold in your hands? It is the Book of Seals, a scroll personally sealed by the first Hokage. Within its pages are recorded an array of forbidden jutsu. Luo spoke with a hint of mockery dancing at the corners of her lips, and he is using you to pilfer the Book of Seals. Luo's fingers. Akin to the saplings on the branches. Am I not correct, Teacher Mizuki? Haha, what a clever little rascal indeed. However, it is often said that the wise do not enjoy long lives, particularly those who are young and cunning. Mizuki said with a forced smile. He had not anticipated Luo's presence here, yet this did not impede his plans. At worst, it would merely mean one more life to extinguish. However, had he known that even the elite Chunin at the roots could inflict no harm upon Luo, his thoughts might have taken a different turn. Naruto, even in death, do not hand over the Book of Seals to him. Do you understand? Due to the pain from his wounds, Irika's expression contorted, and his speech grew labored. What Luo has said is correct. The Book of Seals contains numerous perilous jutsu. Should it fall into the wrong hands, it would spell unimaginable disaster for Konoha. Naruto stood utterly frozen. Was he truly being used? His gaze involuntarily shifted back to Luo. Luo gently nodded. Irika-sensei is indeed correct. However, Naruto, the ninjutsu above may be challenging to master, yet it is undeniably formidable. Moreover, I am convinced that if Grandpa Third were aware of your ability to learn such techniques, he would not harbor any resentment. On the contrary, he would take great joy in it, for the village would once again witness the emergence of a powerful ninja. Is that true? Naruto, acutely aware of his monumental blunder, felt as though Luo's words were his last lifeline. Haha, don't be so naive, Naruto. How could Lord Third possibly be pleased? At that moment, Mizuki scoffed derisively, drawing everyone's attention towards him. Let me share a secret you are unaware of. 12 years ago, this village established a certain rule. However, Naruto, you are the only one who must remain oblivious to its nature. Enough, Mizuki, cease your words. Irika interjected, his impatience palpable. That rule is to never mention that you are the Nine-Tails Fox. Mizuki's gaze turned malevolent. Huh. Naruto was taken aback, but I already knew about that. I overheard others discussing it when I was very young. I merely pretended to be unaware. Nevertheless, as Luo mentioned, one should not take every rumor at face value. Just because many speak of it does not make it true, much like the tale of Sasuke wetting the bed. At this thought, Naruto couldn't suppress a chuckle at Sasuke's disgruntled expression. You are the Nine-Tails Fox. Everyone knows it. Stop deceiving yourself. Mizuki shouted in a fit of hysteria, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Indeed, you are right. As Luo stated, the secret to maintaining happiness is to refrain from debating with foolish individuals. I refuse to argue with you. Even though Naruto was somewhat thick-skinned, he recognized Mizuki's manipulation, adopting a tone tinged with sarcasm. Mizuki was momentarily speechless, his anger flooding his thoughts as he glared at Luo, who remained unfazed. You shall pay for this. Luo was taken aback. What was happening? How could such animosity be directed towards him? Swiftly, Shueimu unhesitatingly drew the enormous shuriken from his back and hurled it at Luo. The unfolding events surpassed all expectations. Irika, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned. He had heard whispers about Sasuke's unfortunate incident and had once believed them to be true. Could there be another narrative to this situation? Lost in his thoughts, he failed to anticipate Shueimu's sudden aggression, and it was too late to warn Luo. That should suffice. I've indulged you in this farce for long enough. Grandfather Third must be growing impatient, Luo remarked, gently waving his hand. Two mystical orbs soared forth, shattering the colossal shuriken into fragments. Did you truly believe you were the only intelligent one? Even if you reveal the location of the sealing scroll to Naruto, do you think he could simply abscond with it? It's merely that Grandfather Third wishes for Naruto to learn the techniques contained within, yet feels too embarrassed to ask directly. Am I not correct, Grandfather Third? Luo had not mastered the art of perception, thus he was unaware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's proximity. However, that did not prevent him from making such a statement. The chakra of the Nine-Tails was unmistakably evident, and the third Hokage's telescopic technique would undoubtedly have detected it. Therefore, Naruto had been under his watchful gaze the entire time. What? The third Hokage is nearby? Impossible. Upon hearing Luo's words, Mizuki was paralyzed with fear. his legs trembling uncontrollably as his eyes darted around, desperately searching for any signs of the truth. Chapter 20. Naruto's second bond swish. However, the disparity in strength between the two sides was too vast. As a mere Chunin, Mizuki could hardly hope to catch a glimpse of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just as Mizuki turned his head to the other side, a figure had suddenly appeared on the branch that had previously harbored only him. It was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Bang! The third Hokage executed his attack with remarkable precision, delivering a swift strike to Mizuki's neck, rendering him unconscious instantaneously. Swish! Swish, swish. A flurry of wind sounds erupted around them. Countless figures materialized amidst the treetops. The Umbu, a direct division under the Hokage. Iruka was utterly astonished, finding it hard to fathom that so many individuals were surrounding them. At the same time, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. If the third Hokage had already arrived, why had he not revealed himself? Why allow Mizuki to disclose Naruto's identity? Was it possible that the third Hokage intended to let Naruto learn this truth through Mizuki's words? A chilling realization crept into Iruka's heart as he pondered these thoughts. Iruka was not mistaken. Sarutobi Hiruzen had orchestrated this incident. And part of his intent was indeed to reveal to Naruto that he was the host of the Nine Tails through Mizuki's revelations. Simultaneously, he hoped to forge a bond between Iruka and Naruto by appealing to Iruka's compassionate nature. However, the unfolding of events was entirely beyond his expectations. Lo, this enigmatic figure unexpectedly became entangled in the events at hand. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen's years of investigation, Lo's routine was remarkably consistent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he would invariably return home to rest. Thus, Sarutobi believed that all affairs could proceed without the presence of Lo. Standing atop a branch, Sarutobi's emotions were a tumultuous mix. As he gazed intently at Lo, whose ever-present smile seemed to pierce through the facade, he forced a grin, exclaiming, "Ha! I never imagined I would be seen through by Lo. Naruto, how are you faring? Have you mastered the jutsu above?" There were times when Sarutobi couldn't help but admire Naruto's tenacity, even amidst the schemes brewing within his mind. Yet, outwardly he perpetually exuded the warm, sunny persona of the Hokage. "Ah, it's all your design, third Hokage. Now that I've learned the jutsu, my sense of achievement has completely evaporated," Naruto lamented, all the while believing that Lo had perused the sealing book and, like himself, had received Sarutobi's tacit approval. "Haha, young Naruto, you possess remarkable talent. You have not disappointed me," Sarutobi chuckled heartily, making it appear as though he was genuinely pleased for Naruto. "Now, since you have mastered the jutsu, return the sealing book to me. This matter must remain confidential, otherwise, the villagers may accuse me of favoritism." "Okay." Naruto promptly relinquished the sealing book he had cradled in his arms to Sarutobi, displaying no reluctance. As Sarutobi accepted the sealing book, he gently ruffled Naruto's hair. "At this point, you should be ready to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Keep up the good work." With that, Sarutobi and his Umbu subordinates, carrying the unconscious Mizuki, executed the body flicker technique and vanished. Meanwhile, Iruka, who had been wounded by Mizuki's kunai, opened his mouth to call for assistance, but before he could utter a word, Sarutobi and the others had already disappeared from sight, leaving him in a state of utter bewilderment. Luo shook his head, indeed a reflection of reality. Yamato. Upon noticing that Iruka had not formed a bond with Naruto, he immediately dismissed it from his mind. Stepping forward, he gently supported Iruka by one arm, saying, "Iruka-sensei, allow me to escort you to the hospital." Thank you, Luo," Iruka replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he was aided to his feet. "I'll help too," Naruto exclaimed, bouncing over to support Iruka's other arm. An hour later, they emerged from the Konoha hospital. In the world of Hokage, Iruka's injuries were but trifling wounds, easily treated and no longer hindering his movement. The three companions made their way to Uncle Tuchi's ramen shop, prompting Luo to reflect once more on the unchanging nature of certain things, regardless of the circumstances. Iruka and Naruto had still forged an indelible bond. However, during their journey to the hospital, Naruto, usually so cheerful, wore an expression that seemed slightly off. The perceptive Iruka quickly detected this change and inquired, "What's the matter?" "Naruto? Iruka-sensei, what Mizuki-sensei said is true, isn't it? That a long time ago, the Nine Tails that plagued the village was indeed me." At this moment, Naruto lacked the concept of being a Jinchuriki. He merely believed himself to be the embodiment of the Nine Tails. "You're troubled by this?" Iruka gently reminded him. "Didn't you just say that some things remain true regardless of how many people say otherwise?" He affectionately patted Naruto's head, encouraging him to ease his mind. Luo mentioned that in this world, there exists neither love without reason nor hatred without cause. Therefore, I believe the villagers' disdain for me must stem from something significant. After all, I am the embodiment of the Nine Tails, right? Although Naruto's thoughts were somewhat blunt, he was not foolish. Rather, his years of experience had honed his sensitivity. Luo remained silent, harboring a similar curiosity about how Iruka would respond to this question without the emotional groundwork that existed in the original timeline. No, Naruto, you're mistaken. You are simply you, Uzumaki Naruto. Iruka halted, suppressing the pain from his wounds, and turned to look at Naruto with utmost seriousness. As he spoke, Iruka removed his forehead protector from his brow and gently tied it around Naruto's forehead, emphasizing, "You are my acknowledged student, Uzumaki Naruto." Teacher Iruka. Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes. After all these years, apart from Luo, he had finally found a second person who truly recognized him. After their meal, the three parted ways at Ichiraka Ramen. Just as Iruka returned to his modest abode, a knock echoed at his door once more. "Iruka, the Hokage has summoned you." Iruka was taken aback. Though he was uncertain about the reason for the Hokage's call, he promptly made his way to the Hokage's office. Inside, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, gazing at his own aged reflection in the glass, pondering the passage of time. Have I truly grown old? Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, signaling Iruka's arrival. Enter. Lord Third, you called for me? Iruka inquired with a hint of confusion as he stepped inside. Iruka, please have a seat. Mizuki has just been sent to the interrogation department. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, gesturing towards the sofa. Though I condone Naruto's theft of the sealing book, my intention was to ascertain whether Mizuki had any accomplices behind this scheme. You understand that the sealing book is of paramount importance to Konoha. Initially, I refrained from intervening, but I did not anticipate that Luo would uncover the truth. Time is of the essence. I must expedite the interrogation of Mizuki to prevent further complications. Sarutobi's words were laden with artistry. He not only elucidated to Iruka his reasons for not appearing sooner, but also clarified why he had not sent Iruka to the hospital afterward. Now I understand, Lord Third. Iruka replied, nodding in comprehension. Iruka, do you still harbor any resentment towards Naruto? Sarutobi sighed deeply, feigning ignorance of the bond that had formed between Iruka and Naruto. Lord Third, I no longer hold any grievances against Naruto. Naruto is Naruto, and the Nine Tails is the Nine Tails. They should not be conflated. I have been overly concerned all these years. Iruka lifted his gaze, a hint of shame coloring his expression. Knowing that you have come to this realization brings me great relief. Now, it is getting late. You should rest early. Tomorrow, we will hold the graduation ceremony for this year's class of shinobi. Where the leaves dance, the fire of life continues to burn. These children represent the future of Konoha. Having proclaimed the will of fire and elucidated the reasons behind his actions, Sarutobi Hizashi felt no need to elaborate further, as his objectives had been successfully achieved. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Ar was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He had already slipped into slumber, or rather, into a realm that belonged solely to him and Kaguya. Why was it so late today? At this point, Ar was 12 years old, and his body was gradually undergoing development. Feeling Kaguya's embrace from behind, he couldn't help but feel a surge of restlessness. Clearing his throat, he decided to examine a certain ninjutsu, eager to learn it. However, despite his physical maturation, his younger brother, merely 12, did not support his endeavors, forcing him to suppress the flames of ambition within. Ninjutsu? What is that? Is it truly formidable? When Kaguya was sealed, the concept of ninjutsu had yet to emerge in the ninja world. Ar found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Kaguya's brief statement struck him deeply. What's wrong? Noticing Ar's reaction, Kaguya tilted her head affectionately against his back, her expression one of confusion. It's fine. To her, the notion of ninjutsu likely seemed trivial. If it is not impressive, then why bother learning it? I wish to grow stronger. I can bestow my power upon you. Kaguya offered, gesturing to the eye sealed upon her forehead. Although much of my strength has been dispersed among our two rebellious sons, I can still impart the remainder to you, should you desire it. I think I'll pass. Ar resolutely shook his head in refusal. I wish to be with you forever, and I cannot rely too heavily on your power. What a joke. Despite having spent 6 years together, Ar still felt utterly bewildered. He was completely unaware of how their relationship had blossomed into love. What if all of this were merely a trap, a part of Kaguya's alternate plan for unsealing? Aside from Black Zetsu? I see. Very well then. Kaguya said little, quietly nestled against Luo's back, embodying the essence of a love-struck girl. Meanwhile, Luo immersed himself in the meditation of the Flying Thunder God technique, diligently focusing on his training. As an S-rank ninjutsu, its power was undeniably formidable. Yet the difficulty of mastering it was equally daunting. After a night of contemplation, Luo discerned some threads of understanding, yet felt that something essential remained elusive. It is worth noting that, thanks to Kaguya's assistance in unlocking the so-called Gateway of Power, Luo possessed mastery over all attributes: wind, fire, lightning, water, earth, yin, and yang. For ordinary ninjutsu, Luo only needed to peruse the training method once to fully grasp it, even bypassing the need to perform complex hand seals. He truly achieved the remarkable feat of merely extending his hand and invoking the desired result. However, the Flying Thunder God technique remained the first ninjutsu he struggled with despite knowing its training method for so long. Awakening from their shared consciousness space, Luo slowly opened his eyes. Although he had been in a state of tireless training within that realm, he felt no trace of fatigue in the real world. Rather, he felt as invigorated as if he had just awoken from a refreshing slumber. Never mind, he thought. He would take things one step at a time. Today marked the graduation ceremony, and he could not afford to be late. In the original timeline, there were many in Konoha who could access the sealing book. Luo found it hard to believe that others had not attempted to master the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, only the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had succeeded in mastering it. Vaguely, Luo recalled that a special talent was required to train in the Flying Thunder God technique. However, after spending so many years in the world of Naruto, he had forgotten some details of the original timeline. At that moment, he truly could not recall. The graduation ceremony, to be honest, appeared somewhat rudimentary in Luo's eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the stage and delivered a lengthy discourse on the will of fire, and then, that was it. Everyone returned to their respective classes to await team assignments. Luo, do you think we will be placed in the same team? Naruto leaned closer to Luo, adjusting his forehead protector with enthusiasm. I don't know, but I sincerely hope to be on the same team as you, Naruto, Luo replied with a smile. What about me? Do you want to be in the same team as me? Just as Luo finished speaking, Ino excitedly rushed to his side, pointing at herself with eagerness. Ahem, Ino. You should let that thought go. The Ino Shikacho trio cannot be separated, Luo said with a resigned shrug. As expected. No sooner had Luo's voice faded than the classroom door swung open. Irika stepped onto the podium, produced a small booklet, and began to call the roll. Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji, Team 10, Huga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Team 8. As Irika continued to call out names, the number of unassigned students in the class dwindled, heightening the tension among those remaining. Naruto clenched his fists tightly on the desk, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Chapter 22, Team Leader Kakashi Uzumaki Naruto. Irika's voice remained calm and steady as he spoke. It's my turn. It's my turn. Hearing his name, Naruto sprang from his seat. His fist raised to his chest, his face alight with anticipation. Uchiha Sasuke, he exclaimed. However, the name that followed was not the one Naruto had eagerly awaited, but instead that of Uchiha Sasuke, someone with whom he had little connection. Indeed, unlike the original timeline, while Naruto remained at the bottom of the class, Sasuke was no longer the top student. Furthermore, due to the presence of Lo, Naruto had formed his own bonds, rendering any need for peculiar actions to draw attention unnecessary. Thus, his interactions with Sakura were minimal, and any feelings for her were non-existent. Between them, there was no need for conflict. They were the type to see each other often but speak little. Naruto's spirits plummeted. He understood the unwritten rule of team assignments at the Ninja Academy. Typically, each team included at least one female ninja. Therefore, it was impossible for Lo to be placed in the same group as him. Like Naruto, upon hearing his name, Sasuke furrowed his brow deeply. In his eyes, the only person worth noticing in the class was Lo. To him, the others were merely children engaged in childish ninja games. Beneath his contempt, especially Naruto, who occupied the lowest rung. Meanwhile, Lo, upon learning that she and Sasuke would be in the same class as Naruto, felt little tumult within but could not help but marvel at the narrative's inevitability. Despite her attempts to alter certain aspects, some elements seemed predestined. Lo, the three of you form Team 7. Yet, despite the multitude of thoughts swirling in everyone's minds, Irika's voice remained unbroken, continuing to recite the names from the roster. In an instant, the classroom fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had been paused. Following this profound stillness, an eruption of fervor ensued. Naruto leaped onto his desk, grabbing Lo's arm. Yes. Lo, did you hear that? We're in the same group. We're really in the same group. On the other side. Sasuke's previously furrowed brow relaxed, his gaze drawn to Lo, who sat composed and enigmatic in her seat, her expression adorned with an intriguing charm. His eyes burned with intensity. Luo is not mistaken. He regards himself as an avenger, and for an avenger, the most crucial element is the unwavering resolve to rise from the brink of despair. Furthermore, it is essential to possess a clear understanding of one's own capabilities and to recognize the disparity between oneself and one's adversaries. If one cannot even defeat a classmate, what hope is there of vanquishing Itachi? Unlike Naruto's fervor and Sasuke's battle spirit, the mere mention of his name causes Luo to furrow his brow in deep contemplation. It is not that he is unwilling to form a team with these two individuals, but rather that he finds it challenging to decipher the intentions of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is well known that Team 7 of Konoha is a direct successor squad of the Hokage. The first iteration of Team 7 included Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitarashi Anko, and Uchiha Sasuke, with Hiruzen ultimately ascending to become the third Hokage. The second Team 7 comprised Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, the latter of whom would later become the fifth Hokage. However, at this point in time, Tsunade has yet to attain that title and is, unbeknownst to her, currently indulging in the vices of a gambling den. The third Team 7 is represented by Namikaze Minato, while the fourth is led by Hitaki Kakashi. All signs indicate that Team 7 is indeed the inheritor squad of the Hokage. Now, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to include himself in Team 7, what could be his motive? Does he truly possess the confidence to sway him with his so-called will of fire? That seems unlikely. His opponent should not be so naive. As Luo pondered, there was one crucial aspect he overlooked. The so-called bonds are never unidirectional. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already determined that Luo's unexpectedly mature demeanor and subtle animosity towards the higher echelons of Konoha would inevitably prevent him from forming profound attachments to the village. However, Naruto was entirely different. Even when ensnared in dire circumstances, he never harbored resentment towards the village. He embodied the true essence of the will of fire. As long as Luo has formed bonds with Naruto, regardless of what transpires in the future, he shall refrain from any actions that might endanger the village. This, in essence, intertwines Luo with the great vessel of Konoha. Shimizu Ryosuke, Mitarashi Anko, Haruno Sakura, the members of Team 6. Irika's voice continued to resonate. Among these, the only matter that piqued Luo's interest was the whereabouts of Haruno Sakura, one of the Konoha 12 whom he despised the most. Team 6, indeed. The furrow of Luo's brow seemed to deepen further. The Uchiha clan and the Mito clan, under the auspices of the Konoha F4, have undeniably evolved from obscure families into the vanguards of Konoha. Although, out of a desire to avoid suspicion, their underlings are typically concealed. Their clandestine power is certainly not to be underestimated. Remarkably, these two prominent clans have been entrusted with a common ninja by Sarutobi Hizashi. Lo found himself increasingly unable to decipher the cunning nature of Sarutobi Asuma. Dear students, congratulations on your successful graduation. Here, I sincerely wish for each of you to become formidable individuals in the future, contributing to the prosperity of Konoha. Irika gently applauded for everyone, his eyes glistening with a hint of moisture as he departed from the classroom. Now, this group of children would be accompanied by dedicated instructors, guiding them towards a brighter future. He could accompany them no further. At the tender age of 12 or 13, the sorrow of parting arrived swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. As Irika exited, the classmates, who had been softly weeping, were soon enveloped by discussions about who their leading ninja would be. Sakura sat by the window, her countenance etched with disappointment. Just moments ago, when it was announced that Naruto and Sasuke would be on the same team, a flicker of hope had ignited within her. She had longed to be placed in the same squad as Sasuke, believing that through shared missions, they would grow closer. And perhaps, in time, he might develop feelings for her. However, this name that haunted her like a nightmare shattered her dreams entirely. Stealing a glance at Sasuke, she noted his impassive expression, his usual cold demeanor that stirred her heart. Yet, how could an ordinary girl like her ever hope to keep pace with him? As their abilities would only widen the chasm between them? No. She refused to accept this fate. She was determined to find a way, to never surrender. Sakura bit her lip fiercely, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth, though she remained oblivious to the pain. Team 10, follow me. The unraveling of the mystery did not keep the students waiting long. Discussions dwindled as the first instructor entered the room. Sarutobi Asuma, a tragic figure in the original timeline. Unlike his father, his perspective on the will of fire revealed him to be a man of genuine conviction. Teammate, follow me. Accompanying Sarutobi Asuma was Yuhi Kurenai. His romantic partner, their simultaneous arrival entirely reasonable. Team 9, follow me. Team 6, follow me. Team 4. In no time, each squad was whisked away by their respective instructors, leaving only Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Lo in the classroom. Ah, where is our instructor? Why have they not yet arrived? Naruto lay sprawled across the desk, resembling a worm, completely devoid of vitality. A stark contrast to the excitement he had felt moments before when the class was divided. Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly, clearly discontent with the time-insensitive behavior of their instructor. Among them, only Lo, who was already aware of the outcome, maintained a calm demeanor. Kakashi Hitaki. 6 years ago, they had encountered each other at the Hokage Rock. After his invitation to accompany him to the root was declined, they had not met again. It was uncertain whether he had investigated the circumstances surrounding his father's demise or if he had suppressed his inner hatred for the sake of the village's superficial peace. Who knows? Perhaps he had been delayed by the need to assist an elderly woman in crossing the street. Lo mused casually. This cannot be overlooked. Making me wait for so long has made me quite irate, and the consequences will be severe. Naruto, who had previously resembled a worm, suddenly sprang up. Sprinting to the podium, he seized the eraser and quietly opened the classroom door just a crack, placing the eraser atop it. Haha, mission accomplished. The trap crafted by Uzumaki Naruto will surely be a sight to behold, he declared triumphantly. Fool. Sasuke could not refrain from interjecting, to become a leading instructor. One must at least be a jonin. This trap, which is so easily discernible, would only fool a simpleton. However, as soon as Sasuke's words escaped his lips, the classroom door swung open. Kakashi, with his signature white hair, entered with a cheerful demeanor, extending his hand in greeting. Hello, everyone. Bang. As he greeted them, the eraser fell, striking him on the head. Nevertheless, the white chalk dusted little to alter his pristine locks. Haha. Watching Kakashi's befuddled expression, Naruto erupted in laughter. Sasuke's face flushed with embarrassment. He truly hadn't anticipated that someone would fall for it. Yet, Kakashi displayed not a hint of mortification as he pushed the door open further and stepped into the classroom, still smiling. By the way, on my way here, I happened to encounter an elderly lady who needed assistance crossing the street. However, the moment he uttered those words, the expressions on Naruto and Sasuke's faces morphed into an odd amalgamation of disbelief. Chapter 23. The new assessment, observing the peculiar gazes directed at him from the two. Lo merely shrugged. Just a guess. Kakashi involuntarily cast his gaze towards Luo, the events of 6 years prior, which he believed he had completely forgotten, now surged back with a tidal wave of emotions. He had thought that upon their reunion, his heart would remain untouched, yet the reality proved otherwise. At the very first glance of Luo, Kakashi felt a familiar pang within his heart, as the visage and voice of his father resurfaced vividly in his memory. He opened his mouth, intending to utter something, but Luo's voice preempted him, flowing like a narrative. Once, in the village, there was a remarkably kind-hearted boy. Ah, yes, Sasuke. He belonged to the same clan as you. As for his name, let me recall. Ah, yes, Uchiha Obito. His dream seemed to mirror Naruto's. Aspiring to become Hokage. Why do I say he was an exceptionally good person? It is because he would always assist elderly ladies needing to cross the street. Because of this, he was often late, just like our current team leader. However, I've heard that our team leader was quite averse to such behavior back in the day. Naruto and Sasuke turned their gazes toward Kakashi, noticing that even behind the mask, his expression was tinged with sorrow. Indeed, Luo spoke the truth. Obito was a truly wonderful individual. In my youth, I failed to comprehend this and caused much discontent. Yet now, I understand, and he is no longer here. Kakashi's voice was heavy, laden with nostalgia for his fallen comrade. Well, enough about that. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hitaki Kakashi, and there is a considerable likelihood that I will be your team leader. Regaining his composure, Kakashi continued, the reason I say there is a significant probability is that you must pass my test. Otherwise, you will be sent back to the Ninja Academy for reformation. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, gather at the 7th training ground in Konoha. A friendly reminder, do not eat breakfast. With that, Kakashi vanished from the classroom in a flash of body flicker technique. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to visit the Konoha Memorial Stone. What an unreliable teacher! Naruto exclaimed with irritation. Indeed, Luo shrugged, not voicing any dissent. Sasuke remained silent, merely curling his lip in disdain. After a long day of toil, He and Naruto finished their meal, and the sky gradually darkened. Luo could hardly contain his eagerness as he entered the special realm alongside Kaguya, ready to cultivate the Flying Thunder God technique. One must learn the art of discretion, never revealing one's true capabilities too readily. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo remain under the impression that Luo possesses merely 2 pieces of the sacred jade, who could possibly fathom that? Over the course of 6 years, Luo has meticulously refined a total of 6 pieces. Likewise, Luo would never practice any ninjutsu under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. Luo-kun, I miss you so dearly. Upon entering the space, Kaguya embraced Luo tightly, reminiscent of a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return. Luo felt a tinge of embarrassment as he gently brushed aside the strands of Huey's hair. Naughty one, it has only been a day since we last met. However, she longed to be with Luo Jun every single moment. Huey nuzzled against Luo's chest, playfully sulking. Luo was rendered speechless. Is this truly the formidable boss from the original timeline? It seems utterly disconnected, does it not? All right, my dear, I have yet to complete my new ninjutsu training. Once I have mastered it, I will devote my time to you wholeheartedly. Crafting grand illusions, the quintessential skill of a scoundrel. Although Luo isn't particularly adept at it, he possesses a modicum of understanding. Oh, very well. Kaguya, though somewhat disheartened, still did not refuse. Observing Kaguya's pouting demeanor, Luo felt a twinge of guilt within his heart. Alas, knowing the original timeline of Naruto, he found it impossible to fully open his heart to Kaguya. He gently pressed a kiss upon her cheek, murmuring, "Dear one, I am simply not prepared yet. When I am ready, we shall never part again." Faced with Luo's promise, Kaguya was always defenseless, her white pupils seemingly tinged with a shade of pink. Luo-kun, what exactly is ninjutsu? May I see it? Of course. Luo replied, playfully tapping Kaguya's delicate nose, as he began to explain the principles and training methods of the Flying Thunder God technique. Is this ninjutsu? It appears quite simple. As she spoke, Kaguya's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear 10 meters away. Luo-kun, isn't this merely a straightforward space-time transfer? Luo was utterly dumbfounded. The arduous ninjutsu he had painstakingly trained and seemed trivial in her eyes. Furthermore, she didn't even require the intricate seals of the Flying Thunder God technique. Truly, it echoed the saying, comparing goods leads to discarding the inferior. And comparing people leads to despair. Wait a moment. This is not a time for lamentation. A sudden realization struck Luo regarding the talent required for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. It was as if a bolt of lightning had traversed his mind. Space-time. Indeed. It is the talent for space-time manipulation. Generally speaking, ninjas possess a certain degree of space-time aptitude, with the simplest manifestation being summoning techniques. The Flying Thunder God technique, evidently, is a space-time ninjutsu that surpasses summoning, necessitating an even higher aptitude. Thus, within the original timeline, only 2 individuals could master the Flying Thunder God technique. Do I possess the talent for space-time? Uncertain. But does it matter? Not in the slightest, for I am the man behind the divine. Dear, I have come to realize that mastering this ninjutsu appears to require a special talent. However, it seems my aptitude is somewhat lacking. At that moment, Kaguya had returned to Luo's embrace. Impossible. Luo-kun's talent is undoubtedly the strongest in the world. Kaguya would never concede that her man was anything less than exceptional. Do not deceive me. I clearly lack the talent for space-time. Luo's expression bore a hint of melancholy as he gazed into Kaguya's eyes, which seemed to glisten with tears. Is it merely the talent for space-time? How could Luo-kun possibly lack it? As she spoke, Kaguya gently pressed her lips against Luo's. In that instant, Luo felt as though his body underwent a profound transformation. Simultaneously, his understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique crystallized. Embracing the delicate figure in his arms and sensing her unreserved devotion, the guilt within Luo intensified. Perhaps, he pondered, he could attempt to open his heart. However, this fleeting thought was swiftly extinguished by Luo's own will. He was afraid. All his fears stemmed from his inadequacies in strength. Indeed, he felt woefully weak. The disparity between their realms was insurmountable. One misstep could lead him to irrevocable ruin. Even in the throes of passion, it was imperative that it not occur now. At the very least, such feelings should be broached only after establishing a foundation for equitable dialogue. Luo's tumultuous emotional state did not escape Kaguya's notice. The once fallen blossom, now weathered by the passage of time, had developed her own hues. She could distinctly sense Luo's resistance, even in his amnesiac state. Yet, The burgeoning feelings of love led her to selectively overlook these signs, convincing herself that as long as she devoted herself sincerely, one day, even if Luo could not recover his past memories, he would still come to love her. Early in the morning, having emerged from his consciousness space, Luo resolutely disregarded Kakashi's well-meaning warning and devoured 2 large bowls of rice. Ridiculous. Having witnessed his original timeline, he could not be so easily deceived. Time had already surpassed 8 o'clock, and Naruto and Sasuke stood alone in the desolate training ground. Suddenly, they felt like the quintessential victims of a grand farce. Knowing full well that their instructor was fond of tardiness, they had still arrived an hour early. Moreover, they had skipped breakfast entirely. Their stomachs were now growling in protest. Just as their emotions teetered on the brink of collapse, Luo finally strolled in, casually picking at his teeth. "Hey, Naruto, Sasuke, you're here so early." He greeted them nonchalantly before finding a spot to sit down. "Luo, honestly, did you know all along that Kakashi-sensei would be late?" Naruto crouched in front of Luo, a look of exasperation on his face. "Indeed, I did. Moreover, I also knew that your best bet for breakfast this morning was not to eat at all." Which was certainly not a benevolent suggestion, Luo replied with a smile, though his mind was preoccupied with the thought that Kakashi wouldn't resort to the bell-stealing test again. Wouldn't that be a tad too easy for him? Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before the three. It was Kakashi, his face adorned with its signature smile. "For you, I am now the enemy, and it is rather foolish of you to trust the information provided by an adversary so readily. Kakashi-sensei, you're clearly being unreasonable." Naruto expressed his dissatisfaction. Upon observing Naruto's complaints, Kakashi's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by an expression of profound seriousness. A palpable aura of menace emanated from him, bearing down upon Naruto. "Do you think this is a game? What do you envision the world of ninjas to be? A child's play? Lives are at stake. A single erroneous decision could lead to the demise of oneself or one's comrades." Gazing at the sole descendant of his esteemed mentor, Kakashi resolved to impart the first lesson of a ninja. "Your misjudgment of intelligence has resulted in the capture of your comrade. Lo, you are the individual I have captured. Your mission is to return with the erroneous information to the village. As for your companion, I shall take great pleasure in ruthlessly ending their life." Kakashi coldly directed the kunai in his hand towards Lo. Lo's expression froze for a moment, yielding to a bitter smile. He had been pondering how Kakashi would address the impending battle with him, yet unexpectedly, he found himself dismissed with a red card. Chapter 24. The Dilemma of Humanity, however. "Kakashi, your trial should not be merely this. I almost neglected to mention that luck is indeed a facet of strength. Having a reliable group of comrades can significantly ease one's journey as a ninja. Lo has now become my captive. If you choose to abandon him and relay the information back to the village, he will forever lose the opportunity to ascend to the rank of a genin. Conversely, should you opt for a rescue that ultimately prevents the message from reaching the village, I regret to inform you that all 3 of you will eternally forfeit your chance for promotion to genin. What do you think? Quite an intriguing trial, isn't it?" Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, intently observing Naruto and Sasuke's expressions. As anticipated, upon hearing Kakashi's words, the faces of Naruto and Sasuke underwent a dramatic transformation, plunging them into a predicament of indecision. "You have 10 minutes to deliberate." Yet, despite the anticipation for their response, Kakashi remained resolute in applying pressure on the two. Having set the trial for Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi now turned to Lo, stating, "What I have just articulated pertains to their trial. Now, it is time to discuss yours." With a casual shrug, he appeared utterly unfazed. "Oh, I wonder what kind of trial awaits me. The profession of a ninja is inherently tied to sacrifice and devotion. For the sake of the village, can you truly relinquish yourself to safeguard it? Before you lie 2 choices, the first option is to forego allowing your comrades to rescue you, thereby enabling them to successfully ascend to the rank of genin, while you will irrevocably lose your own chance at that title. The second option is to wait, placing your hopes of graduation in the hands of others." Kakashi gazed intently into Luo's eyes, striving to discern the thoughts that resided within. "Kakashi, you have certainly presented me with a formidable dilemma. On one hand, it tests my willingness to make sacrifices for my comrades. On the other, it challenges my faith in my teammates. Regardless of my choice, it is a path of no return." Luo's expression revealed not a hint of change as he maintained his gaze with Kakashi. "You've seen right through me." A hint of a smile returned to Kakashi's face. "But, Luo-kun, what choice will you make, now that you perceive everything?" Lo paid no heed to Kakashi's urging, engrossed in his own analysis. "If I choose to forsake myself, and my comrades opt to rescue me, my sacrifice would be rendered utterly valueless. Conversely, If I place my trust in my teammates, yet they decide to abandon me, my choice may indeed be rather foolish. Ultimately, the true test we face is not merely this dilemma, but rather the matter of trust that exists between us. Kakashi, I must admit, this trial possesses a certain intrigue. However, regrettably, perhaps in the presence of others, I might hesitate, waver, and struggle to make a decision. Yet, when it comes to those two individuals, my choice is singular, to await their rescue. Luo rested his hands behind his head, reclining against the tree trunk with a contented smile, gazing at Kakashi, who appeared somewhat bewildered. Are you truly so confident? Kakashi finally spoke after a long pause. We'll see. They should be reaching a decision soon. Luo closed his eyes, neither affirming nor denying. In stark contrast to the easy conversation between Luo and Kakashi, an atmosphere of profound silence enveloped Naruto and Sasuke on the other side. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. He desperately wished to graduate as a Chunin. However, if the price for becoming a Chunin was the sacrifice of his comrades, he would rather remain forever unrecognized as one. He aspired to be Hokage, a protector of all. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto resolved within himself. Sasuke, I choose to rescue Luo. He gazed steadily at Sasuke, who bowed his head, lost in thought, and spoke resolutely. Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, Sasuke lifted his gaze, silently questioning, do you understand the chasm between us and our sensei? In light of such disparity, completing the rescue is impossible. So what? Even if we fail, I will never lose the courage to try. That is my ninja way. Naruto's expression grew increasingly resolute. Sasuke fell silent. He longed to convey to Naruto that some things could not be achieved through sheer passion alone. It was only through despair that one truly comprehended how trivial all beautiful fantasies were in the face of overwhelming strength. I choose. Sasuke's gaze drifted toward Luo, who leaned against the tree. The choice he had just made lodged within him, yet he could not voice it. Memories of Luo's words flashed through his mind. You are an avenger, a vengeful soul reborn through adversity. With such cowardice and weakness, how can you seek vengeance against Itachi? If you choose to give up this time, and again the next, eventually you will relinquish even the courage to persist. A torrent of emotion surged within Sasuke. Was he to choose surrender yet again? If he continued to abandon hope, would he ever reclaim the courage to confront Itachi? He turned his gaze once more to Naruto, whose face radiated determination. Could he truly be inferior to someone seen as a laggard? No, it could not be so. Who was he? Uchiha Sasuke, an avenger who had already lost everything. If he chose to give up, what meaning would life hold? I choose to rescue, Sasuke declared coldly. His expression likewise transformed into one of unwavering resolve. With their consensus reached, the two began to devise their rescue strategy. It seems they have concluded their discussion over there. Observing the two individuals huddled together, Kakashi spoke softly, I wonder how they will choose. You won't be disappointed. Luo replied lazily, barely opening his eyes. Oh, do you know what I hope their choice will be? Kakashi looked at Luo in confusion. Baya, came Luo's simple yet thunderous response, leaving Kakashi frozen in place. Indeed, the current trial bore a striking resemblance to the challenges faced by Baya in years past. He genuinely hoped that someone would make a choice akin to that of his father. They're approaching. Kakashi. To be cautious not to be ambushed by two low-ranking shinobi who have just graduated from the ninja academy. If they manage to rescue me, it would mean your defeat, Luo said with a smile. Kakashi was pulled back from his reverie by Luo's words. You underestimate the Jonin of Konoha far too much. Luo curled his lip, neither affirming nor denying, yet inwardly murmured, how underestimated the lower ninjas of Konoha are, particularly those two underachievers. Inform me of your decision. As the two entered the battleground, a subtle smile graced Kakashi's lips beneath his mask. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged no words, yet their actions spoke volumes. Sasuke firmly grasped a kunai, his body slightly hunched and concealed behind Naruto, poised for an imminent strike. Meanwhile, Naruto's hands were interwoven before his chest, forming a cross, awaiting Kakashi's command to unleash a thunderous assault. Excellent. I perceive your resolve through your gazes. Kakashi's smile grew more pronounced. If that is the case, muster the determination to defeat me and launch your attack. No sooner had Kakashi's words faded than Naruto's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, the expansive training ground became inundated with Naruto's clones, numbering at least 1,000 upon cursory glance. Even Kakashi was taken aback by the sheer magnitude before him. Such an overwhelming chakra reserve. Truly, he is the child of my esteemed mentor. With a call from Naruto's original form, the multitude of clones surged forth towards Kakashi. As they approached, Kakashi, though astonished, showed no signs of hesitation. The rapidity with which he formed hand seals was a testament to the skill honed from years of observing those in the realm of intimacy, earning Luo's admiration. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a commanding shout, a colossal fireball erupted from Kakashi's mouth, prompting Luo to question the material of Kakashi's mask. It appeared to possess fire-resistant properties. Boom. With the explosion of the fireball, numerous advancing clones disintegrated in an instant. The once crowded training ground fell into an eerie emptiness. Whoosh. However, just as Kakashi ceased channeling chakra for the fireball, several shurikens hurtled towards him with blinding speed. Kakashi dodged skillfully, the shurikens narrowly missing him. Is that all? Even when faced with students freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy, Kakashi remained relentless, employing psychological tactics to disrupt their focus. Too early for that. The youthful Sasuke could hardly endure such mockery. With a fierce tug, he redirected a shuriken that had grazed Kakashi's body, immediately turning back to ensnare Kakashi in place. Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke's Sharingan had activated, enabling him to execute the shuriken technique unique to the Uchiha clan in conjunction with the Sharingan. Damn it. Shuriken technique. Sensei. You've grown complacent. Sasuke clenched the wire between his teeth, and from his mouth, he unleashed a torrent of blazing flames. Dragon fire technique? As he uttered the incantation, the fire he expelled surged through the wire like a flowing stream, heading toward Kakashi, who was bound by it. Kakashi's pupils constricted in shock once more. Could it truly be that a mere genin was capable of such a feat? Boom. It worked. Witnessing the flames engulfing Kakashi, Naruto could not suppress his excitement. Chapter 25. Battle and Ideals. Observing the naive Naruto, Sakura could not help but shake her head. He remained excessively innocent. If Kakashi could be so easily dispatched, he would not be the renowned copy ninja of the shinobi world. As expected, with a resounding bang, the flames that surrounded Kakashi dissipated, leaving behind only a charred wooden stump. Body replacement technique. Oh, how cunning, Naruto complained. Meanwhile, Sasuke was considerably more vigilant than Naruto. His Sharingan scanning the surroundings rapidly in search of Kakashi's whereabouts. Front, back, left, right. There was nothing. Then, it must be above. Sasuke was resolute, his hands moving swiftly. Several shurikens soared toward the sky. However, upon confidently looking up, he was met only by the vast, empty blue sky. Where was Kakashi? How could he have evaded the grasp of my Sharingan? At that moment, Sasuke's combat awareness was still too feeble. He had never contemplated that there existed ninjutsu capable of allowing a ninja to remain concealed underground. Ninjutsu, heart-severing technique. As the whispered incantation reached their ears, Naruto's ankle was suddenly seized by a hand emerging from the earth, dragging him beneath the soil, leaving only his head visible above the surface. Whoosh. The unexpected turn of events prompted Sasuke to react instantly, leaping backward to escape Kakashi's attack range. 1. Kakashi's figure burst forth from the ground, standing beside Naruto, relentlessly applying pressure on Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He had underestimated the prowess of Nin. In but a fleeting moment, the opponent had not only executed the body replacement technique but also burrowed into the ground. Whoosh. Yet, in the heat of battle, there was little time for contemplation. After a brief shock, Sasuke swiftly launched several kunai at Kakashi once more. Futile. Such crude shuriken techniques cannot defeat me, Kakashi thought, evading the attacks with ease as he nimbly moved from side to side. Is that so? The corners of Sasuke's mouth curved into a subtle smile, causing Kakashi's heart to tremble involuntarily. Was there something he had overlooked? His gaze darted around the surroundings, eager to uncover any hidden maneuvers from his opponent. Yet, everything appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any flaws. Humph. The boy dares to engage me in a battle of wits. How intriguing. However, at that moment, Naruto, who had been buried in the earth, suddenly vanished with a resounding pop before the eyes of all present. Shadow clone. Kakashi's heart raced with alarm. If this was indeed a shadow clone, then where was the real body? His thoughts spiraled rapidly as he contemplated the flow of the battle. This is bad. I have been careless. With his exceptional combat intellect, Kakashi quickly pieced together the sequence of events. Initially, Naruto had employed the multiple shadow clone technique, likely to unsettle his mind and conceal his true self. By using the great fireball technique and taijutsu to dispel all the clones, Kakashi assumed that the remaining one was the original. Subsequently, Sasuke seized the opportunity to launch an attack, leading Kakashi to believe that Naruto was out of options. And it was now Sasuke's turn to strike. After easily evading the shuriken assault, Sasuke instantaneously unleashed his shuriken technique and dragon fire technique. once again rattling Kakashi's focus, compelling him to direct all his attention towards Sasuke. In this manner, Kakashi would inevitably prioritize neutralizing Naruto, who posed a minor threat, yet could disrupt the battle, before continuing to confront Sasuke. Thus, the last remaining shadow clone of Naruto became his target. When Kakashi dragged Naruto's shadow clone underground, believing he could now deal with Sasuke, Sasuke immediately retaliated with yet another shuriken attack. Such a repetitive assault would surely numb Kakashi's senses, causing him to focus solely on whether the shuriken also bore wires, while neglecting the shuriken itself. Now, Kakashi's gaze shifted toward the direction of the clone. As expected, there was a shuriken embedded right before him. Bang! Just as he looked, the shuriken erupted into a cloud of white smoke, transforming into Naruto's likeness. Clap, clap, clap. A splendid collaboration, Kakashi-sensei. It appears you have lost. Observing the battle intently, Lo couldn't help but applaud, seeing Lo now standing upright. Kakashi could only shrug in resignation. Who would have thought that he would receive a lesson from a freshly graduated Chunin? Huh. Even the elite Chunin of Konoha can falter when they let their guard down. This is the world of ninjas. One must always harbor a sense of reverence and never be complacent, for every moment of carelessness could cost you your life. With a shrug, he concluded as if he were the leading jonin of Team 7. I have learned. Kakashi did not dispute this. 5 years had passed since he left the Umbu, and he had indeed become rather lax. In order to remember today's lesson, allow me to treat you all to a grand feast. Hooray! Naruto was indifferent to the admonition, yet he was the quickest to respond to the prospect of a sumptuous meal. Sasuke remained silent, quietly trailing behind the others. Luo's recent words were directed at Kakashi, and equally, they were meant for him and Naruto. While Naruto may choose to disregard them, Luo cannot afford to do so. As a seeker of vengeance, he believes that his life can only conclude at Itachi's hands. After finishing their hearty meal, Kakashi led the trio to a secluded pavilion at the village's edge. The 7th squad was officially formed. To better understand one another, let us introduce ourselves, Kakashi suggested, leaning against the railing and observing the three. What are we supposed to introduce? Naruto inquired, puzzled. Your name, your interests, and your aspirations in life, Kakashi replied with a smile. I'll go first, Naruto exclaimed, raising his right hand high. I am Naruto Uzumaki. My hobbies include enjoying Ichiraka ramen. My greater passion is devouring an immense quantity of Ichiraka ramen. My life's ambition is to become Hokage. Clap, clap, clap. Kakashi applauded. A commendable aspiration indeed. Next, Uchiha Sasuke. Hobbies? None. Life's ambition. Sasuke rested his chin on crossed hands, his gaze narrowing as he stared into the distance, is to kill a certain individual. Upon hearing Sasuke's declaration, Kakashi's expression grew serious, but he refrained from further comment. I am Luo. As for my hobbies, I don't seem to have any particular ones. My life's ambition? To grow stronger, at least as strong as she is. Then, to stand by her side and see if she truly loves me. Luo's eyes drifted towards the sky, as though he could peer through the endless expanse to the moon, where Kaguya lay sealed. Kakashi could comprehend Sasuke's words, yet Luo's sentiments left him somewhat perplexed. Luo's prowess was something he was somewhat acquainted with. Being capable of injuring the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was no trivial feat, even if it occurred unexpectedly. Moreover, this was all 6 years ago when Luo was merely 6 years old. Hence, a question arose. Who was the she that Luo spoke of, possessing such formidable strength? How powerful could she possibly be? Naruto appeared utterly perplexed. Although he could comprehend each word uttered by Luo and Sasuke individually, when strung together, their meaning eluded him entirely. Forget it. Such convoluted matters were hardly worth his effort to ponder. He promptly raised his hand and declared, Kakashi-sensei, what about you? Kakashi replied with a smile. You already know my name. It is Hatake Kakashi. As for my aspirations in life, it seems I lack any significant ambitions. Regarding hobbies, does reading count? Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Luo turned his head, casting an oddly inquisitive glance at Kakashi's masked visage. Is your reading truly honest? He mused. How could one possibly lack ideals? Kakashi-sensei is quite the rascal. Amidst their light-hearted banter, the first gathering of Team 7 had reached its conclusion. The days that followed, as Luo had anticipated, became exceedingly mundane, perhaps even more so than during their time at the Ninja Academy. Catching cats, dogfighting, weeding, and cleaning up rubbish became the trio's daily refrain. Not long after, having just completed a cat-catching task commissioned by the feudal lord's wife of the Land of Fire, they were once again assigned by Hiruzen Sarutobi to assist in caring for a child at home. Luo was somewhat mentally prepared and felt indifferent. However, Naruto was utterly infuriated. No, we must change the task. This one is far too tedious. Let's help with harvesting sweet potatoes instead. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression remained unchanged as he picked up the mission scroll and continued reading. No, absolutely not. Naruto instantly appeared at the Hokage's desk, slamming his palm down with fervor. I refuse to accept such tasks. I want to undertake more formidable missions. Although Sasuke remained silent, he resonated with Naruto's sentiments. Such tasks offered no assistance in enhancing his capabilities. Continuing down this path, how long would it take for him to grow stronger and seek vengeance against Itachi? Kakashi rested his hand on his forehead. As I suspected, it's time for Naruto to throw a tantrum. Fool. As a novice, one must commence with these tasks. Irika could no longer contain himself and stood up, shouting loudly. But these tasks have always been like this. They're truly insipid. Naruto was unyielding, raising his voice even louder. Bang. Kakashi, exasperated, slapped the back of Naruto's head, saying, "That's enough." Chapter 26, Departure to the Land of Waves. Naruto. It seems I must elucidate the true essence of missions for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, gazing intently at Naruto as he spoke. In our village, numerous tasks are assigned daily. They are categorized based on their type and difficulty into 4 ranks: A, B, C, and D. A rank missions are typically undertaken by Jonin, B rank by Chunin, C rank by Chunin or seasoned Genin, and D rank, which is what you currently have, is generally assigned to newly minted Genin. Do you understand now? Your current abilities do not suffice for higher-level missions. However, despite the third Hokage's lengthy explanation, Naruto remained unrepentant, declaring, "I don't care. I'm no longer a child. I am capable of handling more challenging tasks." Kakashi covered his face. Irika covered his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen covered his face. With no other option, Hiruzen turned his gaze to Kakashi, and upon seeing Kakashi nod slightly, he finally spoke. "All right, the village has just received a C-rank mission. It involves protecting a certain individual." Aha, really? Upon hearing of a more advanced task, Naruto's eyes brightened instantly. Indeed. Please have the client enter. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, an elderly man, slightly inebriated and holding a sake bottle, pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo's expression was one of realization. Indeed, it was you, Tazuna. What? Is the task being assigned to these little brats? Dasne cast a sidelong glance at Naruto and his companions, his face betraying a hint of impatience. Particularly, he fixated on the shortest among them, who appeared rather foolish and daft. Could he truly be a ninja? The shortest? Who could that possibly be? Upon hearing Dasne's remark, Naruto, in a state of bewilderment, inquired, his head instinctively turning to look at Rock and Sasuke. However, he quickly realized that both Rock and Sasuke were, quite evidently, a good half-head taller than he was. "How dare you, old fool, call me foolish?" Naruto finally grasped the situation, and in a fit of indignation, he attempted to confront Dasne with his grievances. Kakashi facepalmed. Sasuke facepalmed. Luo sighed in exasperation. Such a display of intelligence was truly overwhelming. "Naruto, stop fooling around and prepare for the mission," he urged. Ultimately, it was Kakashi who intervened to put an end to the farce. Having accepted the assignment, the 4 of them began to protect Dasne as they departed from the village. "Wow, it's my first time leaving the village," exclaimed Naruto, eagerly stretching his limbs. "Indeed." Luo concurred with a nod. In this world, ninjas are forbidden from leaving the village without a mission, and even students of the Ninja Academy are bound by this rule. Thus, for Luo, this excursion was filled with novelty. Observing the group's demeanor, Dasne's expression grew somewhat conflicted. He questioned whether involving these young ones in the affairs of the Land of Waves was right or wrong. Yet, when he glanced at Kakashi, who walked at the forefront, his troubled heart found reassurance. With the esteemed copy ninja Kakashi leading the way, he felt confident that even these youngsters could safeguard themselves. As time passed, the initial thrill of stepping outside the village gradually waned under the relentless pace of their journey, and a palpable silence began to envelop the group. At that moment, a small puddle unexpectedly appeared on the dry dirt road ahead, causing Kakashi to furrow his brow. However, he said nothing, acting as though he had noticed nothing amiss and continued towards the puddle. "The sun is scorching today. It's unbearable. If only it would rain," Luo complained, walking alongside Dasne. "It hasn't rained in ages, has it?" "The weather was the same when I came to the village to post the mission," Dasne replied casually, still somewhat inebriated. "Luo, you're being too weak. We are ninjas, after all. This weather is nothing," Naruto remarked nonchalantly. "No. unlike Naruto's bluntness. Sasuke immediately grasped the underlying implication of Luo's words. Such a glaring sun. It hadn't rained in a long time. The parched ground, under these circumstances, that puddle should not exist. Reacting instinctively, Sasuke quickly formed hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. However, his response was still too slow. Just as the fireball took shape, the puddle morphed into two ninjas wielding chains. In an instant, they ensnared Kakashi, pulling him into their midst. A sickening crack echoed as Kakashi was torn apart before their very eyes. However, in the face of Sasuke's onslaught, the two ninjas exhibited no hesitation, instantly employing the substitution technique, leaving behind two wooden stumps in their place. Moments later, they reappeared on the branches of the towering trees flanking the road. Is this the renowned copy ninja Kakashi? Hardly impressive, sneered the ninja on the left branch. Little brat, your luck seems to have run out, remarked the ninja on the right branch, casting a similarly mocking glance at Naruto and his companions. They are rogue ninjas from the mist. Sasuke clutched his kunai tightly, his body slightly bent, cautiously observing the two rogue ninjas. Little brat, you possess some discernment. Yet, that does not spare you from death. Have you pondered how you wish to meet your end? Speak it, and perhaps I can grant you a swift demise. In the eyes of the two rogue ninjas from the mist, having dispatched Kakashi, the three youngsters before them, along with Tazuna, had become mere fish on the chopping block. Kakashi-sensei has actually perished. Naruto seemed unable to comprehend, his gaze incredulously fixed upon the ground, where Kakashi's body lay, gruesomely severed into three parts. Naruto, I shall take on the one on the right, you handle the one on the left. Lo, you protect our mission target. Sasuke swiftly devised a battle strategy. To him, the two rogue ninjas from the mist were not insurmountable foes. On the contrary, due to the uncertainty of whether more adversaries lay in ambush, the paramount task of safeguarding their employer was logically entrusted to the strongest among them. Lo, very well. However, Sasuke, are you certain that Naruto is still capable of fighting? Lo maintained an air of ease throughout, as if Kakashi's demise had not registered with him at all. Sasuke could not help but glance at Naruto, only to find his eyes filled with confusion, his entire being frozen in place, utterly motionless. His hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. It was precisely at that moment of distraction for Sasuke that the two rogue ninjas from the mist launched their assault. Body flicker technique. Whoosh. With two swift sounds slicing through the air, the two ninjas vanished from sight, reappearing less than half a meter away from Sasuke. This is bad. Losing focus in battle is a cardinal sin for a ninja. In an instant, Sasuke recognized the imminent danger. His Sharingan activated, and his hands flew into action. Clang. With two crisp metallic sounds echoing, he narrowly parried their attacks. Excellent reflexes, Lo thought to himself, silently applauding. His earlier remarks were intended to elevate the challenge for Sasuke. This kid's reactions have indeed lived up to my expectations. Naruto. Withstanding the assault of two rogue mist ninjas, Sasuke did not forget to rouse Naruto from his stupor, his voice reverberating with urgency. Yet, Naruto appeared oblivious, ensnared in a realm of fear. A heaviness settled in Sasuke's heart, prompting thoughts of awe. He yearned to call for assistance, but the words R had often imparted echoed in his mind. To relinquish is, in truth, a simple act. However, should one choose to surrender, the path to perseverance becomes arduous. Contemplating this, Sasuke's wavering resolve solidified anew. He maneuvered his body in accordance with the force of the adversary's strike, executing a deft retreat. His hands swiftly delved into his pouch, producing two shurikens that soared like lightning toward the two mist ninjas. The ninjas reacted with equal swiftness, evading the projectiles effortlessly. Sasuke had not anticipated the shurikens would strike true. Instead, he activated the technique, yanking the shurikens back with fervor, ensnaring the two ninjas within their trajectory. Ninja art, dragon fire technique. Flames erupted forth, coursing along the wire towards the rogue ninjas. In an instant, the pair were engulfed by the inferno. Their anguished cries echoed as they succumbed to the searing heat, transforming into charred remains. Panting heavily, Sasuke felt the toll of utilizing two searing techniques weigh heavily upon him. Yet, fortune smiled upon him with a favorable outcome. Turning his gaze away from Naruto, devoid of any interest, he addressed R, asking, Kakashi-sensei has fallen. What shall we do next? According to the village's regulations, any mission involving ninjas is, at the very least, ranked B. This time, it was the employer who had provided erroneous intelligence. With a casual shrug, Luo responded, Don't ask me. I'm not the team leader. Suddenly, as Luo's words echoed, a plume of white smoke erupted from the ground. An impressive display of combat indeed. Sasuke, Kakashi, who had long since become a lifeless corpse, reappeared before the gathered crowd. Indeed, whether it be his on-the-spot reactions or combat skills, he could be considered a standout among his peers in this era. Luo did not withhold his praise. The only aspect that required correction was the necessity to remain vigilant towards the opponent's movements, regardless of any unforeseen circumstances during battle. This time, their luck was merely due to the opponent's weakness. Next time, fortune may not favor them so kindly. Understood. Next time, I won't let that happen. Sasuke vowed, clenching his fists. The trio continued their conversation, completely oblivious to Naruto's recent performance, leaving him with a profound sense of shock. Wait a moment. Chapter 27. The Demon, Zabuza. What is the matter, Naruto? Luo's expression remained unchanged, still adorned with a smile. However, in stark contrast to Luo's calm demeanor, Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at Naruto. At the back of the pack. So cowardly. How can one call themselves a ninja? Sasuke's words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly in Naruto's ears, intensifying his already profound sense of shame. Naruto began to defend himself, yet upon recalling his abysmal performance, he hung his head in deep regret. All right, Naruto. Remember, this is what it means to be a ninja. This is the world of ninjas. If you cannot adapt, then perhaps the path of a ninja is not meant for you. Luo's expression turned serious, his gaze towards Naruto losing some of its warmth. Naruto stood there, stunned. In his memory, this was the first time Luo had spoken to him with such gravity. Luo seemed genuinely angered. However, setting aside this matter, Kakashi tactfully broke the prevailing tension in the atmosphere, turning to Danzo with an expression of utmost seriousness. Mr. Danzo, I implore you to provide us with an explanation. Otherwise, we reserve the right to abandon this mission. It is evident that this task involves the participation of other ninjas, and it is certainly not a mere endeavor to safeguard a client in the construction of a bridge. With such a lackluster teammate, I find it exceedingly difficult to believe we can accomplish this mission. Sasuke's cold words reflected his lingering disapproval of Naruto's recent behavior, which was evidently not something that could be easily brushed aside. Naruto hung his head, fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. After years of rigorous training, what had he been striving for? Was it merely to falter at the critical moment? No, absolutely not. His path as a ninja had only just begun. He could not allow it to end in such a manner. With a sudden resolve, Naruto retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and plunged it into his left hand. Instantly, blood dripped from the wound, falling steadily to the ground. His gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination as he looked at the astonished Kakashi, the disdainful Sasuke, and the startled Danzo. The mission continues. The pain in my hand will serve as a reminder that I shall never succumb to weakness again. Next time, I will lead the charge. Finally, Naruto cast his eyes toward Luo, whose expression had remained unchanged throughout, and vowed. Ahem, Naruto, I understand your desire for change, Luo remarked, glancing at the wound on Naruto's hand. However, if you allow the blood to continue flowing, you may risk excessive blood loss. In an instant, the atmosphere that Naruto had so painstakingly cultivated was utterly shattered by Luo. In the land of waves, Kato's company, Mr. Zabuza, it appears the opposition has also enlisted formidable ninjas. Your subordinates have failed in their assassination attempt, and I expect an explanation. The tension in the small room was palpable as Kato, seated in his executive chair and adjusting his wristwatch, fixed his gaze on Zabuza, who loomed menacingly with his executioner's blade. Bang! Zabuza, known for his volatile temperament, swiftly drew his blade from his back and slammed it onto Kato's desk. Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? Those sent out were merely fodder. This time, I will take matters into my own hands. In the face of Zabuza's blatant threat, Kato remained unfazed. He understood the necessity of Zabuza's prowess, while Zabuza required Kato's financial backing. Their relationship was one of mutual benefit. As long as neither party acted foolishly, violence would not ensue. Then I look forward to the good news that you shall bring, Mr. Zabuza. On the other side, Danzo finally laid everything bare. After comprehending the unfolding events, Kakashi refrained from hastily issuing commands. Instead, turning his gaze towards Lo and his companions, this mission had transformed into an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Even as the leading Jonin, I shall not dictate your choices. Let us decide by vote. No need for such complexities. Let us proceed with the mission, Lo remarked, casting a glance at the cynical Naruto and Sasuke, who had just absorbed the tale. He shrugged, reflecting on their youthful enthusiasm, teeming with fervor and the idealism characteristic of the newly initiated into the world of ninjas. With that in mind, they pressed on. Agreed, since Lo has spoken, Neither Sasuke nor Naruto had any objections, thus, the mission shall continue. Once the decision was made, they embarked on a lengthy journey. Fortunately, the remainder of the voyage transpired without further assassination attempts, and they arrived smoothly in the Land of Waves. With the previous incident fueling his resolve, Naruto brimmed with vigor, indeed leading the charge at the forefront of the group. The wound inflicted by the kunai had healed remarkably well. Even Lo found himself admiring the formidable recovery capabilities of the Jinchuriki, empowered by the Nine Tails. Stop. At that moment, Naruto suddenly gestured for his companions to halt, exclaiming, "There's a disturbance." As he spoke, he swiftly extracted several shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them towards the source of the noise. Instantly, everyone behind him, except for Lo, entered a battle-ready stance. Swish, swish, swish. The shurikens sliced through the underbrush, embedding themselves into the trunk of a tree. Cautiously, Naruto parted the foliage to peer in the direction of his thrown projectiles, only to be met with an expression of embarrassment. A snow rabbit stood there, trembling. Oh dear. This seems to be an unexpected turn of events. Naruto sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Upon realizing it was merely a snow rabbit, the tension in everyone's bodies dissipated, everyone except Kakashi. As he discerned the creature's appearance, Kakashi quickly reached a conclusion. This snow rabbit is suspicious. Its white fur only appears during the brief sunlight of winter, and the current timing is evidently amiss. Thus, the answer is singular. This snow rabbit has been bred as a decoy. Kakashi's gaze swept the surroundings, keenly observing for any signs of disturbance. Is this the legendary Sharingan Kakashi? It seems the situation has taken an intriguing turn. Hidden in the shadows, Zabuza's bloodthirsty gaze fixated on the group, relishing the sight of what he perceived as unsuspecting prey. Duck. Suddenly, as Kakashi was scanning the area, the sound of slicing metal pierced the air, prompting him to shout urgently. Responding to his warning, the group swiftly dropped to the ground. Luo remained utterly motionless, his expression devoid of any discernible change, as he watched the large blade graze his hair and embed itself in the trunk of a nearby tree. To onlookers, Luo appeared as if he were paralyzed by fear. All eyes turned toward the imposing weapon, upon which a figure had already materialized. Kakashi squinted at the newcomer, Zabuza Momochi. With the enemy now revealed, Naruto felt the time had finally come for him to showcase his prowess. This time, he would take the lead. He sprang to his feet with a swift motion, ready to charge at the intruder. However, Kakashi abruptly extended his arm, halting him. Step back. Why? Naruto protested, indignant. This guy is on an entirely different level than you. Retracting his hand, Kakashi's demeanor grew gravely serious. Based on Luo's earlier display, he was uncertain whether their adversary would reveal his true capabilities. Yet he knew he had to prepare for the worst. He lifted his forehead protector, which obscured his left eye, and readied himself for this opponent. I may have to use that technique. With the Sharingan, Kakashi focused intently on Zabuza, who had turned to face them, standing atop the executioner's blade. His gaze scanning the crowd from a commanding height. Even you cannot stop me. And you, good luck, little brat. You were almost about to lose your head. Zabuza's words sent a shiver through Sasuke, who instinctively glanced at Kakashi's revealed Sharingan. Why? How do you possess the Sharingan? It should be a dojutsu unique to the Uchiha clan. Sasuke exclaimed incredulously. This is not the time for such discussions. Stand back and protect Mr. Tazuna, Kakashi ordered. Suddenly opening his left eye, the crimson tomo of the Sharingan locking onto Zabuza in the distance. To his surprise, he encountered the legendary Sharingan so soon. Zabuza's gaze filled with malice. But in this environment, how much power can your Sharingan truly wield? Ninjutsu. Hidden mist technique. Zabuza placed one hand on his chest and pointed to the sky. As his voice echoed, a thick mist enveloped the vast forest, rapidly intensifying until visibility was reduced to mere inches. Protect Mr. Tazuna, Kakashi instructed, stepping forward slightly, aware that Luo could ensure Tazuna's safety. Creating some distance would allow him to engage in battle more effectively. The air hung heavy with an eerie silence. Any slight disturbance would seem jarringly out of place. Throat, spine, lungs, liver. Suddenly, a ghostly whisper resonated from all directions, reaching every ear. Carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. 8 targets in total. Which vital point shall I choose to extinguish your lives? The ethereal words, laden with an intense aura of malice, enveloped everyone in an instant. Simultaneously, Kakashi's presence surged dramatically, clashing boldly against Zabuza's murderous intent. Such a palpable aggression, the mere act of raising a finger in this atmosphere would evoke a piercing sensation throughout one's body. This cannot persist. If it continues, I shall surely shatter. Amidst the turmoil within, Sasuke's grip on his kunai began to tremble involuntarily. Chapter 28, Etched in Pain, Rest Assured. Sasuke, I shall safeguard your lives with my own. Kakashi, having sensed Sasuke's tension, spoke solemnly. Is that so? Yet, what awaited him were Zabuza's frigid words. As he had stealthily approached the group of four, Naruto and Sasuke felt a jolt of alarm, their bodies instinctively retreating. They had long forgotten their employer. With a sigh, Luo Wunai extended his hand to pull Dasna back, preventing him from being eliminated at the outset, just as several of them leaped aside. Kakashi suddenly employed a body flicker technique, thrusting his kunai towards Zabuza's abdomen. With a sickening sound, the kunai penetrated flesh, yet Kakashi's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Something was amiss. As anticipated, no blood gushed from the wound in Zabuza's body. Instead, droplets of water erupted from the injury. A water clone. Kakashi's heart raced with alarm, prompting him to retreat. It was too late. Unbeknownst to him, Zabuza had already circled behind Kakashi. Die. The executioner's blade swung fiercely towards Kakashi's waist. However, as Zabuza's blade cleaved through Kakashi's form, a sensation entirely foreign to striking the true body surged through his hand. With a splash, Kakashi instantly transformed into a cascade of water, drenching the ground. A water clone? When did that happen? Could it be that he activated the water clone just as I employed the hidden mist technique? Truly, the renowned copy ninja, Kakashi, is formidable. A flicker of admiration surfaced within Zabuza. Don't move. Such an excellent opportunity could not be squandered. Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared behind Zabuza. His kunai poised against the latter's throat. It's over. Incredible! Naruto and Sasuke couldn't help but exclaim in awe. What a masterful display. Kakashi-sensei is truly extraordinary. Is it truly over this easily? Observing the battlefield, Luo remained non-committal. Kakashi's reputation resounded through the ninja world. How could Zabuza be any less? A man capable of assassinating the fourth Mizukage and escaping unscathed would surely possess more than mere tricks. Over? What do you mean by over? This farce is child's play to me. A sinister smile crept across Zabuza's lips. After a long absence from such an evenly matched, exhilarating battle, he had nearly forgotten how to thrive amidst the blood and mist of the water country. At this moment, he felt his heart pounding fiercely, not from the fear of a kunai at his throat, but from the thrill of facing a worthy opponent. Did you think that by copying my jutsu and capturing my attention, victory was assured? You were sorely mistaken, Kakashi. Zabuza grinned, transforming once more into a splash of water. The tide of battle shifted again, as Zabuza reappeared behind Kakashi, the executioner's blade slicing through the air, aimed directly at Kakashi's neck. Kakashi, truly a distinguished elite ninja of Konoha, found himself in a perilous moment, narrowly evading danger by swiftly crouching down. However, once Zabuza launched his assault, there was no possibility of halting it with ease. With a powerful kick, he aimed a side strike towards Kakashi. Should that kick connect, Kakashi would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries on the spot. Without a trace of hesitation, Kakashi immediately crossed his arms defensively across his chest. A resounding thud echoed as he was propelled several meters away by the impact. Zabuza, confident in the prowess of his opponent, a renowned ninja, did not expect Kakashi to withstand such an onslaught. His movements were relentless, wielding his executioner's blade as he pursued Kakashi's landing point. Foolishness. As Kakashi landed on the distant lake, a slight furrow formed on his brow. However, he remained composed. For the true battle was just commencing. Yet, as he swiftly emerged from the water's surface, a sudden realization struck him. The water felt unusually heavy. Idiot. That is the water prison technique. Behind him, Zabuza's voice resounded at the opportune moment, accompanied by swift hand seals, conjuring a massive water sphere that enveloped Kakashi entirely. This is bad. Kakashi glanced back, attempting to react, but it was already too late. He could only watch helplessly as the water prison ensnared him. Kakashi, our reckoning shall be postponed. For now, I will deal with those children. A cruel smile crept across Zabuza's lips as he placed one hand upon his chest. Water clone technique. In an instant, another identical water clone emerged beside Zabuza. Haha, the world of ninjas is no mere child's play. Children, allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to be a ninja. Once again, the mist enveloped everyone as Zabuza unleashed the hidden mist technique. Lola tugged gently at Dasna's sleeve and, with a light leap, she had already retreated several meters. To Zabuza, this scene appeared akin to a cowardly escape. Haha. Little brat, you truly are foolish. If you wish to flee, you should not carry the burden of your opponent's mission. Such a thing will only hinder you. The voice echoed softly, making it difficult to discern its origin. However, since you are so timid, I, in my magnanimity, shall leave you for last, allowing you to witness your comrades perish one by one before your very eyes. Unlike the original timeline, with the presence of Lola, Naruto, and Sasuke always possess a reliance. Thus, they shall forever remain oblivious to the true extent of their own power. From the very beginning, Lola had no intention of intervening in this battle. His gaze was fixed upon the mist before him, as if he could penetrate through it and behold the towering figure. Zabuza, a tragic character. Born amidst the blood mist yet possessing a heart full of love. Discontent with the graduation policies of the ninja academy in his village, he single-handedly slaughtered all his classmates. Though extreme, this act successfully halted such tyranny. It was from that moment on that the Mist Village's ninja academy abolished the rules of mutual slaughter. However, his rebellion seemed utterly laughable to Obito, who was consumed by a desire for vengeance. Under his manipulation, the fourth Mizukage, Gaara, issued tasks that primarily involved the slaughter of fellow villagers. It was during this tumultuous time that Zabuza awakened. He initiated a coup to kill Gaara and liberate the Mist Village. Regrettably, he failed. Yet, his heart never wavered. Even after becoming a rogue ninja, he continued to accept various assassination missions, his sole aim being to earn more money in preparation for a comeback. With a cold exterior, he concealed a tender heart. This is Zabuza. If possible, Lola wished not to witness the regrets of Zabuza and Haku replay in this timeline. Observing Zabuza vanish once more from sight, Sasuke felt a shiver run through him. He nervously scanned his surroundings while casting a furtive glance at Lola behind him. Having learned from the previous encounter, he was determined not to let his guard down during battle. However, upon seeing Lola's expression, the last remnants of hope in his heart had utterly evaporated. Lola's expression remained unfazed, as if the individual ensnared in peril before him was not a comrade, but rather a complete stranger he had never encountered. Sasuke's gaze flickered once more towards Naruto, and his heart was swiftly engulfed by disappointment. The fervent declarations of Naruto, vowing never to retreat again, now seemed hollow as he faltered. He stood frozen, resembling a marionette, his legs trembling uncontrollably, gripping his kunai tightly, his entire form curled up like a frightened fawn. It was up to him alone. Sasuke furrowed his brow. Given the circumstances, the only way to extricate themselves was to rescue Kakashi-sensei, a task evidently fraught with difficulty. Yet, there was no turning back. The arrow was nocked and could not be unshot. Fire style, great fireball technique. To effect a rescue, one must discern the enemy's movements, and the dense fog before him posed the greatest obstruction to such understanding. Sasuke felt his mind sharpening, his hand weaving seals with increasing speed. The massive fireball rapidly took shape and surged forth. With a crackling sound, the flames clashed against the mist, gradually dispersing the thick fog. Zabuza, concealed within the shroud, began to reveal his form. "Found you," Sasuke shouted, propelling himself forward, his kunai aimed directly at Zabuza's neck. However, what appeared to be a fierce assault to Sasuke was met with disdain by Zabuza, who casually raised his right hand and seized Sasuke by the throat, slamming him down onto the ground with brutal force. "Did you think such an attack could harm me? How naive of you, little brat." Zabuza reveled in this predatory thrill, intent on making his opponent fully experience fear, and in that fear, the realization of their own helplessness, much like he had once felt in his village. "Sasuke." Naruto's voice trembled as he witnessed Sasuke being flung away. He had not anticipated that, under such circumstances, Sasuke would dare to make an aggressive move against a Jonin, a true ninja. "No, I must flee, or I will perish." The thought of Zabuza's advancing steps sent Naruto scrambling backward on the ground. "Naruto, you truly disappoint me." Lo's cold voice pierced through the air. In that instant, Naruto felt the lingering pain in his hand, which had seemingly healed, flare up once more. He glanced at his left hand. Memories of days past flooding his mind, the fervent oaths he had sworn with all his might. Everything around him seemed to mock his current weakness. Chapter 29. It must come to an end. "Ah!" Naruto roared, his body enveloped in a swirling tempest of crimson chakra. Luo's heart sank in shock. Could it be? In the original timeline, such a scene never unfolded. How could the Nine-Tails chakra erupt here? Lo knew nothing of the significant position he held in Naruto's heart. Naruto could endure anyone's slander, insults, or disdain, yet Lo was the sole exception. He was the first person to forge a bond with Naruto, and once his only bond. How could he seek the acknowledgement of all if he were to disappoint the one who had once placed the utmost trust in him? "Lo, I am truly sorry." With his head bowed slightly, Naruto's chakra began to emanate with an increasing intensity. "I will never let you down again." Raising his gaze, Naruto's pale blue eyes shimmered with a hint of crimson, and the whiskers on his cheeks became more pronounced. Zabuza, observing the eruption of chakra before him, found his brow furrowed in disbelief. He was reluctant to accept that he felt a sense of peril emanating from this young boy. What terrifying chakra? Sasuke, who had fallen not far away, couldn't help but turn his attention to Naruto. The palpable chakra caused his pupils to constrict involuntarily. The two tomo at the edges of his eyes began to rotate slowly. After 2 years without any evolution, his Sharingan was now showing signs of a breakthrough. Shadow clone technique. As Naruto's voice rang out, a multitude of shadow clones materialized in an instant. Go! With the command from his original. The clones surged forth like wild stallions, charging towards Kakashi. Lo observed this scene quietly, nodding in acknowledgement, recognizing the disparity between himself and his adversary. He was poised to make the most judicious choice. This was an essential skill for any ninja. As he surveyed the throng of clones, Zabuza shook off his initial shock. You little brat. I must concede, I underestimated you. However, if you think it will be so simple to pass through me, you are sorely mistaken. With a resounding thud, Zabuza drove his massive sword into the ground, swiftly forming hand seals with his hands crossed before his chest. His speed was such that one could perceive afterimages. The brilliance in Luo Shuang's eyes illuminated the movements of Zabuza as she emitted a sound of admiration. Do you see? This is the essence of a ninja's combat. Those who merely clap their hands and shout cannot be deemed true ninjas. Ah, but I am no different. Well, that matters not. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. With a series of 44 hand seals completed in the blink of an eye, a serpentine dragon erupted from the lake behind Zabuza, spiraling forth towards Naruto's army of shadow clones. Bang! In an instant, the overwhelming multitude of shadow clones disintegrated into wisps of white smoke under the dragon's assault. The remaining clones that managed to evade the onslaught were swiftly eradicated by Zabuza's formidable blade. Is this all you can muster, little brat? Zabuza's chilling laughter echoed. If you lack any other means, I shall take matters into my own hands. Whoosh. As his words fell, Zabuza executed a body flicker technique, vanishing from sight only to reappear before Naruto. His left fist struck with tremendous force, landing a heavy blow to Naruto's abdomen, propelling him off the ground with immense impact. Puff. Naruto found himself involuntarily spitting out a mouthful of blood, the intense pain contorting his facial expression. Yet, the battle was far from over. Zabuza's assault showed no signs of abating. Naruto's recent outburst had extinguished any notion of toying with his prey, as he resolved to hold nothing back to avoid prolonging the encounter. With the rush of wind accompanying him, Zabuza's decapitating blade swung towards Naruto, suspended in midair. Devoid of any leverage, Naruto attempted to retrieve a shuriken from his ninja pouch to defend himself, but alas, his opponent's speed was insurmountable. He could only watch in helplessness as the blade drew ever closer to his body. It's over, Naruto thought to himself. Yet within him, there resided little fear. Instead, he felt a profound sense of liberation. Lo, did you see? This time, I did not flee. The transformation of Naruto's expression did not escape Lo's notice, stirring a complex mix of emotions within him. Never mind. Training can occur at any moment. This time, let it serve as a small lesson for Naruto. A reminder that there are always greater talents beyond our own. The jade of the Tao must break free from the sleeve. Fool, I am still here. Do not relinquish so easily. Just as the blade was about to descend upon Naruto, Sasuke, who had been momentarily stunned by Naruto's outburst, finally regained his composure. In an instant, he appeared beside Naruto, his kunai swiftly drawn to firmly halt the deadly arc of the executioner's blade. Witnessing this scene, Lo lowered his hand once more. Perhaps he had underestimated them. However, Zabuza was an elite Chunin. The force behind his strikes was not something a mere 12 or 13-year-old like Sasuke could contend with. The standoff lasted only a brief moment before Sasuke was sent flying. Both he and Naruto hurled far back. You little brat, eager to meet your demise? Zabuza laughed. Then allow me to grant your wish. As he spoke, Zabuza accelerated, positioning his executioner's blade at the ready. Naruto, having just landed, barely had time to catch his breath before Zabuza charged at him. Without hesitation, he prepared to unleash the shadow clone technique, hoping to buy some time for himself and Sasuke. Yet, Naruto underestimated the speed of the Chunin. Just as his hands crossed in front of him, Zabuza was already upon him. With a swift and decisive kick, he interrupted Naruto's hand seals, followed by a horizontal slash of the executioner's blade aimed directly at Naruto's abdomen. Fire style, great fireball technique. With Naruto's distraction, Sasuke executed the fastest hand seals of his life, launching a fierce fireball towards Zabuza's face. Zabuza was forced to halt his advance, retreating swiftly to evade the attack. You troublesome brat, You are truly infuriating. Perhaps it was the frustration of facing two Konoha genin without achieving any success, or perhaps it was his disdain for Naruto and Sasuke's unwavering camaraderie that further agitated Zabuza, twisting his expression into a more menacing grimace. Ninjutsu, Hidden Mist Technique. Zabuza activated the Hidden Mist Technique for the third time, no longer willing to prolong the confrontation. The thick fog enveloped everyone once more, and Zabuza vanished into its depths. Sasuke, almost instinctively, began to form hand seals, intending to dispel the mist with the Great Fireball Technique. However, Zabuza would not allow him to succeed again. Too slow, little brat. As Sasuke's hands began to move, the words of Zabuza echoed in his ears, accompanied by the sound of a blade slicing through the air. There was no time to waste. In an instant, Sasuke made a swift judgment, abandoning the hand seals and executing a forward roll to narrowly evade Zabuza's ambush. However, when he directed his gaze toward the source of the sound, he found no trace of Zabuza. Little brat, what are you looking at? Zabuza, like a relentless phantom, had already closed in with his deadly sword just as Sasuke regained his footing. Sasuke's pupils constricted in alarm. When had the enemy moved so close? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The enemy's attack was imminent, and any chance to observe further was lost. He could only feebly raise his kunai in defense. Clang. With a sharp metallic clash, Sasuke was once again sent sprawling. Naruto. Zabuza was elusive, completely evading detection, and Sasuke understood that if this continued, both would inevitably fall to each other. At this moment, he was unable to perform any hand seals to unleash the Great Fireball Technique. The solution lay in but one option. Hearing Sasuke's voice, Naruto resolutely met his expectations. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Even if you possess countless ninjutsu, a single technique from me can shatter them. If it fails to break through, it simply means the number of clones is insufficient. This was Naruto's current combat style, the one best suited to him. As his voice faded, shadows multiplied in the dense mist, filling every inch of space. Another one of those tricks? Little brat. Do you think the same technique will work on me? Despite his words, Zabuza refrained from launching another attack. Instead, he stealthily approached one of his water clones. In his eyes, the opponent was merely a lowly genin, hardly capable of exhausting a significant amount of chakra. Ultimately, all preparations were merely to rescue Kakashi. All he needed to do was lie in wait, ready for the opponent to approach or for their chakra to deplete. Naruto and Sasuke were shielded by countless shadow clones, aware of the enemy's elusive position and refraining from recklessly attacking. This battle had morphed into a test of patience. Enough of this farce. Unbeknownst to Zabuza, how could Naruto not be aware? In a contest of chakra consumption, who among them could rival Naruto? Even he could not match that. With the battle reaching this point, victory for Naruto and Sasuke was all but assured. It was merely a matter of time. Whoosh. As the sound faded, Zabuza, standing before the water clone, suddenly heard a sharp whoosh beside his ear, prompting an instinctive reaction to raise his decapitating blade in defense. However, the anticipated clash never materialized. The jade artifact effortlessly pierced through the blade, transforming into a kunai and halting at his neck. It is over, Mr. Zabuza. With the sound's conclusion, Zabuza realized that the Konoha boy, who had remained an observer throughout the battle, had somehow appeared behind him. Chapter 30. I can assist you in an instant. Zabuza felt his entire body stiffen, a chill sweeping from his scalp to the soles of his feet. When had his opponent arrived behind him? Kakashi, ensnared by the water prison technique, stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across his face. No one could escape the scrutiny of the Sharingan moments ago. He had clearly observed that the boy had materialized from thin air. In his understanding, such a technique could only belong to one individual, his teacher, Minato Namikaze. Renowned for mastering the S-rank technique developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, the records of the Flying Thunder God should exist solely within the confines of the Sealing Book. Given the delicate relationship between the boy and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi found it hard to believe that Hiruzen would impart this fearsome technique to the boy for his studies. Thus, only one conclusion remained. The rumors circulating in the village about Naruto's theft of the Sealing Book were not baseless but grounded in truth. Moreover, after Naruto's audacious act, the boy had been by his side. Such thoughts sent a shiver down Kakashi's spine. He shook his head, unwilling to delve deeper. In a hidden corner, a ninja adorned with a Kirigakure Umbu mask silently observed every movement in the scene. At that moment, he was poised to act. Whoosh. Suddenly, two sharp sounds pierced the air. In the corner of Lo's vision, two needles, each over 3 inches long, shot forth and embedded themselves in Zabuza's neck. With a crash, as Zabuza's corporeal form was struck by the needles, the water clone, maintaining the water prison technique, lost its chakra support and instantly transformed into scattered droplets. The surrounding mist dissipated rapidly with Zabuza's fall. Kakashi, freed from the water prison, fixed his gaze intently on the direction from which the needles had come. Unbeknownst to him, a figure clad in a Kirigakirumbu mask now stood there. He is dead. The newcomer's voice was icy, devoid of any trace of emotion. Luo crouched down, extending 2 fingers to gently press against the carotid artery of Zabuza, feeling for his pulse. After confirming, he nodded towards Kakashi. Indeed, he had perished. Suddenly, a ninja donning the mask of the mist's Umbu appeared before Luo in an instant, expressing his gratitude. Thank you very much, my lord. I am a pursuing ninja from the hidden mist. This individual is Zabuza, an S-rank rogue ninja from our village. I have been in pursuit of him for a long time. This successful endeavor is largely thanks to the assistance of our friends from Konoha. Luo gradually rose to his feet, casting a glance at the other party, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if attempting to pierce through the veil of the mask to discern the true visage beneath. The newcomer, feeling somewhat uneasy under Luo's gaze, hastily continued. I must retrieve the body of Jean for transport back to the Hidden Mist Village. I hope you will grant me this favor. Luo remained silent, retreating behind Kakashi, outwardly indicating that he was not the decision-maker of the team. Kakashi understood Luo's intent and gave a slight nod to the approaching figure. Farewell, he addressed, as the masked ninja from the mist Umbu hoisted Zabuza's lifeless form onto his shoulder. Surrounding him, a swirling wind of chakra arose, and once it dissipated, the 2 figures had vanished without a trace. They have departed. Let us continue our journey. Luo shrugged and stepped forward, once again positioning himself beside Tazuna. At this moment, Tazuna's gaze toward Luo no longer bore the initial calmness, though he was unaware of the specific events that had transpired. He was acutely aware that the conclusion of this battle was inextricably linked to Luo. As they walked along the path, a somber atmosphere enveloped the group. Naruto and Sasuke kept their heads down, their faces etched with despondency. Kakashi, too, seemed preoccupied with unspoken thoughts, remaining equally silent, though Luo remained relatively unperturbed. Dasna found the atmosphere in the room somewhat intolerable. He quickly interjected, "We shall soon arrive at my home, where you all can rest comfortably." Ah, at last. A chance to truly relax. This journey has been utterly exhausting. Noticing the silence that followed, Luo sought to dissipate the tension and turned to Naruto. Naruto, your performance alongside Sasuke this time was commendable. No, it is insufficient. We are still far from adequate, Naruto replied, his spirits unlifted by Luo's encouragement. I truly am as lacking as that individual suggested, am I not? Sasuke, too, shook his head, his confidence wavering. Oh, you mean that fellow? He is quite different. Luo remarked with a shrug, offering an explanation. With a casual remark, Luo inadvertently drew the attention of everyone present. Although his strength was indeed commendable, it was not as formidable as one might envision. Smiling, Luo remarked, if a true confrontation were to unfold, neither Naruto nor Sasuke would definitively surpass him. At the very least, it would be evenly matched. However, he had slain Zabuza. Such an exceptional ninja had met his demise at his hands. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. This is something Kakashi-sensei should be aware of. At that time, Zabuza had already been subdued by me and was devoid of any capacity for resistance. Luo, with an air of nonchalance, uttered a benevolent falsehood. As for my prowess, it merely relies on my unique bloodline limit. Once Sasuke's Sharingan evolves, he will be no less than my equal. I firmly believe that it shall not be long before that occurs. During our recent skirmish, I noticed that Sasuke's Sharingan has begun to progress towards the three-tomo form. Upon hearing Luo's words, Sasuke's confidence was somewhat restored. What about me? What about me? Upon learning that Sasuke would soon become stronger, Naruto, of course, was unwilling to be left behind and protested loudly. You? Luo cast a sidelong glance at Naruto. That depends on whether the fox within you is willing to assist. If it chooses to lend its power, you could easily surpass Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, with a furrowed brow, interjected. Hey, please don't use me as an example. Oh, right. I almost forgot about you since you haven't spoken. Kakashi-sensei, after these years away from the Umbu, you seem to have grown complacent. Such a level of combat should not have found you in such a predicament back in your prime, Luo retorted unabashedly. Kakashi sighed. I can't shake the feeling that being lectured by someone of your age is quite humiliating. Lo was unaware that his casual remark had sown the seed of contemplation in Naruto's heart regarding a conversation with the Nine Tails. In the dimly lit room, Zabuza lay upon the bed, gradually awakening from his slumber. "Lord Zabuza, you are awake?" Bai inquired, bowing slightly. "Thank you once again," Bai, Zabuza replied, rubbing his still heavy head and speaking in a low voice. "As your tool, it is my duty to assist you," Bai responded with unwavering loyalty. "This time, I misjudged the situation. I never anticipated that within that small team, there would be a presence rivaling Kakashi." As he sat up in bed, Zabuza reflected on the attack that Lo had executed to subdue him, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "By the way, Bai, did you discern his movements?" Bai contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "No, it was as if he appeared out of thin air behind you. This is indeed troublesome. With that individual present, it seems a challenge to assassinate Dazna," Zabuza sighed. "Mr. Zabuza, why are you so determined to eliminate Dazna?" At that moment, an unfamiliar voice abruptly echoed behind Zabuza. "Lord Zabuza, be cautious," Bai exclaimed, launching a needle from his hand aimed at Lo. Zabuza reacted swiftly, seizing the executioner's blade at his side and swinging it backward. "Why such hostility? I thought we could sit down and have a proper discussion," came Lo's calm voice. Having just arrived at Dazna's home, he had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear in Zabuza's hiding place. In the face of the incoming attack, Lo displayed no sign of alarm. His expression remained unchanged, adorned with a benign smile. Yet, to Zabuza, that smile resembled that of a demon, sending a chill down his spine. Though Luo made no move, the jade pendant of enlightenment on his wrist had already positioned itself protectively before him. With a series of metallic sounds, the multitude of flying needles vanished the moment they made contact with the jade. The fate of the decapitating blade was no different as one of the 7 ninja swords. Its destiny seemed indistinguishable from that of the ordinary needles. Upon touching the jade pendant, it too dissolved into nothingness in an instant. If it were not for Zabuza's timely retreat, the decapitating blade would likely have existed only as a mere hilt. "Alas, I merely wish to engage in a cordial conversation with you. Why must it come to this? Is it so difficult for individuals to coexist amicably? Why must we resort to violence at the slightest provocation?" Luo feigned a sigh, his exaggerated demeanor prompting anyone witnessing it to wish to deliver a sharp reprimand. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Faced with such an enigmatic and unfathomable adversary, even Zabuza dared not act recklessly. Luo casually leaned against the wall, gazing intently into Zabuza's somber eyes. "Mr. Zabuza, I am genuinely curious. As a wandering ninja, you could easily survive with minimal effort. Why then do you take on so many missions? Are you truly in need of money?" Although perplexed by the young one's words, Zabuza stifled his growing irritation and replied, "It is to amass sufficient resources to overthrow the Mizukage and put an end to the tyranny of the hidden mist village." Claps echoed in the air. Luo gently clapped her hands, her gaze playfully fixed on Zabuza. "If I were to offer my assistance, it would come with a stipulation. Would Mr. Zabuza be inclined to accept?" Chapter 31. Return. As Zabuza listened to the earnest words of the young girl before him, his eyes narrowed slightly. Yet, the intensity of his gaze could not be entirely concealed. "What say you to this proposition, Mr. Zabuza? Are you intrigued?" Luo's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "What is the condition?" Zabuza replied coldly. Lo glanced at Zabuza, then turned to Bai, his expression suddenly turning icy. "I want his life. No one in this world has dared to deceive me. He shall be the first. To dare do so, he must pay the price. I demand his death." Zabuza was taken aback, completely unprepared for the condition proposed by his counterpart. In that instant, his heart was a tumult of emotions, grappling with an internal conflict. He hesitated. The long-held desire stood before him, within his grasp, requiring only a flick of his finger to achieve. Yet, he found himself unable to act. After all these years of companionship, Bai was far more than the mere tool he had described. In his heart, Bai was his only family. "Go ahead, Zabuza." In contrast to Zabuza's turmoil, Bai turned to him, a serene smile gracing his face. As a tool, he finally had the opportunity to assist Zabuza in fulfilling his innermost wish. Even if achieving this wish required the sacrifice of his own life, he bore no regrets. Observing Bai's pure and unblemished smile, Zabuza's fist clenched tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably, yet he remained unable to make a decisive move. "My lord, I only hope that after my death, you will not go back on your word." Seeing Zabuza's inaction, Bai turned once more to Lo, his face adorned with a smile identical to Lo's, yet while Lo's smile felt utterly insincere, Bai's radiated innocence. This genuine expression left Lo, who had long been steadfast in his devotion to Kaguya, momentarily speechless. "Are you male or female?" even though, in the original timeline, I had already answered Naruto's inquiry regarding this matter. Lo could not help but blurt it out. Male. I was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Lo's thought process, but nonetheless responded truthfully. All right, I can agree to your terms. As long as you perish, I will assist Zabuza in eliminating the fourth Mizukage. Lo nodded at Bai, giving him a definitive response. Thank you, my lord. Bai bowed slightly to Lo, and suddenly produced a long needle, aiming it towards his own heart. Wait. At that moment, Zabuza, who had been lost in his own turmoil, finally succumbed to emotion as he witnessed Bai's imminent self-destruction. He lunged forward, halting Bai's action. My lord. Bai looked at Zabuza, confusion evident in his gaze. You are my tool. I will not permit you to die. Zabuza declared coldly, then turned to Lo. Bai has deceived you at my command, thus if anyone is to die, it should be me, not Bai. If you truly wish to slay the fourth Mizukage and end the blood-mist era of Kirigakure, I am willing to sacrifice my life. My lord. The voice of Bai trembled slightly, tears streaming from his eyes. At the same time, he understood clearly that Zabuza would not tolerate disobedience. If this continued, the one who might ultimately perish could indeed be Zabuza himself. He could no longer afford to hesitate. With this thought, Bai made the unprecedented decision to defy Zabuza's orders for the first time in his life. I am sorry, Zabuza. He uttered the secret technique. Ice crystal of the magic mirror. As the words fell, Bai's bloodline limit was activated, and a white ice house suddenly propelled Zabuza back through the icy barrier. He cast one last lingering glance at Zabuza, a trace of wistful smile adorning his face. Farewell, Zabuza. Suddenly, 3 long needles reappeared in his hand, aimed directly at his heart. No, don't, Zabuza exclaimed, swinging his executioner's blade with fervor, intending to shatter the ice house. However, time was no longer on his side. Observing Zabuza's frantic state, Luo revealed a satisfied smile, lightly waving his right hand. A black Dao orb shot forth, rushing towards the hand of Bai, who held the long needles with lightning speed. As it approached, it abruptly transformed, coiling around Bai's wrist like a serpent, rendering the needles aimed at his heart immobile. Seeing Bai unharmed, Zabuza finally exhaled deeply, feeling as though all strength had been drained from his body, collapsing to the ground. The illusion cast by the fourth Mizukage had been dispelled, and the blood mist would soon dissipate. The era of the fifth Mizukage was about to commence. Having been away for so long, everything might have changed. Zabuza, it seems, you should return and take a look. When Zabuza turned to the direction of the voice again, there was no trace of Luo, and along with him vanished the Dao orb entangled around Bai's wrist. With his head bowed, Zabuza pondered, and after a long while, he finally lifted his gaze to Bai standing before him. Bai, do you think I should return? Zabuza genuinely cherished the village of Kirigakure since becoming a ninja. Despite facing criticism for his actions, he could not deny that everything he did was aimed at bettering the village. If that individual truly wished to eliminate them, it would not require much effort. His words were indeed credible. Although Zabuza could not fathom Luo's motivations, he still offered an objective evaluation. That makes sense. Kirigakure's news is often obscure. Some information is not easily disseminated. However, given that little brat's capabilities, it is not entirely surprising that he knows such things. In light of this, it seems I should return. Zabuza contemplated. Bai, I have made up my mind. I will return for a while. You need not accompany me for the time being. Why? Have I done something wrong? Upon hearing that Zabuza intended to leave him behind, Bai instantly grew anxious. Zabuza stood up, gently stroking Bai's head, reminiscent of their first meeting. Silly child. Though the words of that esteemed individual carry significant credibility, my return nonetheless entails certain risks. In the past, when I assassinated the fourth Hokage, while some understood my actions, many did not. Should I venture forth and not return? I trust that, with your capabilities, you would manage to survive within the ninja world. Zabuza's gaze softened as he regarded Haku, akin to a parent observing their child. Life is inherently transient, and my purpose in this existence is to serve as Zabuza's instrument. Haku earnestly expressed his unwillingness to part ways with Zabuza. Oh, you? Sighed very well. If you wish to accompany me, then so be it. However, you must promise me one thing. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, I will carve a path for your escape. At that moment, do not look back. Zabuza's eyes grew ever gentler. Haku lowered his head in silence, yet within his heart, he silently vowed to safeguard Zabuza's safety with his very life, should the need arise. Outside of Tazuna's modest abode, Lo, where have you just been? The moment Lo returned using the Flying Thunder God technique, he encountered Kakashi on patrol. Haha. I thought you were more concerned about my use of the Flying Thunder God technique, Lo jested, clearly in high spirits. Zabuza and Haku, Lo's first encounter with Naruto had left an indelible mark. The pure-hearted youth's attachment, the unwavering bond of life and death, culminated in a brief yet unforgettable existence, concluding with the tears of heaven falling as snow. However, with his arrival, he had aided Zabuza in gaining insight into his own heart. And it seemed the two were finally destined for a favorable resolution. Haha, when you wish to share something, you will. If you do not, my inquiries would be futile. After all, I cannot best you in combat, Kakashi shrugged, exuding an air of nonchalance. Oh, your demeanor appears to have undergone a substantial transformation, Lo remarked, eyeing Kakashi quizzically. Indeed. Since learning the truth about certain matters from you, I have found clarity, Kakashi replied, settling onto a stone and appearing remarkably at ease. I expected you to recklessly seek vengeance, Lo remarked, clearly taken aback by Kakashi's response. Understanding the truth of my father's demise is sufficient. Konoha cannot afford chaos at present. I cannot allow my personal vendetta to endanger the entire village. Kakashi maintained a light tone, yet Lo could unmistakably discern a sense of desolation in his gaze. Luo remained noncommittal. He harbored little emotional attachment to Konoha. Its destruction or preservation bore little consequence to him. Nonetheless, this did not imply a lack of admiration for those who willingly sacrificed everything, including their lives, for the sake of the village. Naruto and Sasuke displayed commendable combat prowess. Yet their mastery over chakra still left much to be desired. Taking advantage of his opportunity, he should make an effort to guide them. After all, he was A.J. Nin leading a team, not merely lounging idly like a salted fish. Luo similarly found a stone to sit upon, casually remarking, speaking of salted fish, who could rival you? Kakashi shot him a sidelong glance, speechless. That has quite a claim. I train even in my sleep, he retorted, completely denying any semblance of a carefree attitude. Do you think I believe you? Luo chuckled. Nevertheless, you are correct. I witnessed their battle against Zabuza in its entirety. And indeed, the issues you mentioned were evident. Kakashi scoffed at Luo's notion of effort. I am aware of that. They were ensnared by the opponent's jutsu before the fight even commenced. TSK. Seizing the moment, Luo was poised to tease Kakashi further. Get lost. This matter is not to be taken lightly. Starting tomorrow, I will conduct specialized training for them. Are you interested in joining? Kakashi cast a challenging glance at Luo. Chapter 32, The Reality of the Ninja World. Kakashi acknowledges the prowess of Luo, yet he cannot discern the latter's control over chakra. After all, the opponent's combat style reveals itself through the use of bloodline limits, leaving no room for assessment of depth. Very well. Luo readily consents, admitting that although he has observed their training methods from the original timeline, he has yet to embark on systematic training. An uneventful night passes, and at dawn, Kakashi's true self accompanies Dazna to the bridge, while his shadow clone leads Luo and the others into the forest. The exercise of chakra involves extracting both physical and mental energies and blending them within oneself. To perform ninjutsu, one must summon the requisite energy. At this juncture, Kakashi pauses and glances at the listless Sasuke and Naruto. Do you think I am merely spouting nonsense? You are both already adept at using ninjutsu, so this knowledge might seem superfluous. Indeed, listening to Kakashi's explanation on ninjutsu, Naruto is on the brink of slumber, nodding vigorously. Sasuke remains silent, yet his expression conveys a similar sentiment. Laughing softly, Kakashi continues, when executing ninjutsu, if one cannot maintain the balance of chakra, the technique's efficacy may diminish, or worse, fail altogether. Rather than express irritation, Kakashi smiles. Compared to other students who have just graduated from the Ninja Academy, your chakra levels are undoubtedly exceptional. However, why is it that in battle, after casting just 2 or 3 ninjutsu, you feel drained? The answer is simple. You have yet to master the efficient use of chakra. How can one utilize chakra more efficiently? Naruto remains somewhat bewildered by Kakashi's explanation, yet he grasps one thing. Mastering the methods articulated by Kakashi would enhance his abilities. It's quite straightforward. Through relentless training, you must internalize the sensation of balance. How do we train? Eager to grow stronger, Sasuke is the first to inquire. Climb trees. Kakashi points to a nearby large tree with a single finger, speaking nonchalantly. Climb trees? Both Naruto and Sasuke exchange puzzled glances. With a shrug, Luo realized that despite the myriad transformations, the essence remained unchanged. The pinnacle of ninjutsu ultimately boiled down to tree climbing. Not bothering to hear Kakashi's continued explanations, He confidently approached a grand tree and effortlessly stepped onto its trunk, ascending step by step. Kakashi, witnessing Luo's remarkable display, nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. Surely, he must have undergone such training before. It was undeniable. "Wow, Luo, how on earth do you manage to climb vertically using just your feet?" exclaimed Naruto, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Luo took a few steps forward, leaning his body against a tree branch, before turning to Naruto and speaking slowly. "It is quite simple. Concentrate your chakra at the soles of your feet, allowing them to adhere to the trunk." After a brief attempt, Luo swiftly realized that this form of training was utterly futile, completely incomparable to the chakra control required for refining the Tao Gem. "Is that so?" Naruto exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new toy, eagerly preparing to give it a try. However, while imagination is enchanting, reality is often harsh. With unwavering confidence, Naruto approached the great tree, gathering chakra beneath his feet, and stepped onto the trunk. Then, there was nothing more to recount. With a resounding thud, he fell flat on his back. Witnessing Naruto's performance, Sasuke's expression was one of disdain. Being at the bottom of the hierarchy, he thought, was truly embarrassing. Failing to master such a simple exercise was a disgrace to the team. Thus, brimming with confidence, Sasuke sought another towering tree and boldly stepped up. 1 step, 2 steps. Well, he had only surpassed Naruto by a single step. Sasuke's countenance darkened considerably. Was this the chasm that lay between him and Luo? What seemed effortless for the latter made him feel like a mere jester. An overwhelming sense of frustration enveloped Sasuke. This is far more challenging than I had anticipated. In contrast, Naruto appeared carefree, undeterred by his failure, ready to try again without a hint of emotional turmoil. With a swift motion, Luo turned and settled onto a branch, silently observing the starkly contrasting reactions of the two individuals, and he couldn't help but shake his head. What is the matter? Kakashi noticed Luo's gesture and, in an instant, appeared by his side. "It's nothing. He is just a bit too proud," Luo replied, casting a glance at the disheartened Sasuke. With a sigh, he continued, "I had thought that with my pressure at school, his mentality would shift. However, it seems not to be the case." Kakashi shrugged, appearing to comprehend Sasuke's state of mind. "In that case, it must be accepted." Luo turned his gaze toward the despondent Sasuke and asked, "Hey, are you really going to give up again? If so, that is fine. Those without talent who refuse to exert effort can simply dwell in their dreams. What is the point of seeking revenge?" "Hey," Kakashi exclaimed, covering his forehead. It was rather excessive, akin to cruelly rubbing salt into someone else's wounds. Sasuke clenched his teeth, his hands tightly gripping into fists, nails digging into his palms. As he looked up at Luo, vehemently retorting, "No, I won T. Is that so? Heh, anyone can talk. Prove it to me." Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, a surge of imposing aura radiating from him, and a sharp glint flashed in his gaze. Sasuke chose not to say anything further. He was determined to demonstrate through action that he absolutely did not intend to give up. Absolutely not. Well, now it seems to be improving. Luo lifted his chin, wearing a smug expression. Is it truly wise to provoke him like this? Kakashi expressed his reservations regarding Luo's approach. What is the harm? After all, Itachi merely asked me to help his brother grow stronger. He never specified how. Luo replied nonchalantly. "Itachi? Uchiha Itachi?" Kakashi inquired, perplexed. "Indeed. How do you know him?" Kakashi's reaction was not overly dramatic. Given past events, he was somewhat aware of the darkness within the village. "Itachi sought me out during the Uchiha massacre." Luo answered candidly. "Sought you? You must have just entered the ninja academy at that time. How could Itachi have noticed you?" Kakashi was increasingly bewildered. "Who knows? Perhaps it was because I glanced at him during the day," Luo remarked, unaware that his teasing comment was, in fact, the truth behind Itachi's assassination attempt years ago. Without the hindrance of Zabuza, Team 7's mission in the Land of Waves proceeded more smoothly than anticipated. The bridge was completed swiftly, though it was not named after Naruto as it had been in the original timeline. "The mission is complete. We should prepare to return," Kakashi announced. Is the mission truly complete? Seated at the bridge's edge, Luo gazed at the distant crowd, their faces alight with joy, before speaking softly. Kakashi chose to remain silent, comprehending Luo's intent, yet the mission was merely to ensure the bridge's completion. What transpired thereafter was beyond his purview. Nevertheless, Kakashi's understanding did not extend to Sasuke and Naruto. After days of rigorous training, the two had become adept at controlling their chakra, capable of traversing even the thickest tree trunks with the ease of walking on solid ground. With no tasks at hand, their thoughts began to wander. As first-time travelers away from home, a sense of longing for their village began to creep in. Of course we completed it, Naruto declared with certainty, scratching the back of his head. But why would they seek protection for the bridge's construction? Luo refrained from answering directly, aiming to challenge the pair's critical thinking skills. Quite simply, there are those who wish to cause trouble, Naruto replied, confident in his perceived cleverness. Fool, Sasuke retorted, rolling his eyes. Luo, are you suggesting that once we depart, someone will come to sabotage the bridge? Precisely. While this bridge may appear sturdy to ordinary folk, for a ninja, a single jutsu can effortlessly dismantle it in the blink of an eye, Luo affirmed, nodding in agreement with Sasuke's assertion. Yet he still withheld the entirety of his thoughts. In other words, if we do not eliminate the hidden adversaries, even if they successfully build the bridge, it would be a futile endeavor. Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly, clearly grasping the crux of the matter. Sasuke, have you ever taken a life? Luo inquired softly, his tone unusually pointed. Kakashi shot him a bewildered glance, surprised by the abruptness of the question. No, Sasuke stammered, taken aback by the sudden shift to such a grim topic. Have you ever heard the saying, ninjas do not play games? They are baptized in blood? Luo continued to guide the conversation. Before Sasuke could respond, Naruto interjected, why must we kill? Can't people coexist harmoniously, just like everyone in the village? Observing Naruto's naive yet somewhat rigid perspective, Luo shook his head in resignation. Had it been anyone else, he might have scoffed. Yet Naruto was different. He genuinely believed in such ideals and aspired to embody them in the future. Then, Naruto, if one day someone sought to take my life, what would you do? Luo decided to lay bare the harsh realities of the ninja world before Naruto. I would protect you. With my life. Naruto's eyes sparkled with sincerity, his determination beyond doubt. Then, if only one of us can survive, and you refuse to kill the adversary, I would die. What would you do then? Luo pressed further. Naruto lowered his gaze, contemplating deeply. After a long pause, as if finally arriving at a resolution, he met Luo's eyes with unwavering resolve. I will not allow anyone to harm Luo. Should such a situation truly arise, I would take the life of the other party. Luo smiled brightly, joy illuminating his face as he patted Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, congratulations. You have finally grasped the truth of the ninja world. Chapter 33, The Nine-Tails Rampage. Naruto's expression was one of utter confusion. He clearly did not comprehend the full extent of Luo's words. No one relishes the act of killing. The essence of all violence stems from the desire to protect, merely influenced by the closeness of relationships. When one shares a bond with another, they may resort to violence against those who threaten that bond. Conversely, the same applies from the other side. Thus, true peace is an elusive concept, for each individual stands as a separate entity. Do you understand? Luo gently coaxed. Oh. Naruto nodded, still lost in thought and evidently struggling to grasp the concept. Yet, Luo chose not to elaborate further. Some truths can only be comprehended through experience. Thus, a dilemma arises. Do you feel closer to the people before you, or to the unseen puppeteers lurking in the shadows? Yes, the conflict between both sides is irreconcilable. With such words, Luo had already revealed his intentions. Sigh. Very well. When aiding others, one must see it through to the end. To guide the lost to their destination is paramount. In the world of ninjas, killing reigns supreme. Familiarizing them with this reality now is preferable to witnessing their demise on the battlefield in the future. Luo's determination left Kakashi little choice but to concede. Finding Kato's lair proved a simple task for the four of them. They quickly learned its whereabouts, although Kakashi remained absent. For him, taking lives had become a mundane affair, requiring no further training. Kid, this is not a place for you. As they arrived, an individual blocked the path of Luo and his companions. Unbeknownst to him, the trio had concealed their forehead protectors, leaving their identities as ninjas unknown. Sasuke, don't you think the two ninjas you dispatched when I mentioned the village count? Luo disregarded the obstruction and turned to Sasuke, inquiring with a cheerful demeanor. I don't know. Sasuke replied honestly. Hey, I'm talking to you. The obstructing individual, incensed by Luo's indifference, drew his katana and pressed it against Luo's neck. Because that isn't impactful enough. Luo maintained his smile, yet unbeknownst to the man, the Tao orb had transformed into a kunai, swiftly piercing through the man's throat. In an instant, blood gushed forth as the carotid artery was severed, staining Luo's hand red. This barrier in his heart could only be surpassed through such means. Extracting the kunai, he allowed the body to collapse slowly to the ground, his expression remaining unchanged. Go. Eliminate everyone here. Do not employ ninjutsu unless absolutely necessary. With that, in a blur, Luo vanished before the eyes of the two. Whoosh. 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 However, what Sasuke and Naruto were oblivious to was that Luo, having just slipped from their sight, immediately transformed into another guise. TSK, TSK, TSK. I must be mistaken. Luo, how could you display such an expression? Observing Luo, who was bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath, Kakashi couldn't help but jest. Of course, I am not a pervert. Previously in the village, that was for those with discerning eyes. Now, with only you here, why should I pretend? Luo replied, exasperated. Are you afraid I might disclose what I witnessed today? Kakashi inquired, puzzled. Not at all. You know very well whom I am wary of. For the peace of the village, you may abandon the quest for truth and take vengeance yourself. Yet, some individuals and matters, once a rift has formed, are exceedingly difficult to mend. Luo asserted with unwavering confidence. Kakashi shrugged, non-committal. Goodness, I shall never again engage in close-quarter killings. It is utterly revolting. How about over there? Have they commenced their actions yet? After catching his breath, Luo straightened up and asked. Not yet. Your previous actions have left them profoundly shaken. However, it should be soon. Someone has already noticed the unusual occurrences there. Without Luo by their side, Naruto and Sasuke felt as though their vitality had been abruptly siphoned away. They stared blankly at the corpse sprawled on the ground and the blood continuing to flow from the neck. Sasuke, must we truly proceed with this? Naruto struggled with his conscience. What other choice do we have? Sasuke lifted his gaze, spotting a distant crowd making its way toward them. Inhaled deeply and feigned composure. But Naruto wanted to say more, only to be ruthlessly interrupted by Sasuke. Do you see the people gathering here? There is not a trace of compassion in their eyes. If you wish to die, then continue to hesitate. Drawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, Sasuke charged toward the crowd. In an instant, they clashed. Empowered by his Sharingan, Sasuke was unperturbed by such combat. Although, initially, when his kunai sliced across an opponent's throat, blood splattering onto his face, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, as one enemy after another fell at his feet, Sasuke's heart grew increasingly numb. The kunai danced in his hand, continually reaping the lives of those who approached. Observing that Sasuke was a formidable adversary, while in the distance, a dazed young boy remained rooted in place, a faction of wandering warriors began to plot. They were merely mercenaries, not here to lay down their lives. Why persist in this futile struggle when a soft target is within reach? Thus, when the first individual broke away from the main group to charge at Naruto, the momentum became unstoppable. Alas, Naruto was simply too kind-hearted. From a distance, Lo observed the battlefield, shaking his head in resignation. Although there was no retreat, Naruto refrained from delivering lethal blows, merely repelling the attacking foes. Yet, the more he held back, the fiercer the enemy's onslaught became. The reason was simple. Without the fear of mortality, there was no need to leave oneself an escape route. Soon, Naruto's body bore numerous wounds. Naruto, what are you doing? Sasuke, engaged in battle at a distance, quickly noticed the unusual situation and shouted in anger. I can't do it. Naruto's mental state shattered completely. A crimson chakra enveloping him, swiftly forming a tail behind him. Why are you forcing me? Why are you doing this? As Naruto's cries grew louder, the number of tails behind him steadily increased 2, 3. Hey, this is going to go awry. Aren't you going to stop it? Kakashi, witnessing the situation, realized that the tailed beast was on the verge of rampaging. Why stop it? Isn't it better to let him vent? A peculiar smile crept across Lo's lips as he vanished and appeared before Sasuke, pulling him back. Lo, what is happening? Sasuke asked in astonishment, gazing at Naruto's transformation. It's nothing. Soon, there will be a spectacular show. Lo's smile grew increasingly enigmatic, flickering with an undercurrent of excitement. Kill. Destroy. At that moment, Naruto had completely lost control. The number of tails reaching 5, ominously edging towards 6. The battlefield had transformed into a hell's cape, blood staining the ground. No one could withstand Naruto's wrath. Severed limbs and organs were hurled through the air. Life had become alarmingly cheap at that moment. Lo, are you not going to intervene? If this continues, it will spiral completely out of control. Kakashi expressed his deep concern. That's enough. There should be no living souls left. Lo casually surveyed the battlefield, noticing that even Kato had been dispatched by a single tail, prompting him to decide to intervene and prevent Naruto's further descent into chaos. Whoosh. With the activation of the Flying Thunder God technique, Luo found himself directly before Naruto. 6 orbs of truth-seeking balls emerged from his sleeve, transforming into binding ropes that swiftly ensnared Naruto in place. Within Naruto's body, the intent to unleash his rage and ultimately free the sealed Nine Tails suddenly froze. his form curling inwards, trembling in fear. The presence before him exuded an aura that was both eerily familiar and terrifying. The divine tree, in its quest to protect Kaguya, had transformed into the Ten Tails. The Nine Tails, in turn, was separated from the Ten Tails by the Sage of Six Paths. Kaguya had bestowed upon Luo the key to unlock his powers, enabling him to refine the truth-seeking balls independently. Naturally, she had shared a portion of her strength with Luo. The source of Kaguya's power was, without doubt, the fruit of the divine tree. Thus, Luo inherently carried the essence of the divine tree's fruit. Faced with an oppressive force reminiscent of an ancestral deity, the Nine Tails found itself utterly defenseless. Its power, as one could surmise, had leaked uncontrollably. And the Nine Tails now sought to reinforce the seals on Naruto even further. "Ah, this little fox is quite perceptive," Luo murmured, observing the rapid dissolution of the tailed beast cloak enveloping Naruto. Freed from the interference of the Nine Tails' power, Naruto finally awakened from his frenzy. "Luo, you're back?" Upon first seeing Luo, tears streamed down Naruto's face. I really can't do this." "You've done remarkably well," Luo replied, offering no further words as he helped Naruto to his feet, allowing him to witness the devastation around them. Did I cause all of this? What on earth happened?" Naruto gazed at the scene before him in disbelief, his eyes filled with terror. "Do you remember what I told you? If you wish to grow stronger, it's simple. Allow the little fox within you to lend you its power. This is its strength," Luo said with a smile. "No. I refuse." Naruto clutched his head, struggling violently, as if, at that moment, he finally comprehended why the villagers harbored such disdain for him. Power is devoid of morality. It can bring destruction or serve as a guardian. Luo patted Naruto's shoulder, signaling him to follow. "Do not be misled by what your eyes perceive. What you've just done was not wrong." Chapter 34. Apprenticeship under Jiraiya treading upon the blood-stained ground. Luo led Naruto to the innermost office of Kato's lair. After a cursory search, Luo discovered a ledger and handed it to Naruto. "Take a look." Naruto, somewhat perplexed, obediently opened the ledger and began to scrutinize its contents meticulously. However, the more he examined, the graver his expression became. Smuggling, drug trafficking, human trafficking, usury, and various other nefarious dealings sent shivers down his spine. Kato was nothing more than a black market merchant thriving on the blood of innocents. If killing a group of people can save many more innocent lives, then your slaughter is justified, noted Luo, observing the profound effect his words had on Naruto. Naruto diverted his gaze from the ledger to Luo, his resolve rekindled. "Luo, you are right. Power is devoid of morality. It is the wielder who determines its righteousness." At that moment, Kakashi and Sasuke entered, holding a sealed scroll. Inside this scroll is the wealth Kato amassed through numerous illegal endeavors over the years. "The amount is considerable. How should we proceed?" "We should compensate the victims. Accepting this money would weigh heavily on my conscience." Luo sighed deeply. "All right, I will contact the Land of Waves to assist in the matter." After half a day, the four finally concluded all subsequent affairs and began their journey back. "At last, we have returned," Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he spotted the distant gates of Konoha. Kakashi needed to submit the mission report, so Luo and the others parted ways with him. Ramen. Luo, Sasuke, I shall treat you to Ichiraku ramen." With the new opportunities that came as a ninja who could undertake missions, Naruto's small pouch was noticeably filled. Furthermore, having fought alongside Sasuke during the mission in the Land of Waves, their bond had undeniably grown closer. Thus, Naruto extended the invitation to Sasuke as well. Sasuke remained silent, yet did not decline, following closely beside them as they made their way to the ramen shop. Just then, Luo's peripheral vision caught sight of a white-haired figure, causing him to halt abruptly. Has he returned to the village? Indeed, the figure was none other than Jiraiya, who was currently lurking on a rooftop, engaged in research, a euphemism for peeping. Seeing Luo stop, Naruto and Sasuke were momentarily taken aback before also halting and gazing upward in the direction of Luo's stare. "A pervert. He is actually peeping in broad daylight," Naruto exclaimed, causing an uproar in the hot spring below. A chorus of outraged shouts erupted. Jiraiya was forced to abandon his dubious pursuits, hastily fleeing, while casting an indignant glare at Naruto. Where did that child come from, spouting nonsense?" "I was merely conducting research." "Old lecher, this is clearly peeping," Naruto retorted, indignantly gesturing towards Jiraiya's escape route, directing the ire of the women who had chased out of the hot spring. "Naruto, do you know who he is?" Luo gazed at Naruto, a hint of a playful smile gracing his lips. He was merely an old lecher, after all. Naruto, clearly still harboring resentment towards Jiraiya's shamelessness, huffed in annoyance. He is, however, a remarkably formidable ninja, Luo remarked, gesturing towards the distant Hokage rock. He is the master of the fourth Hokage, renowned as the legendary Jiraiya. Jiraiya? Naruto pondered deeply, striving to unearth any fragments of memory regarding Jiraiya. Yet, none surfaced. The illustrious title of the three ninjas seemed to have faded over time, lost among the younger generation. Hey, you little brat, you haven't even heard of my esteemed master, the legendary Jiraiya? Before long, Jiraiya returned, once again standing before the three of them. Lo Fui. The individual before me is remarkably dependable when it comes to reliability, yet astonishingly absurd at times. What kind of virtuous person boasts about themselves in such a manner? Hail to Lord Jiraiya. Unlike the current Naruto, Lo harbors a profound respect for Jiraiya. In the original timeline, Jiraiya truly lives up to the title of a hero. You, my young friend, display commendable manners, quite impressive indeed. Upon hearing Lo's greeting, Jiraiya was immensely pleased and inclined to reach out and ruffle Lo's hair. However, while respect is one thing, allowing someone to touch one's own head is an entirely different matter. Luo swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing behind Naruto. Jiraiya's pupils constricted. He recognized his disciple's signature jutsu all too well. The Flying Thunder God? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself as memories of his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, surfaced. A remarkable genius has emerged in the village, yet he seems to lack a sense of belonging. This time, I brought you back to introduce you to this child. To nurture his bond with the village. Is this the child? To master the Flying Thunder God technique is indeed no small feat yet. Why had he never heard his teacher mention this before? Yes, my lord Jiraiya. Luo did not deny it. He nodded shyly and said, I am an orphan. Accustomed to solitude since childhood, and I find it somewhat uncomfortable when others touch my head. It makes me feel quite embarrassed. I see. It seems I have not considered this thoroughly. Jiraiya chuckled, unfazed. By the way, little one, what is your name? Luo. Upon hearing Jiraiya refer to him as little one instead of kid, Luo understood that he had been acknowledged and promptly replied, Luo, a fine name. I wonder if you would be interested in becoming my disciple? For all these years, Jiraiya had not forgotten the prophecy of the child of destiny foretold by the great sage of the mountains. From Nagato to Minato, he had once believed they were the prophesied child, only to see them perish. Indeed, Jiraiya was unaware that Nagato was still alive. He assumed he had perished in the Third Great Ninja War. The talent Luo displayed ignited within him the thought that perhaps this child was the one he had been seeking all along. It would be my honor to become Lord Jiraiya's disciple. Without hesitation, Luo agreed, for he yearned to grow stronger, both by refining the Seeker's orb and learning sage arts. However, Lord Jiraiya, I must ask, could you also teach my two companions beside me? What? I have no desire to learn from this lecherous old man. Naruto's response was far from gracious. Chapter 35, Old Acquaintances. Hey, you little brat, if you don't want to learn from me, I certainly have no interest in teaching you. Naruto's words struck deeply at Jiraiya's pride, and in a fit of childish temper, he retorted, Lord Jiraiya, it is a great honor to learn from you, came Sasuke's response, which stood in stark contrast to Naruto's. He cared little for the man's character. He only knew that Jiraiya was the teacher of the fourth Hokage and a formidable ninja. Learning from him would undoubtedly make him stronger, and that was sufficient. Uchiha's little brat. As Sasuke opened his mouth, he instantly drew Jiraiya's gaze. Upon noticing the fan insignia on Sasuke's attire, Jiraiya's brow furrowed once more. Indeed, I am Uchiha Sasuke, he greeted politely. Jiraiya refrained from further conversation, yet his frown deepened. He had heard of the Uchiha clan during his travels outside the village, and he could surmise some of the underlying complexities. He was somewhat reluctant to involve himself in such disputes. Observing Jiraiya's apparent hesitance to mentor Naruto and Sasuke, Lo interjected with a single word, prophecy. Though it was merely 2 syllables, they struck Jiraiya's heart like thunder. What do you mean? Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lo, exclaiming in shock. Both of them are. Lo affirmed with a nod towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya, now too flustered to verify the truth of Lo's words, felt his mind in disarray. The matter of the Chosen One was known only to the great sage Toad and himself. He could not fathom how this young lad had come to possess such knowledge. All he desired was to head to Mount Myaboku to seek confirmation from the great sage Toad. Lo, will you accompany me to Mount Myaboku? There are matters I need to clarify, Jiraiya spoke with urgency. Certainly, Lo replied, eager to meet the legendary great sage Toad, who had lived for a millennium and could foresee the future. Without delay, Jiraiya produced the summoning scroll for Mount Myaboku, instructing Lo to inscribe his name with blood. Moments later, a plume of white smoke enveloped them, leaving Naruto and Sasuke staring at one another in confusion. Sasuke, are we still going to have ramen? Naruto asked awkwardly, glancing at Sasuke. Let us wait here, Sasuke replied, his expression somewhat grim. Clearly, Jiraiya had no intention of mentoring him, which was a blow to his spirits. Mount Myaboku. What brings you here today, little Jiraiya? Just upon arriving at Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya encountered the Shima couple. Sage Shima. I have something I wish to confirm with the great Sage Toad. Is he awake? Jiraiya's urgency left little room for pleasantries as he got straight to the point. Oh, I see. Allow me to check, Sage Shima replied promptly, heading towards the residence of the great Sage Toad. The great Sage Toad has summoned you. Sage Shima soon returned. Casting a curious glance at Lo. Thank you. Jiraiya expressed his gratitude before leading Lo toward the great Sage Toad's abode. Great Sage Toad. I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Upon entering the grand hall, Jiraiya hastily inquired. However, the great Toad Sage paid no heed to Jiraiya's words, instead directing his gaze towards Luo, scrutinizing him intently. Luo gazed at the venerable Toad Sage seated upon the high platform, whose age had rendered him somewhat frail. The two, a person and a toad, maintained a silent stare, enveloped in an atmosphere that felt profoundly eerie. After a considerable pause, the Toad Sage finally spoke. Shattering the silence, you have returned? This abrupt and disjointed inquiry caused Luo's brow to furrow deeply. The use of honorifics by the sage hinted at a prior acquaintance. You know me? Indeed, replied the sage. A millennium ago, when I was but a young toad, I became acquainted with you. Yet, it appears that you have lost the memories of that time. Without uttering a word, Luo gazed at the great Toad Sage, eager for him to elaborate further. Since you have returned, I assume that the one has awakened. However, the Toad Sage offered no explanation and instead continued to engage in cryptic riddles. A chill ran through Luo's heart. Could it be that the great Toad was referring to Kaguya? A millennium ago, I executed the task you entrusted to me with great diligence. The words of the great Toad Sage remained as cryptic as ever, leaving Luo in a state of confusion. He wished to inquire further, yet suddenly realized that the other party had fallen asleep. How astonishing. It would have been better had they not come at all. Now, he found himself even more bewildered. Lo was at a loss for words. However, he was not the most speechless. Jiraiya was evidently even more taken aback. The question he intended to pose was preemptively silenced. Oh, little Jiraiya, and this little fellow, what troubles you both so? Upon exiting the grand hall, they encountered the couple. Shima and Fukasaku. Alas, do not mention it. I wish to inquire about the prophecy of the great Sage Toad. Yet, before I could even speak, he fell asleep again. Jiraiya lamented. And you, little one? Shima turned her gaze towards Lo. The great Sage Toad mentioned he has known me for a millennium. How could that be possible? Lo's face mirrored his confusion. I find it peculiar as well. When I approached earlier, it seemed as if the old man was aware of your impending arrival. Upon hearing Lo's words, Shima also fell into contemplation. Enough of this. Jiraiya, trust me, those two are indeed the children of prophecy. You must teach them. Lo turned to Jiraiya earnestly. And what of you? Jiraiya's expression became equally solemn. Well, since I have arrived at Myaboka Mountain, I might as well learn the sage arts here. Lo shrugged nonchalantly, as if mastering sage techniques were as simple as eating or drinking. Very well. I shall take my leave then. After Jiraiya departed, Lo smiled at Shima, saying, Thank you for your assistance. Not at all, it was my oversight. You are an acquaintance of the old man, and thus, a predecessor of ours. It is our honor to guide you in the art of sage training. The process of learning sage techniques was neither as daunting as one might expect, nor was it particularly straightforward, even for Lo. It took a full week to master them completely. My sage state seems somewhat different from Naruto's, Lo mused, gazing at his reflection in the water. Chapter 36. The Art of Deception in contrast to Naruto's sage mode, Lo's eyes did not bear the characteristic markings. Instead, a small, orange, comma-shaped dot adorned his forehead. Ah. I was hoping for a natural beauty enhancement. It appears that is not to be, Lo sighed, somewhat disappointed as he observed his sage mode, which was nearly indistinguishable from his original appearance. Lo, your aptitude is truly remarkable. In all these years, I have never seen anyone master sage mode so swiftly, Shima marveled. Unable to contain her astonishment, the enhancement to combat prowess in sage mode was indeed significant. However, during battle, it proved challenging to focus on absorbing natural energy. making it seem that this form could only be sustained for 5 minutes. The sensation of needing to recharge for 2 hours to fight for merely 5 minutes prompted a sigh from Lo. This can be easily remedied, Shima declared, as she and Fukasaku leapt onto Lo's shoulder. When you are prepared for battle, we can merge together, which will allow you to absorb natural energy. Upon hearing the words of the two sages, Luo's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. How could he have forgotten? In the original timeline, Naruto was unable to enlist the assistance of the two sages to absorb natural energy solely due to the interference of the nine tails within him. However, as he housed no tailed beast, he was free from such complications. Yet, just as the two sages prepared to merge with Luo, a terrifying surge emanated from within him, forcefully repelling the sages. What was happening? Luo glanced at the two sages, confusion etched upon his face. I don't know. Perhaps we should try again? The sages, equally perplexed, leaped back onto Luo's shoulders. However, the outcome remained unchanged, no matter how cautious the sages were in their attempts to merge with Luo. They were inevitably met with the same fate of being repelled. Luo pondered this peculiar situation. This method, which had proven infallible in the past, had met with an unexpected failure, leaving the two sages somewhat embarrassed. It's all right. I believe I have an inkling of what is amiss, Luo said, casting his gaze skyward. He had begun to surmise the reason for the failed fusion. The two sages had already mastered the sage mode, and he was prepared to return. Coincidentally, the village was currently holding the Chunin selection exams, and he was eager to test whether he could successfully advance. Very well then. Just remember to visit often. The sages replied. Upon returning to his modest abode in the Hidden Leaf Village, Luo immediately entered his spiritual realm, where Kaguya, seemingly aware of his impending arrival, had been waiting for him for quite some time. I refuse to share you with anyone. You belong solely to me, Kaguya exclaimed. Her expression filled with longing as she leaped into his embrace upon seeing Luo. Luo Fui. How had I never noticed before the intensity of the goddess's possessiveness? Gently caressing Kaguya's strands of hair, Luo sighed in resignation, but those are merely two frogs. Faced with Kaguya's childlike demeanor, any remnants of his earlier grievances dissipated into thin air. Not even frogs will do. Kaguya nestled closer in Luo's embrace, playfully pouting. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Though tinged with a hint of regret, Luo affectionately patted Kaguya's head, acquiescing to her request. Luo-kun, you are truly wonderful. Upon hearing Luo's agreement, Kaguya's face instantly radiated with a brilliant smile. I shall return home now, and in the evening, I will come to see you. Having grasped the situation's intricacies, Luo departed from the realm of consciousness. After dedicating so much time to mastering the immortal mode, abandoning it left him with a sense of reluctance. However, having promised Kaguya, he had no choice but to seek alternative solutions. In the world of Naruto, there exist 3 sacred places of immense significance: Mayaboka Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wetbone Forest. Since he could find no resolution at Mayaboka Mountain, he now had to explore possibilities within the other 2 sacred sites. Luo's gaze inadvertently drifted through the window, fixating on the Hokage Tower. The Chunin exams of the Firewind Alliance were set to commence imminently. Consequently, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, was poised to make his entrance. In the original timeline, Orochimaru had orchestrated the downfall of Konoha, ultimately resulting in the demise of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. This time, however, Luo perceived the essence of Orochimaru's actions as merely an endeavor to prove himself to his mentor. Similarly, having been spared by Hiruzen in the past, he now yearned to grant his own teacher a heroic conclusion. While it may sound absurd, upon deeper contemplation, Orochimaru's actions could even be interpreted as a means to allow the great tree of Konoha to flourish more robustly. Presently, Konoha was decaying, and the root of this decay lay within its upper echelons. To restore its vitality, decisive measures were imperative. Ironically, the 3 disciples of Hiruzen, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya had all perceived the darkness enveloping Konoha. Yet, Tsunade and Jiraiya chose to depart from the village, preferring ignorance over confrontation. In contrast, the only one to embrace the path of a rogue ninja, Orochimaru, had genuinely committed to action. Nonetheless, Luo found himself contemplating how he could exploit Orochimaru's plan for Konoha's downfall. With a strategy in mind, all that remained was to await the opportune moment. However, prior to that, Luo had a far more pressing matter to attend to: dining. Oh dear, what a lamentable situation. Due to his acquaintance with the great sage of the Toads, during his training in Mayaboka Mountain, he had enjoyed the finest of treatments. Daily feasts of diverse insect delicacies had left him feeling quite unwell. It was time to indulge in a different flavor to reward himself. With this thought, Luo quickened his pace. Are you blind while walking? Yet, just as he turned the corner, he inadvertently collided with an oncoming individual. My sincerest apologies. Recognizing his fault, Luo offered no defense and quickly bowed his head in remorse. Is a mere apology sufficient? However, the other party remained unyielding, continuing to press the matter. Luo furrowed her brow, lifting her gaze to the newcomer. Clad in a black jumpsuit with a face adorned in purple paint, it was Kankuro. Had the denizens of Sunagakure already arrived? The hospitality of Konoha seemed rather lacking. Beside Kankuro stood Temari, her gaze directed at Luo, equally unwelcoming. Their visit to Konoha was shrouded in a clandestine mission, one that inevitably soured their disposition towards the shinobi of Konoha. Nevertheless, Luo paid them no mind, choosing instead to focus on the figure behind them, who bore a gourd on his back. Is that dark circle around your eyes for real? In the past, while watching the Hokage, Luo had fancied Gaara's dark circles to be an exaggerated artistic choice. However, upon encountering him in reality, she found his dark circles to be even more pronounced than she had remembered. At Luo's teasing remark, the once arrogant Kankuro and Temari were rendered momentarily speechless. This is bad. Trouble is imminent. The same thought echoed in both their minds. Sure enough, when they turned to look, they found Gaara's brow furrowed, his intense glare fixed on Luo. Temari wished to intervene, urging Gaara to prioritize the bigger picture. However, the palpable aura of menace emanating from him rendered her speechless. In contrast, Luo seemed oblivious to Gaara's menacing presence, boldly bypassing Kankuro and Temari's obstruction to approach Gaara directly. Oh, you've been carrying the gourd all this time. Isn't it exhausting? In fact, as she neared Gaara, she playfully patted the gourd on his back. You're courting death, Gaara growled, his voice akin to that of a wild beast, as if he were desperately suppressing something. Hey, don't be so tense. What is with that perpetual scowl? Without a hint of hesitation, Luo draped her arm around Gaara's shoulder. The series of actions performed by Luo left Kanjiro and Shigeru trembling beside him, as they contemplated how to handle the aftermath of Gaara's potential act of violence. Yet, Luo grew increasingly animated in his discourse. Honestly, you just won't listen. Let me tell you, always wearing that stern expression makes it easy to lose friends. Friends? Gaara's body stiffened, murmuring the word to himself. Such a simple term. Yet for him, it felt infinitely distant. Did he not desire companionship? The answer was a resounding no. In the eyes of everyone, he was merely a monster. Even his biological father regarded him in such a manner. How could he dare to wish for anything more? Gazing into Luo's sincere eyes, Gaara's murderous aura dissipated. I do not need such things. Huh, still a stubborn little brat, aren't you? In his heart, Luo couldn't help but scoff. Both Kanjiro and Temari were left astounded, their jaws nearly touching the ground. It was the first time they had witnessed someone engage in such prolonged conversation with Gaara. It must be quite painful, Luo thought. He gently patted Gaara's shoulder, his voice losing its earlier mischievousness and becoming considerably more tender. What? Gaara blinked in confusion, struggling to comprehend Luo's words. I have a friend who also harbors that same thing within him. Because of it, he has faced disdain since childhood. Luo spoke with a calm demeanor. Indeed, no matter where we go, we are perceived as monsters. A series of images flashed through Gaara's mind, his emotions threatening to spiral out of control once more. Not at all. In my eyes, he is simply who he is, not a monster, Luo reassured him, a characteristic smile returning to his face. Why? Gaara questioned, puzzled. Because we are friends, Luo replied softly, giving Gaara's shoulder another gentle pat. In truth, we could become friends. Gaara hesitated, wanting to decline, but finding the words stuck in his throat. Come on, let us have a meal together. Afterwards, I'll introduce you to my friend. With that, Luo grasped Gaara's wrist and led him towards the Ichiraku ramen shop. Chapter 37. The skies of Konoha are about to change. Kanjiro and Temari were now numb to the situation, exchanging glances with each other before reluctantly following along. Gaara was a crucial component of their secret plan, and any misstep was unacceptable. After savoring a delicious bowl of ramen, Luo turned his gaze towards Gaara, who was intently staring at him, his bowl of ramen untouched. Why aren't you eating? Luo inquired with a hint of confusion. Is it unappetizing? If it doesn't suit your taste, there are other flavors available. Shall I fetch you another bowl? No, it's fine. Gaara waved his hand in refusal, and finally began to eat. Yet, deep within, he was far from the calm exterior he displayed. For reasons unknown, Gaara felt a profound sense of comfort in Luo's presence, a yearning blossoming within him for the moment to last indefinitely. Oh dear, look at my memory. I forgot to ask your name, Luo exclaimed, slapping his forehead as if just realizing it after Gaara finished his meal. Gaara, he replied. And I am Luo. Now, let us go meet my friend. Under the guidance of Luo, the four soon located the training ground where Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in practice. At this moment, Naruto was not bound by a summoning contract with Myobokuzen, yet he had already mastered the Rasengan. As for Sasuke, Jiraiya ultimately did not agree to personally instruct him. Instead, he entrusted him to Kakashi. After all, following the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi was the only visible possessor of the Sharingan in Konoha. It was only fitting that he should mentor Sasuke. Unsurprisingly, Sasuke learned Chidori from Kakashi. Rasengan, Chidori. From a distance, Luo could hear their spirited exclamations. How exuberant! Yet, could this truly be without consequence? Both Rasengan and Chidori were not mere ninjutsu. Once executed, they were not easily retracted. However, seeing Kakashi and Jiraiya standing nearby brought him a sense of reassurance. With these two present, it would indeed be difficult for any mishap to occur. After a fervent exchange of techniques, Naruto and Sasuke noticed Luo's arrival and promptly ceased their actions. Luo, you've come. I heard you've been honing an impressive ninjutsu. How is your training progressing? Naruto, ever impatient, exclaimed with enthusiasm. Luo did not respond to Naruto. Instead, he turned and patted Gaara on the shoulder, inquiring. How does it feel? Does it not seem that he appears far more joyful than you? Is it really him? I sensed a kinship emanating from him, Gaara murmured. However, scarcely had he uttered these words when he suddenly clutched his head in anguish. Observing Gaara's pained expression, Luo instantly comprehended the situation. Is Shikaka causing mischief again? Kill him. Mother said to kill him. Gaara's voice was hoarse. No, I cannot. He is Luo's friend. I cannot take his life. Recognizing that Gaara had accepted him, Luo felt compelled to assist and prepared to lend a hand, gently tapping Gaara's shoulder. The sealing ball on his wrist slipped from his sleeve and glided directly toward Gaara's abdomen. The moment the sealing ball made contact with Gaara's skin, the sealed Shikaku within him instantly sensed Luo's terrifying aura. The high-pitched voice abruptly ceased. It was almost identical to the reaction the Ninetales had experienced upon first encountering Luo's presence. Shikaku instinctively shifted its corpulent body deeper into the confines of the seal. Even after doing so, Shikaku felt an unsettling sense of vulnerability, prompting it to turn around and hide its back, praying that the other would not notice its presence. Inside Naruto, the Ninetales let out a soft gasp, having just sensed the foul raccoon-esque aura. How could it have vanished in an instant? Curiosity piqued. He released a hint of chakra, eager to discern what transpired outside. Yet, what greeted him was Luo's enigmatic smile, causing him to retract instantly. He also took a moment to curse Shikaku 100 times. As tranquility enveloped his mind, Gaara's expression transformed. The agony dissipated as he gazed up, bewildered, at Luo's beaming face, and softly uttered, "Mother, the voice of mother has vanished." Lo Fui, I must say, the innocence of Gaara is truly remarkable. He has been so easily deceived by the clumsy lies of Shikaku. That is not your mother, it is the tailed beast sealed within you. Unable to bear the thought of this naive Gaara being misled any further, Lo spoke up. Is that true? But that power has protected me since I was a child. Gaara replied, a hint of disbelief in his voice. The protective force you feel indeed emanates from your mother, Lo affirmed with a nod. Gaara's absolute defense, often referred to as Mazu NH, is a manifestation of sand that automatically shields him, infused with the will of his mother. Your mother loved you dearly. Before her demise, she merged her spirit within the Shikaku of sand, which is why it instinctively safeguards you. Lo explained in detail. Is that really the case? Gaara's heart was overwhelmed by the revelation, and he unconsciously disregarded how Lo came to know such intimate details. Yes, Lo confirmed with assurance. Suddenly, Gaara recalled the self-protective function of his own talisman of truth. Could it be that this was Kaguya's way of watching over him? Wait, if that is indeed the truth, then my Sand's guardianship, Mazu NH, should imply that my talisman's protection ought to be called Zabuza NH, shouldn't it? Very well. If Shikaka causes any more trouble within you, simply tell him you wish to seek me out. That should pacify him, Lo suggested as he led Gaara towards Naruto. The unwavering gaze of Luo instilled immense confidence in Gaara, allowing him to relax completely. With a mere closing of his eyes, he unexpectedly drifted off to sleep. Is this little fellow serious? To simply fall asleep at will? However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Throughout his life, Gaara had never truly experienced restful slumber, perpetually fearing that Shikaku would emerge if he let his guard down. In such an environment, it was only natural for his heart to be fraught with anxiety. Yet, Luo was confident in his ability to keep Shikaku at bay, a talent that Kankuro and Temari were unaware of. Upon witnessing Gaara asleep, both were thoroughly startled, hastily attempting to distance themselves from this perilous situation. At that moment, Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, and Jiraiya approached, and upon seeing the slumbering Gaara, expressions of confusion adorned their faces. Luo, who is this? He hails from Sunagakure to participate in the Chunin exams. Like Naruto, he is a Jinchuriki, Luo casually explained. What? A Jinchuriki? The revelation struck Jiraiya like a thunderclap, causing him to leap up in astonishment. Calm down, it's merely a Jinchuriki. Is such surprise necessary? Luo remarked, bemused by Jiraiya's exaggerated reaction. The mere fact that Sunagakure had dispatched a Jinchuriki was certainly indicative of ulterior motives. I must inform my teacher about this, Jiraiya declared, preparing to head towards the Hokage building. However, just as he turned, Luo swiftly intervened. The strands of the ceiling orb ensnared him in an instant. This is not permissible. Lord Jiraiya, I do not wish for your involvement in this matter, Luo said, smiling as he shook his head. Luo, what exactly do you intend? Jiraiya, alarmed, realized he had underestimated Luo's power. Despite being unprepared, he had never anticipated being subdued so quickly. I didn't plan anything drastic. It's simply that Konoha is due for a change. As your old friend once said, it is time for the winds of the ninja world to shift, Luo continued, seemingly oblivious to Jiraiya's desperate signals towards Kakashi. Rest easy for a few days, Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi glanced between Jiraiya and Luo, hesitating as he opened his mouth. But words failed him. Do not attempt to dissuade me, nor try to thwart my intentions. You are incapable of doing so, Kakashi, Luo stated, observing Kakashi's conflicted expression. Sigh. Very well, I trust your judgment, Kakashi ultimately acquiesced. Luo, Kakashi-sensei, what are you two discussing? And why is that old man tied up? Naruto queried, looking utterly bewildered. It's nothing. The old man has a penchant for spying, so I'm sending him to the security department. Shouldn't your primary concern be passing the Chunin exams, Naruto? Why waste time on other matters? Luo teased. That is true. Come on, Sasuke, let us continue. Sasuke cast a glance at Luo, acutely aware that his nerves were certainly not as carefree as Naruto's. He surmised that the situation was far more complex than Luo had portrayed. However, as Luo deliberately concealed the truth, Sasuke felt it inappropriate to press further. It was merely a day or so. He needed to escort the old man to the security department and had no time to attend to Gaara. Oh, right, Gaara was indeed his name. Luo pointed at Gaara, who lay on the ground, sound asleep. Naruto, could you assist in looking after him? He is much like you, yet he has yet to discover his friends. Rest assured. Leave it to me, Naruto responded with a thumbs up. He was acutely aware of the monstrous entity sealed within him and how others perceived them. In contrast, he considered himself fortunate to have encountered a genuine friend like Luo. Yet, this individual had not found such companionship, and thus, he must be even more pitiable. With Naruto's assurance in hand, Luo, along with Jiraiya, swiftly returned to his humble abode using the Flying Thunder God technique. For the upcoming days, Jiraiya would have to endure some discomfort. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. Despite being unable to utilize chakra or move a muscle, his imposing presence remained undiminished. Luo, what exactly do you intend to do? He demanded. I have already stated that Konoha has become excessively decayed. It is time to eradicate some of the parasites. Chapter 38. Confronting Kaguya with the tailed beast if possible, could you spare his life? Witnessing Luo's unyielding expression, Jiraiya recognized the futility of resistance and reluctantly took a step back, his tone tinged with sorrow. I cannot guarantee the ultimate outcome. However, please rest assured, Lord Jiraiya, that this incident will undoubtedly pose no harm to Konoha. Luo sighed deeply, settling across from Jiraiya. An unspoken understanding lingered between them, as neither dared to mention the name of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Frustrated by the lack of desired answers, Jiraiya felt a pang of dissatisfaction. His feelings for Hiruzen ran deep. Regardless of circumstances, he could not bear the thought of his mentor meeting an untimely demise. Pure natural energy began to coalesce within Jiraiya. Unable to move his body or wield chakra, his only recourse for a turnaround lay in the path of sage mode. However, his mastery of sage techniques was imperfect, requiring prolonged meditation to activate. Lord Jiraiya, I hope you refrain from continuing, Luo cautioned. Yet, such subtle maneuvers could not escape Luo's keen observation. His decision to remain was precisely to prevent this scenario. As he spoke, an orange-yellow tomo abruptly appeared upon his brow. I too have learned sage mode and am fully aware of your current intentions. To be frank, I truly do not wish to engage in combat with you. Luo's gaze remained fixed on Jiraiya. Is it truly impossible? Gazing at the orange-yellow swirl on Luo's forehead, Jiraiya discerned that it represented the perfect sage mode of Mount Myaboku. He understood that he could no longer proceed further. Very well, allow me to share a fragment of the truth with you. I shall entrust the authority of the final judgment to the hands of the former Hokage. Thus, I cannot assure you of his fate. Luo, feeling cornered, could only reveal a portion of his plan. He might be confined within the confines of Konoha's prison. However, it is my fervent wish that he would be honored with the title of a Konoha hero, passing away with dignity. Jiraiya fell into a contemplative silence, for he recognized the veracity of Luo's words. In comparison to death, perhaps the scorn of all would be an even more unbearable fate. How is it that you possess such knowledge? Jiraiya inquired, voicing the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Luo remained silent. He could never reveal to Jiraiya that he was a traveler from another world. Do you believe I met the great Toad Sage a millennium ago? Ultimately, he did not respond, leaving Jiraiya with boundless speculation. Both men fell into silence, each harboring their own thoughts. Although Jiraiya appeared to have compromised, Luo dared not wager that Jiraiya would not change his mind. Thus, he had to remain vigilant at all times. However, if he undertook such surveillance, Jiraiya's whereabouts would soon be discovered by others. A solution was imperative. The third Hokage held considerable weight in Jiraiya's heart. Yet, in comparison to the third Hokage, Jiraiya's love for the village should be even greater. As persuasion proved futile, Luo resolved to threaten the lives of all, leaving behind a shadow clone. He sensed the Flying Thunder God seal on Naruto and activated the technique, departing from his humble abode. As expected, the moment Luo's main body vanished, Jiraiya became restless once more. A single shadow clone was not sufficient to deter him from contemplating escape. Yet, the real complication lay not with the shadow clone, but with Luo's Flying Thunder God technique. He had to await the opportune moment. However, would Luo grant him such an opportunity? Clearly not. Luo, have you sent the old pervert to the police department? Naruto had long since grown accustomed to Luo's sudden appearances. Yes, indeed. However, Naruto, Jiraiya's pupil, had been taught ninjutsu. To preserve Jiraiya's dignity, he must not disclose this matter to anyone. Rest assured, I am tight-lipped, Naruto assured, gesturing as if zipping his mouth shut. Observing Naruto's earnest gaze, Luo felt a twinge of guilt. To deceive someone so sincere was indeed a torment to his conscience. How long have I slept? At that moment, Gaara's quiet voice reached their ears. Not more than an hour. Pulling out a pocket watch from his ninja tool pouch, Luo replied directly. Is that so? Nothing has happened, right? Gaara inquired with concern. Although he had trusted Luo before sleeping, now that he was awake, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Nothing has occurred. In fact, you could sleep a bit longer, Luo replied nonchalantly. Having seen Gaara fall asleep, Temari and Kankuro, who had previously left in a flash, had now returned. Observing Gaara and Luo engaged in light-hearted conversation, they felt a pang of jealousy. They were Gaara's biological siblings. Yet their younger brother had never been this close to them. Temari, Kankuro, I wish to abandon this plan. Noticing the expressions on Temari and Kankuro's faces, Gaara displayed a gentleness that had never graced his features before. Well, Kankuro hesitated, wanting to refuse but lacking the courage to do so. All right. However, Temari's response was remarkably succinct. Her estrangement from Gaara stemmed entirely from fear. Yet, deep within her heart, she harbored a profound tenderness and genuine concern for her younger brother. Observing the positive changes in Gaara, she was willing to forego her mission, preferring to see him flourish rather than regress to his former state. Thank you, Gaara replied sincerely. No, it's unnecessary. Temari had never imagined she would hear the words thank you from Gaara, and though her demeanor was somewhat tense, it was tinged with excitement. Kakashi, watching from a distance as the group shared laughter and conversation, couldn't he help but reflect, Luo truly possesses a unique charm. Perhaps, under his guidance, Konoha will indeed thrive. Since concealing the abduction of Jiraiya orchestrated by Luo, he had firmly attached himself to Luo's cause. Well, let us speak of something else. Naruto and Gaara. Might I borrow something from you? With the atmosphere growing increasingly warm, it was evident that Luo's spirits were also lifted. As soon as Luo's words fell, the Nine Tails, concealed within Naruto, and the One Tail within Gaara both shuddered simultaneously. What could this mean? Why did it feel as though some unscrupulous individuals were plotting against the beasts? Indeed. What were Luo's intentions? Naruto's response was remarkably straightforward. Gaara remained silent, yet his gaze was resolutely fixed upon Luo. Luo remained silent, nearly placing his hands upon the abdomens of Naruto and Gaara. In an instant, his consciousness transcended to the realm within them, where the tailed beasts were sealed. "Who are you? Do not approach," echoed the panicked cries from within Naruto and Gaara simultaneously. Without any unnecessary preamble, Luo approached the two-tailed beasts, extending his hand into a fist. "Will you come willingly, or shall I administer a thrashing before you comply?" The two-tailed beasts trembled before Luo, their voices faltering as they stammered, What do you mean? I don't understand." "That will suffice," Luo replied curtly. Which esteemed tailed beast would resort to deceit? "Hurry up. I am pressed for time." Realizing they could no longer evade him, the two-tailed beasts reluctantly extended their claws to meet Luo's. In an instant, their consciousness was drawn into his mental realm. "Luo-kun, did you miss me so soon?" Kaguya exclaimed, immediately rushing towards him upon perceiving his figure. Luo had long since grown accustomed to affectionately holding Kaguya, gesturing towards the two trembling tailed beasts huddled in the corner. "Do you not find them strikingly familiar?" Upon hearing Luo's words, Kaguya finally extricated herself from Luo's embrace, gazing into his eyes with a petulant expression and declaring, "Luo, you promised me that you would belong solely to me." Luo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It seemed that Kaguya's infatuation was far more severe than he had previously imagined. Did she truly not sense the familiar aura surrounding them? Luo understood that in the current situation, it was imperative not to prolong the discussion with Kaguya on this matter. He needed to redirect her attention. Noticing the seriousness etched on Luo's face, Kaguya reluctantly shifted her gaze towards the two-tailed beasts. This aura seems somewhat reminiscent of Xiaoshi. Yet it also feels different, imbued with an overwhelming sense of malevolence. Xiaoshi is quite innocent and devoid of such convoluted thoughts. Indeed, Kaguya's attention was successfully diverted as she circled the two-tailed beasts, her curiosity piqued. Lo was in a state of utter despair. "Little Ten tails? Innocent? Do you truly wish to reflect upon the words you have uttered? Such terms are utterly incongruous. Do you not agree?" The Nine Tails and the Shikaku had lowered their heads even further, bereft of any courage to resist in the presence of this silver-haired woman. It seems they still bear the essence of little Yui. How peculiar indeed. Suddenly, Kaguya appeared to have stumbled upon some new revelation. Eagerly rushing to Lo's side and seizing his arm. "Little Yui. Ahem, could it be that Kaguya was referring to the Sage of the Six Paths? Well, if that is the case, it does not seem entirely inaccurate to address her thus. However, it is evident that Kaguya's attention has now been completely diverted. In the future, when I encounter other tailed beasts, I can also draw their consciousness into this mental realm." Yet, Lo had underestimated the complexities of the woman's thoughts. After a fleeting moment of excitement, Kaguya's expression transformed once more into one of indignation. "No, even if it is little Yui in Little Yu Village. You cannot be taken from me. You are mine. Mine alone." Oh, this infatuation has reached an advanced stage. Lo, with a heavy heart, found himself consumed by jealousy. Even over his son's fleeting affections. He coughed lightly, urging calmness. "Do not fret. I summoned them here out of concern for your solitude in my absence. Their presence brings me peace." He gently caressed Kaguya's hair, declaring, "I shall never abandon you." Chapter 39, The Arrival of Rock Lee. Upon hearing Lo's words, Kaguya nestled her head against his chest, her face radiating happiness as she murmured, "I believe in you. I have always believed in you." Once Kaguya's emotions were soothed, Lo turned his attention to the two-tailed beasts. "I require a portion of your sentient chakra to monitor an individual. Is this feasible?" "Not possible," the two-tailed beast replied succinctly. Kaguya's brow knitted in concern, her aura shifting to one of fierce intensity, transforming her into a formidable predator. Under her penetrating gaze, the tailed beast nearly faltered, stammering, "We are sealed within the Jinchuriki's body. To extract sentient chakra, we must obtain the Jinchuriki's consent." "I see. That poses no issue. I shall speak to the Jinchuriki," Lo reassured, keen to prevent any harm to the tailed beasts. "You may depart. I will leave shortly." Upon receiving Lo's command, the tailed beasts felt as if a great weight had been lifted, hastily extracting their consciousness from this realm. Fearing that lingering even a moment longer could lead to their utter annihilation, not a mere death from which one could be resurrected, but a true vanishing from existence. Deep down, they sensed that this woman could indeed accomplish such a fate. "Be good. I too shall leave soon. Remember to behave. I will miss you," Lo said, still ensnared in his unseemly demeanor. "Yes, you promised we would never part. I trust you," Kaguya replied, her face a canvas of reluctance, yet she ultimately nodded in agreement. As Lo's figure faded from the spiritual realm, Kaguya's expression gradually transformed into one of melancholy. "But a millennium ago, you vowed you would never leave. with Kaguya's threat looming. The two-tailed beast would undoubtedly cooperate. As for Naruto and Gaara, their allegiance was unquestionable. After sharing his thoughts with them, both readily consented. Extracting a portion of their tailed beast chakra, two miniature tailed beasts materialized in an instant. Is this the creature within me? Quite adorable indeed. This marked Naruto's first encounter with the Nine-Tails, his face alight with wonder. In contrast, Gaara's gaze towards Shikaku was tinged with an inexplicable emotion. He had come to trust Loki's words and understood that the voice within him was not that of his mother. The realization that he had been deceived for so long filled him with shame, making him wish to bury his head in the ground. Naruto, take Gaara and explore the village for a while. I have some matters to attend to, and once I am finished, I shall seek you out. Loki had no time to spare. He needed to resolve all pressing issues. After making arrangements with the two, he whisked away with the miniature Nine-Tails and Shikaku, teleporting back to his humble abode. Nothing untoward has occurred, I trust? Loki inquired of his shadow clone. The clone nodded silently before vanishing. Jiraiya-sama. It is not a matter of distrust. The significance of this situation is paramount. I cannot allow for any unforeseen complications, Loki explained to Jiraiya. Rest assured. I have no intention of causing trouble, Jiraiya replied, feigning nonchalance. That is a relief, Loki responded with a smile. To alleviate your boredom in the coming days. I have brought you two small creatures for company. Surely you can understand my intentions, Jiraiya-sensei. As he spoke, Loki gently placed the two miniature-tailed beasts beside Jiraiya, beaming with delight. However, upon seeing the so-called small animals, Jiraiya found himself unable to utter the words of affirmation. Both were astute individuals, and Jiraiya was acutely aware of the implications behind Loki's words. This was a test of choice, to side with his mentor or to stand with the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi had informed him of Loki's formidable talents, yet there was an apparent lack of belonging to the village. Thus, Jiraiya had no doubt that should he make a choice Loki deemed unacceptable, the latter would not hesitate to bring about the destruction of Konoha. Alas, it seems I have no choice, Jiraiya sighed. Before dawn arrived, necessary sacrifices would inevitably arise. Loki turned and exited his dwelling, only to encounter Kakashi, who had been waiting patiently. Loki, have you perhaps gone too far this time? Even the tailed beasts have emerged, Kakashi remarked, having certainly noticed the miniature Nine-Tails and Shikaku. It is of no concern. They will not dare to overstep their bounds, as long as Jiraiya-sama does not make an erroneous choice, Loki replied confidently. Let us hope so. At this moment, Kakashi found himself with no avenue of retreat. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. The regulations for the Chunin exam had been firmly established. During these days, after ensuring Jiraiya's comfort, Luo found himself with ample time to wander through the village of Konoha with Naruto and a few others. However, to Luo's astonishment, the infamous rivals, the Nine-Tails and Shikaku, who were notorious for their quarrels, appeared to coexist in remarkable harmony. Rather than bickering, they now shared a bond akin to that of brothers in adversity. Meanwhile, Temari and Kankuro were utterly taken aback by Luo's formidable combat prowess. Throughout these days, aside from their leisurely strolls, they devoted their time to honing their fighting skills together. In a solitary confrontation, Luo faced off against Naruto, Sasuke, and their Sand Village team, which included Gaara. The outcome was rather disheartening. They could not even breach the defenses of the sacred ovoid. A sense of defeat permeated the hearts of all involved, particularly for Sasuke. As a vengeful spirit, he could not bear the thought of perpetually lagging behind. Fueled by intense frustration and an overwhelming desire for change, Sasuke astonishingly awakened his Manjiki Sharingan on the eve of the Chunin exams. The six of them made their way to the examination venue, creating quite a spectacle that caught the attention of everyone present, including Sakura, who had not seen Luo for quite some time. Hidden in the shadows, Sakura watched Sasuke, now the center of attention, with a profound sense of disappointment. He was growing stronger, while she felt stagnant, yearning for transformation yet unsure of how to achieve it. At that moment, a figure clad in a green jumpsuit, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, cautiously approached her. Hello. My name is Rock Lee. Would you be my girlfriend? Faced with this peculiar individual, Sakura furrowed her brows tightly. No. Absolutely not. In her heart, she divided everyone into two categories, Sasuke and everyone else. This distinction was evident from her singular dream of entering a world devoid of parents, one where Sasuke would cherish her. Frankly speaking, his character left much to be desired. Rejected in his confession, Lee felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Nevertheless, he sought to rationalize the rejection. Such an adorable girl must surely be admired by many. The two individuals beside her did not seem very close to her, It must be because she was not yet ready for romance. With this thought, Lee's spirit reignited, and he resolutely turned his gaze back to Sakura. However, when he lifted his eyes, he found her gazing at Sasuke with an infatuated look, which utterly shattered his unwavering resolve. Never give up. Lee's dictionary did not contain the word defeat. He was determined to prove that he was far more exceptional than the one Sakura admired. Let us duel. With a swift motion, Lee employed his remarkable taijutsu to position himself directly before Sasuke. The terrifying world restoration line. Even with the shift in their teams, their battle was destined to unfold. No. Sasuke glanced at Lee, his expression filled with disdain. It was inevitable. Anyone would respond similarly to that bright green jumpsuit. Not a chance. Lee, however, was relentless and suddenly launched his attack. So fast. When an expert makes a move, the outcome is immediately discernible. With a mere flicker, Sasuke recognized that the peculiar individual before him was certainly no ordinary genin. However, no one can evade the gaze of his Sharingan, excluding Luo. Sasuke's heart remained brimming with formidable confidence. Though his strength paled in comparison to Luo's, he dismissed the other opponents entirely. I see through your movements. As he activated his Sharingan, a disdainful smile curled upon Sasuke's lips. He raised his hand to intercept Lee's attack. Boom. However, despite having seen the strike, his mind processed it too late. His hand failed to respond. Lee's right leg struck Sasuke squarely in the face, sending him hurtling several meters away. How could he be so swift? Observing Sasuke's disarray, Lee refrained from further assault, instead maintaining his stance with one foot planted, his right leg poised in the position of his recent kick. You may perceive my actions, but your body cannot keep pace with my speed, Lee stated calmly. If possessing the Sharingan makes you a genius, then I shall overcome you talented ones through sheer effort. Clap, clap, clap. Luo, reveling in the spectacle, applauded enthusiastically. I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiment. As he approached Sasuke, he extended his hand, helping him to his feet. Do you understand now? Your efforts are still far from sufficient. Sasuke's expression fluctuated between shades of blue and red. He could disregard the opinions of all but Luo. If avenging Itachi was Sasuke's obsession, then earning Luo's acknowledgement was equally essential to him. I was careless. Next time, I shall emerge victorious. You must believe in me. Gazing into Luo's eyes, a hint of desperation flickered across Sasuke's face. Witnessing this expression, Luo's heart softened. He chuckled and patted Sasuke's shoulder. I believe in you. However, do remember that your opponent has yet to reveal his full strength. Keep pushing. Chapter 40. My name is Yakushi Kabuto for the first time. Luo spoke such tender words to Sasuke, evoking an overwhelming urge within him to shed tears. Was the other party acknowledging him? No, he felt he was still unworthy. He was determined to improve further. With this resolve, he prepared to continue his battle with Lee. However, Luo directly halted Sasuke's steps. Though reluctant, Sasuke eventually nodded in agreement. In the corner, Sakura's gaze towards Lee was rife with significance. Was he truly that formidable? If I wished to keep pace with Sasuke, could I perhaps ask him to teach me? Once this thought took root, it became increasingly difficult to extinguish. Sakura clenched her fists tightly, her gaze towards Sasuke growing ever more fervent. Luo seemed to sense something and involuntarily turned to glance in the direction from which the gaze emanated. Upon seeing the expression on Sakura's face, a hint of mockery appeared at the corners of his mouth. In the original timeline, you could deceive Naruto's feelings for the sake of Sasuke. Now, what will you do? Greetings, I am Luo. It is a pleasure to meet you. And I hope that in due time, we may engage in a spirited competition of youth. Luo understood well that to establish a good rapport with Rock Lee, embracing the essence of youth was indispensable. As expected, upon hearing the word youth, Lee instantly seemed invigorated, his entire being radiating excitement. Hello, I am Rock Lee. You may call me Shaoli. I am truly eager to engage in a contest of youth with you. Lee, have you found companions who resonate with your youthful spirit? I am absolutely delighted. Just then, a rugged voice resonated in everyone's ears. Following the sound, a tall man, clad in a similar green spandex suit, with eyebrows even bushier than Lee's, appeared before the crowd. It was none other than Might Guy. This hairstyle, these eyebrows, this attire, and the tearful expressions of the two embracing tightly in excitement. It is indeed difficult for Luo to dismiss the notion that there exists a special bond between Shaoli and Kai-sensei. Greetings, Teacher Kai. I have heard much about you from Kakashi-sensei. He regards you as his finest companion and rival, Luo said with a respectful bow. If there were to be anyone in the current Konoha village who could pose a threat to him, it would undoubtedly be the individual before him. Ha ha, is that so? Kakashi is also my best partner and rival, Kai responded, his spirits lifted by Luo's words as he heartily patted Luo on the shoulder, laughing boisterously. Are you serious, Kai? With such force, are you attempting to crush me? Luo thought, feeling the restless energy of the seekers of truth within his wrist, his heart filled with exasperation. Indeed. I greatly envy the bond you share with Kakashi-sensei. As one of his disciples, I too aspire to cultivate a relationship with your disciple that mirrors yours. Only then can my youth be devoid of regrets. Luo's expression was profoundly sincere. Do you share this perspective on youth? Absolutely, you should not be marred by regrets. Forge ahead, young one. I stand behind you, Kai proclaimed, embodying the essence of youthful vigor. It must be said that Luo, possessing a keen understanding of all the principal figures within the Hokage, effortlessly elicited empathy through his words. Meanwhile, Xiaoli observed the lively exchange between the two and felt a fleeting pang of neglect. However, this sentiment quickly faded as he came to a realization. He chastised himself with a slap to the face. What am I thinking? To inspire more individuals to embrace their youth, this is precisely the ideal that both teacher Kai and I uphold. Luo, I am thrilled to have you as a companion in this youthful journey, Xiaoli declared, giving Luo a thumbs up, his face illuminating with a genuine smile that revealed his dazzling white teeth. I am equally pleased, Luo replied, caught up in the moment, flashing a signature smile reminiscent of Kai's. At that instant, Sasuke and Gaara instinctively shifted their bodies away, unable to bear the sight of such exuberance. Only Naruto, observing Luo's actions, found them undeniably cool and eagerly attempted to replicate them. The first assessment in the examination hall mirrored that of the original timeline, employing genjutsu to confuse and intimidate the participating genin. However, for Luo and his companions, this posed no challenge at all, and they effortlessly entered the ninja examination classroom. Regardless of what transpires, we must not abandon our pursuit of the exam. Do you understand? Before entering the examination hall, Luo gathered his companions and earnestly conveyed his message. Luo, what you said seems rather redundant. Who would voluntarily abandon the exam? Naruto exclaimed, giving Luo a hearty pat on the shoulder. As though he had stumbled upon a rare delight, laughing uncontrollably. The remaining companions, however, were considerably more contemplative. It is absolutely impossible for Luo to engage in meaningless activities without reason. This statement undoubtedly carries profound significance. Naruto laughed heartily for a while, only to suddenly realize that the others were not joining in, their expressions growing increasingly solemn. Instantly, the laughter ceased, feeling somewhat awkward. He scratched his head and glanced at the group, saying, "Did I say something wrong? What do you think?" Sasuke shot Naruto a disgruntled look. Not wishing to let Naruto remain in such an uncomfortable situation, Luo sought to say something to alleviate the tension. At that moment, a white-haired leaf ninja wearing round glasses approached them, greeting, "Hello. I have the information on the ninjas participating in this exam. Would anyone like some?" The stranger's approach caused everyone, except for Luo and Naruto, to tense up. The Chunin exam is merciless. Here, apart from their teammates, everyone else is an adversary. They could scarcely believe that someone would be so kind as to offer them intelligence. Luo, however, remained unperturbed, for he recognized the individual before him, Kabuto, a seasoned spy and a trusted aide of Orochimaru. The information he possessed was undoubtedly authentic. His intention in approaching them was likely to preliminarily gather information about Sasuke. Of course, Naruto's lack of concern stemmed purely from his simple-mindedness. What's the price? Sasuke's voice was icy, his gaze fixed intently on Kabuto. Free, Kabuto replied, a smile adorning his face, reminiscent of the one that often graced Luo's features. However, upon hearing the word free, the wariness on the faces of the others intensified. If the stranger were merely after money, they might have felt somewhat at ease. Yet, the fact that he sought no payment suggested an ulterior motive that they could not comprehend. "Sorry, we don't need it," Sasuke replied coldly, his body tense and already in a combative stance. Upon hearing Sasuke's response, Kabuto paused momentarily, quickly grasping their sentiments. It seemed he had been a tad too hasty. Regretfully, he smacked his forehead and said, "My apologies, I was too eager. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kabuto Yakushi, a genin from the Leaf. I have participated in the Chunin exam 6 times, each time regrettably failing. My desire to advance led me to devise this approach, collecting everyone's data and collaborating with some of the more formidable lower-ranking ninjas. This way, my chances of succeeding in the first 2 rounds of the exam would significantly increase." Hearing Kabuto's explanation, the wariness on the faces of the others began to diminish slightly. If what he said were true, there was indeed some rationale behind his actions. If you don't believe me, I can show you the information I have gathered. As Do spoke, he drew a card from his pocket. The image depicted on it was none other than the young Lee they had just encountered. Sasuke could not resist taking the card from Do's hand, scrutinizing it intently. After a considerable time, an expression of disbelief crossed his face. How could one who only mastered taijutsu possibly become a ninja? Luo gently patted Sasuke's shoulder, pulling him back from his astonishment. Now you see how laughable your so-called efforts are in the presence of those who truly strive. Upon hearing Luo's words, Sasuke's expression shifted from shock to a bittersweet smile. It is nearly unfathomable to imagine the extent of effort required by one who cannot wield ninjutsu to achieve such accomplishments. The bittersweet struggle is something outsiders find difficult to empathize with. It is indeed laughable that one could feel self-satisfied over a mere slight improvement. It's not too late to understand, Luo consoled. However, what he truly wished to convey was, you may not comprehend the hardships of those who toil. Yet they too cannot fathom the joy of your effortless existence. Determined, Sasuke resolved to strive even harder. After hearing Luo's comforting words, the expression on Sasuke's face visibly hardened. And his heart was resolute. Seeing that the others seemed intrigued, Do drew another card, with crimson hair and a blood-red heart symbol on his left forehead. He revealed his identity, Gaara of the Sand. Gaara of the Sand, Naruto exclaimed, snatching the card and exclaiming, "Wow, Gaara, you actually have a ninja title. How incredible!" Gaara's face flushed with embarrassment, fortunately concealed by his sand armor, preventing others from noticing his discomfort. "It's all just nonsense from others," he replied. Once one who frequently boasted about his ninja title, Gaara now found it painfully embarrassing. Impossible. There are only mistaken names, not incorrect ninja titles, Naruto suddenly realized. His face lighting up with the epiphany. No wonder all your jutsu involves sand. As his words settled, the others regarded Naruto with amusement. Is this guy an idiot? Isn't this common knowledge? What have you been doing during our training these past few days? However, the peculiar expressions on their faces caused Do to furrow his brow in concern. Why did it appear that these individuals shared a strong rapport, despite having no prior interactions? He decided he must inquire about Orochimaru's stance on this matter. With that thought, his gaze instinctively shifted toward a seemingly ordinary ninja in the corner of the classroom. This movement did not escape Luo's watchful eye. As Do's attention turned toward that individual, Luo's gaze followed suit, fixating on the seemingly unremarkable ninja. Could that person be Orochimaru? In a hushed whisper, Luo pondered to himself. The individual nearby, keenly perceptive, sensed the two gazes upon him. He lifted his head, not directing his attention towards Do, but instead fixating on Luo. His eyes reflected a blend of scrutiny and approval. Indeed, this seemingly unremarkable ninja was none other than Orochimaru in disguise. The overt plan was to dismantle Konoha, yet his true intentions were twofold. Firstly, he discerned the decline of Konoha, if the stagnation persisted without the infusion of new vitality. The village would become stagnant as still waters, deteriorating ever further. Deep within, he harbored affection for Konoha. By shouldering all the blame himself, he could allow his teacher to bask in the glory of a hero's name, thus honoring the teachings he had received. The second objective, however, was one that Luo, influenced by the original timeline, failed to grasp. Orochimaru's primary target was not Sasuke, but rather Luo himself, a wielder of a bloodline limit akin to the magnet release, yet significantly more formidable. Even at such a tender age, Luo possessed a power that instilled trepidation in the higher echelons of Konoha, warranting Orochimaru's utmost attention. He was acutely aware of the true nature of Konoha's leadership. Beneath their polished facades lay individuals with sinister hearts, particularly Danzo, a man notorious for his ruthlessness. Orochimaru himself had fallen victim to Danzo's schemes, which had forced him to defect from Konoha. Had Luo not possessed overwhelming power, he would never have been able to flourish freely to this point. Thus, Orochimaru personally masqueraded as a low-ranking ninja to partake in the Chunin exams, primarily to gauge Luo's capabilities. Though he coveted the Sharingan's powers, he had now discovered a superior alternative. As a true scientist on the quest for truth, he was determined to pursue the best. While Orochimaru scrutinized Luo, the latter reciprocated the examination. If there existed a person in this world who could elucidate the reasons behind Luo's transference or assist him in returning home, that person would undoubtedly be Orochimaru. Their eyes locked in a prolonged gaze, devoid of further action. This peculiar interaction soon captured the attention of those nearby, drawing their gazes toward the direction Luo was focused on. "Luo, are you looking at that person? They seem rather unremarkable," one remarked. In moments of confusion, It was customary for others to remain silent, for Naruto could never resist being the first to inquire. Luo smiled gently, retracting his gaze. He is truly an intriguing individual. If circumstances permit, I sincerely wish to collaborate with him. As he spoke, he cast a smile towards Del. As a seasoned spy, Do's ability to read the room is undoubtedly unparalleled by ordinary individuals. A simple expression from Luo struck like a thunderclap, reverberating deeply within Do's heart. He comprehended Luo's implication and realized that the other party was already aware of his true identity. He had exposed himself. Instantly, his heart began to pound incessantly, for he understood the dire consequences that awaited a spy whose identity had been uncovered. However, at that moment, all he could do was silently pray. As he was powerless to act, suddenly, a commanding voice echoed, "Silence. Return to your seats." Just then, a tall man clad in a black trench coat emerged onto the stage, shattering the tense atmosphere. All eyes were drawn to the newcomer. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sun Nyabiki, and I am the examiner for the first round of your Chunin exam." As Abiki spoke, he slowly unraveled the black bandages around his head, revealing a scalp riddled with scars. Some say that scars are the badges of a ninja, however, today, I wish to convey to you that such notions are mere fabrications. The world of ninjas is far more brutal than you can possibly imagine. As Abiki gently caressed his scarred head, he gravely recounted the origins of his wounds. Each word struck like a hammer, resonating within the hearts of all participating ninjas. Sometimes, retreating or fleeing is the wisest choice. Now, I ask you, is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? As Abiki's voice faded, the atmosphere in the examination room grew increasingly oppressive, suffocating in its weight. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Those 3 minutes felt like 3 years of torment. "I withdraw." A trembling voice broke the silence as an arm was timidly raised above the head. "Very well, a wise choice. Your decision, however, means that your teammates will also forfeit their chance to become Chunin. But why do I consider this a clever decision?" Ibiki paused, glancing at a group of snickering lower ninjas before continuing. "Because if you do not concede now, those who are later eliminated, along with their teammates, will forever lose their opportunity to become Chunin." His words fell like a boulder into tranquil waters, creating ripples of turmoil. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Abiki continued, "Now, please tell me, who else is prepared to withdraw?" In an instant, several more arms were raised high. Even within the same team, opinions diverged. Some were confident and eager to continue, while others, lacking assurance, opted to withdraw and await another opportunity. The discord within the room intensified dramatically. Yet, this was not Abiki's concern. He merely signaled for the proctors to escort the withdrawing teams out and redirected his gaze toward the remaining participants. "This is unjust." With the lessons of the past as a cautionary tale, a teammate, apprehensive about being implicated by their companions, boldly stepped forward to voice their concerns. "Fairness," they questioned. "In this world, where can one find absolute fairness?" Abiki scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "Here, what matters is adherence to the rules I set forth. As for fairness, well..." Abiki did not finish his thought, yet the expression on his face conveyed a clear message. If one seeks fairness, they may as well look elsewhere, for it does not exist here. Though the audience simmered with indignation, they were compelled to remain silent. Under a shared roof, one must bow their head. Without sufficient strength, it is prudent to maintain a low profile. Such truths are not lost on one who bears the title of ninja. "Very well," Ibiki declared. "It appears no one is prepared to withdraw. I shall now announce the rules for the first assessment." As he began to elucidate the stipulations, the severity of the regulations elicited gasps from all present. Of course, with the exception of Luo, who was already drifting into a stupor. For the rules bore no deviation from the original timeline. Each participant starts with a score of 10 points. The written examination consists of 10 questions, each worth 1 point. The assessment employs a penalty system. Correct answers yield no additional points, while incorrect responses result in a deduction of 1 point. The performance is evaluated on a team basis. If the average score of the group falls below 5 points, they are deemed unsuccessful. However, should any member of the team score 0, the remaining members are automatically disqualified, regardless of their individual scores. The first 9 questions have been distributed. The final question will be revealed after 45 minutes into the examination. Cheating is strictly prohibited, and any instances of dishonesty will incur an immediate deduction of 2 points. Lo stifled another yawn, finding the situation utterly devoid of novelty. Suddenly, an idea struck him like a flash of lightning. It wasn't entirely the same. In his recollection, It seemed that merely commencing the examination did not necessarily eliminate one's chance of becoming a Chunin. With this alteration in rules, what unexpected twist might the final question hold? A chuckle escaped him. The pressure appeared to intensify. Under such strain, one could surmise that even those ninjas who might have resorted to cheating would now hesitate to act. The examination commenced. With a command from Ibiki, all the test papers were promptly distributed to the participants. Luo casually glanced at the examination paper. The first question, I cannot decipher it. The second question, still beyond my grasp. The third question remains equally elusive. After perusing all 9 questions, not a single one seems attainable by my own abilities. Luo's mood, instead, had ceased to be filled with anticipation. Whether he could pass in this manner remained contingent upon the 10th question. However, even knowing what lay ahead, he could not brazenly slack off, for that would undoubtedly draw attention. Thus, turning to the charms of C became his most prudent choice. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Naruto. Observing Naruto's despondent demeanor, Luo chuckled heartily within himself. Having already entrusted his thoughts, he was untroubled by the notion of Naruto potentially conceding defeat. When he caught sight of Hinata cautiously revealing a corner of her paper, Naruto wore an expression that suggested he believed there were always scheming individuals out to undermine him. Luo's heart was filled with laughter, to the point of pain. Alas, with such a personality, it was fortunate that he encountered Hinata. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face a life of solitude. As his thoughts meandered, Luo couldn't help but recall Kaguya. The young girl must be quite lonely in that isolated space. He wondered if she had summoned the Ninetales and Shikaku to keep her company for a chat. Perhaps not. To her, that realm was uniquely hers, untouched by anyone else. Sigh. It would be wonderful if he could understand why she felt such a close bond with him. To be honest, he found himself rather smitten at this moment. Thus, time slipped away as Luo indulged in his musings. Soon, 45 minutes had elapsed in the examination, and the final question, determining the fate of their ninja careers, was about to be presented. The rules of the 10th question were. After a lengthy exposition, he thanked everyone for their support. Hoping the readers would take a few moments to share their valuable reviews, the author pledged to strive for updates. Chapter 42. The second assessment. If one chooses to partake in the 10th question and fails, they will forfeit their status as a ninja. Of course, before the test papers are distributed, all of you may still opt to withdraw from the assessment. In that case, you would only lose the opportunity to become a CHNI. You now have 5 minutes to make your decision. Ibiki's demeanor was calm and composed. Yet this very tranquility instilled fear in everyone within the classroom. Losing their ninja identity meant they would no longer be able to undertake missions. They sought promotion to improve their future, not to plunge it into chaos. Naturally, there was another path available, the option of defection. However, given their current abilities, that would be tantamount to courting death. Panic spread among the participants, shattering their mental defenses. I withdraw. I cannot abandon my ninja career. A trembling ninja raised his hands, his eyes hesitant to meet those of his teammates. Yet, he lacked the courage to continue. However, what awaited him was not the ire of his comrades. Alas, his teammates stood up, let out a soft sigh, and departed the classroom alongside him. The departure of the 3 felt like the final straw for those remaining, as hands began to rise and surrender. Unlike the original timeline, the loss of one's status as a ninja here did not equate to the end of aspirations to become Hokage. If not for Luo's reminder, even Naruto would have considered giving up. In the absence of inspiring words to stabilize the hearts of the others, those leaving streamed out like a flood unleashed. Once a classroom of over 100, it now housed a sparse 20 or so individuals. Very well, time's up. The previously seated Ibiki suddenly rose. Hands planted on the lectern, his gaze fixed intently on everyone, his expression unmistakably grave. In that moment, the pressure in the hearts of all reached its zenith. Congratulations. You have passed the 10th examination. As a ninja, one must possess not only the ability to gather intelligence but also the capability to unite with one's teammates. Above all, the most crucial trait is an unwavering resolve to never give up. The 10th examination tests whether you can maintain that belief in the face of extreme pressure. You have all performed admirably. As the tension peaked, a smile of relief unexpectedly broke through Ibiki's serious demeanor. However, this harmonious scene did not endure for long. An agile figure suddenly leaped through the classroom window, scanning the remaining individuals below. Well, Ibiki, you've done well. Is this all that remains? Then my second round of trials will be much simpler. After a moment, Akamichi nodded at Ibiki with a thumbs up, then turned to the crowd. I am your examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko. Without further ado, follow me. Once Anko led everyone away, Ibiki began collecting the examination papers. However, upon seeing Naruto's submission, his expression turned peculiar. Uzumaki Naruto, heh. So there's a little rascal trying to take advantage of the situation. As he took a couple more steps, he spotted Lo's paper, and his expression grew even more curious. Lo, if I recall correctly, you should be on the same team as Uzumaki Naruto. How intriguing. Meanwhile, Anko had gathered everyone at the entrance of the Forest of Death. 24 individuals. That is still quite a number. Let me ponder what rules I should employ to eliminate all of you. With her chin resting on her hand, she feigned deep contemplation. In an instant, countless sweat drops appeared on the foreheads of everyone present. This woman is truly a formidable one. Lo shook his head in resignation, his gaze sweeping across the faces of those present. Ningxi, Shaoli, Tian, Iai Luo, Shomaru, Kinjio Lang, Lu Shuang, Ding Xiai, Jingyi, Ya, Hinata, Jinua, Xiaoying, Mito Min Tian, Shermu Liangjie, the trio of sound ninja. Ultimately, his attention settled intently on the three ninjas from the grass-hidden village. Do had seemingly abandoned the Chunin exam at some point. It appeared that Orochimaru had altered his plans. Was he mingling among these three from the grass-hidden village? Or was he preparing to stealthily infiltrate the Forest of Death? Among the grass-hidden village team was a girl with red hair. Lo was well aware of her name, Vortex Xianglin. Thus, only two remaining suspects lingered in his mind. The brazen gaze quickly captured the attention of the ninjas from the hidden grass village. Instantly, a cruel smile appeared on their faces. You little brats? You remain oblivious to our secret weapon, they sneered. As long as she is present, any injury inflicted upon us shall be in vain. Suddenly, after much contemplation, Hongdo seemed to have an epiphany. With a fist striking heavily against her palm, she exclaimed with glee, "Ah, pay attention, for this time. At least half of you will be eliminated." As she spoke, she produced 6 scrolls from an unknown source. 4 of them were purple, emblazoned with the character for heaven, while the other 2 were green, marked with the character for earth. The sight of the familiar heaven and earth scrolls stirred memories within her. Lo could not help but sigh. Sister, has your remarkable intellect not yet claimed its rightful dominion? With so many eliminated by Yibi, can't you devise a different method of assessment? The celestial scrolls lack any semblance of novelty. Red Bean distributed the scrolls among the various teams before cheerfully announcing, "The second round of evaluation permits lethal measures. Little ones, if you're frightened, you may withdraw in advance." Lo, it has been quite a while. Upon seeing the heavenly scroll in Lo's hands, Jingye approached with a beaming smile. Indeed, it has been quite some time, Jingye. Lo subtly shifted his stance, casting a somewhat guilty glance skyward. Humph. Lo, you seem distant. Your demeanor is quite vexing, Jingye pouted, observing Lo's instinctive movement. Lo wooey in, sister. I am truly saving your life, he coughed. All right, that's enough, Jingye. Observing the atmosphere grow increasingly awkward, Shikamaru approached with a weary expression. Lo, we are all heavenly scrolls. Perhaps we could unite. It must be said that Shikamaru was exceptionally clever, deducing the examination rules merely from the different scrolls. Let us wait and see how it unfolds. Lo shrugged, showing little concern for any potential alliance. Fine then, Shikamaru mirrored his gesture, admitting that had Asuma not insisted on signing him up, he would have been quite reluctant to participate in the CHNIN exams. Akane surveyed the expressions on everyone's faces. Seeing no one withdraw, she waved her hand decisively. There are 2 conditions for passing. First, reach the Death Tower at the center of the forest within the allotted time. Second, gather both the Heaven and Earth scrolls. With that, the second phase of the examination commenced. All participants entered the Death Forest in batches, with an interval of 3 minutes between each entry. At Akane's command, a small team was the first to step into the Death Forest, the Jinin team from Kusagakure. Huh, no need to guess. I can now confirm that Orochimaru is definitely not among them. Lo thought to himself, feeling a twinge of regret for not securing the opportunity to enter first. This is bad. They will surely set traps within the Death Forest, while amid watching the 3 Jinin from Kusagakure depart. No matter, Shino, wearing sunglasses, said with a serious demeanor while analyzing the situation. However, it was awkward as his 2 teammates had completely disregarded him. Y had already dashed to the entrance of the Death Forest, preparing to be the second to enter. Hinata, with a flushed face, secretly watched the energetic Naruto. Just as Y had speculated, the 3 members from Kusagakure, having just entered the Death Forest, eagerly began to set traps. You, find a place to hide. When the battle starts, we won't be able to look after you. One of the Jinin commanded, pointing sternly at Karen. Understood, she replied. Her eyelids drooped like withered petals, and her life was shrouded in a pall of despair, devoid of any glimmer of hope. She had long surrendered, even yearning for the day when she might pass away quietly, finding solace in the thought that it would bring an end to her hellish existence. Silently, she retreated to an inconspicuous corner, crouching slowly with her arms wrapped around her knees, curling her body into a tight ball, resembling a pitiful little beast, her eyes reflecting a profound darkness. Soon, the second group to enter the Forest of Death made their appearance, and unsurprisingly, it was the team led by Ya. It was not their swiftness that set them apart, but rather the absence of any competition for their advance. The first team to step into the Forest of Death would undoubtedly set traps, a notion even Ya, who was as blunt as Naruto, could comprehend. How could the others be oblivious? Therefore, the second team to enter the forest was undoubtedly the most perilous. Since Team 8 was prepared to take the lead, they would let them. Upon entering the Forest of Death, you came to an abrupt halt. Heh, a cunning bunch. Do you really think I cannot decipher your intentions? You wish for us to pave the way for you, but perhaps you are overestimating yourselves. Hinata, it's up to you. The members of Team 8 were equally aware of the thoughts circulating among them, yet they felt no fear. As a reconnaissance team, it would be a disgrace to fall prey to traps so easily. Byakugan, activate. As soon as Ya's words fell, Hinata exclaimed, activating her Byakugan. Instantly, the world around her transformed into shades of black and white. The recently entered Grasnine team had not ventured far, lying in ambush less than 1,000 meters ahead. As Hinata scanned her surroundings, she spotted their movements. Curiously, they were not clustered together. One individual, for reasons unknown, was hiding 3,000 meters to the right front. How intriguing. Should we take down their isolated member first? You suggested, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Perhaps not, came the voice of Shino, who seemed to be disregarded once more. It was undeniable that Shino's presence was remarkably faint. Let us not pursue that course. I noticed that their scroll is the Earth scroll, the same as ours. It would be futile to waste time. Eventually, you came to a realization, stating, however, we can adopt the strategy of the mantis stalking the cicada, with the oriole waiting in the shadows. Shino had resigned himself to silence. Ya's words echoed his earlier suggestion. Was his presence truly so insignificant? With a well-defined combat plan in place, the three figures swiftly navigated through the jungle, skillfully evading all traps and concealing themselves nearby, unnoticed by the two ninjas from the grass-hiding village. 3 minutes swiftly elapsed. The third squad had also set out, this time consisting of Luo's team. The reason was quite simple. Luo and Sasuke could hardly endure Naruto's incessant antics. Regardless, the trio possessed unwavering confidence in their abilities, thus, the timing of their entrance mattered little. It would be more advantageous to enter sooner and complete the assessment promptly. Naruto, since you're so eager to proceed, the reconnaissance task falls to you. With Kakashi as the team leader of Squad 7, it was implicitly understood that Luo would assume the role of captain. No problem. Leave it to me, he asserted. At that moment, he felt an abundance of energy surging within him, yearning for release. Naruto patted his chest, and, in an instant, darted to the forefront of the group. Sasuke's face was etched with concern. Luo, are you certain about allowing Naruto to scout ahead? He remarked with a hint of skepticism. Well, some lessons are only learned through experience, aren't they? If we don't let him face a few challenges, given his temperament, he might stumble when we are not around. Luo replied with a smile. That's true, Sasuke conceded, having acknowledged Naruto's strength, though he still grappled with accepting his character. The two trailed behind Naruto leisurely, as if they were merely taking a stroll rather than participating in a Chunin exam. Suddenly, hidden in the shadows, a Kusa ninja spotted Naruto's carefree demeanor. One of the Kusa ninjas issued a warning. What a death wish. He walked right into our trap. As they watched Naruto unwittingly step into their snare, a cruel smile tugged at the lips of another Kusa ninja. Boom. No sooner had the words left the ninja's mouth than Naruto inadvertently triggered a wire. The subsequent explosion of a detonating tag filled the air. Oh no, I've triggered a trap, he exclaimed, hastily retreating. Luo and Sasuke, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but facepalm. He couldn't even detect such a simple trap. It's quite hard to assess, they thought. Phew. Thankfully, I reacted quickly. After escaping the blast, Naruto patted his chest indignantly. Setting traps is truly cunning. Hearing Naruto's complaints, Sasuke couldn't help but interject. I guess only he could be oblivious to something like that. Indeed, Luo shrugged, struggling to fathom the extent of Naruto's naivety. What should we do next? Are we just going to stand by? If we don't follow closely for support, something could go awry. Sasuke voiced his concern. There's no need for worry. We'll just observe, Luo reassured, confident in Naruto's tactical acumen. As fate would have it. No sooner had Luo spoken than Naruto was already taking action again. Shadow clone technique, he exclaimed, and in an instant, a multitude of shadow clones surrounded him. The operation was indeed straightforward and brutally effective. He had already surmised Naruto's subsequent plan. Charge. As anticipated, Naruto issued the command, and countless shadow clones surged forth, spreading outwards. Thunderous roars resonated from the forest of death, causing the Shikamaru team, who were about to enter, to instinctively take 2 steps back. Cough, cough. I think we should wait a bit before going in, Shikamaru timidly suggested. That makes sense, Ino replied, swallowing hard and nodding in agreement. Thus, the 3 of them retreated with a shared sense of caution. Let's go. Youth must never retreat. The first assessment had profoundly impacted Lee's heart, nearly leading him to abandon his resolve. Having finally become a ninja, he was reluctant to lose that identity. Fortunately, he persevered. Yet his heart was still heavy with regret for having wavered. Consequently, he remained silent throughout the journey, as if the fervor of his youth had been extinguished. It was only now that the flame of youth was rekindled. Let us go. Niji nodded nonchalantly, filled with absolute confidence, to him. No one was worthy of mention beneath his indomitable defense. Gaara, when shall we enter? Since the Shikako had been subdued, Gaara's emotions had become less volatile. Temari and Kankuro finally dared to converse with him. Whenever, I am ready, Gaara replied, equally self-assured. Among all the candidates, as long as he did not encounter Luo, he had no concerns. All right then, let us proceed next, Kankuro stated. Humph, how arrogant. Do you think you can just waltz in? At that moment, one of the hidden sound trio, Tisu, scoffed disdainfully. He was intolerant of Gaara's composed demeanor. Gaara turned to face Tisu, his voice icy. Do you have a problem? While Gaara's heart had softened slightly towards those familiar to him, he remained the cold-blooded sand ninja to outsiders. His chilling gaze and menacing aura struck fear into Tisu, silencing any retorts. So what? Noticing Tisu's silence, and undeterred by the ominous presence, Kin stepped forward, casting a scornful look at Gaara as she mocked. I hope you don't regret this. Observing the other's arrogant attitude, a slight smile crept onto Gaara's lips. Though it appeared chillingly cold, he reverted to his previous demeanor, causing a shiver to run through Temari and Kankuro. They cast resentful glances at the sound trio, inwardly lamenting. Why do they insist on provoking trouble? Do they truly believe Gaara has an amiable temperament? The 5th team to enter the Forest of Death was the trio of resilient individuals. Just before they stepped inside, Chin cast a provocative glance back at Gaara. On Gaara's face lingered a cold smirk, as he muttered to himself, run while you can, or you will truly perish. Hearing Gaara's almost delirious murmurs, Shimaru and Kanjuro exchanged sympathetic glances. As anticipated, the next team to venture into the Forest of Death was indeed Gaara's squad. Ryuji Shimura attempted to voice something, but was instantly deterred by a mere glance from Gaara. At this moment, Gaara exuded an overwhelming aura that even the proctor, Akkad, found unsettling. Could such a presence truly emanate from a mere genin? Within the Forest of Death, Naruto's shadow clone suicide bomb strategy proved remarkably effective. In no time, he located the positions of the 2 members from the grass village. However, when it came to close combat, 2 insignificant lackeys were no match for Naruto. Moreover, during this period, under Jiraiya's tutelage, Naruto had learned the Rasengan much earlier than in the original timeline. Within just a few exchanges, the 2 grass village ninjas were already defeated and fled in panic. Sasuke, it's your turn. Now, Luo had essentially severed the romantic ties between Sasuke and Sakura. He could not allow the Uchiha clan to face extinction, so he resolved to lend a hand. To be honest, Luo felt that even in the original timeline, despite Sasuke and Sakura eventually coming together, Sasuke never truly harbored any affection for her. He even harbored deep suspicions that Sasuke's relationship with Sakura stemmed entirely from losing a fight, when the title of Hokage, lose and marry Sakura, a well-known trope among fans. Ahem. Of course, this was merely a jest. It is surmised that Sasuke, weary of Sakura's incessant pursuit, sought solace in solitude. During that period, Sakura had mastered the art of the Yin seal, rendering her formidable in her own right. Sasuke, yearning for freedom yet wishing to spare Sakura from his escapades, resolved instead to perpetuate the Uchiha lineage, leaving her to tend to their offspring at home. As for matters of the heart, let us not trivialize them. Luo Ning is inclined to believe that a romance exists between him and Naruto. Meanwhile, Sakura is merely an utterly ordinary civilian ninja, and in terms of lineage, she is indeed inferior to Ino. It is conceivable that the Uchiha bloodline might ignite a different spark when juxtaposed with the Uzumaki lineage. Luo swiftly appeared beside Naruto, placing a hand firmly on his shoulder to deter him from pursuing further. He shook his head gently. You have fought long and hard. Let Sasuke handle the rest. Leave it to Sasuke? Can that guy really manage? Naruto's expression was one of skepticism, leaving Luo somewhat speechless. The two from the grass-hidden village had already fled for quite some time, and Sasuke would find it difficult to catch up immediately. However, just as frustration began to mount within him, he suddenly sensed that the presence of the two had come to an abrupt halt. Moreover, a third, unfamiliar chakra signature emerged within his perception. Ah, I thought it was only the two of them. It appears there is indeed a second trap. Fortunately, I arrived in time. If that dimwit Naruto had come alone, he might have found himself in a precarious situation. But since I am here, I shall take your scroll. A smirk of derision crept onto Sasuke's lips. Chapter 44. Luo the matchmaker. Yet, as Sasuke drew near, the scene that met his eyes caused him to momentarily freeze. The two grass-hidden village ninjas, who had just engaged Naruto, were now desperately clinging to the arm of a frail, red-haired girl. Her face bore no trace of anger, resembling a mere shell of a human. The ninjas, having sensed Sasuke's approach, released their grip on the girl's arm and stood to face him, their eyes devoid of the earlier panic they had displayed while fleeing. However, Sasuke did not focus on them. His gaze remained fixated on the intricate patterns of the gaping wounds along the girl's arm, from which crimson blood flowed. In that instant, the brutal reality of the ninja world was laid bare before Sasuke's eyes. His mood soured, and the haunting memories of the Uchiha clan's massacre flooded his mind. Die. What had initially been a mere Chunin exam, where Sasuke intended to seize the opponent's scroll without lethal intent, transformed entirely in this moment. Chidori. As Sasuke's icy voice echoed, arcs of blue electricity erupted from his right hand. Kid, don't get too cocky. As Sasuke gazed at the two fallen bodies with an expression reminiscent of indifference, one of the grass village ninjas felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. With a shout, he brandished his kunai and charged at Sasuke. However, Sasuke's speed surpassed his own. In the instant the enemy moved, he transformed into a fleeting shadow. Even the crackling lightning in his wake struggled to keep pace, trailing behind him like elongated wings. In the blink of an eye, they passed each other. Sasuke's advance showed not the slightest hint of hesitation, while the grass ninja, having taken merely 2 steps, found his head severed cleanly from his body. Such a swift and decisive act of murder caused the remaining grass ninja's pupils to constrict to the size of pinpoints. The disparity in their power was glaring. Instinctively, his body yearned to flee. Yet, as he turned, he spotted a slender hand emerging from his chest, still crackling with residual arcs of electricity. Almost immediately, he felt the vitality within him ebbing away. Nevertheless, the primal instinct for survival compelled him to struggle free from Sasuke's grasp, unsteadily staggering toward Karui. I cannot die. I do not wish to perish. This was the sole thought that lingered in the mind of the grass ninja. Just one more bite, and I shall live. Closer, ever closer. Just one step away. Thud. Yet, no matter how much he resented it, he could not withstand the encroaching tide of death. He collapsed at Karui's feet, his eyes wide open, unblinking in death. Despite witnessing the demise of her comrades, Karui remained huddled in place, merely lifting her gaze to Sasuke. Her expression, once numb, gradually transformed into one of relief. He has slain my companions. Surely, he will do the same to me. Finally, I can be liberated. Mother, how long for you? As she observed Sasuke's slow approach, Karui quietly closed her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, after what felt like an eternity, she realized he had yet to strike. Confused, she opened her eyes to see Sasuke standing mere inches away. His handsome features and stoic demeanor were striking, particularly the glimmer of compassion hidden deep within his crimson Sharingan. In that moment, Karui felt a sense of enchantment. Hey Sasuke, why are you just standing there? Don't you see the blood still staining her wounds? At that moment, both Rock and Naruto arrived. Upon witnessing Sasuke's impassive behavior, Rock couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Sasuke averted his gaze slightly, once more fixating on the crimson stains adorning Karui's arm. Silently, he retrieved a roll of bandages from his ninja pouch and tossed it at her feet. Lo Fui, goodness. You and Naruto are truly 2 peas in a pod. One is carefree, while the other is a staunch straight shooter. Never mind, when offering assistance, one should see it through to the end. Itachi, you must treat me to a sumptuous meal later. How can one tend to wounds with both arms injured? Can't you lend a hand? A hint of displeasure tinged Lo's tone. After years of acquaintance, she knew Sasuke all too well. In his heart, He held a certain confidence, or perhaps fear, of her. If he were to reveal his dissatisfaction, he would still comply, even if reluctantly. As expected, upon sensing the discontent in Lo's voice, Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly, yet he refrained from saying much. Slowly, he crouched down, gently picking up the bandage he had just discarded near Shine's feet with one hand, while the other delicately lifted her arm. "Ah, there we go." Observing the way Shine gazed at Sasuke, it was as if she were mesmerized. Luo nodded in satisfaction. In the distance, Huga Hinata sat on the ground in horror. Her Byakugan now closed. "What died?" Kiba inquired, curiosity piqued. Shino, playing with the insects on his fingers, wore an unusually serious expression. The two Grass Village ninjas were just killed by Sasuke. "What?" Kiba exclaimed. "He actually resorted to murder? Is that truly permissible?" "It is allowed under the rules," Shino replied, lacking the energy to feel pleased that his teammate had not overlooked him. His emotions were greatly affected. Although killing is a necessary lesson for ninjas, they had not yet begun training in that regard, remaining sheltered like flowers in a greenhouse. "Do we still have to go over there?" Kiba could not help but ask. The atmosphere among the team grew heavy with silence. Though they believed Sasuke, as a fellow villager, would not engage in random slaughter, the uncertainty lingered. "Never mind, there are still 3 other teams with the Heaven Scroll. Let us see if we can find an opportunity with them." After a long sigh, Kiba made his decision. Hinata and Shino remained silent, clearly in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Grass Village ninjas had been dealt with. The scene of Sasuke battling the 2 Grass Village ninjas had also caught Niji's eye. Their team had graduated a year earlier than Naruto's, having already undergone the baptism of bloodshed. The sight of death did not shock them as it did Kiba and his group. However, the strength demonstrated by Sasuke instilled a sense of unease in Niji, who considered himself a genius. Attempting to seize the Earth Scroll from Luo's team seemed unwise, so he decided to target another team instead. "Let me think," he mused. The teams possessing the Heaven Scroll were Luo's team, Shikamaru's team, and the adorable Sakura's team. Lee's eyes reflected a naive clarity. The teams with the Earth Scroll are Hinata's team, the Sand Village team, the Grass Village team, and the Sound Village team. The Grass Village team has already been eliminated, leaving us with 3 teams. Which one shall we choose? Niji furrowed his brow. Having just heard a name that unsettled him greatly, Hinata Huga. Ninjas are not playing house. Let me teach you that lesson. Without hesitation, Niji made his decision, activating his Byakugan to search for the opponent's location. Moments later, he found them, having worked together for over a year, as Niji's words fell. The 3 figures darted forward in unison. Their movements were soon detected by Shino. "Someone is approaching us. Which team is it?" The teeth have regained composure from the shock. And at this moment, there is a palpable eagerness. However, Shino's expression is not as relaxed as that of, under the weight of his esteemed reputation, Niji Huga. The prodigy of the branch family is well known among the younger generation. "Niji, brother?" Hinata instinctively expressed her apprehension. "Should we retreat?" "It's too late. Their speed is formidable." Shino replied solemnly, as the swarm of insects spread out almost instantaneously, prepare for battle. Just as Niji's team and its team were on the verge of confrontation, Gaara's team and the trio of Hidden Sound had already engaged in fierce combat. Both sides wielded Earth Scrolls, fighting for their very breath. The Sound Ninja trio, having entered the Death Forest, did not advance, but brazenly waited not far from the entrance. Toes was intimidated by a mere glance from Gaara, earning scorn from his 2 teammates, and his heart was filled with indignation. He was the first to rush toward Gaara, while Saku and Kin charged toward Kankuro and Temari from different angles. However, to their surprise, their 2 opponents seemed disinclined to engage. They nimbly evaded and took refuge behind Gaara. They understood that Gaara was in a particularly foul mood, and such discontent needed an outlet. This battle, whether Gaara wished it or not, would not permit their interference. Seeing their 2 opponents unwilling to strike, Saku and Kin shifted their focus to Gaara. With a thud, Gaara stood still, arms crossed, while the gourd on his back had already been unsealed. In an instant, a cloud of yellow sand billowed forth, surging like a tumultuous wave toward the 3. Unable to approach, the Sound trio prepared to evade the onslaught, skillfully leaping backward. Yet Gaara's attack was relentless, a stream of yellow sand rising and crashing down as if tireless. Watching the 3 scurrying like mice, Gaara finally revealed a faint smile. "I can sense their chakra is immensely formidable. If this continues, we will inevitably exhaust our stamina. At that point, we will truly be like lambs to the slaughter," Sasuke anxiously remarked while evading. Just moments ago, he had mocked TOS for his cowardice, yet now, the ease and nonchalance displayed by their opponents, who seemed to regard them as insignificant, unmistakably indicated that they had provoked the wrong adversary. Chapter 45. The Fate of a Bag of Chips. As the sole female member of the team, however, Kin was not one to possess a gentle temperament. Having endured relentless pressure, her fury had reached a boiling point. The three exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus. TOS raised his hands and struck the ground with force, chakra surging forth instantaneously. Earth shield, earth flow wall. A colossal earthen wall abruptly rose, intercepting Gaara's sand assault. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, gale palm. Seizing the moment when Gaara's attack was thwarted, Sak and Kin unleashed their ninjutsu in the blink of an eye. Harnessing the wind to amplify the flames, the combined might of this technique was formidable. The blazing fireball swelled, transforming into a wave of fire that surged toward Gaara. Yet, he remained unmoved, his smile unwavering. The inferno approached, exuding an ominous heat. At that moment, a wall of sand rose before Gaara, shielding him. The flames scorched the sand wall, causing it to melt, yet it remained unyielding. The confrontation reached a stalemate. With the earth flow wall executed, TOS swiftly redirected his focus toward Gaara, closing the distance in an instant. Raising his hands, he unleashed a sound wave that enveloped Gaara. Observing Gaara's unwavering stance, a cruel smile crept across his face. Sound, after all, could not be defended against by mere sand. However, as the sound wave traversed Gaara's form, it seemed to inflict no harm whatsoever. A hint of derision appeared on Gaara's face. Did you truly believe this was ordinary sand? Your attacks are far too feeble for me. The sand that enveloped him was infused with his chakra. Enough games. It is time for you to meet your demise. As he spoke, Gaara suddenly crouched, pressing his hands firmly against the ground. Sand waterfall funeral. A voice as haunting as the netherworld escaped his lips. Instantly, the earth before him collapsed. Layers of yellow sand swirling to consume the three hidden ninjas. This is bad. Retreat. TOS let out a gasp, swiftly attempting to retreat. However, Gaara's jutsu enveloped a vast area, far beyond his imagination. The surroundings, spanning a kilometer, were shrouded in swirling sand. Barely having taken 2 steps, the terrifying pull of the sand dragged them underground. Gaara's hand struck the earth once more, chakra surging forth. The three buried beneath were instantaneously crushed into a gruesome pulp by the overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, Lo, who was savoring a snack while watching Sasuke and Karen, suddenly sensed the terrifying fluctuation of chakra, causing his expression to freeze momentarily. He turned his gaze towards the entrance, pondering the source of this ominous chakra. Who had provoked Gaara's wrath? Lo mused, his mind racing with speculation about which fool had dared to incite this harbinger of death. Could it be Sakura? If so, that would certainly resolve matters, much to his satisfaction. What is happening over there? Naruto inquired, having also sensed the chakra disturbance. Nothing much. Just some unfortunate soul who has angered Gaara. Lo shrugged nonchalantly. That's just cruel. Gaara is pitiable enough as it is. Why would anyone bully him? I must go see, Naruto declared indignantly. To him, Gaara was a wretched soul, even more so than himself. On the other side, the Niji team and the Kiba team, who had just encountered each other and were poised to clash, also detected the chakra fluctuation. Their impending confrontation halted abruptly. 6 pairs of eyes instinctively turned towards the source of the chakra surge. What a terrifying chakra. I wonder who it belongs to, Niji mused, his brow furrowed deeply. The once arrogant demeanor he carried was now overshadowed by a weighty apprehension. Outside the forest of death, Hanabi's expression turned serious as she observed the earlier conflict between the two teams. However, as neither of them belonged to Konoha, she felt no obligation to intervene. Are they truly just genin? Hanabi's expression darkened, noting that the remaining 6 members of the 2 other teams looked even more troubled. Such a fearsome chakra fluctuation clearly indicated that their opponent's strength was on an entirely different level. The 2 teams that had just entered possessed Earth Scrolls, while her team held the Heaven Scrolls. If they ventured in now, a confrontation was inevitable. You all, proceed. Shikamaru commanded in an unmistakable tone directed at his teammates. Why should we? Ino retorted defiantly. Heh. Mito didn't respond verbally but merely offered a cold smile, directing his gaze towards Shikamaru instead. You are a clever individual. I trust you need no further explanation. The 3 clans of the pig, deer, and butterfly, though all significant families within Konoha, find themselves in a peculiar situation. In the current landscape of Konoha, aside from the Saratobi clan, none can stand above the Shimura clan without bowing their heads in deference. Shikamaru's expression darkened. His exceptional intellect allowed him to discern the intricacies of the situation. Offending the Shimura family would undoubtedly lead to persistent troubles in the future. Although Lord Danzo of the Hokage's advisory council claimed to have distanced himself from his clan, one must recognize that taking such matters lightly would be unwise. After much internal deliberation, Shikamaru ultimately yielded, gesturing for Ino and Choji to follow him into the forest of death. Humph. At least he is somewhat clever. Ryosuke Shimura scoffed with a smirk. All the while, Akamichi's keen eyes observed this exchange, her brow furrowing in concern. As a common ninja, she may not fully comprehend the convolutions of the prominent clans, yet she was no fool and could glimpse parts of the underlying truth. However, since the parties involved had already acquiesced, she felt it inappropriate to voice her thoughts. Gaara, that was quite an uproar, Temari remarked, surveying the drastically altered landscape. In any other circumstance, she would never have dared to express such doubts aloud. Gaara caught the scroll that floated from beneath the sand and stated calmly, "It has been a long time since anyone has dared to confront me in such a manner." In a moment of distraction, he momentarily lost control. "Forget it. Let's move on. What shall we do next?" she inquired, taking the scroll from Gaara's hand and placing it into her ninja tool pouch. "Wait." Gaara's demeanor remained impassive, as if he hadn't just taken the lives of 3 individuals, but merely squashed a few ants. "Wait," Temari echoed, puzzled. "Yes. I just observed that the remaining 2 teams are in possession of the Heaven Scrolls. We merely need to wait for the opportune moment," Gaara explained. "Oh, right. I almost forgot," Temari exclaimed, feeling a twinge of concern for her own intellect. "Shikamaru, we aren't going to run into those 2 teams right after entering, are we?" Ino asked anxiously as they walked. "Crunch, crunch. That's unlikely. They might have already departed. Even if we do encounter them, we can simply surrender the scroll," Shikamaru rationalized. Having come to terms with the fact that those participating in this exam were formidable opponents, and perhaps it was best to concede for the sake of efficiency. "Crunch, crunch. Are we really going to give up the scroll? We've come this far," Ino questioned, still reluctant. "Crunch, crunch. Alas, what can we do?" "Choji, do you have any snacks left? Share a bit with me. I'm feeling rather hungry," Shikamaru said, glancing at Choji, who was savoring his potato chips. Realizing that he too felt a pang of hunger. "Do pass me a packet as well." It was better left unsaid, but once the conversation began, Jinya felt a hollow emptiness within. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. 3 individuals sauntered forward, one clutching a bag of potato chips as if they were leisurely shopping. However, they had barely indulged in the snacks when the figures of Gaara and his companions came into view. Instantly, the hand holding the chips froze in place. Staring intently at them were Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, causing Shikamaru's mind to short-circuit momentarily. Without thinking, he extended the bag of chips and asked, "Would you like some?" In that fleeting moment, a peculiar expression crossed the faces of Gaara and his companions. As Shikamaru noticed their odd reactions, he finally comprehended the situation. It seemed they had relaxed a tad too much. "Shall I have a bit?" Temari mused, reflecting on her pleasant experiences with the Leaf Village over the past few days. Not wanting to witness the atmosphere grow increasingly awkward, she hesitantly accepted the chips, all the while questioning whether all ninjas from the Leaf Village were truly this warm and hospitable. "Luo is like this, and the pineapple-headed figure before me is likewise." As I observe Shri handing over the potato chips, the expressions on Gaara and Kankuro's faces grow increasingly peculiar, with the 2 younger brothers regarding her with strange glances. Shri's mind begins to short-circuit as well. She extends the recently acquired chips and offers, "Why don't you both have a bite?" At this moment, Shikamaru's keen intellect once again takes center stage, signaling frantically to CHG. Years of tacit understanding allow CHG to grasp Shikamaru's intentions almost instantaneously, though somewhat reluctant. He retrieves 2 bags of chips and hands them to Gaara and Kankuro. The atmosphere in the scene becomes increasingly off-kilter. The saying "to accept a hand is to be beholden to the giver" perfectly encapsulates the situation of the trio. Having consumed their chips, it would be rather indecorous to continue hostilities. Reflecting on the fact that they had just received a scroll of the earth from the trio, it seems reasonable to offer something in return. Thus, Shri pulls a scroll from her ninja tool pouch and presents it to Shikamaru, saying, "Here. This is an extra gift for you." "Thank you." As Shikamaru holds the earth scroll, he feels as if the world has become surreal. Chapter 46. The Serpent Uncle Strikes Konoha is indeed a fascinating place. Watching the retreating figures of Shikamaru and his companions, Gaara mutters to himself, "Indeed. Their people are rather amiable, SH agrees, munching on her chips. Hey, you too, Kankuro interjects, exasperated. The last team of ninjas is also from Konoha. If this continues, our second assessment will be in jeopardy. He sighs, his forehead adorned with dark lines of frustration. In dealing with an unreliable sister and brother, how can one possibly survive in the ninja world? Gaara and SH exchange glances, suddenly realizing they had become so engrossed in sentiment that they forgot something of utmost importance. We must act. Luo needs our assistance, Gaara asserts without hesitation. Indeed, Luo has already communicated with them, instructing them to proceed according to his plan. Therefore, for the sake of the village and for our friend, they must secure a place in the third round of the assessment. With this thought, their resolve is once again solidified. Outside the Forest of Death, TSK. I suspect the Inoshika CH team will be swiftly defeated. How unfortunate, one observes. Time flies, and before long, 3 minutes have elapsed. Mito's expression darkens as she notices Anko's displeasure. And she, ever the provocateur, offers scathing remarks, showing no mercy and adding insult to injury. Who can deny it? Ryosuke Shimura regarded Akane with utter disdain, exchanging cold jibes with Mito Gate. As a scion of the Shimura clan, he possessed an inherent sense of superiority. Meanwhile, Sakura trailed behind them like a mere specter, her presence almost imperceptible. As for her personality mirroring that of her original timeline, nonsense. Did you think the clan's shinobi were jesting? Moreover, their leading jonin was also from the Shimura lineage. If she continued her unreasonable antics, she might very well meet an untimely demise during a mission. The stakes were high, and any further delay could result in disqualification from the exam. Witnessing the loathsome expressions on the two, Akane's aura turned increasingly frigid, her words nearly a growl. All right, let's go. Faced with Akane's impending fury, Ryosuke merely shrugged nonchalantly, leading the other two members of their team into the Forest of Death. In the Konoha examination room, Asuma Saratobi's countenance was grim. As a member of the Saratobi clan, he was acutely aware of the inflated egos among his kin, refusing to be complicit. He had once chosen to rebel and left Konoha to serve as a guardian of the 12 ninja guardians for the Fire Country's daimyo. At that time, he believed he had triumphed against his father. Little did he know that shortly after his appointment, the Third Great Ninja War erupted. It dawned on him then that everything had been orchestrated by his father. The Saratobi clan was one thing, but the Shimura clan was equally ambitious. Helpless, he could only turn a blind eye, pretending not to notice. Who could have anticipated that the conflict would spill over onto his own team, a provocation he found intolerable? The Shimura clan had gone too far. Asuma's gaze fixed intently on the leading jonin of the Shimura clan, his voice icy. Is that so? I think not. Oh dear. Asuma, let us not jeopardize the harmony between the Shimura and Saratobi clans over others, the Shimura jonin retorted, completely dismissing the recent events. Humph. Asuma scoffed. Yet he had no choice but to concede. He knew that even if he raised the issue, his father would advise him to endure and maintain peace. A step back could lead to a broader horizon. The current state of Konoha was beyond his capacity to alter. Kakashi sat quietly nearby, engrossed in the latest edition of Intimate Paradise, seemingly oblivious to the discord between the two. In truth, he was entirely unfazed, for he was aware that Luo had already made his move. A storm was brewing in Konoha, and everything was poised for transformation. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Forest of Death, Luo observed the familiar yet foreign figure before him with keen interest. Indeed, Orochimaru had infiltrated the Forest of Death and now stood face to face with Luo. Uncle Snake, the reality is far more impressive than the rumors, Luo remarked. Long ago, I yearned to witness your splendor. In the face of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, Luo exhibited not a trace of trepidation, engaging in light-hearted banter. Snake Uncle? Is that a special appellation for me? A fiery glint ignited in Orochimaru's eyes, his tongue flickering like a fan. Indeed. Are you still pondering the meaning of life? I possess a far more intriguing subject of study. I wonder if you have any interest? Luo gestured towards Naruto, who had quietly appeared behind him, signaling for them to refrain from any rash actions. Oh, is that so? I find myself quite intrigued. However, at this moment, my curiosity is more piqued by your physique. The fervor in Orochimaru's gaze intensified, as Luo appeared to him as the most exquisite of treasures, overwhelming his restraint. With a sudden swish, Orochimaru's neck elongated, lunging towards Luo. Two fangs extending from his mouth, poised to strike at Luo's neck. Why the haste? Luo remarked, shaking his head at Orochimaru's eagerness. It seemed that discourse alone could not persuade Orochimaru to assist him. as a ninja raised amidst the tumult of war. The only belief he clung to was the strength of his own power. Thus, dealing with such an individual was both simple and troublesome. The simplicity lay in the direct confrontation, yet, for a typical ninja, such direct confrontation proved to be the most arduous task. For those who had battled on the front lines and survived those fierce skirmishes were undeniably formidable beings. Nevertheless, for Luo, this did not appear to pose a significant challenge. In fact, without even lifting a finger, the truth-seeking orb autonomously soared forth, positioning itself in the path of Orochimaru's assault. Yet, the legendary Sannin was not to be trifled with. His attacks could not be so easily thwarted. With a cunning twist, Orochimaru's neck contorted in a serpentine manner, swiftly evading the truth-seeking orb's defense, making another attempt to bite at Luo's neck. Another truth-seeking orb shot forth, forming a barrier to obstruct Orochimaru's advance. Hey, little one. Do you underestimate me too much? As the distance between him and Luo diminished, and with the truth-seeking orbs employed for defense and attack already detached from his body, Orochimaru's excitement became palpable, and he could not help but taunt. You do not truly believe the same technique will work against me, do you? Now, what means do you have left? Oh dear, Snake Uncle, you flatter yourself. I do not believe such a rudimentary technique would be effective against you. On Luo's face, a smile was equally present. It appeared that Orochimaru's intelligence likely stemmed from Danzo. However, Danzo's knowledge of Luo's abilities was limited to a mere 6 years prior. He truly believed that Luo possessed only 2 pieces of the Sage Stones. Nevertheless, Luo had no intention of revealing his remaining Sage Stones. Just as Orochimaru's fangs were about to sink into Luo's neck, his figure suddenly vanished. He reappeared beside Orochimaru, and the Sage Stone that had just been launched transformed into a shuriken, pressed directly against Orochimaru's throat. Yet, such a technique seemed to hold no efficacy against Uncle Snake. The smile at the corners of Luo's mouth grew radiant. Flying Thunder God, huh? Orochimaru's pupils constricted, recognizing his opponent's ninjutsu. Useless Danzo. He had evidently failed to uncover the intelligence regarding this particular technique. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo thrust the kunai formed from the doujin directly into Orochimaru's neck. The sound of the blade piercing flesh resonated in the ears of all present. Nevertheless, Luo did not expect this strike to be fatal to Orochimaru. In fact, he had no intention of killing him at all. The moment the blade made contact, Orochimaru's mouth widened in shock, and a slimy figure emerged from within him. Impressive indeed. Luo-kun. Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru had begun to acknowledge Luo's strength, addressing him not as a mere child but as Luo-kun. You almost caught me off guard. Who could ensnare me, Uncle Snake? When it comes to understanding life, no one can rival you. Luo calmly retracted the kunai and flicked the blood from its surface, stating, even if I were to slay your current body, you could resurrect from another source, such as your disciple, Akkad, who is currently outside the Death Forest, undergoing the examination. You know all of this? Orochimaru was taken aback, his serpentine pupils narrowing to the size of pinpricks. This was a secret, known to no one but himself. Lo shrugged nonchalantly. So, can we have a proper discussion now, Uncle Snake? Orochimaru's tongue flicked like a fan once more. Such an overt threat compelled Orochimaru to ponder carefully. The presence of Akatsuki was merely one of his resurrection methods, however. How could he ensure that his other resurrection techniques remained unknown to the other party? He dared not take the gamble. What do you intend to do? Orochimaru's expression darkened as he cast a cold glance at Lo. Don't be so aloof, Uncle Snake. Haven't I already mentioned that I have a more intriguing direction for our discussion? Quite fascinating, indeed. While Orochimaru's temperament was not particularly amiable, his unwavering dedication to the pursuit of truth was unparalleled. Oh, pray, do enlighten me. Lo's renewed mention evidently piqued Orochimaru's interest considerably. There's no rush. We can discuss this separately once your plan is completed. For now, could you first plant a Heaven's Curse mark on me? Chapter 47. Licking cats and guarding cranes. Upon hearing Lo's words, a myriad of questions surfaced on Orochimaru's face. You wish for me to plant a Heaven's Curse mark? Perhaps you should reconsider the implications of what you are saying. If you desire me to bestow upon you a Heaven's Curse mark, then what was the purpose of our earlier confrontation? Were we merely playing house? It's utterly exhausting. Orochimaru felt a tempest raging within. Overwhelmed with 1,000 grievances he longed to express. What is the matter? Is it not permissible? Lo appeared oblivious to Orochimaru's thoughts, maintaining an innocent smile. Are you certain? Orochimaru was bewildered by Lo's intentions. Surely you understand what planting a Heaven's Curse mark entails? Indeed. Can we not waste time? Everyone's time is quite valuable, Lo urged. Very well. Orochimaru was at a loss for words at this moment. He could only acquiesce to Lou's request. His tongue elongated once more, sinking its fangs into Lou's neck. What a lack of fulfillment. Upon retracting his head, Orochimaru felt a sense of disillusionment. Yet, in the next moment, his previously listless gaze transformed dramatically. He realized that the soul clone he had entrusted to Lou had been annihilated. You, how did you accomplish this? He pointed at Lou, disbelief etched across his face. His mouth agape as if he were about to perform another act of astonishment. Was that truly so difficult? In contrast to Orochimaru, Luo appeared remarkably composed. Not only could one not retain their consciousness, but even the consciousness of the tailed beasts would not linger within him. As the heavenly curse seal was implanted, an unceasing stream of natural energy flowed into Luo's being. Soon after, an orange-yellow tomo manifested upon his forehead. The heavenly curse seal seemed irresistibly drawn to this orange-yellow tomo, slowly making its way towards the center of his forehead. This transformation was far from over. With the arrival of the heavenly curse seal, the existing orange-yellow tomo on Luo's forehead swiftly fused with one of the black tomos within the seal, while the other two black tomos gradually vanished from sight. Is this the senjutsu of Myaboka Mountain? Observing Luo's metamorphosis, Orochimaru found himself uncertain. What keen insight! Truly deserving of the title Snake Uncle, Luo felt no surprise at Orochimaru recognizing his senjutsu system. You have already mastered the senjutsu of Myaboka Mountain, and now you allow me to plant the heavenly curse seal. What is your true intention? Orochimaru was utterly perplexed. While others might be unaware of the essence of the curse seal, he could not believe that Luo was oblivious to it. Oh, you mean that? It's simply because during battle, one cannot absorb natural energy. With the heavenly curse seal, it will absorb natural energy autonomously, eliminating the need for my active absorption, Luo politely elucidated to Orochimaru. Impressive. After hearing Luo's explanation, Orochimaru silently awarded him a thumbs up. By the way, Snake Uncle, could you provide me with the location of the Dragon Cave? I wish to see if I can also master its senjutsu. Having gained an advantage, Luo did not forget to ingratiate himself. Sure. I'll get back to you on that. Orochimaru possessed an eccentric character. Once he recognized you, he would wholeheartedly assist you. Just like now. Luo had completely earned his recognition. As Orochimaru prepared to leave, Luo called out, "Don't forget your plan. I will ensure that Shikaku and the Nine Tails coordinate with you." I understand. At that moment, Luo could utter anything astonishing without eliciting any emotional response from Orochimaru. It was only after Orochimaru departed that Naruto and Sasuke dared to speak. Who was that person just now? One of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. He's also a formidable ninja. Luo generously praised him. Compared to Jiraiya, he might be more suited to be your mentor. Is that so? Luo's words planted a seed in Sasuke's heart. At the entrance of the Forest of Death, gravel tightly enveloped the three of them. Gaara's hand reached out, intent on annihilating them all. Temari hastily intervened. Gaara, calm down. They might be friends of Luo. Upon hearing Shoju's words, Gaara furrowed his brows, and the hand he had raised slowly descended. Meanwhile, the trio of Shimizu Ryuka, Mitomon Ten, and Sakura, who were ensnared by the sand, breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, they had truly felt the chilling threat of death. Upon entering the Forest of Demise, they were immediately confronted by Gaara's formidable team. Accustomed to flaunting his power in the village, Shimizu Ryuka couldn't resist the urge to mock. Little did he anticipate that his opponent would be a man of few words but immense strength. In an instant, a torrential wave of sand engulfed them, leaving them with no opportunity to retaliate whatsoever. Indeed, we are allies of Lo, he stammered. The earlier bravado completely dissipated as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Gaara's brow remained tightly knit, caught in a dilemma. I almost forgot. Although Lo is not present, I could possibly inquire through someone else. Or rather, through a beast. With this thought, Gaara's consciousness shifted to the realm of spirits. A massive tanuki was squatting on the ground, drawing circles. Who else could it be but Shikaku? Ahem, Shikaku. Could you do me a favor? Gaara inquired politely. Absolutely not. Don't bother me, Shikaku replied without lifting his head. Gaara's smile faded into a frown. This creature offered no regard whatsoever. It's about Lo. Having no other recourse, he decided to pull out his trump card. Ahem, my lord Gaara. Why didn't you mention this sooner? As an adorably charming tailed beast, I am always eager to assist. Upon hearing Lo's name, Shikaku trembled, his expression shifting from annoyance to sycophancy. Ah, I have you under my thumb, Gaara thought smugly. I recently encountered 3 ninjas from Konoha. Could you inquire if they're friends of Lo? Despite his prideful inner thoughts, Gaara maintained a courteous tone. Not a problem. The delightful Shikaku is at your service. With that, Shikaku began to reach out to the Nine Tails. At this moment, the two beings, once adversaries, had reconciled their differences. Hello, is this the Nine Tails? I have a message for Lord Lo, Shikaku announced. Understood. Upon hearing Lo's name, the Nine Tails immediately stood at attention, shedding the earlier laziness. In the outside world, Lo. The Nine Tails says the One Tail has something to discuss with you, Naruto remarked with a puzzled expression, patting Lo on the shoulder. Oh, with a puzzled expression. Luo wondered what matter could possibly bring Shoha to seek him out at this moment. Contemplating this, his consciousness swiftly intertwined with that of Shoha. In truth, Shoha could have directly contacted Luo, however, he refrained from doing so, primarily out of concern that Luo might be preoccupied with something of great significance. The last thing he desired was to disrupt him and inadvertently cause a calamity. What is it, Shoha? Luo inquired promptly through their mental connection. Esteemed Luo, Shoha responded, I, Gaara, wish to inquire about 3-Leaf Village ninjas who claim to be your acquaintances. He seeks your guidance regarding their intentions. Luo's face darkened. Can you envision the scene of a gigantic raccoon playfully waving its paws at you? What peculiar characteristics does it possess? Struggling to suppress her discomfort, Luo patiently inquired. 2 men and 1 woman. Shoha swiftly provided the answer. The dark lines on Luo's face grew more pronounced. What a nuisance. In Konoha, apart from his own team, the Luohan squad, every other team consisted of 2 males and 1 female. To be more specific, the female had a head of pink hair. As for the male, before Shoha could finish his sentence, Luo interjected, I understand, just tell me about Gaara. I am not familiar with those 3. Let him do as he pleases. Understood. Lord Luo. Farewell, Lord Luo. It brings me joy to serve you. Little Shoha replied cheerfully before disconnecting. Luo wore an expression of profound disillusionment. Was it a decline of morality or a distortion of humanity? What had caused Shoha to change so drastically? However, the fact that Sakura had fallen into Gaara's hands truly seemed unfortunate. Upon receiving Luo's response, Gaara's demeanor darkened considerably. The 3 individuals before him had not only spoken disrespectfully toward him but now dared to deceive him as well. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. He raised his hand, chakra surging, poised to strike. Wait a moment, Gaara, Temari urgently intervened. From Gaara's actions, she discerned that Luo had provided a response. And it was certainly not a favorable one. Gaara looked at Temari with confusion, seeking to understand her reason for halting him. After all, they were ninjas from Konoha. How would Konoha perceive them if they were to kill these individuals? Temari explained it would be inappropriate to act violently. However, doing nothing would leave one feeling exceedingly vexed. Gaara's brows knitted tightly. The death penalty may be avoided, but there is no escaping the consequences of living. After a prolonged internal struggle, Gaara finally made his decision and clenched his fist tightly. Sand coffin. In an instant, the immense pressure from the sand crushed the limbs of the 3 captives. Their anguished cries echoed through the death forest. Even Akamichi, outside, could hear their tormented wails with clarity, though she felt revulsion, as they were also ninjas from Konoha. Akamichi still rushed toward the death forest. Soon, she stumbled upon the 3, unconscious and in a pitiful state. She felt no sympathy for their plight. Rather, a sense of satisfaction arose within her. Nevertheless, adhering to humanitarian principles, she ultimately decided to bring the 3 to Konoha Hospital. At this juncture, 3 teams had gathered the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, and the final team was nearly complete. Hinata, give it up. You cannot defeat me, Niji stated coldly. I refuse. Hinata assumed a defensive stance, making her last stand. Then do not blame me for being ruthless. The expression on Niji's face twisted into a grotesque grimace as he forcefully tore off the Leaf Village forehead protector from his brow, revealing the sinister curse mark of the caged bird beneath. Chapter 48, The Pursuer. Hinata, though inherently timid, possessed an indomitable spirit within her fragility. She cast a furtive glance at the fallen Kiba and Shino. As the last flicker of hope for her team, she was unwilling and unable to surrender. Yet, there are moments when persistence in the face of overwhelming strength seems utterly futile. Confronted by Niji's relentless onslaught, Hinata found herself struggling to defend after merely a few exchanges. Niji's gentle fist technique struck her with precision, gradually stifling the flow of chakra within her. Soon, it appeared as though she had been drained of all strength. Rendered completely immobile. It is over. Gazing upon Hinata, who could no longer muster any resistance, a cruel yet liberated smile graced Niji's face, a moment he had long awaited. The caged bird, yearning to soar into the freedom of the sky, perhaps could only achieve such liberation in death. He understood the fate that awaited him should he slay Hinata, yet he felt no remorse. From the day his father took his own life, swiftly followed by his mother's descent into despair, his heart had perished alongside them. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. Niji's palms, enveloped in azure chakra, struck Hinata with rapid precision, reverberating through her insides. For palms. A trickle of crimson blood escaped Hinata's lips, resembling blooming roses. 8 palms. Niji's assault quickened, his movements becoming a blur. 16 palms. In Hinata's eyes, color faded gradually, her body retreating uncontrollably. 32 palms. Niji's face bore the final semblance of madness, a last stand against the Huga clan. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Should this final attack land, Hinata's life would undoubtedly wither beneath such frenzied strikes. Hinata. At that moment, however, a frantic figure appeared, expending every ounce of strength to manifest as a blur, abruptly positioning itself in front of Hinata. At this juncture, Luo, having grasped the situation alongside Naruto, Sasuke, and Kurenai, had just arrived. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Luo let out a deep sigh. In the original timeline during the Chunin exams, Naruto had encouraged Hinata to persevere, illuminating her heart like a beacon. But was this truly for Hinata's benefit? In truth, Naruto may have merely found Niji displeasing at that moment. Likewise, the figure behind Hinata urged her to surrender, asserting she was no match for Niji. Was it merely to prolong Hinata's evasion? Yet, it is not otherwise. He merely comprehended the matters concerning the Huga clan and recognized the chasm between Hinata and himself. Emotions, indeed, are a most absurd jest. At this moment, that individual stood resolutely before Hinata, unhesitatingly shielding her from the most lethal assault. I may no longer be of assistance to you, Luo gently patted Naruto's shoulder, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. What are you saying? A look of bewilderment crossed Naruto's face, utterly unable to grasp Luo's meaning. It is nothing. The truth-seeking orb was relinquished, slicing through the air and materializing upon the battlefield, whereupon Luo manifested directly amidst the fray. True feelings should never be forsaken. This was Luo's resolution. Accompanying Luo were Lee and Tintin, who too sensed the palpable intent to kill emanating from Niji. The trio shook their heads at him. Release. However, unfazed by their obstruction, Niji's voice grew ever colder. Death is the most cowardly act of avoidance. Bound by fate, do you truly wish to be a coward? In this arena, if there existed one who understood Niji's inner turmoil, it could only be Luo. What do you understand? How could one unbound comprehend my suffering? Luo's words pierced deeply into Niji's heart, nearly shattering his spirit. I can assist you. Luo met Niji's frenzied gaze unflinchingly, articulating each word with conviction. Assist me? What can you offer? Niji's emotions escalated, his voice a hysterical roar. It seemed to howl against the injustice of fate, and perhaps a rebuke of Luo's audacity. Wait for me. After the Chunin exams, I shall seek you out. Luo offered no further explanation, truthfully. He was at a loss for how to resolve the plight of the caged bird. Yet, with the formidable backing of Orochimaru, the scientist of the ninja world, what was there to fear? As Luo's words resonated, Niji's struggling form gradually stilled. Within his frenzied gaze, a glimmer of hope began to rise, akin to a drowning soul grasping the last vestige of salvation. Trust me. Luo once more nodded firmly at Niji. Niji, a character steeped in tragic hues, had struggled throughout his life in the original timeline, yet he still found himself ensnared by his fate. Luo wished to rescue him, much like he once did for Naruto. All right, Niji conceded, lowering his arms. Calming himself, the urge to harm Hinata had dissipated. Zeno, can you still move? Seeing that the situation had settled, Luo turned to the silent and slumped figure of Zeno beside him. I can, Zeno nodded. It was a privilege to be remembered. Yet this was not the moment for excitement. Could you assist in getting Hinata and Kiba to the Konoha hospital? We must continue with the examination. No problem. As everyone gradually gathered at the central tower, the teams that had successfully passed the second phase of the Chunin exam were now established. Team 7 of Konoha, Luo. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Team 3 of Konoha, Huga Niji, Rock Lee, Tintin. Team 10 of Konoha, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. Sand Village, Gaara, Kankuro, Tamari. Congratulations to everyone for passing the second phase of the Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen had long awaited at the central tower, and a pleased smile graced his face as he looked down at the 3 teams of Konoha's Genin. The third phase of the Chunin exam will commence in 1 week, with the format being one-on-one battles. Now, let us begin drawing the matchups. As Sarutobi's voice echoed, the large screen above flickered with the names of 12 individuals. The first matchup, Rock Lee versus Gaara. The flickering names soon came to a halt, revealing the names of Little Lee and Gaara on the screen. Observing this, Luo's gaze deepened with significance. Despite all the changes that had transpired, Little Lee's opponent remained the pinnacle of the Chunin exam, Gaara. Little Lee, however, harbored no such reservations. Regardless of his opponent, he would never choose to retreat, for this was the essence of youth. On the other hand, Gaara's expression was far more complex. On one hand, there was regret for not facing Luo in the first battle. Yet, on the other hand, there was relief for not having to confront Luo then. The second matchup, Uchiha Sasuke versus Akimichi Choji. Sasuke exhaled a long sigh of relief in his heart, as long as he was not up against Luo. Who among the others could truly challenge him? Choji, all right. The chubby boy seemed oblivious to the matchup chart, munching away on chips with delight. The third matchup, Huga Niji versus Kankuro. Niji appeared somewhat preoccupied, his mind lingering on Luo's words. He was filled with anticipation for liberation from his constraints, yet also plagued by uncertainty, wondering if Luo was merely deceiving him. The fourth matchup, Yamanaka Ino versus Naruto. No, I want to be close to Luo, Ino lamented. Her expression one of deep despair as she cast a wistful glance at Luo, pouting. Luo felt a dark cloud of frustration looming over him. You really shouldn't push your luck, he warned. If we were to face off, a mere twist of your heart technique would lead to your downfall. Who would I turn to for justice then? The principle of do not court death, and you shall not die is quite straightforward, don't you think? In the fifth group, Nara Shikamaru faced Temari. Fate, at times, proves to be wondrously inexplicable. Just as in the original timeline, Shikamaru found himself grouped once more with Temari. Luo gazed at the two with a knowing smile, yet as she observed them, an unsettling thought crept into her mind. It seemed as if an unspoken secret lingered between them, one of which she was unaware. Could it be that Shoju had already captured the heart of that rascal, Shikamaru? Surely not. That would be far too swift. In Group 6, Tion versus Luo. Luo held a genuine fondness for the girl with the bun hairstyle, who radiated a distinct aura of Chinese charm. She instinctively turned to Tion, their eyes meeting, and offered a friendly smile. Startled, Tion quickly lowered her head, a blush adorning her cheeks. With the group assignments completed, it was time for everyone to prepare and strive to showcase their talents. Saratobi Izashi smiled and nodded at everyone before departing from the central tower. At Konoha Hospital, due to Luo's intervention, Niji's 8 trigrams 64 palms had not been fully executed, and Kiba's injuries were not as severe as anticipated. At that moment, he had regained consciousness, gazing up at the white ceiling, his heart filled with an indescribable sensation. He pondered how he had summoned the strength to charge forward without hesitation. It felt as though an inner voice compelled him to act in such a manner. He couldn't help but wonder about Hinata's well-being. Suddenly, that thought crossed his mind. Woof. At that moment, Akamaru noticed Kiba had awakened and leaped into his embrace, licking his face affectionately. Hey, Akamaru, stop it. I'm in pain, Kiba scolded lightly, affectionately stroking Akamaru's furry head. Woof. Akamaru seemed to smile, as if reassuring him that Hinata was unharmed. Oh, then I can rest easy. Having spent countless days together, Kiba could fully comprehend Akamaru's sentiments. Yet, his tone remained somewhat subdued. As a seeker of light, always guarding from the shadows, how could he fail to understand Hinata's feelings? When all impulsiveness settled into tranquility, he once again chose to conceal his true emotions. The author experienced considerable turmoil while penning this chapter, fearing a loss of popularity. However, upon revisiting the Chunin exams, he realized that this arrangement was indeed quite favorable. Beyond the protagonist's halo, Kiba was genuinely admirable. Chapter 49, Love Blossoms with the Wind in Another Hospital Room. Hinata similarly stared vacantly at the ceiling. Sister, what are you thinking about? Hanabi inquired gently, sitting by Hinata's bedside and tenderly taking her hand. Upon seeing her concerned sister, Hinata managed a faint, strained smile. It's nothing. Once again, I have disappointed father. It's all right, sister. I will work hard for both of us. Hanabi tightened her grip on Hinata's hand, as if to encourage Hinata, while also encouraging herself. Hana, I'm tired. I wish to rest a while longer. You may return for now. Otherwise, your father will surely be angered upon discovering that you have secretly come to see me. Hinata is acutely aware of her father's expectations for Hanabi. On one hand, she wishes to avoid inciting his wrath, and on the other, she yearns for certain things. Thus, she spoke, very well. Hanabi pouted, reluctantly departing from the hospital room. As she watched Hanabi leave, a tumult of memories flickered through Hinata's mind, a battle between two vivid images. At the age of 5, the figure that unhesitatingly shielded her. At 13, another figure that stood resolutely before her. As time blurred those memories, the image of that small figure from her fifth year gradually faded into obscurity. In the Huga clan's grand residence, the current clan leader, Huga Hisashi, sat upright at the table. His expression was grim, a mixture of sorrow and anger. After a while, the anger dissipated, leaving only sorrow in its wake. "You have arrived?" At that moment, a figure appeared at the door, Niji. Hisashi turned his gaze towards Niji and spoke in a subdued tone. Niji slowly approached, kneeling before Hisashi, bowing his head in silence. "The one who should have perished back then was meant to be me." Hisashi pushed a scroll across the table towards Niji. "I never anticipated that you would harbor such profound hatred towards the main family. Open it. Within lies the truth of that fateful day and the words your father wished to convey to you." Niji's pupils dilated as he hesitated, taking the scroll and gradually unfurling it. "Little Niji, I wonder how old you will be when you read this? 10, or perhaps 20. Have you married? Have you had children?" As he read his father's affectionate words, tears streamed uncontrollably down Niji's cheeks, dampening the scroll in his hands. The scroll recounted the events of that year in meticulous detail, revealing to Niji the entire truth. Child Hisashi gently patted Niji's shoulder before turning to leave. He understood that Niji needed time alone to process this revelation. "Have you finished reading? What are your thoughts?" A soft voice suddenly reached Niji's ears, startling him and instinctively putting him in a defensive stance. "Calm down, it's me." It was Lo. "In truth, what you have read is not the complete reality." Lo glanced dismissively at the scroll, curling his lips in disdain. "What? Are you claiming that this scroll is fabricated?" Niji exclaimed in disbelief. "Of course not. The contents were indeed penned by your father. However, to safeguard your well-being, there are certain truths he could not disclose to you." Lo smiled. "Come with me. I shall reveal to you the entirety of that past." Without waiting for Niji's consent, he placed a hand on Niji's shoulder and led him to his humble abode. "Is it Jiraiya-sama?" However, upon witnessing Jiraiya bowed within the confines of the room, Niji was rendered speechless, his astonishment palpable. "Ah, I forgot there was another person at home," Luo exclaimed, smacking his forehead in apparent chagrin. "What on earth is this esteemed individual doing here?" Niji inquired, a look of skepticism clouding his features, his eyes brimming with caution. "If I were to tell you that I have 2 little pets that Lord Jiraiya adores, and that he wishes to assist me during my Chunin exams, would you believe me?" Luo gazed earnestly at Niji. Niji, taken aback, responded, "Do I appear to be a fool to you?" "Well," Luo shrugged, "I have an ambitious plan that Lord Jiraiya inadvertently overheard, so he must stay here for a few days to rest. Lord Jiraiya has agreed to it." As he spoke, he turned to Jiraiya. "Isn't that right, Lord Jiraiya?" Indeed, Jiraiya understood that he could not thwart Luo's reckless scheme and could only nod in resignation, hoping that the latter would not endanger the entire hidden leaf. Otherwise, he would resolutely ensure that Luo would not emerge unscathed, even at the cost of his own life. "Now that Lord Jiraiya is here, he can corroborate what I am about to disclose." Pleased with Jiraiya's sense of timing, Luo continued. "In the founding days of Konoha, 3 clans stood supreme: the Senju, Uchiha, and Huga. Each of these clans wielded significant influence within the village. Yet, what is the situation now? The Senju clan has vanished. The Uchiha clan has perished, and the Huga clan is gradually declining. This decline is not inherently negative, for a clan-centric approach often impacts the village's interests, particularly that of the Huga clan, whose main family possesses authority surpassing that of the village itself. Thus, your father's demise was, to a considerable extent, a consequence of these entanglements. Years ago, the Cloud Village demanded an explanation from Konoha, threatening war should their demands go unmet. However, was it merely Konoha's unilateral desire for peace at that time? Far from it. The Cloud Village, too, could not sustain the toll of war. Lord Jiraiya, were you afraid of battle back then? Luo's gaze once more fell upon Jiraiya. Meeting his eyes, Jiraiya sighed. "I was not afraid." Indeed, this was the prevailing sentiment among all at that time. Luo nodded, satisfied with Jiraiya's forthrightness. However, at that moment, the 4th Hokage had just passed, and the 3rd Hokage was reclaiming his authority. How could he afford to let go? A renewed conflict would inevitably force him to bear the consequences once more. In his quest to retain power, he needed a scapegoat. Thus, the Huga clan became the ideal sacrifice. Consequently, he did not outright reject the Cloud Village's proposal, but rather discreetly concealed his intentions, stalling for time while allowing the pressure to mount. Should war erupt between the 2 villages, the Huga clan would undoubtedly become the target of widespread ire. Certainly, if the Huga clan were to choose compromise, The death of a clan leader in such a manner would undoubtedly inflict profound harm upon their vitality. It is a dual-edged sword, regardless of the outcome. He would not suffer loss. Your uncle comprehended this truth. He had no alternative but to resolutely decide to sacrifice himself. Your father, too, understood the gravity of the situation. In a bid to preserve the family's honor, he opted to take his own life before your uncle did. Thus, from that moment forth, the Huga clan withdrew from the epicenter of power in Konoha. Although they fell into decline, they managed to maintain a semblance of family integrity. As he listened to Luo's incessant discourse, Jiraiya found his head drooping ever lower, for every word uttered by Luo resonated with undeniable truth. Meanwhile, Niji's face was etched with astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the affable third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was, beneath the surface, such a despicable figure. How could you possibly know all this? Niji inquired, sensing Jiraiya's silence as an indication that Luo's assertions were likely accurate. Yet, years of indoctrination in the will of fire instilled in him a flicker of hope, prompting him to ask further. That is of no concern to you. My knowledge far surpasses your imagination, Luo replied with a shrug, displaying little inclination to elaborate. Primarily, it was challenging to clarify. After all, one cannot simply state that they have watched all 720 episodes of the anime. What, then, do you wish for me to do with this information? Niji questioned, harboring skepticism towards the notion of unmotivated affection in this world. Every action, he believed, bore its own distinct purpose. Luo shook his head calmly and stated, the matters I intend to pursue are beyond your current capability to engage. By sharing this with you, I am merely informing you that I possess the ability to lift the curse of the cage bird, even if it is not achievable at present. I assure you it will be in the future. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. The influx of outsiders to Konohagakure had surged to more than 3 times the usual number, primarily composed of spectators eager to witness the Chunin exams. Amidst the multitude of eager onlookers, the Chunin exams commenced officially. Hey, Kiba, Hinata, are your injuries healed? From a distance, Luo spotted 2 familiar figures, Kiba and Hinata, approaching. He raised his hand to catch Akamaru, who was bounding toward him, greeting them with a smile. Yes, all healed. Thank you, Luo. Otherwise, I would have been in quite a predicament this time. Kiba expressed his heartfelt gratitude. It's nothing. Remember, there was a time when you had my back. It's only natural for me to repay you now. Luo waved his hand dismissively. You still recall that, Kiba said, a bit bashful as he scratched the back of his head, recalling the first time they met and the boast he had made. Luo-kun, thank you, Hinata said shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. Don't mention it. If it weren't for Kiba, the situation could have been quite different. You should be thanking him, Luo said with a playful smile directed at Kiba. Hinata's face flushed as she lowered her gaze, her voice dwindling further. This seems promising, Luo mused. After all, what young girl has fantasized about a gallant hero rescuing her? Even Hinata's admiration for Naruto began with the archetype of a hero saving a damsel in distress. But enough about Naruto, he was just like Sasuke, a hopeless case. Why compare him to Sasuke? Wasn't he Luo who meticulously orchestrated the arrangement for Kaguya to be with Sasuke, hoping to nurture their relationship? Yet, what did Sasuke do? That fool was busy seeking Naruto for training for the Chunin exams, completely ignoring Kaguya's subtle advances. What a ridiculous situation. As the wind stirred the arena, the crowd regained their focus, and Gaara's figure was now firmly positioned at the center of the battlefield. Whoosh! Rock Lee made a spectacular entrance with a series of impressive flips, landing directly opposite Gaara. The first match of the Chunin exams has begun. Wait, is that the Moonlight Gale? Gazing at the referee in the arena, Luo murmured to herself. To be honest, although this individual held little significance in Luo's recollection, he was nonetheless someone she admired. Even when manipulated by the reanimation technique, he remained unwilling to inflict harm upon those he cherished. With sheer willpower and profound love for his beloved, he managed to break free. It seems that in this world, not only the fates of those close to her have shifted, but even the destinies of unfamiliar individuals have undergone certain transformations. One can only hope that he and Yuzuki Yuin may find a beautiful conclusion to their tale. Ahem. Are both sides prepared? As Tsukikage Hate spoke, he punctuated his words with a customary cough. Gaara nodded slightly, indicating his readiness. In contrast, Rock Lee displayed a more exaggerated response, opening his mouth to reveal his dazzling teeth and giving a thumbs up to Tsukikage Hate, exclaiming, always ready. The match commenced. Tsukikage Hate wasted no time. With a swift motion of his right hand, he executed a body flicker technique, appearing atop the spectator's stand. Whoosh! as the signal for the match echoed. Rock Lee was the first to launch an attack, transforming into a blur as he charged directly towards Gaara. Unfazed, Gaara retaliated. The cork of his gourd suddenly popped open, and streams of golden sand surged forth. Rock Lee's speed was impressive, yet Gaara's control over the sand was equally swift. In the blink of an eye, a barrier of sand had formed to obstruct Rock Lee's path. In recent days, the genin participating in the exam had engaged in considerable practice, thanks to Luo's influence. Gaara was well aware of Rock Lee's attributes, a formidable martial artist, yet devoid of any ninjutsu or jinjutsu aptitude. To secure an effortless victory, he needed to prevent his opponent from closing the distance. Based on his observations over the past few days, this task appeared to be quite manageable. It seemed Rock Lee was being suppressed. It appears that Gaara should secure an easy victory in this match. Kankuro and Temari approached Luo's side, smiling as they spoke. With a slight shrug, Luo remarked, that may not necessarily be the case. Xiao Li's capabilities undoubtedly extend beyond this. If Gaara were to underestimate him, there was a significant possibility of defeat. Oh, is that so? Questioned Kanjiro, somewhat taken aback by Luo's unwavering confidence in Xiao Li. He had never anticipated that Luo would bestow such high praise upon Xiao Li. The tempo of the battle on the field was exceedingly swift, with the sand manipulated by Gaara clinging tenaciously to Xiao Li's back, leaving him beleaguered. Observing his opponent under duress, a faint smile crept onto Gaara's lips. His gaze instinctively drifted towards Luo in the stands, seemingly seeking the latter's affirmation. Li. However, at that moment, a booming voice resonated throughout the arena. Take it off. Xiao Li was momentarily stunned, retreating rapidly and casting a bewildered glance towards his teacher. Kai-sensei, didn't you say that this was my self-restraint, and I could only remove it when protecting someone truly important? Seeing Xiao Li momentarily withdraw, Gaara refrained from seizing the opportunity to pursue him with his sand. Instead, he stood with arms crossed, the grains floating gently around him as if safeguarding his own progeny. It's all right. I give you permission. Kai flashed a thumbs up at Xiao Li, his face radiating unwavering support. Over the past few days, he had observed the training sessions of Luo and the others. While he felt joy at the recognition Xiao Li was receiving from so many, a flicker of concern also arose within him. The other participants were exceedingly remarkable. He had witnessed the arduous training Xiao Li endured. No one understood him better than Kai. Thus, he was acutely aware of Xiao Li's yearning for victory. Hence, self-restraint could not become an impediment to his aspirations. All right, Kai-sensei. Xiao Li beamed with innocence as he saluted Kai, swiftly settling onto the ground to remove the weights from his ankles. Kanjiro watched Xiao Li's actions with a hint of confusion, quietly inquiring, is this Xiao Li's trump card? He has hidden it quite well. After all these days, I had no inkling. But if it's just this, it may not suffice against Gaara, right? Only time will reveal. Luo replied, gesturing for Kanjiro to continue observing. Boom. Yet, when Kanjiro redirected his gaze towards Xiao Li, he was utterly astonished. The weight Xiao Li had discarded, when dropped, created two substantial craters upon impact with the ground. I must be joking. Kanjiro nearly uttered an expletive at this astonishing sight. Meanwhile, Gaara's pupils constricted slightly. Was this individual training with such terrifying weights on a regular basis? Was he even human? I am ready. As the burden was lifted, Xiao Li adjusted to the sensations coursing through his body and flashed a smile, nodding at Gaara. Gaara, though silent, wore a noticeably serious expression. With a wave of his hands, a tempest of sand surged towards Xiao Li, seemingly intent on burying him. However, the current Xiao Li was no longer the same as before. His speed was such that his figure became a blur, eluding immediate perception. Hey, that's rather excessive. He's still just a child. Kakashi exclaimed, exasperated, as he observed the stark transformation in Xiao Li. Those children are prodigies, Guy pointed out, gesturing towards Luo and his companions. Then proudly addressing Kakashi, yet, Xiao Li is equally a genius in my eyes. In a mere breath, Xiao Li had dashed to Gaara's side, raising a fist to strike at Gaara's face. Yet, for all his swiftness, the sand Gaara summoned was even quicker, swiftly intercepting Xiao Li's punch. Unfazed by the miss, Xiao Li continued his assault, vanishing and reappearing on Gaara's other flank, delivering a swift kick. At that moment, Gaara could scarcely perceive Xiao Li's movements. Fortunately, the protective sand held firm, once more thwarting Xiao Li's onslaught. However, once the attack commenced, it would not cease until a resolution was reached. Xiao Li's assaults intensified, and the sand shielding Gaara began to struggle under the relentless barrage. Finally, at a critical juncture, Xiao Li's fist broke through the sandy defenses, landing a powerful blow to Gaara's face, causing him to stagger. But the onslaught was far from over. Xiao bent low and delivered a fierce upward kick, launching Gaara into the air. One kick, two kicks. The rapid succession of strikes defied the laws of physics, and Gaara's body soared higher with each blow. A collective gasp escaped the spectators, astonished by the display of Xiao's prowess. Was this truly the extent of Xiao's strength? It was nothing short of terrifying. Kakashi's mouth fell agape, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Would Gaara truly be defeated? Handaro, embodying a gentle femininity as Gaara's sister, instinctively worried for his well-being. Yet, perhaps, it was not to be. As Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, he realized just moments ago that Xiao's relentless kicks seemed to pause for an instant, a fleeting moment unnoticed by everyone else. It was within that very instant that Gaara seized his opportunity. At this juncture, the target of Xiao's assault had transformed into Gaara's sand clone. Alas, while the Eight Gates technique is indeed formidable, the physical toll it exacts is exceedingly daunting. Initially contemplating whether to seek instruction from the esteemed guy, it now seemed prudent to reconsider. My inherently languid disposition is ill-suited for such exertion. Sand shower. With a fierce shout, Xiao released the bandages from his hands, ensnaring Gaara's sand clone tightly and sending it crashing toward the ground in a spiraling descent. Boom. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their voices caught in their throats. Unable to utter a word, gasping for breath, Xiao panted heavily, his expression a mixture of elation and concern. He had truly unleashed his full strength in that moment. And now he pondered anxiously whether Gaara would be all right. With that thought, he hurried forward to inspect the scene. However, upon reaching the deep crater formed by his strike, he was horrified to discover that Gaara's body was disintegrating, crumbling inch by inch into fine sand. In an instant, Xiao reacted. He had just attacked a mere sand clone. Instinctively, he evaded the gaping pit from which he had struck. When had Gaara conjured the sand clone? There was no time to deliberate. He needed to locate Gaara's true form without delay. A sand clone? Could it have been at that moment? In the stands, Kakashi had removed the forehead protector that obscured his Sharingan, inquiring with a tone tinged with uncertainty. Ah, indeed. The Eight Gates technique imposes a significant burden on the body. Xiao's attack exhibited a brief pause, and I never anticipated that his opponent would exploit that fleeting vulnerability. Truly a genius, Guy remarked, his voice laced with a hint of regret, yet still generous in his praise for Gaara. Fortunately, Gaara did not keep Xiao searching for long. With swirling yellow sand, Gaara's figure gradually solidified, reappearing before him. Xiao, you are quite impressive. I was nearly defeated, Gaara admitted, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Xiao grinned innocently, appearing harmless, yet his movement showed no sign of slowing. 8 gates, 3rd gate, the life gate, open. 8 gates, 4th gate, the wound gate, open. 8 gates, 5th gate, the door of death, open. As Xiao's furious shouts echoed, his originally fair complexion flushed crimson due to the rush of blood. The veins on his forehead began to throb ominously. Brothers, I implore you for a 5-star review. Could you perhaps spare a moment to pen a brief review for the author? I beg you. Chapter 51. Refund. Can Xiao really unlock the 5th gate at his age? Kakashi remarked incredulously, observing the bulging veins on Xiao's forehead. Indeed. Did I not mention it? Xiao is, without a doubt, a genius I acknowledge, Kai responded, giving Kakashi a thumbs up, his face radiating pride. In an instant, Xiao's figure vanished from the arena, only to reappear before Gaara. With a swift kick, Gaara was sent soaring into the air once again. Here it comes. The repetitive scene caused Gaara's expression to shift uneasily. His thoughts filled with silent grievances. Bang, bang, bang. Compared to his previous assault, Xiao's attack this time was even more rapid. His successive kicks came like a torrential storm, leaving spectators unable to discern his movements. He was determined not to let the earlier misstep occur again. As the two ascended higher, Gaara's face grew increasingly grim, and he could not help but feel trepidation. Could he truly withstand such an onslaught? No one understood the ferocity of Xiao's prior attack better than Gaara himself. At that moment, the character on his forehead was on the verge of transforming from love to danger. Yet, the situation on the battlefield left him no room for contemplation. The distance from the ground had already reached several meters, and Xiao was nearing his limits. It was the final blow. However, this time, Xiao refrained from repeating his previous tactic. In the heat of the moment, he had not considered whether Gaara might perish under his strike. Now that he comprehended the gravity of the situation, he resolved not to employ that same move again. Boom! A powerful punch landed squarely on Gaara's abdomen, sending him plummeting downward. Dust erupted, and the ground bore a more exaggerated pit than before. Xiao executed a graceful somersault, landing on the ground and exiting the eight-gate state. He had reached his limits. The success or failure hinged solely on that last strike. Gaara lay within the deep pit, unable to regain his senses for a long while. Every bone in his body felt as if it might shatter from the previous attack. Had he not summoned sand at the last moment to soften the blow, he doubted he would even have the chance to awaken, let alone survive. After a lengthy pause, Gaara finally rose slowly, his gaze towards Shally infused with newfound respect. You have won. Seeing Gaara seemingly unscathed, Lee could only shake his head and sigh. Thank you for your mercy. Otherwise, I would have been the one to lose, Gaara acknowledged without a hint of pretense. We are friends, after all. It was already my fault for striking you so fiercely the first time. How could I do so again? Once more, a naive smile spread across Lee's face. I hereby declare the victor of the first match, Gaara of Sunagakure. As the combatants ceased their struggle, the figure of the swift moonlight reappeared in the arena. Wait. Lee called out, unable to contain himself as Gaara prepared to depart. What is it? Gaara turned, puzzled. Help me up. My entire body aches, Lee replied. A hint of pain evident on his face. Gaara, bewildered, thought, what is the situation? I endured a thorough beating, and you tell me you're in pain. Despite the torrent of complaints bubbling within him, Gaara stepped forward and gently supported Lee as they descended from the arena, creating a scene of remarkable harmony. Observing this display of camaraderie, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a satisfied expression. It seems our two villages' children get along quite well, he remarked, glancing at the third Kazekage, who was disguised as Orochimaru. Indeed, Hokage, Orochimaru replied, a smile gracing his lips, though the thoughts swirling within remained a mystery to all. Supporting Lee, they made their way to the spectators' stand, where they encountered a beaming guy. Teacher Guy, I'm sorry to have disappointed you, Lee said. The youthful spirit in him overshadowed by the sadness of defeat. No, Lee, I am proud of you. You are my most cherished disciple, Guy exclaimed. Enveloping Lee in an embrace, tears of pride welling in his eyes. Teacher Guy, Lee. The onlookers around them covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight of such a touching teacher-student moment. As the second match commenced, Uchiha Sasuke versus Akimichi CHG. Contestants, please step forward. Upon hearing the names of the competitors, the audience erupted with excitement. Is he truly the last descendant of the Uchiha clan? I am eager to witness his performance. The Uchiha clan's reputation in the ninja world is widely recognized, and many in attendance at the joint CHNIN exams hosted by Konohagakure and Sunagakure had come specifically for the Uchiha name. Sasuke. So many people have come to see you. Are you not feeling intimidated? Ino teased, glancing at Sasuke beside her. Intimidated? Huh. What is that? The Uchiha clan's dictionary does not contain the word fear, Sasuke scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. In the next moment, he transformed into a flash of lightnings, appearing on the battlefield. CHG. Stop eating, it's your turn. Not far away, Ino silently shook Shikamaru's shoulder, urging him onward. But I've only eaten half. Shikamaru lamented, gazing longingly at the bag of chips in his hand. Go compete first. You can eat when you return, Ino insisted, exasperation evident on her brow. Fine. Here. Keep this for me, and don't sneak any. With Ino on the verge of losing her temper, Shikamaru reluctantly surrendered the chips to her. Got it, got it. Now hurry down, she urged as she accepted the bag. However, as Shikamaru approached the arena and glanced back one last time at the chips he had entrusted to Ino, his eyes widened in shock, as if they were as large as bells. Crunch, crunch. Huh? This flavor of chips is new. They taste rather delightful, Ino remarked nonchalantly, tossing one into her mouth. Then, she simply could not stop. Referee, I concede. Shikamaru could hardly contain himself. The thought of sacrificing his chips was unbearable. I may lose blood, but I absolutely will not forego my chips. Thus, without hesitation, he chose to withdraw from the match and dashed toward his beloved snack. This scene instantly incited dissatisfaction among those eagerly anticipating Sasuke's battle, and they erupted in shouts of outrage. Refund. As the clamor intensified, Lo could only facepalm. This behavior was so typical of Shikamaru. The announcer, Moonlight Gale, resignedly declared, in the second match, Uchiha Sasuke emerges victorious. The third match was announced, Huga Niji versus Kankuro. Only after this announcement did the din from the audience diminish somewhat. The Huga clan was also a prominent family, once renowned alongside the Uchiha as the two great ocular clans of Konoha. Fortunately, Niji was competing in this round. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how long the audience would have caused a ruckus. Kankuro, you can do it. Make sure to take down that arrogant guy. Naruto suddenly chimed in, cheering for Kankuro. Recently, Naruto and Niji had been at odds, to the point where they could hardly stand each other. Lo felt somewhat helpless regarding this friction, as he had no idea why the two were at loggerheads, having only just met. Don't push yourself too hard. Just do your best, he advised. The others, however, had been getting along well with Niji and understood his capabilities. Thus, they did not harbor high expectations for the battle. They were friends, after all, and Kankuro surely wouldn't resort to any lethal tactics. However, without the use of poison. The puppet master was indeed countered by the Huga clan's gentle fist techniques, which could easily sever the chakra strings controlling the puppets. Kankuro shrugged, feeling somewhat resigned. Thankfully, he was too disinterested to even step onto the arena, simply raising his hand and declaring, "I concede." However, his silence was preferable. Once he spoke, the audience, which had gradually quieted down, erupted once more. "Refund us." The resounding chant became increasingly unified. Sitting atop the platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged visage darkened like the bottom of a pot. Yet, constrained by the presence of the wind shadow beside him, he could not afford to lose his composure. With great reluctance, he managed to utter, "Heh, these little ones are rather modest." "Heh." Orochimaru merely scoffed, choosing not to elaborate further. The moonlight gale had become quite pronounced. Had he known that officiating would be so troublesome, only a fool would have volunteered. Silently removing the vegetable leaves that someone had thrown upon him, he announced, "In the third match, Huga Niji emerges victorious. As for the fourth match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Yamanaka Ino." Naruto had just been lamenting about Kankuro when he suddenly heard his name, and in an instant, his earlier frustration transformed into exhilaration. "Is it finally my turn to take the stage? Ha! I must show everyone my true strength." He confidently waved his fist. Meanwhile, Ino was earnestly trying to soothe Choji's emotions when she suddenly heard her name, instantly abandoning him to sprint towards Rock's side. "Rock-kun, my match is about to begin. You will cheer for me, won't you?" Luo felt a slight headache. To be frank, is Ino beautiful? Indeed she is. Is she alluring? Well, a mere child, alluring indeed. However, overall, she is quite remarkable. Yet, even if one possesses exceptional qualities, one cannot perpetually tread the precarious line of death, can one? When a goddess is angered, the consequences can be dire. Keep your spirits up. There was no choice. To prevent Ino from persisting in her pursuit, Luo could only half-heartedly gesture encouragement. Hee. Luo-kun is so kind. Upon receiving Luo's encouragement, Ino's eyes instantly transformed into two heart shapes, and she skipped joyfully towards the arena. The pain in Luo's head intensified. In a state of turmoil, she dismantled Mingchun-si. The next task was to decide who would be designated as the crown princess. "Brothers, I seek your counsel. It would be preferable to select someone who has already shared a hint of intimacy with Naruto. I implore you for a 5-star review." Chapter 52, Defeated by Your Hand. I shall be deeply unsatisfied. Although Ino appeared relaxed, her heart was fraught with uncertainty. The strength of the Ino Shikucho trio did not stem from their individual combat prowess, but rather from their ability to synergize through the secret techniques of their 3 clans. Among these clans, the Nara clan, responsible for strategic command, and the Yamanaka clan, tasked with communication, were not particularly formidable in terms of combat. In fact, the Yamanaka clan members primarily engaged in interrogation within Konoha. Thus, this battle was decidedly disadvantageous for Ino. Fortunately, her opponent was Naruto. This was not to suggest that Naruto lacked strength, but rather that his simplicity was his defining trait. With this thought, Ino found herself standing opposite Naruto. Both sides prepared for the Chunin exams. Fourth match, commence. Come on, I can hardly wait to showcase my abilities," Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement, eager for the world to witness his strength and acknowledge him. As the voice of the moonlit gale echoed, Naruto lunged forward in anticipation of the attack. However, Ino seemed oblivious, her gaze fixed intently behind Naruto, her expression betraying disbelief, as if a great terror lurked just behind him. Noticing Ino's immobility, Naruto was perplexed and halted his advance. Curiosity compelled him to follow Ino's gaze behind him. Yet, he saw nothing amiss and turned back to her, questioning, "What are you looking at?" At that moment, Ino had already placed her hands on her chest, forming the hand seals for the mind-body switch technique. Mind-body switch technique. With a gentle yet commanding exclamation, the technique was suddenly unleashed, leaving Naruto momentarily stunned. In the stands, those familiar with Naruto's character could only facepalm in disbelief, unable to fathom how he had fallen for such a simple ruse. Ino's voice echoed in Naruto's conscious realm. Filled with a teasing pride, Naruto remains as gullible as ever. With this thought, She prepared to seize control of Naruto's body. However, at that moment, a chill swept through her heart, causing her hairs to stand on end. It felt as though something sinister was watching her from behind. Suddenly, a thought emerged in Ino's mind. How could this be? Absolutely impossible. This is the realm of the mind. How could there be something else? Ino felt her body stiffen, as the sensation of being watched grew increasingly palpable. With great difficulty, she turned to glance behind her, and her eyes were met with a pair of crimson orbs. Gulp. Ino struggled to swallow, her body involuntarily retreating several paces. However, upon taking those steps back and finally discerning the owner of those eyes, she let out a piercing scream. The Ninetales. Due to the presence of Naruto, the fact that the Ninetales was sealed within him had gradually faded from the memories of their generation. In fact, before entering Naruto's mental realm, Ino had never even considered this matter. Now, confronted with the immense form of the Ninetales and the malevolent aura radiating from it, she could not help but tremble. In a moment of psychic upheaval, her consciousness abruptly detached from Naruto's mental space. Thud. Yet, even as her awareness returned, it bore the brunt of significant damage, causing her to faint instantly. At that moment, Naruto also regained consciousness. Without comprehending the situation at hand, he immediately began to shout, "Ino, you are so cunning." However, upon noticing that Ino had fainted at some point, he scratched the back of his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. What is going on? Ino? What trickery are you up to? Whoosh. At that moment, the figure of Tsukuyomi appeared beside Ino. Assessing her condition before declaring, the victor of the fourth match is Uzumaki Naruto. Until the next match, Naruto remained in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What exactly transpired? Why did I win? I haven't even showcased my true strength yet. From the audience stands, a chorus of commotion erupted. Refund. Refund. It is understandable that the audience's frustration has reached a boiling point. In the 4 contests held, aside from the initial match where both sides exhibited a semblance of back-and-forth engagement, the remaining bouts concluded with little to no real combat. Even in the first battle, the spectators found themselves somewhat constrained. As the figure of Young Lee vanished and reappeared in a flash, it all ended abruptly. The viewing experience for the audience has plummeted to an abysmal low. The expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened significantly, prompting him to cast his gaze upon the participants of the upcoming match. However, upon observing Shikamaru's world-weary visage, he began contemplating whether there existed a ninjutsu capable of muffling his ears. Everything unfolded just as Sarutobi had anticipated. When Tsukuyomi Shurden announced the 5th match, Temari briskly entered the arena, confidently wielding her 3-star fan, striking a poised figure at the center of the field. On the opposing side, Ino had determined that her injuries were not severe, merely a matter of mental fatigue, and she would soon recover. Shikamaru, relieved of concern for his teammate, languidly leaned against the railing, too lethargic to even lift his eyelids. Shikamaru, what are you doing? It's your turn. Aren't you going to participate? Naruto returned and, noticing Shikamaru's lackadaisical demeanor, playfully slapped him on the back. I don't want to go down. Shikamaru began. But his protest was cut short as Naruto delivered another hearty slap, this one more forceful, catching Shikamaru off guard and sending him tumbling over the railing. Yet, even after landing on the arena floor, Shikamaru remained disinclined to move. He lay there, gazing at the sky, his thoughts drifting aimlessly. The sunlight was exquisite. The clouds floated serenely, exuding an air of freedom. Lost in contemplation, he felt a sudden urge to succumb to slumber. On the elevated platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed a hand sign. Ninjutsu, the art of muffled ears. He effectively silenced his hearing. His choice proved to be sagacious, for in the next moment, the audience erupted in a chorus of jeers. Refund us. Tsukuyomi Shurden, exasperated, plucked a stray vegetable leaf that had been tossed at him from his head, sighing, candidates. Please adjust your attitudes. Alas, why does leisure always seem so fleeting? Why must I be perpetually occupied? All I desire is a simple job, to marry an ordinary woman, and to lead a life of unremarkable days. Luo astutely anticipated the current demeanor of Shikamaru, yet he could never have fathomed the depths of Shikamaru's thoughts. Otherwise, he would certainly be deemed a good man. A commonplace occupation as an assistant to the Hokage? A mundane spouse? The belle of a neighboring village? Living a life of ordinariness, with the affairs of Konoha, both great and small, entrusted to your discretion? Young man, it seems you have strayed ever further from your aspirations. As Shikamaru's thoughts drifted, he realized that Temari, the formidable woman, would not indulge him. Before the Moonlight Gale could officially commence the duel, she swiftly approached him, wielding her triple fan as a close combat weapon, striking down fiercely. Observing Temari's advance, Moonlight Gale merely shrugged, opting for silence as he vanished from the battlefield. Hey, hey, hey! What a violent woman! Shikamaru lamented, hastily evading her onslaught while muttering under his breath. As the dust settled, Temari fixed her gaze on Shikamaru, who leaned against a nearby wall and coldly remarked, "Coward, do you only know how to hide?" Shikamaru shrugged, his hands raised in exasperation. What a hassle. In truth, becoming a Chunin isn't of paramount importance. However, should I fall at your hands, I would undoubtedly feel a deep sense of regret. It seems that battle is inevitable. Temari's expression hardened, sensing her strength was being underestimated. Are you implying that I am weak? With a swift motion, she unfurled her triple fan and brandished it, summoning a tempest that engulfed the arena, obscuring everyone's vision in swirling dust. The fierce winds whipped at Shikamaru's garments, leaving cuts in their wake. He found himself compelled to take refuge behind a large tree. Though my father taught me that a man should never strike a woman, I also have no desire to be struck. Shikamaru felt overwhelmed by the situation. Coward, do you only know how to hide? Temari reiterated, her fan fully opened, resting a hand on its handle as she coldly scrutinized the direction where Shikamaru was concealed. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted from behind the tree, lunging towards her. Shadow imitation technique. A smirk graced Temari's lips as she swiftly retreated, evading the attack. The shadow, mimicking her movements, stretched and followed her every step. However, as the distance grew, it ultimately reached its limit and swiftly retreated. With a decisive snap, Temari closed her fan, carving a shallow trench in the ground. This must be your limit, she declared, her smile growing ever more pronounced. As long as I remember this distance, your ninjutsu will falter before it even strikes. Is that so? On Shikamaru's face, a confident smile lingered, undaunted by the possibility of being seen through. However, you seem to have forgotten that while the distance of a shadow may be limited, I, myself, possess the ability to move. With that declaration, Shikamaru suddenly darted forward, weaving left and right as he charged toward Temari. If that's all you have, then you underestimate me gravely. In response, Temari executed a series of backflips, retreating while skillfully wielding her 3-star fan to obstruct Shikamaru's advance. Chapter 53. The Burden of Population Growth in Konoha. Who do you think will win? Gaara inquired, leaning closer to Rock. Need you even ask? It's undoubtedly Shikamaru, Rock interjected before Gaara could respond. Luo smiled faintly, offering no rebuttal. Did Luo share the same sentiment? His perplexed demeanor left Gaara somewhat puzzled. Let us observe further. The smile upon Luo's face grew increasingly ambiguous, leaving those nearby in a state of confusion. In the arena, the two opponents engaged in a relentless chase, the distance between them remaining unchanged. Should this continue, it is impossible for you to succeed. Temari, weary of this stagnation, waved her 3-star fan once more, expressing her frustration. The duelists had already circled the arena nearly once. Indeed, it had become somewhat tiresome. Yet, it seemed that it was sufficient. Shikamaru suddenly halted, his hands swiftly forming seals, as the shadow beneath him began to flicker. Temari's heart skipped a beat. She was well aware of her opponent's tactical acumen. His sudden preparation for an attack could not possibly be in vain. What scheme was he concocting? With her 3-star fan in hand, Temari fixated her gaze on Shikamaru's movements, her mind racing with contemplation. However, at that moment, Shikamaru before her suddenly erupted into white smoke. What? Temari's pupils contracted. She had never anticipated that the one pursuing her was merely a shadow clone. When had that happened? And where was the real one? The instantaneous shock delayed her reaction, and in that brief moment, an unassuming stone behind her transformed into Shikamaru's likeness. Shadow mimicry technique. Success. Hearing Shikamaru's cool voice and feeling her body slipping from her control, Temari finally grasped what had transpired. Yet, it was too late. How utterly begrudging. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she was equally unwilling to succumb to the individual before her. Shikamaru slowly raised his right hand, and Temari mirrored him, raising her right hand that clutched the 3-star fan. Had her sister truly lost in such a manner? Gaara observed the unfolding situation with incredulity. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's not over yet. Luo clearly disagreed with Gaara's assessment, shaking his head with an expression of amusement. Could there still be a turning point? Gaara was baffled. His sister now held the 3-star fan, and if her opponent controlled her body to strike her with it, everything would easily come to an end. However, what transpired next left Gaara utterly speechless. Judge, I concede. Did you see that, Sasuke Naruto? If only you could learn even a fraction of this. Would I have to worry so much? The outcome had already emerged, Yet Temari still could not believe it. Standing there in a daze, her head slightly bowed. Why? Having just employed the shadow clone technique and transformation technique consecutively, her chakra had already been depleted. At most, she could control him for another 10 seconds. Provided her resistance was not too fierce. To continue would be a complete waste of time. Shikamaru's response was devoid of any fluctuations in tone, as though he were merely recounting an ordinary occurrence. To speak the truth, Shikamaru's excuse was met with disbelief from Temari, who had already raised her 3-star fan high. Capable of striking down in merely a second. Very well. To be candid, if it were you, I truly do not wish to lose. Yet, I also do not desire to harm you. With a calm demeanor, Shikamaru turned away, leaving behind those words as if they were a feather in the wind. Temari found herself bewildered, unsure of how she returned to the stands, her mind now in a state of disarray. Why did he say that? Am I, in his eyes, a being of special significance? From a distance, Luo discerned the flush of Shoju's cheeks, prompting him to exclaim once more, well, I may have lost the match, but I have gained a wife. What can one say? Truly, as expected of you, Shikamaru. Luo, what are you saying? Luo's voice was somewhat subdued, and Gaara, momentarily perplexed, turned to inquire. What can I say? Has your sister found you a brother-in-law? Nothing much. It's my turn now. Luo offered an awkward smile, his words lacking sincerity. As he spoke, the Tao-seeking jade on his wrist gradually floated down, transforming into a flying sword beneath his feet, guiding his body towards the arena. Riding the sword upon the winds, I roam freely through the heavens and earth. How splendid, the demeanor of a sword immortal, Luo mused. Feeling the cool breeze brush against his face, Gaara gazed at the flying sword formed from the Tao-seeking jade beneath Luo, his eyes sparkling with admiration. So cool. Can my san do something like that in the future? Hello, Tian. How have you been with Niji lately? Luo jested as he observed the approaching maiden. Oh dear. What are you talking about? Tian blushed. The individual before her was commendable in every aspect, yet he had a penchant for jesting about himself and Niji. Niji and I are clearly nothing. With that thought, Tian couldn't help but sneak a glance at Niji in the stands. Niji also noticed her gaze, unconsciously reaching for his forehead protector. More precisely, he touched the cursed seal beneath it, the seal of the caged bird. He felt Tian's sentiment. Yet as long as this curse existed, he would remain unable to open his heart. He would never allow his descendants to become caged birds like himself. Ah. What is this? If there is nothing, why the blush? Luo, seemingly oblivious, continued to tease. Clears throat. Both parties, please assume a proper stance. Moonlight Gale felt utterly drained today. None of the participants in this competition were easy to handle. Shiyang is much better. Clears throat again. Why am I suddenly thinking of Shiyang? Clearly, it was the influence of the seemingly unserious individual before him. Moonlight Gale cast Luo a resentful glance, leaving Luo bewildered. What is going on, brother? Is that resentful look of yours serious? Haven't you already secured a relationship with Mitsuki Shiyang? What? Do you want me to matchmake for you again? Let the competition begin. Moonlight Gale had no desire to waste another word. All that occupied his mind was the wish to commence and conclude swiftly, so he could seek out Shiyang. Be careful, Luo. Once the match commenced, Tian's earlier shyness evaporated in an instant, her expression transforming into one of utmost seriousness. Luo gestured with his hand. Bring it on. After uttering these words, he crossed his arms and stood his ground, awaiting his opponent's assault. TSK. It is no wonder that Gaara adopts such a stance during battle. It exudes an air of arrogance. Go for it, Luo. From the stands, the excited voice of Li could be heard. Next to him, Niji cast a glance at Li, his eyes even more disdainful than usual. Whom do you truly wish to win? Well, Tian is my teammate, so naturally, I hope she triumphs. However, Luo is also my friend, and I do not wish for him to lose. Oh dear, such a difficult choice, Li exclaimed, his indecision causing him to bounce anxiously on the spot. With a swift movement, Tian leaped into the air, 2 bundles of scrolls suddenly appearing in her hands. Double Rising Dragon, she cried out as the scrolls unfurled, unleashing a torrent of hidden weapons that rained down upon Luo in an instant. Luo Dandan lifted her head, gazing at the myriad of concealed weapons scattered across the sky. There were sharp blades, flying needles, throwing stars, and even sickles and hammers among them. With such an abundance of ninja tools, one could easily sell the scrap metal for a considerable fortune. Indeed, she is quite the little heiress. Luo slowly raised his right hand, exclaiming, Heavenly Judgment of Shinra. Cough, cough. It seems there has been a mix-up. Luo slowly raised his right hand. the jade talisman suddenly soaring forth, transforming into a veil of darkness that shielded him. Clang, clang, clang. Countless hidden weapons collided against the jade talisman, disintegrating into dust and vanishing from existence in an instant. Wow, I'm done playing. Before Luo could utter a word, Tian grew restless. In battles with others, his concealed weapons could be reclaimed, but facing Luo, they became mere disposable tools. This was not a fight, it was a sheer waste of resources. And without even a trace of smoke to mark the expenditure. What is the matter? Noticing the absence of any further sounds from hidden weapons, Luo gradually retracted the jade talisman, gazing at the fuming Tian with confusion. Look for yourself. As Luo remained oblivious to the situation, Tian's frustration intensified. Gesturing emphatically towards the scroll in his hand, and then at the impeccably clean ground. I can't help that. You can seek compensation from Ningxi later. Luo felt a twinge of embarrassment, recognizing that his combat style rendered many ninja tools ineffective. I'm done. Tian's delicate face flushed crimson. Whether from anger or embarrassment was unclear. Judge, I concede. The outcome of this battle was anticipated by all. No one doubted Luo's victory. Not even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru in the audience. Hokage, your village has produced a genius. That dark sphere must be a bloodline limit. I wonder what kind it is. Orochimaru seized every opportunity to inquire about Luo. It's nothing special, just an ordinary bloodline limit. It's quite similar to that little fellow from your village who carries a gourd. They both likely belong to the magnet release category. Observing the conversation, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispelled his ninjutsu and replied with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Is that so? You old rascal, you're quite cunning, always full of schemes. If I hadn't fought with him, I might have believed your nonsense. As Sarutobi Hiruzen chose not to elaborate further, Orochimaru lost interest in pressing the matter. Once the wind shadow fell silent, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally stood up, addressing the crowd with a voice enveloped in chakra that resonated throughout the arena, the Chunin exams. The round of 12-6 has been successfully completed. Congratulations to all the advancing ninjas. However, the audience was far from satisfied. Refund. They clamored, their discontent palpable. Faced with their outcry, Sarutobi Hiruzen faltered momentarily, but maintaining his composure for the sake of appearances, he continued. Since everyone hasn't had enough, we shall now proceed with the next round of assessments, progressing from 6 to 3. Chapter 54, truly exhausting as Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the continuation of the next round. The audience's clamor gradually subsided. Hokage, the audience is quite enthusiastic, Orochimaru remarked, seizing the opportunity to mock. Indeed, over the years, my work has been profoundly supported by these individuals. Witnessing their fervent enthusiasm brings me immense comfort, even when my heart is troubled. I must maintain the illustrious facade of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Alas, even though the other party is my mentor, Orochimaru cannot suppress a scornful expression. How hypocritical. Following the directive, Moonlight Gale felt a sense of hopelessness regarding life. The notion of working unpaid overtime is utterly detestable. Poor wage earners. Next, we shall proceed to the second round of assessments. May the contenders enter the arena, Gaara vs Uchiha Sasuke. Standing in the center of the arena, Moonlight Gale's dark circles beneath his eyes appeared even more pronounced. With a flash of lightning, Sasuke arrived at the battleground. His raven hair, tousled by the wind due to his rapid movement, was a sight to behold. Yet, the intensity of his fighting spirit burned even brighter. As a proud Uchiha, he aimed to declare to the world that even if his clan were reduced to a single member, they remained an unattainable existence for others. On the other side, Gaara. What are you doing? Kankuro gazed at his increasingly peculiar brother, exasperated. It's nothing. I'm simply admiring how much cooler the black flying sword beneath my feet looks compared to my yellow sand platform. Thus, I am attempting to transform the sand platform into a flying sword as well. Gaara continuously manipulated the sand beneath him, altering its shape. Hearing Gaara's words, Kankuro felt a chill of embarrassment. Brother, please refrain from such behavior. Could you return to your aloof, enigmatic persona? This infatuated demeanor does not suit you. However, Gaara remained unfazed, disregarding even Moonlight Gale's urgings from the arena. Kazekage, this young lad from your village seems somewhat timid. Observing Gaara's hesitance to enter the arena, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Who knows? Perhaps he harbors other intentions. Hokage, let us not rush. We shall watch with patience, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. Though he too was filled with curiosity, yet, from his vantage point, he could only see a throng gathered around Gaara, obscuring his actions. After a considerable time, a triumphant exclamation arose from Gaara as he successfully formed the sand sword beneath his feet. Standing atop the sand sword, albeit somewhat unsteady, he raised an eyebrow at Kankuro. As if to say, "Brother, do you think my imitation resembles it well?" Upon witnessing the other party's eager demeanor, Luo, with a hint of resignation, could only give a thumbs up. "Well, I had just emulated your ostentation. It seems only fair that you mimic my entrance." Receiving Luo's affirmation, Gaara delightedly directed his sand sword, swaying as he soared toward the arena. Observing Gaara's antics, Sasuke's brow furrowed in dismay. How remarkable! After spending so much time with Luo, he had yet to master even a single technique, while this newcomer from another village had already begun to pilfer skills. This was intolerable, absolutely intolerable. "Sister, look at Gaara. Is there any hope for him?" Kankuro's mind raced with turmoil, compelling him to seek solace from his sister. However, as his gaze fell upon Temari, he noticed her preoccupation. Her eyes frequently drifted towards Shikamaru, and a faint blush occasionally graced her cheeks. In that instant, Kankuro felt abandoned. Exhausted, he surrendered to despair, slumping against the railing, transforming into a mere bystander. At this moment, Gaara, wobbling slightly, had reached the center of the arena. Yet, he refused to let go of the sand sword he had painstakingly formed, instead opting to wield it with flourish. Indeed, one word encapsulated it all: impressive. Gaara felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. However, to Sasuke, such a display was undoubtedly a provocation. His gaze turned increasingly frigid, imbued with an aura of lethal intent. "In a mere heartbeat, you shall falter." Initially in high spirits, Gaara's mood shifted upon the provocation, prompting his eyelids to lift slightly. Yet he thought, "I believe you lack the capability. We are all prodigies. Surely, we each harbor a touch of pride. Lo, rise to your feet. Now, I declare that all present here are nothing but refuse." Such were the thoughts swirling in Sasuke's mind, mirrored by Gaara's own sentiments. Chidori. Duet. Sasuke, weary of idle chatter, issued a fierce proclamation as his hands suddenly ignited with brilliant azure lightning, a dazzling arc of electricity enveloping him in a sphere of thunder. Wow, so this is the last scion of the Uchiha clan? Quite impressive. Indeed, this ninjutsu was evidently formidable. As Sasuke unleashed his technique, the eagerly awaiting spectators erupted in excitement. They may not comprehend the full extent of the ninjutsu's power, but they understood one thing: such a grand display could hardly be mediocre. With a sudden activation, the Sharingan revealed 3 black tomos spiraling around his pupils. "It's over." Even as the assault drew near, Sasuke did not forget to declare his intent. Crack! A thunderous roar echoed as Sasuke's figure vanished from sight. Absolute defense. Shield of the Shikaku. While Gaara did not anticipate defeat, he remained cautious. Instantly, he summoned his strongest defensive ninjutsu, conjuring a colossal Shikaku puppet to intercept Sasuke's onslaught. Seeing Gaara's response, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Sasuke's lips. "What does it matter if you expend so much chakra to form a defense? You can only block one path of my attack. Can you defend against all avenues?" As this thought crossed his mind, before the astonished gazes of all present, the radiant blue sphere of lightning audaciously veered off course, carving a zigzag path forward. Upon closer inspection, the shield of the Shikaku had been deftly circumvented. It was futile. Observing his defensive puppet being outmaneuvered, Gaara's expression betrayed no hint of panic. After years in the Land of Wind, executing countless missions and taking many lives, had they not encountered similar tactics before? The answer was clear: such ingenuity was not exclusive to you, Uchiha Sasuke. Yet, why was it that I alone could endure until the end? The reason was singular: absolute defense. The shield of the Shikaku, surrounded on all sides. Boom. With a fierce roar, Gaara summoned forth 4 massive shields of the Shikaku, encasing him in a bastion of protection. What a jest. I've stumbled into the same pit once. Once is enough. Will I fall into it again? His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Lee. In the previous match, his negligence in deploying absolute defense nearly cost him dearly. At the sight of the 4 rising shields, Sasuke felt a pang in his heart. You have abundant chakra. You can afford to waste it. I, as a proud Uchiha, despise your reckless squandering of chakra. Unbidden, a vision of Naruto's strategy of overwhelming numbers flickered in his mind. Why does it feel so bitter? However, at this moment, the arrow was already on the string, and it had to be released. There was no turning back for him. Crack! Another thunderous sound echoed as Sasuke resolutely struck the shield of Shikaku with his palm. Yet, a single blow was insufficient to breach the defense of the shield. It merely created a deep dent in its bulging form. But that was not the end. Chidori, double strike. With a fierce shout, Sasuke unleashed his other hand. Crackling with lightning, once again pressing against the shield of Shikaku. The dent continued to tear and expand. Crack. Sasuke began to alternate his attacks as his left hand struck. His right hand gathered Chidori, and vice versa. Was Sasuke merely scratching at the wall in frustration? Observing the scene in the arena, Naruto scratched his chin in confusion. Upon Naruto's utterance, the atmosphere in the stands shifted dramatically. All gazes turned towards Sasuke, akin to watching a child in a fit of anger. Incessantly scratching the wall of a neighbor, intent on creating a hole, hoping to unleash a gust of wind upon the neighbor's abode. It was all too much to bear. 1 hit. 2 hits. 3 hits. Sasuke had lost count of how many times he had unleashed Chidori, how many times he had struck the shield of Shikaku. In his mind, a singular thought remained. He could, without a doubt, pierce through this obnoxious shield of Shikaku. Yet, unbeknownst to him, at some point, the shields that had previously guarded other positions of Gaara had vanished, all shifting to confront him directly. For every shield he pierced, another would rise in its place. Fortunately, Sasuke's Sharingan had reached the pinnacle of 3 Tomo, and unlike in the original timeline, he had not been cursed with the heaven's seal by Orochimaru. He could still lavish his chakra freely, otherwise, he would have likely collapsed long ago. Bam! At last, after another successful breach of the shield of Shikaku, he finally caught sight of Gaara's face through the gaping hole. A smile of fulfillment graced Sasuke's face. He had done it. He truly accomplished it. In this world, nothing could impede his forward momentum. If there was, he would simply shatter it. Sasuke raised his other hand, forcefully pressing towards Gaara's chest. However, the hand that should have been accompanied by lightning-born non. His attack was effortlessly blocked by Gaara's mother, the formidable sand shield. His chakra had been depleted. In his mind, only this thought lingered, before he collapsed straight down. As he felt the light before him gradually fading, he truly felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. However, he is truly exhausted. Ever since his brother's departure, each day has felt burdensome. A single tear glimmered as it slipped from Sasuke's eye, yet no one witnessed it. Chapter 55, The Destruction of Konoha begins. Alas, perhaps Sasuke is indeed weary. For so many years, the act of slaying Itachi has become his obsession, causing him to awaken in terror from nightmares during the stillness of night. Luo let out a deep sigh, suddenly pondering whether, in the original timeline, even Sasuke, with his penchant for bravado, was merely another way of releasing the pressures that weighed upon him. The skies had cleared, the rain had ceased, and the once embattled Sasuke seemed to regain his composure. From the very beginning, had it truly been right for Luo to suppress Sasuke, to prevent him from inflating his ego? With this thought, a twinge of compassion inevitably stirred within Luo's heart. In a swift movement, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared beside Sasuke, disregarding the gazes of onlookers, and gently lifted him, carrying him away from the arena. Gaara, witnessing this scene unfold, did not wait for the announcement of the results from Moonlight Gale. He immediately leapt onto his sand sword and followed suit. He had sensed that Luo's mood was somewhat dismal, mistakenly believing it was due to his own victory over Sasuke that had caused Luo's distress. Thus, he hurriedly trailed behind, fervently apologizing, "I am sorry." A look of confusion crossed Luo's face. What does it mean? It seems I haven't said anything at all. However, in the blink of an eye, Luo came to a realization. Whether it be Sasuke, Gaara, or Naruto, their hearts are all riddled with insecurity and sensitivity. Once they forge bonds with others, they cherish them dearly, fearing that a single misstep on their part may lead to the loss of these hard-won connections. You did nothing wrong. My urgency stems solely from a desire to check on Sasuke's well-being. If one day you were to collapse before me, I would undoubtedly rush to your side without hesitation. Gently placing Sasuke down on the ground, Luo rose to his feet and softly patted Gaara's shoulder, his voice imbued with warmth. Yes, Gaara nodded gravely, a blissful smile illuminating his face. Observing the joy on Gaara's countenance, Luo felt an odd sensation stir within him. Is this what it means to be in a state of UA? Surely it must be. The second round of assessments commenced, Huga Niji versus Uzumaki Naruto. With a crack. As the swift wind announced the matchup, a spark seemed to flash between Naruto and Niji's gazes. Strangely, the two could not see eye to eye. Humph. Arrogant and ignorant underachiever. I will make you understand your place. Humph. Just as conceited as Sasuke, I will knock you to the ground. The outcome of the battle soon unfolded amidst the cheers of the audience. This clash was nothing short of spectacular, and the spectators showered the combatants with applause. In the end, the victor remained unchanged from the original timeline, Naruto. Yet, Without Hinata as a bridge, the rift between the two did not diminish significantly, leaving Luo with a sense of frustration. The third round of assessments was set, Temari versus Luo. Alas, Temari could hardly be bothered to step onto the field. Her sole desire was to hasten the conclusion of the assessments so she could inquire with Shikamaru about the meaning behind his words. With the second round concluded, the third round was scheduled for a week later. The rules for the third round dictated that the 3 victors from the second round would compete simultaneously. In Sasuke's cabin, Karen tirelessly wiped the beads of sweat from Sasuke's slightly feverish forehead, her gaze filled with affection. Nevertheless, layers of cold sweat continued to bead on Sasuke's brow. In his dreams, he found himself once more transported to the night of the Uchiha massacre, once again confronting Itachi, who had transformed into a devil. You are too weak. So weak that I cannot even muster the interest to kill you. Itachi's words relentlessly assaulted his mind, sending shivers down his spine. No. Sasuke suddenly awoke, bolting upright in bed with a fierce roar. Karen was startled, but quickly regained her composure, rushing to soothe Sasuke's agitated spirit. Yet, Sasuke did not spare her a glance, forcefully brushing her hand away. He felt utterly inadequate. Leaping from the bed, he resolved to train and elevate himself. Calm down, Sasuke. Observing Karen's distressed expression, Luo understood that he must have dreamt of the fateful night of the Uchiha massacre. It was only then that Sasuke noticed Luo leaning against the door, prompting him to lower his head in shame. I'm sorry, I lost. You should be apologizing to yourself, not to me, Luo replied slowly, his tone softened, imbued with understanding rather than the usual reproach. You desire victory too fervently and have strained your spirit excessively. It must be exhausting. Listening to Luo's gentle words, Sasuke buried his face deep in his chest, tears cascading uncontrollably. He did not wish to cry, yet he could not hold back. Whether in training or seeking vengeance, nothing had ever come to fruition swiftly. In your eyes, Itachi is a genius. You feel inferior, believing you can never measure up to your brother. Luo continued, his voice increasingly tender. Thus, you relentlessly push yourself, striving to match his pace. But do you realize? You have already performed admirably. Itachi awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan at the age of 13, while you did so at 12. Seeing Sasuke poised to speak, Luo swiftly interrupted. Are you about to mention the Manjiki Sharingan? Indeed, Itachi did unlock it shortly thereafter. However, your ocular prowess is now sufficient to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. All you require is a slight catalyst. And I presume Itachi has already conveyed that to you. Luo was prepared to assist Sasuke in unlocking the Manjiki Sharingan. Now, it was up to Sasuke to decide. What will you choose to do? Sasuke fell silent. Itachi had indeed revealed the method to awaken the Manjiki, to personally slay his closest friend. Yet, he was resolute in his refusal. He would not tread the path Itachi had laid out for him. He would defeat Itachi by his own means. I refuse. I will find my own way. After a prolonged silence, Sasuke ultimately made the same decision as in the original timeline. Excellent, Sasuke. You have not disappointed me. I will assist you in awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. Luo nodded in satisfaction. For now, you should take some time to relax. This is equally essential for unlocking the Manjiki Sharingan. Up until this moment, Luo had not forgotten to weave a red thread between Sasuke and Karen. Thank you, Luo. Sasuke's eyes once again glistened with moisture. It had been a long time since anyone had shown him such care. Luo waved his hand, and with a flash of his figure, departed from Sasuke's humble abode. Sasuke-kun, Kaguya gently offered a handkerchief into Sasuke's palm, her gaze filled with tenderness. Thank you, Kaguya. Sasuke expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He was no fool. He understood Kaguya's intentions. However, he pondered, how could he indulge in tenderness when his great vengeance remained unfulfilled? No, it is unnecessary. It is my duty, Kaguya insisted. I ought to be the one thanking you, Sasuke-kun. If it weren't for you, I would be at a loss for how to navigate the days ahead. Kaguya was taken aback. It was the first time she had heard Sasuke speak to her with such warmth. As time slipped by, 7 days had passed, and the relationship between Sasuke and Kaguya seemed to have made slight progress, much to Luo's relief. Yet, on another front, he found himself entangled in a rather vexing situation. Following the previous events, the bond between Kiba and Hinata had grown warmer. However, Kiba's youthful pride made him unwilling to be outdone by anyone. Thus, after the second round of the third stage of the Chunin exams, Kiba suddenly sought him out, candidly expressing his desire for assistance in becoming stronger. He did not wish to be overshadowed by Naruto. Observing Kiba's eager expression, Luo reminisced about the remarkable journey Kiba had undertaken to reach this conclusion. Luo found himself in a state of exasperation. The secret techniques of the Inuzuka clan were indeed unlike those of ordinary families. To fully harness their strength, they had to synchronize with their ninja dogs. While the baseline requirements were quite demanding, the potential for advancement remained rather average. Nevertheless, fundamentally, all their attacks still fell within the realm of physical techniques. In the world of Naruto, enhancing one's prowess through physical techniques proved to be far more challenging than through ninjutsu. Therefore, upon reflection, the only noteworthy pure physical techniques available were the 8 gates and the 7 heavenly breaths. However, it seemed that neither of these techniques was particularly suited for Kiba. As the third round of the examination commenced and they stood on the battlefield, Luo was still at a loss for direction and could only set aside his concerns to proceed with his own plan. Luo, I need a moment to prepare. Gaara spoke first as the three stood in a triangular formation. Luo urged him to persist with the plan, while Shoha, in a state of turmoil, required a certain amount of time for preparation. Preparation for what, one might wonder? Luo. Hurry, let us first eliminate Luo before discussing anything further. Naruto, still bewildered, gazed at Luo with a naive expression, his face brimming with eagerness. Luo smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. No need, just leave it to me. With that, he directed his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, giving a slight nod. Orochimaru understood instantly, his entire being poised for action, awaiting Luo's command to commence his endeavor. The third examination, the third round, Gaara versus Naruto, Uzumaki versus Luo. Let the contest begin. The shadows under Moonlight Gale's eyes deepened, leading Luo to suspect that he had indeed engaged in less than virtuous activities over the past week. Whoosh! Just as Moonlight Gale's words faded, Luo's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Wow, it's the Flying Thunder God technique. Last time, I failed to witness it clearly, but this time, I am certain it is the signature move of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Although Luo did not participate in the previous match, the moment he eliminated Sasuke remains etched in everyone's memory. What was once mere speculation has now solidified into undeniable truth. Both ninjas and civilians alike gasped in astonishment. Amidst the clamor, Luo remained unfazed, reappearing directly before Naruto. With a swift tug at Naruto's abdomen, a surge of crimson chakra was drawn from within him. Chapter 56. The first generation emerges as the scarlet chakra was extracted from Naruto. It transformed into a 9-tailed fox. Aamu. The 9 tails howled defiantly, exuding wild ferocity. Luo, viewing the scene, felt an urge to kick it, exclaiming, "What a nuisance! You are a fox, not a dog." Without a moment's hesitation, Luo's figure blinked before Gaara, executing the same maneuver. Shikako likewise materialized before the crowd. "Greetings, Lord Luo. May fortune favor you, Lord Luo. Long live Lord Luo, 1,000 years. Luo, you have changed. Transformed to such an extent that I scarcely recognize you." The speed of Luo's movements was astonishing, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen on the high platform to momentarily falter in his reactions. Just as he was about to make a move, a kunai was already pressed against his throat. "Teacher, why so agitated? Are we not enjoying a show?" Orochimaru's sinister voice echoed in Hiruzen's ears. "Why, you are Orochimaru?" Hiruzen could hardly believe his ears. "Hiss. Only now do you realize?" Orochimaru's tongue flicked rapidly like a fan, his face adorned with a triumphant grin. Meanwhile, the other ninjas of Konohagakure were awakening from their shock brought on by the sudden turn of events, casting anxious glances towards Hiruzen. However, when they discovered that Hiruzen was being held hostage by the Kazekage, they could no longer remain still and rushed forward, eager to rescue him. Observing the approaching Anbu and ordinary ninjas, a smirk of derision crept onto Orochimaru's lips. "Ah, truly beloved is our Hokage. When the tailed beasts appear, the first instinct of these ninjas is to save you, the Hokage." Yet, their plans were destined to fail. Orochimaru would not grant them the opportunity. Clutching Hiruzen, he leaped onto the rooftop. There, 4 figures had materialized, the sound 4, Jirobo, Dosu, Zaku, and Kidamaru. 4 purple flames formation. With their 4 shouts, black barriers emerged around the rooftop, enveloping the 6 individuals. Additionally, 4 small spaces appeared at the corners, providing protection for the quartet. "Kakashi, you handle the 1 tail. I will confront the 9 tails." Youth is meant to blaze in this moment. Of course, while some chose to rescue Hiruzen, others aimed to safeguard the audience, and Might Guy was among them. However, just as he prepared to act, Kakashi firmly grasped his sleeve and subtly shook his head. "It's futile. Everything today is part of Luo's scheme." "What? That little guy? Impossible. I think he's rather nice." My guy exclaimed in disbelief. Rest assured. He harbors no ill will towards Konoha. Just continue watching, Kakashi reassured him, full of confidence in Luo. Oh, since it's my most sincere friend's words. Then I shall believe it. Lee, let us observe together. With that, he gently pressed the eager Lee back into his seat. Whoosh. With two piercing sounds. The Ninetales and Shikaku did not attack the crowd. Instead, they positioned themselves before the four purple flames formation. Their presence was meant to restrain these ninjas, preventing them from intervening in the battle between Orochimaru and Hiruzen. The two colossal-tailed beasts loomed like iron towers, deterring all would-be rescuers. Orochimaru. When did you conspire with Luo? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow deeply. For many years, Orochimaru had remained remarkably stable, leading Hiruzen to let his guard down. TSK. It's not just Orochimaru, is it? There's also your dear comrade, Danzo. The mocking smile on Orochimaru's face grew more pronounced. What? Hiruzen's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Danzo is also involved? He had harbored doubts about everyone, yet Danzo had remained the sole exception. The root base. Haha, Hiruzen, today marks your demise. And soon. The position of Hokage shall be mine. Danzo laughed heartily, his long-cherished ambition on the verge of fruition. How could he not feel exhilarated? All root members, heed my command. Remain at your posts, do not act recklessly. In the arena, Naruto questioned, Lo, what on earth is happening? He still could not comprehend why Lo would take such actions. Luo turned his head and gazed at the bewildered Naruto, pointing towards the Hokage rock. Do you see that? What? Naruto was taken aback, unsure of Luo's intent. Your father, the fourth Hokage. For all these years, everyone has known you as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Yet not a single soul is aware that you are the son of the fourth Hokage. Why is that? It is all due to him. Luo then directed his finger towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? This is impossible. Naruto felt as though his entire worldview had shattered. The very man he revered as his grandfather. The third Hokage was, in fact, the architect of his own miserable existence. How could he not feel rage? Gulp. Gulp. Under the weight of such intense emotions, the residual chakra of the Nine Tails within Naruto began to surge uncontrollably. Ah, this is getting even more interesting. I wonder how the Great Pillar and Tobirama will react to this scene. A smirk of schadenfreude graced Luo's face. His gaze involuntarily returned to the ceiling, where Orochimaru had released his grip on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not only did he intend to bestow upon Hiruzen a glorious conclusion, but he also sought to showcase the fruits of his years of study. Edo Tensei. Orochimaru swiftly formed the necessary hand seals and forcefully pressed his palm against the tiles. With a resounding crack, two coffins rose from the ground, emblazoned with the characters first and second. Hiruzen's pupils constricted in shock, instantly recalling the identities of those entombed within. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. At that moment, yet another coffin began to rise slowly from the ground, marked with the character 4. Hiruzen's heart raced in terror. Could it possibly be the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze? In a panic, he hurled two shuriken to halt the coffin's ascent. However, Hiruzen's fears were unfounded. The third coffin did not contain Minato, but rather the fourth Kazekage. Orochimaru shook his head, seemingly disappointed at his inability to summon the third coffin. With a thud, the coffin lid fell away, revealing the faces of the two figures within for all to see. Was this truly Edo Tensei? Tobirama glanced at his body, now tainted by the impure reincarnation, and grasped the situation. He then turned to the nearby Hiruzen, perplexed. Has something occurred in Konoha? Sensei, Hiruzen exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy flooding his heart. He never anticipated the chance to see his mentor again, albeit as an adversary. Tobirama had long insisted that the chaotic ninjutsu Hiruzen had delved into should be eradicated. Hashirama clenched his fists, assessing his current strength, merely about 30% of his prime. Orochimaru wore a sinister smile, each hand grasping a control talisman, poised to pierce the minds of Hashirama and Tobirama. Tobirama furrowed his brow, preparing to resist. But Hashirama cast him a calming glance. Wait. Just then, Luo's figure suddenly appeared beside Orochimaru, holding Naruto, who had sprouted 5 tails. Lord Luo, what are your instructions? Orochimaru paused, uncertain of Luo's intentions, yet he halted his actions. There is no need to control them. Luo smiled at Hashirama and Tobirama. The forthcoming spectacle requires the support of both former Hokages. Moreover, Orochimaru, do you truly believe that a mere control talisman can wield significant power? What does Lord Luo imply? Orochimaru asked, his brow furrowing in comprehension. Do not underestimate them. Luo's smile deepened. Am I correct, Lord Hashirama? Lord Tobirama? At this moment, Naruto had sprouted 6 tails from his back, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. Had it not been for Luo's control over him, he would have undoubtedly charged out by now. Tobirama did not respond to Luo's words. Instead, he directed his gaze towards Naruto. Is this the Nine Tails Jinchuriki going berserk? No, it cannot be deemed as a rampage. After all, a rampaging Jinchuriki lacks any awareness of their own. As Luo explained, he loosened his grip on Naruto. Whoosh. In the next instant, Naruto's blood-red figure surged forth, darting straight towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Die. I want you dead. Naruto's frantic voice echoed chillingly, as if it had emerged from the depths of the abyss, cold and eerie. Tobirama furrowed his brow, raising his hands in preparation to restrain the charging Naruto. Lord Tobirama, I believe it would be prudent to first listen to why the Jinchuriki is disregarding others and relentlessly pursuing the third Hokage before deciding whether to intervene. Luo's voice remained nonchalant, yet the 5 orbs of the truth-seeking ball on his wrist had already taken flight. He might underestimate everyone in the shinobi world, but he would never underestimate the man known as the god of shinobi, Senju Tobirama. Haha. Tobirama chuckled, scratching the back of his head. It has been quite some time since I've encountered such an intriguing young fellow. Do tell. While Tobirama conversed with Luo, he had thoroughly assessed the situation at hand. Although the One Tail and Nine Tails had manifested, they did not attack the villagers of Konohagakure. Clearly, they were under the control of this young individual before him. As long as they posed no threat to the village, Tobirama was quite willing to engage in conversation with the younger generation of Konoha. Of course, part of his willingness stemmed from a sense of caution. The 5 black orbs behind Luo instilled in him an acute sense of danger. Brother, Tobirama exclaimed anxiously, glancing at Hashirama. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Naruto had exchanged several blows and were subtly falling into a disadvantage. His sole desire was to assist his apprentice. Chapter 57. The so-called roots. Tobirama, do not rush. Do you not wish to hear the reasoning behind this? Hashirama furrowed his brow, promptly seating himself on the ground. Clearly, he did not perceive the current situation as one of urgent peril. Realizing his elder brother had made a decision, Tobirama reluctantly remained in place. For trivial matters, he could perhaps sway his brother's will, but in matters of significant consequence, Hashirama was resolute. Tobirama was keenly aware of this. Lord Hashirama, I wonder if you have noticed something. The situation has been chaotic for quite some time. Why is it that only civilian ninjas or those from minor clans have arrived? Not a single ninja from the prominent clans has shown up. Luo took the opportunity to sit beside Hashirama, also settling on the ground. Indeed. I had not observed that until you mentioned it, Hashirama replied, his brow knitting tightly. The absence of clans such as the Uchiha and Huga indicated that something was amiss within the village. The Uchiha clan. Haha, there is no Uchiha clan left. Luo remarked with a mocking smile. What? How could that be? Hashirama could scarcely believe that one of the founding clans of Konoha had vanished. Haha. Has the inherently malevolent Uchiha clan finally been eradicated? Splendid. Tobirama could not suppress a laugh upon hearing this news. Tobirama, Hashirama scolded sharply, his frown deepening. His younger brother's bias against the Uchiha was ingrained, and as the elder sibling, he had little means to alter that sentiment. Indeed. This is all thanks to Lord Tobirama's disciples. Luo's smile turned increasingly derisive. Not only has the Uchiha clan been extinguished, but the Senju clan has likewise disappeared. Ah. I am aware of that. The Senju clan has long since integrated with the common folk. Hashirama waved his hand, chuckling. This was a notion he had proposed himself. No. Perhaps you have misunderstood my meaning, Lord Hashirama. I am stating that the Senju clan's bloodline has been entirely eradicated. Luo's smile grew ever more sardonic. What? That is impossible, Hashirama exclaimed, and Tobirama's brow furrowed deeply. He seemed to have an inkling of the truth. What is impossible? Under the wise leadership of Lord Tobirama's disciples, the 2 founding clans of Konoha have long since become a matter of history. Hashirama visibly struggled to accept this revelation, his voice trembling as he inquired, what of Konohamaru and Shinsuke? Have they also perished? Upon hearing Hashirama's inquiry, Tobirama perked up his ears as well. Having lived a life devoid of children, he cherished these 2 as if they were his own grandchildren. Tsunade, she is still alive. However, it has been quite some time since she last returned to Konohagakure, Lo stated softly. The 2 former Hokages visibly exhaled in relief upon receiving this news. Yet, regarding Shinjiro, Lo's words abruptly halted, causing the hearts of the 2 former Hokages to leap into their throats. Shinjiro has perished. Not only has he died, but even his corpse has been stripped of its innards. Crack! Hashirama slammed his fist onto the ceiling with great force, his face a canvas of sorrow. Tobirama clenched his teeth tightly, clearly unable to accept this grim reality. All that I have mentioned is also a testament to the efforts of Lord Tobirama's disciples, Lo remarked. Casting a scornful glance at Tobirama, is mockery reaching its zenith. What? How is that possible? How dare they? Tobirama exclaimed in disbelief. His gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer exuding warmth. Orochimaru stood silently behind the trio, silently discerning Lo's intentions, aware that his own plans had unraveled. Nevertheless, as long as Lo was willing, he remained indifferent. He merely wished to observe how far this wind, which Lo had unleashed upon the ninja world, could truly blow. What is there that they would not dare? Lo shrugged, saying, Do you see? The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the son of the fourth Hokage. Yet, no one in the village knows he is the son of the fourth Hokage. They only recognize him as the Jinchuriki. Can you guess why that is? Laughter erupted from Luo, for the reason was simple. If everyone isolated the Jinchuriki, they could acquire the Jinchuriki's dependence at minimal cost. Thus, controlling the Jinchuriki would become effortless. I merely conveyed this information to the Jinchuriki. Why would you do such a thing? Hashirama furrowed his brow, for he, possessing a heart full of love, had emerged from the sorrow of the death of Rope Tree. He believed that Luo's words were not without ulterior motives. The great tree of Konoha had begun to rot, the decay stemming from its upper echelons. To ensure the tree's continued healthy growth, all the dead branches and leaves must be pruned away. To accomplish this legitimately, the support of both individuals was imperative. Luo solemnly articulated his intentions. Hashirama bowed his head in contemplation, remaining silent. As the first Hokage, his desire for Konoha's prosperity was profound. However, he could not simply take Luo's words at face value. Come, allow me to take you to a better place. Once we arrive, you may decide how to proceed. Luo observed Hashirama's hesitation and slowly rose, adding, Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Rope Tree's entrails may also be there. Tobirama, having recently been consumed by rage, now calmed and understood the crux of the matter. What Luo articulated was merely his own perspective. The true nature of the matter necessitates personal investigation. However, Luo suddenly referenced the Rope Tree once more, boldly declaring that the eviscerated innards of the tree lay exposed. This revelation stirred the heart of Fei Jian, which had only just begun to find calm, into a state of fervor once again. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Fei Jian acquiesced. Pillar Jian cast a glance at Fei Jian, uttering nothing further, and likewise rose to his feet. Luo placed his hands upon the shoulders of Hashirama and Tobirama, turning to Orochimaru, and said, Once Naruto has regained his composure, take Sarutobi Hiruzen to the main base of the route. Without waiting for Orochimaru's response, the trio swiftly departed from their location. Is that the Flying Thunder God technique? It appears you wield it with even greater finesse than I, Tobirama remarked as he witnessed Luo employ the ninjutsu he had created. You're too kind. We should spar sometime. But now is not the moment for such discussions. Your other disciple is right here. With such turmoil in Konoha, he remains inactive. TSK, TSK. I wonder what he is thinking. Luo shook his head, clicking his tongue. Hashirama paid no heed to Luo's sardonic tone and proceeded directly towards the heavily guarded underground base. Stop. Entry is forbidden. As they approached, the guarding ninja halted them. Not even I may enter? Hashirama clearly did not anticipate this. Without Lord Danzo's approval, no one may enter, the guarding ninja replied, recognizing the identities of the intruders, yet remaining unperturbed. Danzo? Tobirama furrowed his brow. Shimura Danzo? Am I his teacher? Also barred from entry? Indeed, the guarding ninja answered curtly. At that moment, Luo stepped forward slowly. It's futile. They're all Danzo's loyal subordinates. Ninjas selected from the depths of hell. Not only you two, but even the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, cannot enter without Danzo's consent. What? Who granted him such authority? Tobirama exclaimed in shock. Who? Mere collusion. One responsible for the facade of righteousness, the other for the sordid deeds behind the scenes. Whose authority do you think this is? Luo did not conceal his disdain. With a swift motion, the truth-seeking orb pierced the heart of the guarding ninja, and Luo strode inside without a backward glance. What have you done? That was a fellow village ninja. Hashirama gasped, clearly unable to accept the act of killing a comrade. They are no longer human, merely tools of human form. They possess no past, no future, no emotions, and no names. This is the root, the so-called foundation of Konoha. Luo had walked a few meters away, his voice echoing from within the cave, sending chills down the spines of Hashirama and Tobirama. Luo's strikes were decisive. Any ninja who stood in his way fell victim to a swift and lethal blow. This spectacle left Hashirama and Tobirama with a profound sense of discomfort. They hastily intervened to prevent Luo from continuing his assault. Their purpose for being here was solely to locate Danzo. Meticulously searching for him, were they to annihilate everyone in the vicinity? Where was Danzo? Upon encountering yet another ninja, Tobirama swiftly acted, subduing the individual and demanding answers. However, the man remained as unyielding as a statue, offering no response, merely casting a chilling glare at Tobirama. It was futile. I have already stated that these ninjas are no longer human. Luo shook his head, stepping closer to the silent ninja, suddenly gripping his jaw to force his mouth open. Subsequently, Luo extended his hand, pulling out the man's tongue, revealing the cursed seal of the tongue curse. Moreover, even if they had not yet lost their emotions, they were incapable of divulging even the faintest hint regarding Danzo. Otherwise, Lo ceased to speak further, a mirage having ensnared the opponent. Where is Danzo? The ninja, with a blank expression, began to utter, yet as he barely formed his words, his entire being convulsed violently, trembling uncontrollably, and then, with a resounding explosion, he burst into a cloud of crimson mist. How dare he? How dare he? Witnessing the ninja he had captured disintegrate into blood mist, Tobirama was nearly consumed by fury. Hashirama felt similarly. For the village, he was willing to sacrifice everything, even his closest friend, Madara. Should anyone threaten the village, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Yet now, the beloved village he cherished was ravaged, so how could he not be enraged? Chapter 58. The Will of the Roots. There is no need to be overly sorrowful. I assure you, the number of comrades who have perished at the hands of these individuals is certainly substantial. As Lo's words remained dispassionate, the anger within Hashirama and Tobirama rekindled with fervor. If Danzo were to appear before them now, they could scarcely fathom the extent of their wrathful actions. Meanwhile, Danzo had received word of Hashirama and Tobirama's arrival. Once composed and unflappable, he now exhibited signs of trepidation. These two, one his mentor, the other a man revered as the god of shinobi, cast a shadow over him. In their presence, his supposed confidence seemed trivial. What to do? What to do? He realized that all his actions, if revealed to them, would never be understood. In this world, the only one who comprehended him was Sarutobi Hiruzen. He believed he was acting for the sake of the village. He was merely a step away from the position of Hokage. He could not accept this fate. He could not yield. From the depths of his heart, rage ignited, and malice surged forth. Under extreme pressure, Danzo swiftly made a reckless decision. He summoned all root members to the hall. With his hoarse voice, the command swiftly disseminated. Before long, nearly 200 masked ninjas, fully equipped, appeared in the root base's hall. Our mission is on the brink of dawn, and you shall soon stand beneath the sunlight. However, before this can transpire, an unprecedented obstacle has arisen. For the sake of Konohagakure, we must eradicate this impediment. A trace of sorrow was discernible on Danzo's face. For a better tomorrow, perhaps you shall all sacrifice. Yet, you will forever reside within my heart. As the indoctrination of the ninjas continued, Danzo's resolve grew ever stronger. He convinced himself that all his actions were for the greater good of Konoha. If anyone opposed him, it must surely be their fault, even if that person was his own mentor, or the legendary first Hokage who had founded the village. Danzo's voice rose in fervor, resembling that of a nascent pioneer poised to alter the course of history. At that moment, Lo and his companions had arrived at the root headquarters. Listening to Danzo's impassioned rhetoric, even Lo, who had anticipated this display, could not help but applaud the hypocrisy on show. Meanwhile, the expressions of Hashirama and Tobirama darkened further. They could scarcely comprehend how a person could sink to such depths of shamelessness. Gone was the trepidation that had gripped Danzo upon hearing Hashirama and Tobirama's names. In its place was an insatiable madness. With no path of retreat remaining, he resolved to fight to the death. Danzo, you have truly disappointed me. Tobirama spoke slowly, his tone chilling. Master, I merely wish to prove that your choice was erroneous. If you were to grant me the title of Hokage, I would undoubtedly surpass Sarutobi Hiruzen. In Danzo's heart, he had always believed himself to be the most suitable candidate for Hokage. His only misstep had been a moment of hesitation that allowed Sarutobi to seize the opportunity. Sighing heavily, Tobirama lamented, Danzo, you are mistaken. It is not merely my endorsement that grants one the title of Hokage. The Hokage must earn the recognition of all the villagers of Konoha. Moreover, the one who assumes this mantle must possess a heart filled with great love, whereas yours is consumed solely by self-interest. Danzo initially responded with a quiet scoff, which soon escalated into manic laughter. Great love? Does Sarutobi possess it? Were it not for my covert assistance over the years, He would never have basked in the glory that all behold. Perhaps, he thought, I was indeed wrong all those years ago. Tobirama's visage was etched with despair. Upon hearing his mentor's words, Danzo's eyes suddenly sparkled with a renewed light. His master's acknowledgement seemed to validate his beliefs, that the choices made in the past had been flawed, and that he was indeed more worthy than Sarutobi to be Hokage. I had forgotten that when one's status shifts, so too does one's heart. Tobirama's expression grew increasingly sorrowful. Having committed such grave errors in the past today, let me personally eradicate the seeds of chaos I have sown. Master. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Danzo's excitement turned to icy resolve. Surely you do not believe that your reanimated form can contend with me? I am no longer the man I once was. As he spoke, Danzo waved his hand. Over 200 root ninjas surged forward towards Tobirama. Faced with the overwhelming crowd, a flicker of reluctance crossed Tobirama's face, but it was swiftly suppressed. In his heart, he recalled the words of Orochimaru. These beings could no longer be considered human. They were merely humanoid weapons. Water release. Water severing wave. With a mere 2 hand seals. Tobirama positioned his hand near his mouth. In an instant, a high-pressure column of water erupted from his lips, shooting towards the advancing mob. Earth shield. Earth flow wall. Although the root ninjas had been stripped of their emotions, it was precisely this lack of sentiment that often guided their decisions to be the most suitable ones. In an instant, thick earthen walls rose from the ground, obstructing the torrent of water spewing from Tobirama. However, devoid of emotions, they chose only the most pragmatic strategies. Indifferent to the fates of their comrades, those ninjas unprotected by the earthen walls were almost instantly torn apart by the oncoming wave, their blood staining the water crimson. Witnessing the actions of the opposing ninjas, the last vestige of Tobirama's reluctance vanished. Those who cared nothing for their allies were unworthy to be called ninjas. In that moment, he truly comprehended the essence of being a humanoid weapon. Water release. Exploding water colliding wave. All elemental advantages were rendered moot by their sheer numbers. Even as numerous earthen walls rose before him, Tobirama remained unafraid. With another simple 2 hand seals, he unleashed an even greater torrent of water. The colossal waves threatened to inundate the underground base of the root. The seemingly invincible earthen walls crumbled in an instant. Yet, the root ninjas remained undeterred, frantically charging towards Tobirama. Mutual exploding tags. At last, after the sacrifice of hundreds of ninjas, a figure clad in a monkey-faced mask broke through to stand before Tobirama. With no hint of emotion on his face, he resolutely unleashed this terrifying forbidden technique. Damn it! Upon hearing the name of the forbidden technique, Tobirama's resentment surged anew. The mutual explosive tag, a ninjutsu he had devised in the past, was deemed forbidden due to the inherent risk that the user could not escape the radius of its activation. To his astonishment, the opponent wielded it without a hint of restraint, disregarding both their own life and the lives of their comrades. Though angered, Tobirama felt little trepidation. Both he and his elder brother were in the state of Edo Tensei, and with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, Lo should remain unharmed by this ninjutsu. As anticipated, in the next moment, Lo's figure vanished from sight. This was not due to fear of the mutual explosive tag's might, but rather because Danzo had stealthily retreated at an unknown moment. Danzo was acutely aware of his subordinates' plans and understood that the mutual explosive tag posed minimal threat to Hashirama and Tobirama. Thus, at the very onset of the battle, he had chosen to withdraw. Cautious and calculating, he adhered to his principle of never placing himself in peril. What Luo must do is to impede his progress. Luo. As he gazed at Luo standing before him, Danzo's face was etched with animosity. Long time no see, Lord Danzo. Luo's expression remained serene, even managing to bestow upon Danzo a hint of feigned benevolence. Did you not once declare that you would remain uninvolved? Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, his demeanor outwardly calm. Yet he had quietly unsealed the restraints upon his arms. Ha ha, Lord Danzo, for someone of your stature, such so-called promises are nothing but mere trifles. The smile on Luo's face intensified as he sought to deeply provoke Danzo's spirit. Everything is for the sake of Konoha. The current route obstructs the progress of Konoha's development. So I implore you, Lord Danzo, to meet your demise. You insolent wretch, do you comprehend what root truly signifies? Speaking such nonsense here, Danzo declared with righteous indignation. Everything I do is for the betterment of Konoha, even if it means bearing the weight of infamy, enduring misunderstanding, facing annihilation, and being forgotten by all. Luo's face was a mask of endless mockery, walking in the shadows, adding bricks to the edifice of Konoha's advancement. This is root. Therefore, Lord Danzo, I entreat you to offer your final essence for Konoha. You. In that moment, Danzo found himself rendered speechless by Luo's words. What Luo articulated was precisely what he frequently referred to as the will of the root. However, in his eyes, those sacrifices were merely the burdens to be borne by his subordinates, not by him, the leader of the root. What? Does Lord Danzo hesitate? Or is it that the so-called will of the root exists solely to serve the will of Lord Danzo? Luo had long since discerned Danzo's true nature, and his words left no room for compassion. It was unclear when the sounds of explosions had ceased. The central base of the root had utterly vanished. This was also one of Danzo's ulterior motives, to leave no evidence that could be detrimental to himself. Tobirama and Hashirama had already arrived behind Luo, their reanimated bodies bearing no scars whatsoever. Listening to Luo's eloquent discourse, Tobirama's gaze towards Danzo was steeped in animosity. It was all mere sophistry. Danzo's facade had been shattered, and he was now in a state of hysteria. My will is the true will of the root. Everything you utter distorts my genuine intentions. Having completely liberated his arm from the seal, Danzo finally found his confidence. However, aware that the other gods had no effect on Luo, he refrained from employing them again and instead directed his focus towards Hashirama. With no avenue for retreat, he could only take decisive action. If he could alter Hashirama's mindset, then all matters could be effortlessly resolved. Brothers, might you lend a hand and provide a few 5-star reviews? I beseech you. Should I bow to you first? Chapter 59. The kaleidoscope unveiled Danzo's subtle maneuvers were entirely within Luo's perception, prompting him to shake his head in disapproval. Those unyielding eyes were indeed a source of trouble. Whoosh. Without the slightest hesitation, the seeking Dao Jade was propelled forth, denying Danzo any opportunity to activate the other gods. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo had mastered the wind release technique to an extraordinary degree. Almost simultaneously as Luo launched the seeking Dao Jade, his own ninjutsu was initiated. Yet, all techniques were rendered futile in the presence of the seeking Dao Jade. Its speed towards Danzo's form showed no sign of deceleration. This was dire. Realizing the anomaly, evasion was already too late. The seeking Dao Jade was mere inches from his eyes. Danzo could only slightly shift his body to prevent the jade from piercing his skull. However, Luo's onslaught was always as swift as the wind, each strike intricately linked to the next. In the next moment, his figure abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing beside Danzo. With little hindrance, Luo's fingers plunged directly into Danzo's right eye socket, extracting a bloodied eyeball in a swift motion. In the next instant, his figure flickered and returned to its original position. Gazing at the eye nestled in his palm, a playful smirk graced Luo's lips, without Shirsue's gaze. I wonder if Lord Danzo possesses any other techniques? You insolent brat. Danzo bellowed in fury, the bandages on his arm abruptly falling away to reveal a series of crimson Sharingan glaring back. The sight was both grotesque and menacing. Hashirama furrowed his brow tightly, astonished that Madara's lineage had ultimately descended to such a fate. Even Tobirama, who harbored the deepest disdain for the Uchiha clan, bore no semblance of joy now. Only a profound anger resided within him. He had pieced together the entirety of the events. From Danzo's arm, he could distinctly sense the power of his elder brothers would release. Thus, the demise of his clan must have been a result of Danzo's experimentation, utilizing the Senju bloodline to acquire his brother's strength. How utterly ridiculous. The two founding families of Konoha had, in the end, become sacrifices for another's ascent to power. Danzo, you truly deserve death. Under the scrutinizing gazes of all present, one of the Sharingan on Danzo's arm slowly closed, while the eye of Shirsue in Luo's grasp began to fade, gradually vanishing. It reappeared, restored to its rightful place within Danzo's eye socket. Izanagi. How could I have overlooked this? Luo chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. He had intended to study Shirsue's eye, yet it seemed that was no longer feasible. Nonetheless, one must make the most of what is available. Unable to obtain Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami, Danzo still had other uses. In a mere moment, another figure appeared beside Luo. Izuna. No. Not Izuna. You are a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Wasn't your clan exterminated? Upon seeing the newcomer, Tobirama's expression shifted to one of disbelief. An only child. Just like the Senju clan, Luo clarified, gesturing towards Danzo. Do you see? Those are all Uchiha eyes. Perhaps even your parents among them. Lord Danzo. I wonder if you would be inclined to discuss the events of the past? Or shall I recount them? Haha, Uchiha Sasuke. Is this the brat that Itachi chose to protect despite bearing the weight of all scorn? He appears rather unremarkable. Danzo, now devoid of restraint, divulged all the secrets he had long kept hidden. Years ago, under the guidance of my teacher and with the assistance of Sarutobi, the Uchiha clan was isolated from Konoha. As he spoke, Danzo's gaze flicked toward Tobirama, whose expression had darkened. Consequently, the radical faction within the Uchiha clan grew increasingly prominent. Later, with Uchiha Shursui. You must have heard of Uchiha Shursui, I presume? The prodigious genius unexpectedly awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, possessing the extraordinary ability to covertly manipulate the will of others. The Uchiha clan believed they had acquired the strength to oppose the village. Yet, such a remarkable talent failed to grasp the peril of harboring precious gifts. Standing by the village, Shursui audaciously divulged this information to Hiruzen Sarutobi, intending to employ Kodo Amatsukami to alter the Uchiha clan's mindset. To his astonishment, Sarutobi hesitated, naively contemplating the feasibility of Shursui wielding such a power. However, which leader could abide such an ability, one not under their dominion? Moreover, this power resided within the malignant Uchiha clan. Thus, I devised a plan to seize Shursui's eye. Regrettably, a genius is indeed a genius. Despite my initial ambush and the cost of one Sharingan, I only managed to claim one of his eyes. Ironically, the Sharingan I activated with Izanagi belonged to Shursui's father, Uchiha Kagami. Shursui's demise intensified the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village, making betrayal inevitable. At this juncture, Itachi, having discerned the unfolding situation, was compelled to make a harrowing choice: to join his family in a coup, ultimately leading to their suppression, or to muster all his strength to safeguard himself. Undoubtedly, Itachi was a sagacious individual, ultimately opting for the latter. The malignant Uchiha clan was finally eradicated on that fateful day 6 years ago. Danzo's voice resonated with fervor, as though his actions were solely for the sake of the village. Without hesitation, Luo applauded Danzo's shamelessness. Danzo, your audacity remains as unwavering as ever. The Uchiha clan is a cancer to the village? Ha! If you loathe them so, why have you implanted so many Sharingan within yourself? Could it be that, sensing your inability to control the power of Hashirama's cells, you urgently require the suppression of the Sharingan, thus hastily plotting the annihilation of the Uchiha clan? Danzo's pupils constricted dramatically. The secret of his right arm was known only to Orochimaru and himself. Could it be that Orochimaru was in collusion with the adversary? Infuriating. For the development of Konoha, Root must endure insults and misunderstandings. Everything we do is solely for the betterment of the village, Danzo proclaimed with a sanctified glow upon his countenance. Luo was astonished by Danzo's expression. Could it be that this old man had brainwashed others to the extent of brainwashing himself? For the sake of Konoha's progress, may you embrace death, Lord Danzo. Despite the myriad transformations of his opponent, Luo remained steadfast, reiterating his sentiment. You, a mere child, understand nothing. Konoha can only thrive under my leadership, Danzo retorted contemptuously. Bah! In the end, all your actions are merely for your own selfish desires. If you wish to be Hokage, just admit it. No one is oblivious to your ambitions. Luo spat vehemently. Take your life. Just as Danzo was about to utter more words, Sasuke unleashed a furious roar. His eyes, adorned with the Sharingan, rapidly spun, soon aligning into a singular form, with blood cascading from his eyes, staining his cheeks crimson. Once the spinning ceased, Sasuke's Sharingan had evolved. Upon witnessing Sasuke's Mangekyou Sharingan, a relieved smile finally graced Luo's face. If this could not awaken the Mangekyou, he truly pondered what further stimulation Sasuke would require. Amaterasu, Sasuke's gaze, fierce as a beast, bore down on Danzo. In an instant, Danzo sensed an imminent and unknown peril encroaching upon him. Without hesitation, he activated Izanagi. In the next moment, black flames erupted from Danzo's body, intensifying with ferocity, consuming him in an instant. Black flames? Is his awakened ability Amaterasu? Danzo had been scheming for the Uchiha's power for quite some time, diligently researching the Mangekyou Sharingan. Thus, as soon as Sasuke employed the Mangekyou technique, Danzo immediately recognized it. This was troublesome. Tuanzong felt a sense of dread wash over him. Originally, with Hashirama and Tobirama present, he was already under considerable pressure. Now, with the emergence of Sasuke, who had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, the situation had become even more precarious. Not to mention the enigmatic presence of Orochimaru, whose strength was truly unfathomable, even to Tuanzong, who now found himself somewhat flustered. Glancing at the Sharingan that had once again closed upon his arm, Tuanzong was overwhelmed by an acute bitterness in his mouth. He could hardly claim to possess merely 10 Sharingan. Even if he were to have 100, it would still not suffice. Desperately, he recognized that his only remaining advantage lay in the use of Shursui's Kodo Amatsukami. His gaze shifted between Sasuke and Hashirama. ultimately settling on Hashirama as his target. The reasoning was simple: to maximize his gains. By altering Sasuke's will, he would only acquire a formidable ally. Yet even if he survived this day, he would struggle to maintain his position within Konoha. Conversely, by manipulating Hashirama's will, he could not only escape his predicament with Hashirama's assistance, but also leverage Hashirama's esteemed reputation to his advantage when encountering other ninjas from the village. In that scenario, he would emerge as the hero of the village, while others would be branded as detrimental tumors to its well-being. Contemplating these thoughts, Tuanzang's gaze once more fell upon the Sharingan on his arm. He still possessed 8 Sharingan, which gave him the audacity to formulate such a plan. Summoning technique, dreaming taper. As Luo gazed at the Dream Eater manifesting before him amidst the swirling white smoke, a surge of curiosity washed over him. It was said that this creature feasted upon dreams. He wondered if his consciousness meeting Kaguya during slumber could be considered a dream. Would it possess the appetite to consume such an encounter? Dream Eater, charge forth? Even with the divine favor of his Niji, Danzo had no intention of leading the charge. Moreover, sacrificing a summoned beast was not a novel endeavor for him. He had long mastered the art. At Danzo's command, the Dream Eater surged forward with its robust limbs, barreling towards Luo and his companions. Following in the wake of the Dream Eater, Danzo also hastened towards the fore, while the deity, Bonten, was poised and ready to strike. Chapter 60. The Sealing of the Corpse Demon would release. Birth of the Tree World. The Art of Darkness. Hashirama and Tobirama had faced off against the Uchiha clan countless times. If not 1,000, then certainly 800. Their strategies were ingrained in their minds. The Uchiha clan's most formidable warriors relied heavily on the prowess of their Sharingan. Thus, they believed that even without Uchiha blood coursing through him, Danzo's capabilities would not pale in comparison to those of an average Uchiha. Furthermore, both warriors were in a reanimated state. Their strength diminished to a mere fraction of their former glory. They initiated the battle using the most effective tactics against the Uchiha clan. Sasuke attempted to rush forward, but Luo firmly grasped his shoulder, shaking his head in warning. The adversary possessed a Mangeki Sharingan capable of altering the will of others. If Sasuke did not wish to become a puppet of his enemies, he must refrain from reckless actions. In the instant Tobirama unleashed his technique, Danzo felt his vision completely stripped away, engulfed in an overwhelming darkness, with only the sound of branches snapping echoing in his ears. Dream Eater, Danzo barked. And the creature instantly understood. With a flick of its trunk, a tremendous suction force enveloped the area, not only shattering the branches that threatened Danzo but also shielding him from harm. Suddenly, a whistling sound sliced through the air, igniting a sense of alarm within Danzo, who instinctively rolled to the side. His choice proved prescient, for at some point, Tobirama had brandished a longsword. The hilt bore the unmistakable insignia of the Flying Thunder God. The earlier sound was the result of Tobirama hurling the blade. Yet despite Danzo's swift reflexes, evading Tobirama's assault was no simple feat. Flying Thunder God slash. In the next moment, Tobirama's figure trailed the long sword, appearing directly behind Danzo. With a swift thrust, the sword pierced Danzo's heart, executed with an alacrity that left no room for evasion. Danzo, you have strayed from your path. Allow me to bring your journey to a close. In the heart of Tobirama, sorrow lingered as he lowered his head and murmured softly. He could not comprehend how matters had devolved to such a state. In the past, he had placed great importance on several individuals. Each of them was meticulously nurtured to become the pillars of Konoha. Haha. Danzo laughed maniacally. Teacher, had you chosen me as Hokage back then, I would have undoubtedly surpassed Sarutobi. As Danzo gradually succumbed, the sadness on Tobirama's face deepened. If Tsunade and Shinsui were regarded by Tobirama as his own grandchildren, then Danzo and the others were akin to his children. How could he not grieve for the act of slaying his own progeny? Yet, this sorrow did not linger for long. Hashirama's urgent voice echoed in Tobirama's ears. Izanagi, the Uchiha's ultimate secret technique. It was this very jutsu that Madara had once employed to feign death at Hashirama's hands. Both were not entirely familiar with this technique, however. Hashirama recalled the words recently spoken by Rokudame and the regained right eye of Danzo, prompting him to remain vigilant. Upon witnessing Tobirama's long blade pierce Danzo's heart, Hashirama did not lower his guard, maintaining the forest of the god tree while sensing the fluctuations of chakra around him. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Danzo's corpse abruptly vanished, only to reappear at another location. Hastily, he issued a warning. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Having escaped the influence of the dark technique, Danzo swiftly formed the hand signs for the vacuum great sphere, and instantly, a tempest surged forth, hurtling towards Tobirama. Although Tobirama heard the warning, it was too late to evade. He was ruthlessly torn apart by the sudden onslaught. "Teacher, you are growing old." Danzo's voice echoed with a hint of triumph, reminiscent of a child boasting about academic achievements to their parents. Yet, Tobirama remained indifferent, allowing the fierce winds to ravage his body, his cold eyes unwaveringly fixed on Danzo. The intensity of Tobirama's emotionless gaze unnerved Danzo, causing his voice to sharpen. Wind release, vacuum wave. He now yearned to obliterate the individual before him with utmost speed. No longer wishing to endure such a gaze, waves of wind blades incessantly sliced through Tobirama's form, reducing his reanimated body to mere fragments scattered across the sky. "Aha! No one can stop me, not even you, teacher." Perhaps to mask the fear within, Danzo's voice grew increasingly strident. With that, his gaze pierced through the lush canopy of the god tree, settling on Hashirama and Rokadame. "And you too shall not succeed." Finally, his eyes fixated on Sasuke. "I shall claim your eyes today." Ha 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 ha. Observing the frenzied Danzo, Lo could not help but cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. Indeed, in the next moment, Danzo's laughter abruptly ceased, for before him, the shattered remnants of Tobirama began to coalesce once more. The swirling fragments seemed like steel needles piercing his heart, causing him immense anguish. "What is happening? Why is this occurring?" Danzo exclaimed in shock. His understanding of the impure world reincarnation technique was superficial at best, leaving him unaware of its profound mysteries. Alas, the lack of education has its consequences. Has no one ever advised you that, as a ninja, one must cultivate knowledge and stay informed? Look at this predicament. It's quite the farce, not even comprehending the state of one's opponent. Lo shook his head, expressing his disdain, as he watched Tobirama's decaying form gradually restore itself. Danzo steeled his resolve. As the saying goes, one must be ruthless to remain steadfast. He decided to go all out. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he tore open the long robe at his chest, revealing the intricate seal inscribed upon his torso. The four symbols seal. With a commanding shout, Danzo unleashed the sealing technique. Drops of black blood gushed forth, enveloping the surrounding area within 1,000 meters. "I have declared that no one can obstruct my advance." He possessed the secret art of Izanagi, which allowed him to negate the toll exacted by employing the four symbols seal. Ah, so this is the legendary bridge-destroying technique? Quite impressive. Yet, witnessing the unfolding events, Lo remained unimpressed. Danzo's intellect seemed entirely devoted to cunning schemes, completely lacking in combat acumen. No wonder he could resort to such desperate measures against Susanoo. Among the four present, 2 could utilize the flying thunder god technique. Did he genuinely believe that a sealing technique with such a lengthy preparatory time could capture mere air? Predictably, in the next instant, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, the 4 had already appeared 1,000 meters away. As the sealing technique dissipated, revealing a bottomless chasm before him, Lo marveled. "The demolition team. Danzo, you have earned Pain's recognition. However, while the demolition may have been exhilarating, have you considered what will happen when you are revived later? If you were to fall into the pit you created, you would become the greatest joke in the ninja world." Nonetheless, Lo underestimated Danzo. In the next moment, Danzo's figure slowly emerged above the deep pit, and, succumbing to gravity, he began to plummet rapidly. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo swiftly formed several hand seals and unleashed a powerful gust towards the pit's bottom. As the fierce wind struck the ground, Danzo's descent gradually slowed, ultimately allowing him to land safely at the bottom of the chasm. "Luo, who taught you? Is this how ninjutsu is utilized?" Jet warriors? Danz, who had fallen to the bottom of the pit, remained unperturbed. His gaze was shrouded in darkness. He had acted impulsively moments ago. The four-symbol seal is indeed a lethal technique for an ordinary ninja. However, are the 4 before him merely ordinary ninjas? Since it has come to this, you have forced my hand. With chakra adhering to his feet, Dan swiftly ascended the pit wall, once again confronting the 4. "Alas, my junior, surrender quietly. Do not cling to your misguided notions," sighed Hashirama, his tone laden with resignation. "Elder brother." In response to his elder brother's leniency, Tobirama erupted in fury. "Are you aware of what he has done? He has brought the Senju clan to the brink of extinction." Upon hearing this, a flicker of sorrow crossed Hashirama's face, yet it swiftly dissipated. "But, there is no but. Everything is for the sake of the village," Tobirama shouted. "Do you wish for more villagers to fall victim to his malevolence? When the decisive moment is delayed, chaos ensues. Brother, you are far too merciful. Alas, enough of this." Hashirama's expression grew despondent. "Haha, do you truly believe you have me cornered?" observing the disregard with which Hashirama and Tobirama engaged in their conversation. Danzo felt a profound sense of humiliation, his pride trampled once more. "You shall perish." Tobirama cast a disdainful glance at Danzo, akin to surveying an insignificant insect. "In that case, teacher, how about this technique?" With that, Danzo clapped his hands forcefully before his chest. "Shiki-FG." Upon hearing Danzo's words, Luo was taken aback. Is Danzo preparing to exploit a loophole? Goodness, you've mastered the intricacies of this art. Izanagi combined with the four-symbol seal was already impressive. Now he is attempting Izanagi with Shiki-FG as well? In an instant, Shiki-FG was activated. Yet, Danzo's gaze did not linger on the dismissive Tobirama but instead shifted towards Luo, who was spectating nearby. When Danzo's eyes fell upon him, a jolt of apprehension surged within Luo. This elderly man wouldn't he dare to turn his hand against me, would he? Was not mistaken. If one were to ponder upon whom Danzo despises and fears the most at this very moment, the answer would undoubtedly be. While he can manipulate the wills of Hashirama and Tobirama through the power of the Kodo Amatsukami, it is utterly ineffective against, despite the latter's current calm demeanor. Quietly observing the unfolding events, who can predict whether he might soon deliver a treacherous blow? The unpredictability of the situation has led Danzo to resolve that he must first eliminate before utilizing Kodo Amatsukami to control Hashirama, thereby securing his position as Hokage. As Danzo's determination solidified, instantly sensed an oppressive force locking him in place, rendering him utterly immobilized. What a grave oversight. In a state of shock, Luo gasped as he witnessed a grotesque specter materialize behind Danzo, a dagger suspended in its mouth, embodying the very essence of death. The specter extended its hand slowly, reaching towards Luo's form, intent on seizing his very soul. This was disastrous. The situation had spiraled out of control. Just as Death's hand was poised to make contact with Luo's spirit, it suddenly halted. A shadow emerged from behind Luo, displaying an expressionless visage. Yet one could faintly discern the fury simmering within her pale eyes. Standing at a height akin to an ordinary person, she confronted the Grim Reaper, appearing as insignificant as an ant. Nevertheless, the Reaper could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. How could she be here? Once upon a time, amidst the pantheon of gods in the ninja realm, they had regarded Kaguya, newly risen to prominence, with disdain. Yet, in a twist of fate, those who had once reveled in their superiority had vanished, leaving behind only the more cautious deities, like himself and the malevolent god, who had escaped calamity through their prudent evasion. In that fleeting moment, the Reaper felt an overwhelming despair, realizing he had ventured out without consulting the auspicious calendar. "Greetings, Lady Kaguya," the Reaper managed, albeit begrudgingly. "Who are you calling lady?" Kaguya retorted, her brows furrowing, her ire intensifying. Fortunately, their exchange, along with their appearances, remained unheard by anyone other than Luo, for had it been otherwise, it would have surely left onlookers in utter disbelief. "Then, Miss Kaguya?" The Reaper quivered, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "You are the only one who qualifies as Miss. Your entire family is comprised of Misses." Kaguya's anger flared further. And had it not been for the need to maintain her composure in front of Luo, she would have already delivered a resounding slap. The Reaper felt profoundly aggrieved. After finally stepping out for a breath of fresh air, he had encountered such a formidable foe. "Luo, how do you wish to deal with him?" Kaguya challenged the Reaper with a fierce glare, while her demeanor softened to one of serene grace in Luo's presence. Luo scratched the back of his head, feeling quite inexperienced in the current situation. Initially, he thought he was doomed. To his surprise, the figure of death appeared more like a lackey than a harbinger of demise. An idea sparked in his mind. Did not the Reaper consume the soul of Minato along with the power of the Nine Tails? Perhaps he could persuade him to release it. This seemed feasible. Esteemed Reaper, Luo began. Though shielded by the goddess, he remained respectful, refraining from overstepping bounds. "I would be honored if you did not address me in such a manner." However, his deference nearly startled the Reaper into a state of panic, prompting him to wave his hands in denial. "Is it possible to release the golden-haired youth you devoured 12 years ago, along with the power of the Nine Tails?" Luo inquired tentatively. "Indeed, it must be possible. It must." To Luo's astonishment, the Reaper readily nodded in agreement without a hint of hesitation. In the next moment, he opened his mouth, and a soul along with a swirling mass of red chakra burst forth. "Hell, at last, I am free." The newly liberated Nine Tails exclaimed with laughter. However, the mirth was short-lived as confusion swept over the fox. What did it behold? That man. And who was this woman whose presence exerted even greater pressure than that of the man? Ultimately, The Ninetales resolved to follow its instincts and quietly turned to the Reaper's phantom mouth, asking, "Brother, may I return to where I came from?" Upon seeing the Ninetales' expression, the Reaper instantly comprehended its intent and hastily shut his mouth. Did not even think about it. The Ninetales felt utterly distressed, on the verge of tears. What was this situation? It was an egregious affront to the fox. After releasing Minato's soul and the chakra of the Ninetales, the Reaper turned to Kaguya and Luo, rubbing his hands with a sycophantic grin. "Off you go, and remember, there shall not be a next time." Kaguya's icy voice cut through the air. "Yes, I assure you. There will be no next time. Farewell, my lord." With that, the Reaper hurriedly made his exit. "Wait," Luo interjected at that moment. The Reaper froze, turning around with a look of grievance, his gaze pleadingly directed at Kaguya. "What Luo-kun said is precisely what I mean," Kaguya replied coldly, her displeasure evident at the Reaper's demeanor towards Luo. "It's nothing of great significance. Just ensure to take the offerings with you upon your departure." Luo had gradually become accustomed to the goddess's affection towards him. "I shall fulfill this task with zeal." The Reaper responded eagerly, believing he would return empty-handed this time, only to find he had indeed gained something worthwhile. With this thought, the Reaper reached into Danzo's body and grasped a soul within his hand. "Farewell." Yet, in the next instant, the soul he held vanished abruptly. What is happening? Why did the soul slip away? The Grim Reaper, unyielding, made yet another attempt. Nevertheless, the outcome remained unchanged, identical to the previous encounter. Enraged, the Grim Reaper could hardly fathom that someone dared to toy with him. With fervent gestures, he struck 4 times in succession, yet still, no alteration transpired. The summoning time had elapsed, and despite his reluctance, the Grim Reaper had no choice but to retreat to his solitary realm. However, unbeknownst to him, with his mere 6 grasping attempts, 6 of the Sharingan on Danzo's arm had likewise closed. Now, only one remained open, solitary, and exposed. "Luo-jun, I shall take my leave. Until tonight." As the Grim Reaper departed, Kaguya gently leaned down and pecked Luo's face, then vanished. Danzo stood in stunned silence, bewildered. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended nothing of what had transpired. The Sharingan upon his arm had swiftly closed 6 times in an instant. What did this signify? He had seemingly perished 6 times without any awareness of what had occurred. Turning to Luo, he appeared utterly unaffected, as though the Grim Reaper's presence posed no threat to him whatsoever. How could this be? Danzo felt a profound turmoil within his heart. What manner of creature is this low? Neither celestial beings nor the Grim Reaper prove effective against him. What other means remain to contend with such a foe? Indeed, plans oft falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Just moments ago, I intended to eliminate Lo's Toby first, only to find my strategy altered once more. If the Reaper cannot vanquish Lo, then perhaps I shall consider another. My gaze shifts towards my teacher, Hashirama Senju. By dispatching Hashirama, I could seize control of Tobirama, returning to the village where I would wield absolute authority. No matter how formidable he is, can he truly stand against the entirety of Konoha? With a resounding clap, his hands came together once more, attempting to summon the Shinigami. Yet, after a considerable wait, there was no sign of its arrival. "Hello? Hello? The signal here is poor. I must hang up." The Shinigami's voice faded. In that moment, Danzo felt the awkwardness seep into his very core, as if he could etch the Hokage building into the ground with his toes. This was troublesome. Danzo pondered incessantly, searching for any remaining trump cards. However, no suitable strategy emerged, no matter how hard he racked his brain. It seemed he had no choice. Resolute, he knelt down. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. For the sake of the Hokage title, what was this minor humiliation? "Teacher, I realize my mistakes. Could you possibly forgive me this once?" "Forgive you? With what you've done, do you even have the audacity to ask for forgiveness? Have you considered the Senju clan you have betrayed? What of the Uchiha clan you exterminated?" Unbeknownst to him, Tobirama had already placed both clans on equal footing in his mind. "I did all this to gain greater power, so that I could protect Konoha," Danzo lamented, tears streaming down his face. Yet, Tobirama remained unmoved, his expression cold as he approached Danzo, his shining sword poised to end his life. Wait. At that moment, Hashirama placed a hand on Tobirama's shoulder and turned to Danzo. "Have you truly repented?" "Indeed." Upon hearing Hashirama's voice, Danzo's heart raced, the excitement almost overwhelming. "Kodo Amatsukami." He abruptly lifted his gaze, the windmill-shaped Sharingan in his right eye locking onto Hashirama's. In an instant, he altered Hashirama's will. Seeing Kodo Amatsukami succeed, Danzo stood up, laughing maniacally. "I have won. Ha ha. First Hokage. In the name of the 5th Hokage, I command you to halt their advance." With newfound confidence, he issued his command. According to Konoha's rules, the previous Hokage must obey the orders of the current Hokage during battle. With that, Danzo turned to flee into the village. Crack. However, in the next moment, a sharp branch suddenly pierced through Danzo's heart. Tobirama's cold voice echoed from behind him. "The village is my most cherished possession. Not even the Hokage may jeopardize its interests." Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Danzo turned in disbelief to face the indifferent expression of Hashirama. He could not comprehend it. Shouldn't everyone in the village obey the Hokage's commands? Why had it come to this? Witnessing the incredulous expression on Danzo's face, Luo could not help but shake his head. You still fail to grasp the essence of Hashirama. For the sake of the village, he would not hesitate to confront Madara, let alone a mere fifth Hokage. In Hashirama's eyes, although you hold the title of fifth Hokage, your intentions pose a threat to the village, and you are about to act upon them. Naturally, he must intervene. To think one could orchestrate everything, only to meet an end of such unexpected folly, how absurdly tragic. As the last Sharingan on Danzo's arm closed, he could no longer suppress the power of Hashirama's cells. His body underwent a rapid transformation, branches sprouting from him, on the verge of becoming a great tree. No, 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 I cannot die. Absolutely not. I have yet to become Hokage. Danzo's heart screamed in desperation, preparing to invoke Izanagi with the Sharingan in his right eye socket. However, Luo would not grant him such an opportunity. In the blink of an eye, Luo reappeared beside Danzo, swiftly plucking out the eye of Shursui. "No, give it back. Return my Sharingan." Upon witnessing the deprivation of his last hope, Danzo completely lost his sanity. Paying no heed to his rapidly transforming body, he lunged desperately towards Luo. What a splendid performance! Almost missed it. At that moment, Orochimaru's sinister voice suddenly echoed in the ears of everyone present. "Brothers, could you spare a few minutes to show some love with a 5-star review? Thank you." Chapter 62. The curtain falls on the shadow. Following the sound, one could see Orochimaru approaching, carrying 2 individuals. Naruto, having expended all his energy, lay unconscious, yet showed no signs of unusual distress. The chakra of the Nine Tails had already healed all his injuries. Conversely, his target for release, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was now covered in wounds. Each gash a stark reminder of the battle. "Hiruzen, save me." Upon seeing Hiruzen, Danzo could no longer concern himself with the latter's current state and called out urgently. Feeling his body grow increasingly rigid and his thoughts becoming more difficult to process, Hiruzen, in that moment, bore no resemblance to the formidable shinobi of yore, stooped and frail. He resembled a withered elder. In response to the plea of his former ally, Hiruzen did not even spare a glance, instead turning his gaze to his mentor, Tobirama Senju. "Master." Faced with Tobirama's icy stare, Hiruzen found himself momentarily daunted, lowering his head. "It is rare that you still acknowledge me as your teacher," Tobirama scoffed, his tone laced with scorn. "No matter the time, you have always been my most esteemed teacher." Sarutobi Hiruzen was profoundly respectful, fully aware that if today's matters were mishandled, the image he had cultivated over the years would shatter in an instant. Moreover, his family might become embroiled in the turmoil. The journey of life. In youth, one is filled with fervor, brimming with brilliance. Yet, as time flows inexorably, that once radiant edge gradually dulls, leading to a mindset of caution and self-interest. Are you aware of the machinations orchestrated by Danzo over the years? Among all the Hokage, while Tobirama may not be the strongest in power, his political acumen is undoubtedly unparalleled. Listening to Hiruzen's words, his heart remained untouched. Only absolute calm judgment resided within him. He grasped a portion of the truth, yet not extensively. Hiruzen responded candidly, acknowledging that such matters could not remain concealed. Confess to receive leniency, resist to face severity. He could only strive to distance himself from certain associations. Observing Hiruzen's attempts to disentangle himself, Danzo felt a mix of astonishment and fury, eager to retort. Yet branches sprouted from his mouth, robbing him of his ability to speak. Chuckling, Tobirama remarked, "I am astonished that as the village leader, you possess so little knowledge of the affairs within your own village. Hiruzen, you truly are an exceptional Hokage." Hiruzen recognized the sarcasm in Tobirama's words and fervently defended himself. In the face of the 4 great nations siege, Konoha was in turmoil. "I was left with no choice but to relinquish a portion of my authority to Danzo. He has made significant contributions to the subsequent shinobi wars, which is why I did not reclaim his powers. Consequently, his private influence has grown immensely, and my attempts to regain control have proven futile. When one speaks of weathering storms together, it often rings hollow until true calamity strikes." Hiruzen's current stance was one of claiming glory while shoving the blame onto others. Nonetheless, his assertions were not entirely false. So, you are entirely innocent then? Tobirama's tone remained hostile. Teacher, please see clearly. Very well. Summon all the Jonin of Konoha and the heads of each clan to convene at the Hokage building. At this juncture, Tobirama no longer trusted a single word from his counterpart. He relied solely on what he could see and hear. Grabbing Hiruzen, heedless of his injuries, he vanished from the sight of the onlookers in an instant. Upon witnessing his brother's departure, Hashirama sighed, casting his gaze toward the Hokage rock. A look of nostalgia etched upon his face. It was at that very spot where he and his dear friend Madara had founded Konoha. Yet now, everything had changed. Returning his gaze, he observed Danzo, whose current appearance, if not scrutinized carefully, bore little resemblance to that of a human. He could scarcely believe that the village's fifth Hokage had fallen to such a fate. Men let out a long sigh. Upon hearing Men's words, Luo's expression turned quite peculiar. Danzo had devoted his entire life to the pursuit of becoming Hokage. Now, having received Men's personal acknowledgement, it could be said that his ambition has been fulfilled. One cannot help but admit that the Byakugan is indeed a terrifying ocular technique. Gazing at the crimson Sharingan nestled within the nutrient vial, Luo couldn't help but murmur, "Is this truly my child? Has he already grown so much?" Minato's soul had just returned from the clutches of death and had yet to find its way back to the Pure Lands. He slowly approached the unconscious Naruto lying on the ground, extending his hand in an attempt to touch Naruto's cheek. Naruto is doing well now. There is no need for concern, Luo softly reassured, sensing Minato's emotions. In that case, I can rest easy. A sunny smile reappeared on Minato's face, as if a gentle spring breeze could soothe the hearts of all. Luo-kun, who are you speaking with? Orochimaru observed Luo's self-dialogue directed at Naruto and inquired with curiosity. The soul of Minato, Luo replied candidly, without concealment. Orochimaru refrained from questioning how Luo could perceive Minato's spirit, for it was the multitude of secrets that surrounded Luo that captivated him. As Minato's soul slowly ascended and gradually faded from view, the Ninetales, slipping away with its tail, seemed eager to depart unnoticed. Where do you think you're going? Luo's playful voice suddenly echoed in its ear. Ahem, Lord Luo, the little fox pays its respects. The Ninetales stammered, startled by Luo's awareness of its presence. When Naruto had approached earlier, it sensed the presence of its other half and hurriedly inquired about the current state of the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon learning of the circumstances, the Ninetales decisively chose to act in accordance with its heart. However, alongside this newfound resolve, some ulterior motives began to stir within. It hoped that Luo had not noticed its presence, for then it could freely soar through the skies and traverse the earth without restraint. As for merging with its other half? Only a fool would consider such a thing. Isn't freedom far more appealing? Little did it know. Just as it began to put its plan into action, it was promptly caught by Luo. The Ninetales' embarrassment was immeasurable. Luo remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Ingiowe's eyes, leaving him with a chilling sensation that coursed through his body and an increasing sense of unease within his heart. This was unbearable. The pressure was overwhelming. Ingiowe felt a profound sorrow, realizing that if this continued, the little fox would inevitably crumble. After all, freedom is precious. But life holds an even greater value. Thus, under the weight of Luo's piercing gaze, Ingiowe reluctantly turned back to glance at this vibrant world, filled with reluctance. Before diving into Naruto's being, merging with young Ingiowe, the little creature was quite perceptive, it seemed. Sasuke had now activated his Manjiki Sharingan, and Naruto's training must be expedited accordingly. The fusion of the two tails was imminent. Observing Danzo, who had entirely transformed into a massive tree, Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan suddenly sharpened its focus, preparing to unleash Amaterasu to incinerate him completely. Luo reached out to halt his actions, stating that it would be too lenient for him. Instead, he suggested planting him at the Uchiha ruins to pay homage to the spirits of his fallen kin. Sasuke's body froze momentarily, and a renewed brilliance ignited in his eyes. Luo's assertion was indeed correct. Erasing the traces of another's existence was far too lenient a fate for them. With this thought in mind, he resolved to take action. Hashirama extended his hand, wishing to intervene. After all, the individual in question was the fifth Hokage, and to suffer such a fate posthumously seemed excessively cruel. Lord Hashirama, can you enter Sage Mode now? Upon observing Hashirama's movements, Luo hastily interjected. Yes, but why should I enter Sage Mode? Hashirama inquired, his expression one of confusion. Unaware of Luo's intentions. Once you enter, you shall understand, Luo replied, offering no further explanation. With a decisive clap of his hands, Hashirama swiftly transitioned into sage mode. Observing Hashirama's fluid movements, Luo felt a pang of envy. Did you see that? Now that is the true essence of sage mode. A single clap, and he's instantly transformed. Meanwhile, look at myself. Well, I suppose I am perpetually in a state of sage mode. With that realization, he felt reassured. As Hashirama embraced sage mode, his perceptual abilities underwent a profound enhancement. It wasn't merely his awareness of the surroundings that intensified, his self-perception also sharpened. Soon, he discovered an alarming truth. He had fallen prey to an illusion? When had this occurred, and why had he not sensed it in the slightest? The most terrifying aspect of illusions lies in their subtlety, and certainly, Tsukuyami was a veritable bug. Meanwhile, the technique Kodo Amatsukami could subtly alter another's thoughts, evidently achieving unparalleled stealth. Upon realizing he had been ensnared in an illusion, the remainder of the process became exceedingly straightforward. A surge of chakra erupted from Hashirama's entire being, instantly dispelling the influence of Kodo Amatsukami. Casting his gaze once more upon the tree-like form of Danzo, he involuntarily exclaimed, "Truly worthy of being a descendant of Madara." Such ocular techniques are nothing short of miraculous. Luo's forehead creased with irritation. "Brother, you've already dealt a severe blow to the opponent. Why do you still speak of them incessantly?" With the obstruction of Hashirama removed, Sasuke swiftly uprooted the tree formed from Danzo and carried it toward the Uchiha ancestral site. However, after taking a couple of steps, he paused, contemplating. Without clan members, the Uchiha estate has long lost its significance. "May I plant this before the Uchiha graves?" "Do as you wish," Luo replied nonchalantly. "Thank you." With that, Sasuke turned his back, bearing the tree as he made his way to the Uchiha tombs. Upon planting the tree that had once been Danzo, Sasuke knelt before the graves of his parents, tears cascading down his cheeks. "Father, Mother, I have avenged you." Chapter 63. The Fate of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After Orochimaru took Sarutobi Hiruzen and Naruto away, the Nine Tails and Shikaku returned to their respective Jinchuriki. Upon Hashirama's return, he swiftly quelled the unrest within the village. At that moment, the area in front of the Hokage building was bustling with activity, filled with elite shinobi and clan leaders from various families. In the Hokage office, Huga Hizashi sat before Tobirama. His head bowed as he pondered the implications of Tobirama's recent statements. "As a prominent clan in the village, what do you think of the current state of our community?" Tobirama's tone was rather casual, as if conversing with an old friend. Yet, upon seeing the pitiful state of Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him, Hizashi couldn't help but contemplate the deeper meaning behind Tobirama's words. "Everything is thriving. I believe the future will be even brighter." After a long moment of reflection, Hizashi finally raised his head and responded with a smile. "Is that so? However, I have heard some rather troubling news." Gazing intently into Hizashi's eyes, Tobirama continued. "I discovered during my review of the documents that due to the village's concessions, your brother was compelled to take his own life as an apology to the Hidden Cloud village. It appears the Huga clan is quite dissatisfied with the village." Tobirama's seemingly calm words carried an intense pressure, causing beads of sweat to form on Hizashi's forehead. He quickly refuted, "That is not the case. My brother acted willingly. All for the sake of peace in Konoha. The Huga clan harbors no grievances." "That is good to hear. When my elder brother established the village, he relied heavily on the support of the Huga clan. A balance of rewards and reprimands is a common tactic among those in power." And Tobirama was well aware of this. Rising from his seat, he bowed deeply to Hizashi. "This matter is a grave injustice done by Konoha to the Huga clan. Here, I extend my apologies. Additionally, I summoned you today to inquire whether Sarutobi Hiruzen committed any other acts that harmed the harmony of the village during his tenure." "About that?" As the sun dipped low in the sky, Hizashi cast a furtive glance at the woeful Sarutobi Hiruzen, recognizing that the latter's influence had dwindled significantly. He felt no hesitation in elaborating on certain matters, hoping to cultivate goodwill before Tobirama. Would leveraging the village's resources to benefit the Sarutobi clan be considered acceptable? Pray, do elaborate. Such clandestine affairs would be utterly imperceptible through the records. Yet, now that Hizashi had vocalized them, Tobirama's gaze towards Hiruzen grew even more frigid. It was over. Under the icy scrutiny of Tobirama, Hiruzen felt an unsettling chill envelop his heart. "To my knowledge, the Sarutobi clan boasts a staggering number of unregistered ninjas." Hizashi's response was vague, akin to saying nothing yet hinting at everything. "Ah, thousands of unregistered ninjas, indeed. What a splendid situation. The Sarutobi clan truly possesses considerable wealth and resources, able to nurture such a multitude of ninjas." Tobirama laughed heartily. though anyone could discern the simmering ire concealed within his mirth. However, I must inquire of the third Hokage, how do so many unregistered ninjas sustain themselves? Listening to Tobirama's enraged laughter, Hiruzen lowered his head further. How to sustain them? Although unregistered as Hokage, surely he could assign them some light duties without issue. But would he dare to voice such sentiments? Hisashi, the clan leader, might there be anything else? After a fit of laughter, Tobirama pressed again. That is all I am aware of. As the saying goes, one should leave a thread of connection for future encounters. Hiruzen may have fallen. Yet the Sarutobi clan remains resilient, and he did not intend to overstep. Very well, I appreciate your insights, Hisashi. Tobirama nodded courteously, signaling that he could take his leave. The entire day was spent by Tobirama in consultations and inquiries. However, he was taken aback to find that aside from exploiting his position for familial advantage, Hiruzen seemed to have committed no further acts detrimental to the village. Notably, the common ninjas held Hiruzen in relatively high regard. At that moment, a thought from Orochimaru resurfaced in Tobirama's mind, colluding in a nefarious partnership, one embodying the light of justice, the other representing the shadows of corruption. This was indeed a conundrum. I possess no direct evidence of Hiruzen's collusion with Danzo, and I am certain that Danzo would not leave behind any incriminating traces either. To render a judgment would only result in a punishment devoid of real consequence, just as Tobirama felt the weight of this predicament. A knock echoed through the door of the Hokage's office. Enter, Tobirama intoned solemnly. Luo gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. Have you finished your inquiries? What brings you here? Upon seeing Luo, Tobirama was somewhat taken aback. Ah, your elder brother is reminiscing at the Hokage Rock. The others are preoccupied with their own affairs. And finding myself at leisure, I thought I would drop by. As he spoke, he turned and pulled Jiraiya in from outside. This is Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin alongside Tsunade and Orochimaru, who is responsible for your resurrection via Edo Tensei. They are also disciples of the third Hokage. Should you desire to delve deeper into matters, he possesses a wealth of knowledge. Oh, is that so? Just as he felt himself drifting into slumber, Tobirama found himself invigorated by this unexpected revelation. Lord Tobirama, Jiraiya said, bowing respectfully to the second Hokage. Upon hearing Jiraiya's voice, the head of Sarutobi Hiruzen, which had been bowed low in sorrow, involuntarily lifted. The sorrowful visage bore no semblance of the once formidable ninja. Observing his teacher's state, Jiraiya couldn't help but let out a sigh. Alas, he had never anticipated that Luo's so-called plan entailed summoning the first and second Hokages through Edo Tensei to hold their teacher accountable. In truth, Hiruzen had not been complicit in all of Danzo's deeds. Jiraiya sighed once more and spoke candidly. However, it is true that he did not intervene against Danzo's actions. Tobirama was taken aback by Jiraiya's response, his gaze shifting towards Luo, questioning the veracity of Jiraiya's statements through his eyes. Luo comprehended the meaning conveyed by Tobirama and nodded slightly, acknowledging that he was indeed the Hokage. So, Luo, what do you believe should be done regarding this matter? Tobirama candidly laid bare his thoughts, expressing his indifference towards the burdens of the living, given his own deceased status. Over the years, while he had allowed Danzo to act with impunity, the latter's primary targets had been the clan ninjas, and he had shown relative leniency towards the civilian ninjas. I trust that Lord Tobirama can discern this nuance. Furthermore, there were actions taken by Danzo that he was unaware of. Luo spoke slowly. Tobirama nodded gently, acknowledging that those who had voiced dissent towards Sarutobi Hiruzen were predominantly clan ninjas. However, the village's growth was inextricably linked to these very clan ninjas. Given the current rift between him and the clans, it was no longer suitable for him to hold the position of Hokage. With Tobirama's agreement, Luo continued. As for the fifth Hokage, let me consider. Ah, yes, Jiraiya, when you have the opportunity, please seek out Tsunade and have her assume the role of fifth Hokage. I doubt anyone would oppose this. What? Little Tsunade? At Luo's suggestion, Tobirama initially nodded in agreement. But upon hearing Tsunade's name, he abruptly rose from his seat, as if questioning the reliability of his own ears. Do not wear that expression. Tsunade's reputation in the village is certainly formidable. It can be said that Konoha's resilience against the onslaught of the four nations owes much to her cultivation of numerous medical ninjas. Luo waved his hand, dismissing Tobirama's astonishment. Fine, fine. Tobirama resignedly took his seat again, reflecting on how times had changed. He had forgotten that Tsunade was no longer the young girl she once was. Lord Third, do you have any objections? Luo then turned his attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen. And no, none at all. Sarutobi had not anticipated that his ultimate judgment would culminate in such a simple relinquishment of duties. As the third Hokage, I cannot overlook your contributions. However, your favoritism towards your clan cannot be ignored either. Luo's words were light, yet they rekindled the anxiety that Sarutobi had just managed to suppress. It is no easy task to nurture so many ninjas. The resources consumed cannot simply be returned. How about this? For 3 years, the Sarutobi clan will safeguard the borders of Konoha? Luo inquired, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. That is acceptable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's response was steeped in bitterness. The borderlines were indeed the most perilous and arduous of places. Yet, he understood that such a punishment was, in fact, rather lenient. Once more, his heart recalled the words spoken by Lo during their second encounter. The reason I still choose to call you grandfather is that all you have done was truly for the sake of Konoha. Perhaps he had indeed erred gravely. In the following days, Sarutobi Hiruzen held a resignation ceremony, with Tobirama temporarily overseeing the affairs of Konoha. During this time, Tobirama uncovered 14 secret bases belonging to the Root organization. The sites within each base were nothing short of harrowing. In the selection and assessment base, countless children were paired off, nurtured to forge bonds from a young age, with the condition for passing the assessments being the heinous act of slaying a comrade to sever those ties. Most of these children were descendants of those Konoha ninjas who had perished on missions or battlefields. In the base responsible for human experimentation, the failed corpses were carelessly discarded into mass graves, left to be devoured by maggots. These bodies had once been Konoha ninjas in their own right. Various other bases existed, all constructed upon the lifeblood of innumerable villagers of Konoha. The disgrace of Konoha, the shame of Konoha. Tobirama knelt in anguish, yearning to weep. Yet the body of impure reincarnation betrayed him, rendering him incapable of shedding tears. Brothers, might you lend a hand and grant a 5-star review? Chapter 64, The Bountiful Tsunade in the Days That Followed. While Tobirama investigated Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained closely by his side. The more he observed, the more silent he became. Over the years, his inquiries into Danzo had dwindled, knowing only that the latter was secretly amassing power. He was unaware that the methods employed were such as these. Kneeling before the remains of his fallen comrades, tears streamed down Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. I have wronged you. I am truly sorry. Unable to protect his own kin, he felt unworthy of the title of Hokage. Observing Hiruzen's tear-streaked face, Tobirama harbored a flicker of suspicion. Hiruzen, are you certain you did not partake in this? Upon hearing his teacher's doubt, Hiruzen instantly comprehended the implication. With tears still marking his visage, he raised his head, gazing resolutely at his mentor. Teacher, I truly have no knowledge of Danzo's actions. Had I known, I would have sacrificed my very life to thwart him. I swear upon the bloodline of the Sarutobi clan. Upon witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's downfall, Tobirama subtly nodded. Had he chosen a Hokage akin to Danzo in his youth, his vision would surely have been clouded. As they laid the deceased to rest, an investigation was to be conducted to ascertain if any had living relatives, should there be. Adequate compensation must be ensured. Summoning the Umbu who had followed, Tobirama spoke gravely. Moreover, the welfare of these children must be prioritized. They are the future of Konohagakure, and we must assist them in overcoming their emotional turmoil. Understood. The Umbu swiftly sprang into action at Tobirama's command. Meanwhile, Tsurugi Koharu and Mito Kamen were confined within their home, too fearful to venture outside. The fall of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the treachery of Shimura Danzo cast a shadow of dire anxiety upon them. What should they do? Their teacher would surely not let this matter rest. Under immense pressure, the two found solace in each other's company. Kamen, did you partake in Danzo's actions? Mito, with lowered eyelids, fixed an intense gaze upon Tsurugi. Absolutely not. Tsurugi, as if gripped by an unspeakable horror, hastily waved her hands. In recent days, Tobirama had been relentlessly investigating the Root organization. As a senior member of the village, she could not remain oblivious. Are you certain? Certain. I merely provided some medical supplies at Danzo's request, unaware of his true intentions. Fear had rendered Tsurugi's voice somewhat shrill. That is reassuring. Ignorance is no crime. I trust our teacher will not hold it against you. Mito exhaled a sigh of relief. And what about you, Kamen? Were you involved in Danzo's schemes? Tsurugi countered. How could I possibly be involved? Mito's head shook vigorously, lacking the composure he had just displayed while questioning Tsurugi. When the walls collapse, the crowd turns against the fallen. When the drum breaks, a multitude strikes. Danzo is now that man, and no one wishes to associate with him. I merely approved his funding request without thorough review. Mito's voice dwindled, tinged with guilt. That's not too grave. it can be deemed a minor oversight. Our teacher likely won't be overly punitive. Tsurugi too felt a wave of relief for her old friend. Once again, silence enveloped the atmosphere. The two sat across from each other, lost in contemplation. Acutely aware that surviving this ordeal was the best outcome they could hope for. Their positions as heads of the medical and financial departments were no longer relevant. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's complete ousting, their fate seemed even more precarious. As they grappled with their trepidation, Tobirama finally summoned them. You are all my disciples and have previously rendered great service to Konoha. There are some matters I prefer not to handle too harshly. Step down from your positions. As he gazed upon the two elderly figures standing before him, Tobirama could not help but lament the relentless passage of time. Thank you, Sensei, the two responded respectfully. Unlike Danzo, they bore no ambitions of grandeur. Merely being able to dismount safely was the best possible outcome. Just look at Danzo's current fate, though he has passed away. Tobirama has not spared him from judgment. The tree that has grown from Danzo's remains, planted at the Uchiha's grave, is marked by a stone tablet meticulously engraved by Tobirama, detailing every misdeed Danzo has committed over the years. Even in death, he must endure the scorn of all in the Hidden Leaf Village. Nowadays, who does not spit in disdain at the mention of his name, as if to express their outrage? Kakashi stood before his father's grave, holding a scroll that contained the truth of past events. He slowly unfurled it and laid it reverently before the tombstone. Father, I wronged you in my beliefs. There were no tears in Kakashi's eyes. After all these years, his tears had long since dried. I should never have doubted your character. Nor should I have questioned your love for me. Gently placing a bouquet atop the scroll, Kakashi murmured softly. The Hidden Leaf Village has been cleansed of its malignancies. I believe the future will be brighter. All of this, after all, is the merit of my disciples. Impressive, isn't it? A hint of pride graced Kakashi's face. Reminiscent of his childhood as he boasted to his father, I have grown. As his final words lingered in the air, Kakashi turned away from his father's grave. Aware that his disciples sought far more than this, there remained much yet to accomplish. In recent days, Hashirama had seldom occupied his time atop the Hokage rock in contemplation. Instead spending more time observing the organs of his grandson, Ju, suspended in a nutrient solution, discovered just a day after Tobirama had begun his investigation into the root. Hashirama stood before the glass vessel, engulfed in prolonged silence. Roku, have I truly erred? At that moment, Roku approached, and Hashirama's voice held a raspy note of inquiry. Indeed. Roku replied candidly. The village, established to protect your loved ones, ultimately led you to such extremes. Hashirama sighed. No wonder Madara once called me naive. A bitter smile graced his lips. Wherever there are people, there will be conflict. This is an immutable truth. To achieve lasting peace, one must either establish a utopian world or employ external forces to compel them to cease their disputes. Roku continued, you and Madara could have accomplished this together. Had you collaborated back then? However, the wars of yesteryear dragged on for far too long, claiming far too many lives. I truly wish to see no more lives lost. Hashirama lamented, lowering his gaze, sorrow etched across his countenance. And what then? After your demise, the shinobi world remains embroiled in unending conflict, with even more lives extinguished. Rose showed no intention of comforting Hashirama. With the Susanoo enveloping the great Buddha, the two of them annihilated 4 nations. Once, Luo harbored dreams of such a scene. Had I not been aware of your age, I might have mistaken you for a venerable elder, weathered by the trials of time. Sensing that the topic of discussion had grown excessively somber and the atmosphere overly oppressive, Hashirama chuckled and deftly shifted the conversation. Perhaps so. At this moment, Jiraiya had embarked on the quest to locate Tsunade. Speaking of Tsunade, finding her proved to be quite a challenge. Renowned as one of the legendary 3 ninjas, she bore an even more formidable title among the common folk, the Great Fat Sheep, infamous for her unbroken streak of gambling losses. She had truly mastered the art of evading debts and honing her skills. Shortbook Street. This was a lead Jiraiya had recently discovered, a place where Tsunade had once frequented. Standing amidst the throngs of people, Jiraiya gazed into the bustling crowd, his eyes reflecting a mix of nostalgia, reminiscence, and a touch of hope. Who among us, in our youth, has not harbored a crush? You and I, as well as Jiraiya, were no exceptions. When he first fell for Tsunade is a mystery even he cannot elucidate. Yet, over the years, Tsunade remained ensnared in the shadows of her heart, prompting Jiraiya to gradually conceal his own feelings. Coupled with the prophecy of the great sage Frog, he found himself on a path in search of the prophesied child, leaving him with little time to ponder. He had long lost count of how many years had flown by since he last laid eyes on Tsunade. 3 years? 5? Or perhaps 10? So much time had passed, and he remained oblivious to Tsunade's current state. Gently rubbing his cheek, he felt the gradually loosening skin, and sighed. Achoo! At the corner of Shortbook Street, before an old fruit machine, Tsunade suddenly sneezed. Which creditor dares to curse me? Let them not be revealed to me. For if they are, I shall end them, she muttered as she shoved a coin into the machine. Tsunade-sama. Enough already. Beside her, Shizune, holding a small piglet, wore an expression of utter despair. Today, you have already lost 30 million. 30 million, all on a mere fruit machine. Oh dear. Shizune, fret not. This next round is surely a win. I have a premonition. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Tsunade-sama, you said the very same thing just moments ago. Shizune's expression remained unchanged, unyielding to Tsunade's reassurances. What child cries endlessly? What gambler loses perpetually? Relax, relax, this time, I shall definitely win, Tsunade declared, slamming her palm down on the activation button. 3 seconds later. Arg. So close. Tsunade exclaimed, slapping her thigh in frustration as she turned to Shizune with a pitiful look. Come on, Shizune, just a little more luck. I swear, I will win the next round. No, absolutely not. If you lose again, we might not even have money left to eat today, Shizune cautioned, clutching her purse tightly while holding the piglet. Long time no see. At that moment, a rough voice reached the ears of the two individuals. Turning around, they found that the only person it could be was Jiraiya. His gaze swept over Tsunade, lingering on a particular spot. Long time no see, my dear plump sheep. As soon as those words escaped his lips, Jiraiya realized his blunder. For the past few days, he had been searching for Tsunade, inquiring about any news of a plump sheep. Especially just now, upon seeing Tsunade's dazzling expression. He had blurted out the words without a second thought. In a panic, he sought to rectify his mistake, but the next moment, a fist the size of a cauldron came crashing down upon his face. Wow, it still feels the same, yet remains so violent, Jiraiya thought to himself. Tsunade, after all these years, had a uniquely special way of greeting him. Though the effect was exaggerated, it could not be said that Jiraiya was gravely injured. Rubbing his slightly swollen cheek, he sheepishly remarked, hee hee. What brings you here? Tsunade shot him a cold smile, her eyes sharp. The previous Hokage has stepped down. He wants you to return and take his place. Jiraiya shrugged, casually stating his purpose for visiting. Not a chance. I wouldn't even be a Hokage for a dog. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade's mind involuntarily drifted back to the two most significant individuals in her life. I wanted to become Hokage, that was my dream. Yet, ultimately, they had fallen on the road to that dream. Danzo is dead. Jiraiya dropped the bombshell. What? Danzo is dead. Tsunade's face broke into a hint of a satisfied smile. Forget about me returning to be Hokage, but I am quite interested in how he met his end. How about we find a place to talk? Tsunade refused, yet Jiraiya remained confident in his ability to persuade her. After years apart, there was a certain estrangement between them. And suggesting a place to chat seemed agreeable. All right, there is an izakaya up ahead. Let us drink and talk, Tsunade nodded in agreement. But then seemed to remember something and added, you're paying. Fine, fine, I'll pay, Jiraiya chuckled wryly. After all these years, Tsunade had not only retained her appearance but also her fiery temper, unchanged in the slightest. He reflected on his own gradually aging visage, burying his admiration deep within. Upon arriving at the izakaya, they ordered a few small dishes, and each opened a bottle of sake. Tsunade took a gulp and then inquired, now, tell me. What exactly happened? Well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Boom. Tsunade flicked her fingers, sending the cap of the sake bottle hurtling towards Jiraiya. He hurriedly raised his hand to catch it, forcing a sheepish smile as he remarked, well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. This matter only deepened Jiraiya's frustration. The village had experienced such significant upheaval, and here he was, not only confined to his home by a younger ninja wielding some mysterious black orb, but also under the watchful eyes of two-tailed beasts. It was utterly absurd. He estimated that no other ninja in the entire shinobi world could boast of such treatment. He decided to let it go. It was better not to ask. Why had his teacher stepped down? Jiraiya couldn't deceive himself, and Tsunade understood this well, so she smoothly shifted the topic. Oh, I nearly forgot the main issue. Jiraiya said, taking a swig of sake before continuing, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, has requested you to return to assume the role of the fifth Hokage. What? Tsunade's voice shot up an octave, as if doubting her own hearing. Who did you say? The second Hokage, your great-grandfather. Jiraiya replied nonchalantly. Jiraiya, Don't joke around. Tsunade's expression turned grave. Her great-grandfather had been dead for many years. Despite their close relationship, she would never allow him to make light of the deceased. I'm not joking. Orochimaru resurrected the first and second Hokages using the impure world reincarnation technique. Noticing Tsunade's genuine anger, Jiraiya quickly clarified. You bastard. Tsunade slammed her palm onto the table, shattering it into splinters and leaving debris scattered everywhere. I hadn't finished my meal yet, Jiraiya muttered, staring at the mess in disbelief. I will kill Orochimaru. I must kill Orochimaru. Right now? Tsunade's fury transformed her from her earlier despondency into a figure radiating murderous intent. Orochimaru should be in the village right now, Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin as if pondering something. What? A rogue ninja is actually in the village? Are the ninjas here just sitting idly by? Tsunade's anger only intensified. Who is currently in charge of Konoha? I need to confront him about this. It's the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, Jiraiya replied. Forget I said anything. There must be a reason for my great-grandfather's actions, Tsunade said, suddenly quiet, her previous fierceness evaporating. Ha, Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, feeling embarrassed for her. So, what now? Are we heading back? Tsunade remained silent for a long while before finally resolving. Yes, we are going back. All right, shall we set off then? Jiraiya inquired. Set off? The sake isn't finished yet. Tsunade glanced at the remnants of food on the ground and waved her hand. Boss, bring another table. Jiraiya chuckled, remarking on the extravagance of spending someone else's money. After indulging in a hearty meal, Shizune observed the swaying figures of the two with a sense of exasperation. The plan to depart post-repast appeared to be futile. Konoha village, after several days of settling, had revived into a flourishing state. However, the number of individuals visiting Danzo daily to voice their grievances seemed to remain unchanged. The psychological counseling for the prospective members of the Root was largely entrusted to the Yamashiro clan, possessing the unique skill of mind manipulation. They found it most effortless to fathom the past of these individuals and to unlock the barriers of their reclusive hearts. In a similar vein, Ino was tasked with overseeing a prospective member of the Root, Sai. Gazing at the young man before her, who, while not conventionally handsome, possessed a notable pallor, Ino felt a wave of frustration. This was a directive from above, one she was obligated to fulfill. If Lo's frequent smiles exuded the warmth of a gentle spring breeze, Sai's grin was undeniably artificial. Observing the insincerity etched on his face, Ino felt as if her brain cells were withering away. Completing this task seemed utterly unattainable. Who could come to her rescue? Once again confronted by Sai's faint smile, Ino sighed heavily to the heavens. What has transpired? From a distance, Lo heard Ino's despairing cry and curiously leaned out to investigate. Lo, please save me. I truly cannot handle this. Upon seeing Lo, Ino felt as though she had found her savior and rushed towards her, ready to embrace her arm. Hey, don't be silly. Someone might get hurt. Lo was taken aback and swiftly evaded, even resorting to the flying thunder god technique. Upon witnessing Lo's retreat, Ino felt no anger. Instead, she looked at Lo with a sense of grievance and said, Lo, just look at this person, always grinning like that and remaining silent. Could he possibly be mute? Luo cast a glance at Sai, and his eyes instantly sparkled with recognition. Although the world line had shifted due to his actions, certain fates remained unaltered, such as the bond between these two individuals. Greetings, my name is Luo, he said, extending his hand with a warm smile. Sai, came the reply. As Sai reciprocated the gesture, their hands clasping together. In the background, Ino gazed at Sai with incredulity, her mouth agape in astonishment. What on earth was happening? After days of silence, the moment Luo arrived, Sai chose to speak. Was the competitive pressure truly that overwhelming? Not only must one contend with other women, but now men as well? Yet, to be candid, upon closer inspection of the smile gracing Sai's face, it appeared somewhat disingenuous. However, with Luo by his side, that same smile seemed to radiate a touch more sincerity. No, surely something was amiss with her perception. Shaking her head, Ino pondered. I hope you soon emerge from the shadows and do not disappoint your brother's expectations, Luo said gently, releasing Sai's hand and giving his shoulder a light pat, accompanied by a smile. Thank you, Sai replied politely, ever mindful of the importance of expressing gratitude when receiving kindness, as noted in his notebook. Years later, Ino would come to understand the reason behind the perpetual facade of a smile on Sai's face. The first page of his notebook boldly proclaimed, a smile is the most effective means of bridging the gap between individuals, much like Lord Luo. After bidding farewell to Ino and Sai, Luo proceeded directly toward the gates of Konoha. The village had faced such calamity that the Chunin exams could not continue. Initially, Gaara had intended to linger a few more days, hoping to discern if Luo required his assistance. However, upon hearing the news of the fourth Kazekage's assassination, they were urged to return promptly. With reluctance, Gaara prepared to head back to his village. Luo's intention in visiting was to bid farewell to them and, in turn, offer some solace to Gaara. After all, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, was Gaara's father, and the perpetrator responsible for Raza's demise was none other than Orochimaru. Please accept my condolences. Luo gently patted Gaara's shoulder and whispered, Luo, this matter does not concern you. Moreover, I do not feel sorrowful, Gaara replied, a faint smile gracing his face. As if the fourth Kazekage were not his father, but an adversary instead. If you encounter any difficulties in Sunagakure, do not hesitate to inform me. I will certainly assist you if I can. Although Gaara expressed that he bore no blame, Luo still felt a pang of guilt. Remember, you are no longer alone. You have companions who care for you. Yes, I understand. Meeting you, Luo, is my greatest fortune. Gaara's smile widened, and a touch of happiness shimmered in his expression. Luo couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Gaara's demeanor. Brothers, I am once again seeking your reviews. Kindly take a moment to bestow a 5-star rating upon the author. I implore you. Chapter 66, Negotiation. In recent days, Niji had been visiting Orochimaru periodically, as per Luo's instructions, to assist with Orochimaru's research. Having promised Niji, Luo was determined to uphold his word. Orochimaru readily agreed to Luo's request. In fact, he had long desired to study the caged bird seal of the Huga clan. Orochimaru, how goes the progress? Luo inquired directly upon entering Orochimaru's experimental facility. Not particularly ideal. Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly, clearly indicating that the progress was not smooth. Not even you can manage it? Luo asked, astonished. He had placed immense faith in Orochimaru, even more than in himself. Without knowledge of the caged bird technique, any reckless experimentation could lead to fatal consequences. Orochimaru shrugged, clearly conveying his point. Either procure the caged bird technique, or do not expect to preserve Niji's life. Orochimaru, you truly present me with a formidable challenge, Luo remarked. Luo smiled wryly. The technique of the caged bird curse mark was of paramount importance to the Huga clan's survival, a matter of absolute confidentiality. It was evident that attempting to acquire this knowledge through conventional means was utterly impossible. However, should he choose to act forcefully, while his martial prowess was undoubtedly sufficient, the repercussions would be exceedingly detrimental. Such an action could easily incite a sense of peril among other secretive clans. After parting ways with Orochimaru, Luo furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, searching for any leverage that might sway the Huga clan. Despite pondering for an extended period, no viable solutions emerged. His gaze inadvertently drifted skyward. Unbeknownst to him, his reliance on Kaguya had intensified considerably. Whenever confronted with insurmountable troubles, she was the first to come to mind. As he lifted his eyes towards the direction where Kaguya was sealed, a flash of inspiration struck him. How could he have forgotten that young man? With a newfound sense of purpose, Luo quickened his pace and soon arrived at the Huga clan. Unlike his previous uninvited entrance, this time, he had a request. So he politely asked for an audience. I have matters to discuss with clan leader Hisashi. Could you kindly relay my request? Recent events in Konoha had already spread like wildfire. The name of Lord Luo is indeed resounding, known far and wide. Numerous families aspire to forge connections, yet alas, suitable opportunities elude them. Upon receiving a message from the gatekeeper, Riju felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether the purpose of the visitor's arrival was benevolent or malevolent. Lord Luo, your presence truly illuminates the Huga clan, he greeted as he hurried to the entrance. Not at all, esteemed clan leader Riju, please forgive my abruptness. Luo replied, acknowledging the courtesy extended to him. Respect is mutual, and with the deference shown, Luo felt no need to maintain an air of formality. Not at all. Please. Let us converse inside, Riju invited, personally leading Luo to the parlor. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Lord Luo? Once seated, Riju took the initiative to speak again, his unease lingering until he grasped the intention behind Luo's visit. It is nothing of great consequence. Some time ago, during the Chunin exams, I made certain promises to Niji and require the assistance of the Huga clan leader, Luo stated plainly, locking his gaze steadily upon Riju. I seek the technique of the caged bird seal. To Luo's surprise, upon hearing his request, Riju merely furrowed his brow slightly, showing no signs of anger. This matter is quite difficult. The elders of the clan will not consent, Riju finally said after a lengthy pause, his frown gradually easing. You do not oppose? Luo inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice. I do not oppose. On the contrary, I am quite supportive of your intentions, Riju replied, taking a gentle sip from the tea before him. Historically, the caged bird seal was established to safeguard the Byakugan of the Huga clan from external covetousness. Yet it has since morphed into a means of restricting branch families. This evolution is indeed perverse. The resentment accumulated over the years among the branch families has reached a boiling point. If this continues, it is challenging to guarantee that dire consequences will not ensue. Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering that the thoughts of the Huga clan leader likely extended beyond mere surface concerns. With his secret laid bare, Hisashi sheepishly scratched his head. Admitting, you've seen through me. The clan has resolved to abandon Hinata's claim to succession in favor of nurturing her sister Hanabi. Consequently, Hinata will inevitably bear the cursed seal of the caged bird. As Hinata is my daughter, I am naturally averse to such an outcome. The clan's urgency grows increasingly pressing, and I find it difficult to suppress my own anxieties. Upon hearing Hisashi's words, Luo momentarily froze, realizing he had overlooked a crucial detail. In the original timeline, Hinata was never marked with the caged bird seal, as she eventually united with Naruto. The members of the Huga clan are not foolish. Who would willingly seek out such distress? Hisashi, if I possessed a method to evolve the Byakugan, might this condition persuade them to relent? Luo's fingers gently tapped the table as he inquired in a low voice, keen to gauge Hisashi's stance. Their interests were now aligned, and Luo sought to discern the other's perspective. You know a method for Byakugan evolution? Hisashi's voice rose sharply, revealing the astonishment Luo's revelation had provoked. Indeed, the Byakugan and the Sharingan are regarded as the two principal ocular jutsu of Konoha. It stands to reason that if the Sharingan can evolve, so too should the Byakugan. Luo affirmed with a gentle nod. If this is true, those elders should acquiesce. Hisashi, convinced of Luo's sincerity, felt a surge of joy at the prospect of Byakugan evolution. Ultimately, the original purpose of the caged bird seal was to protect the Byakugan from the covetousness of others. Should the clan possess sufficient strength, such concerns would become moot. Noticing the joy on Luo's face, Hisashi continued, while this news is indeed enticing, mere words hold little weight. Even with your current standing in Konoha, it may be challenging to dispel their doubts. Fear not, Luo replied dismissively, exuding confidence. First, provide me with the caged bird seal's technique. Within a week, I shall deliver a satisfactory response. Very well, Hisashi hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. He trusted Luo's character and understood that if Luo wished to take action against the Huga clan, he would not require such convoluted means. By the way, ensure that Hinata eats well. One cannot nourish a child on insufficient sustenance. With that, Luo vanished in a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving Hisashi in a state of bewilderment, clutching the caged bird scroll. Truly remarkable. You are, Luo-kun, Orochimaru exclaimed, eagerly seizing the scroll that detailed the caged bird technique, his face alight with excitement. He wasted no time in continuing pleasantries with Luo and immediately unfurled the scroll to study it meticulously. Luo comprehended Orochimaru's sentiments, a person captivated by the study of ninjutsu. The caged bird technique held an allure for him that rivaled the fascination Jiraiya had for the bathhouse. Alas, how could such a sacred pursuit be likened to something so base? A grievous thought indeed. After a prolonged interval, Orochimaru finally set down the scroll in his hands and slowly lifted his gaze, though his brow remained furrowed in deep concentration. What is it? Orochimaru's expression instantly heightened Luo's anxiety, prompting him to inquire. It is a remarkably intricate jutsu. This technique can irrevocably bind the Byakugan to an individual. Once the Byakugan departs from this person's body, it will self-destruct, Orochimaru elucidated, his brow still unyielding. Snake uncle, Luo muttered in dissatisfaction, I am already aware of this. What I wish to know now is whether there exists a solution. It is difficult. However, I find it exhilarating. A flicker of fervent light shone in Orochimaru's serpentine eyes. The more formidable the challenge, the more enticing it becomes, does it not, Luo-kun? Very well, I shall leave it to you. Luo was thoroughly pleased with Orochimaru's attitude. Of course, it would be preferable if there were more subjects available for experimentation. Before Orochimaru could continue, Luo swiftly interrupted. Stop. Stop. Snake uncle, do not stir up trouble. The village has only just attained a semblance of peace. If you were to capture some Huga clansmen for your experiments, chaos would ensue once more. All right, Orochimaru shrugged, his face etched with regret. In a few days, bring that little Huga over, and I shall begin my research. Understood. Departing from Orochimaru's laboratory, Lo made his way directly to Niji's residence. Lo, have you received any news from Lord Orochimaru? Niji's face was brimming with hope upon seeing Lo. Not yet. However, I have just acquired the caged bird technique from clan leader Itachi. I believe Lord Orochimaru will soon yield results, Lo replied candidly. How much longer must we wait? After glimpsing a glimmer of hope, Niji could scarcely bear the thought of waiting another day. It is uncertain. After all, it pertains to matters of life and death. A misstep could result in disaster. Therefore, I cannot allow him to proceed without thorough preparation, Lo attempted to soothe Niji's anxious heart. I am unafraid. Rather than live like this, I would prefer to perish in pursuit of freedom. Yet, Niji's resolve was unwavering. Lo fell silent. He had not experienced such constraints and could not fully grasp Niji's feelings. Nevertheless, Niji's words served as a wake-up call for Lo. Niji, are there many individuals with a mindset like yours in the branch family of the Huga? The elusive three-legged toad is indeed a rare find. Those seeking to escape the constraints of the Huga branch family are plentiful. I had momentarily fallen into a mental trap, fixated on violent solutions, failing to realize that numerous members of the Huga branch would willingly embrace such experiments. As Niji once stated, it is preferable to perish on the road to freedom than to continue living in subjugation. Many in the branch family are increasingly discontented with the main family. Chapter 67. What is lacking? So, I ask you, under conditions where safety is not guaranteed, would anyone willingly participate in this experiment? Upon hearing Niji's words, Luo inquired. I can also partake in the experiment. Why seek others? Upon hearing Luo's question, Niji immediately grasped Luo's intentions and promptly countered. With a sigh, Luo reflected on how gentle Niji truly was. It seemed a profound tragedy that such a tender soul would perish meaninglessly due to fate. The rationale was simple. In pursuit of the caged bird technique, I had wagered with the head of the Hizashi clan to assist in the evolution of the Byakugan. I harbored no confidence in the talents of others. Just as Niji was about to speak, Luo interjected. Unless you are unwilling to allow the other members of the Huga branch to break free from their caged bird curse. Ninji's expression faltered, utterly perplexed by Luo's words. If the experiment succeeded, wouldn't it be a straightforward matter to liberate the caged bird? Why couldn't others be freed? As you said, the branch members are exceedingly discontent with the main family. Have you considered the consequences if they were to lift the caged bird curse? Furthermore, the process of breaking the curse cannot be accomplished in a day or two. Should the main family catch wind of it, they would retaliate recklessly. Konoha has only just begun to stabilize. I wish to avoid further turmoil. Thus, I must present a sufficiently enticing offer to perhaps persuade those old-timers. After all, being merely 13 or 14, it is natural for him to be oblivious to such complexities. Luo patiently elucidated the advantages and disadvantages to him. Upon hearing Luo's words, Niji nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the branch members had been oppressed for far too long. Once the caged bird curse was lifted, it was difficult to ensure that they wouldn't act irrationally. This would spell hardship for those who had yet to be unsealed. Should conflict arise, those who remain bound might even face lethal curses from the main family. You should seek out a few trustworthy individuals to assist with the experiment. This time, Niji did not refuse and obediently set out to find others. Soon, 3 elder members of the Huga branch were brought forth. Based on their age, they were seasoned individuals. Let me make this clear. The experiment does not guarantee success. The price of failure is death. Are you truly prepared for this? Though Luo had never met the 3 individuals brought by Niji, he earnestly inquired, Lord Luo, what fear is there in death? If my demise can grant freedom to others, I shall consider my end meaningful. Yes, that is precisely my sentiment, they affirmed, their resolve unwavering, devoid of any anxiety or trepidation regarding the unknown. They were determined that future generations would not be bound as they had been. The 3 stood fearless. Luo nodded slightly, choosing not to engage in further idle chatter. With 2 consecutive uses of the Flying Thunder God technique, he transported them directly to Orochimaru's laboratory. Luo, did you not say? Orochimaru inquired, perplexed upon seeing the members of the Huga clan brought by Luo. In his mind, Luo was not the type to go back on his word. They are all voluntary participants in the experiment. Luo fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, his expression exceedingly serious, and even the tone of his voice became gravely earnest. Orochimaru, although they are willing, I still hope you will be thoroughly prepared before proceeding. Indeed, the path to truth is often fraught with cruelty. However, since you have entrusted me, I shall do my utmost. Orochimaru was not a benevolent soul. Each time he employed the reanimation technique, it was accompanied by the death of many. It was not that the technique required so many lives, but rather that he sought only the strongest among them. It was not merely an effort. It was an absolute necessity. Observing Orochimaru's nonchalant demeanor, Luo reiterated his warning. Understood. I shall adhere to your instructions, Luo. Upon hearing Luo's insistence once more, Orochimaru's expression finally shifted to one of seriousness. He did not wish for any trivial matter to create discord between himself and Luo. With the cooperation of the members of the branch family of the Huga clan, Orochimaru's experimental progress was remarkably swift. In just 3 days, he successfully lifted the caged bird seal. Although Luo had repeatedly instructed him to prepare thoroughly before taking action, Orochimaru indeed followed this advice. Yet, as Orochimaru himself had stated, the path to truth seldom comes without sacrifice. 2 members of the branch family met their tragic end during the experiment. As he gazed upon the lifeless body of his clansman on the operating table, Niji turned away, his eyes already moist with tears that flowed steadily down his cheeks. Witnessing Niji's profound sorrow, Luo approached gently, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Remember their names. Let them live on forever in your heart. Certainly. Niji's fist clenched tightly as he nodded resolutely. With a successful case in hand, Niji's caged bird seal was lifted without a hint of turbulence, unraveling effortlessly. However, regarding the evolution of the Byakugan, Luo had inquired of Kaguya, only to receive the answer, I do not know. My eyes have always been this way. This led Luo to reflect on the stark reality. Some are born into privilege, while others toil as mere beasts of burden. In the original timeline, Sharon had stolen Hanabi's eyes, leading to their evolution, which bore no reference value whatsoever. As for the alternative method, it required a considerable number of Byakugan to be fused. Where on earth am I to find so many Byakugan now? Luo felt a slight ache in his head. Logically speaking, if the reincarnation I corresponds to the Rinnegan and the Byakugan corresponds to the Sharingan, then the Mangekyou Sharingan should represent the evolutionary path of the Byakugan. However, what should be done? The transformation into the Mangekyou Sharingan necessitates intense emotional stimulation. Does the evolution of the Byakugan require the same emotional impetus? If that were the case, higher forms of the Byakugan would have undoubtedly emerged during the Warring States period. Thus, it ought not to be so trivial. Never mind, never mind. It's worth a try. What if it actually works? Unable to find any leads, Luo ultimately decided to abandon all caution. He immediately utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Niji to the Hokage's office. At that moment, Tsunade had yet to return, and the one in charge remained Tobirama. What brings you here? It's uncommon for you to visit without reason, Tobirama remarked, somewhat surprised to see Luo after such a long time. I need your assistance with something. The wager with Azashi had already been 3 days ago, and time was of the essence. Luo did not have the luxury to exchange pleasantries with Tobirama and spoke directly. What assistance? Tobirama inquired, taken aback. He was well aware of Luo's capabilities and found it difficult to imagine how he could be of help. I require a clear explanation from the third Hokage regarding the conspiracy against the Huga clan from years past. However, if I were to approach him directly, it could lead to complications, so I need your aid. The past had already been buried, and Luo could not simply create trouble without reason. After all, they were no longer young. Having Tobirama intervene would mitigate many potential issues. Reason? Tobirama had conducted his own investigations into Luo in recent days. Yet, the more he uncovered, the more alarmed he became. Luo's methods were entirely unlike those of a ninja raised in this era. Rather, there was an unmistakable shadow of the Warring States period about him. However, children as young as 5 had already begun to battle during that time. Why did Luo possess such mature reasoning? Nevertheless, one thing Tobirama was certain of was that Luo would not engage in meaningless endeavors. Unable to fathom the situation, he asked directly, what new things are you attempting? Luo was uncertain if he would succeed, so he could only respond evasively. If successful, it will undoubtedly enhance Konoha's combat strength. Go fetch Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing that it could bolster Konoha's military might, Tobirama ceased his inquiries and nodded in agreement. Before long, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Hokage's office. The events of that time were not particularly honorable, and to preserve the image of the third Hokage, Tobirama discreetly dismissed the surrounding umbu. He ensured that the ensuing conversation would remain confidential. May I ask why you summoned me, sensei? Hiruzen respectfully bowed to Tobirama. Luo, you may explain. Although a considerable amount of time has elapsed, Tobirama has yet to fully forgive Hiruzen's, and he remains unwilling to exchange even a single word with him. Hiruzen's, aware of his mentor's lingering anger, refrains from speaking further and instead turns his attention to Lo. He requests that Lo recount the events from years past concerning the schemes against the Huga clan in meticulous detail. In Lo's heart, there is not much animosity towards Hiruzans. Yet neither is there a sense of closeness. Hiruzans cast a glance at Niji, who stands beside Lo, his face etched with hesitation. After all, the ultimate victim of those events was Niji's father. Speaking of how he orchestrated the demise of Niji's father in front of him is something Hiruzans finds difficult to articulate. Observing Hiruzan's hesitation, Tobirama's brow furrows deeply, and he reprimands him with a voice as cold as ice. If I instruct you to speak, then speak. Why the hesitation? Seeing his mentor's ire, Hiruzans, despite his reluctance, has no choice but to comply. He recounts the events involving the emissaries from the Land of Lightning. As the narrative unfolds from the lips of the mastermind behind those past events, Niji's face becomes a mask of fury. His Byakugan is activated, veins protruding around his eyes as he fixates fiercely on Hiruzans. Were it not for Lo's restraining hand, Niji would have already lost control. Observing Niji's current state closely, Lo senses that he is on the brink of a breakthrough, yet something seems to impede his progress, an invisible barrier that he cannot overcome. What is it that feels amiss? Pondering this, Lo furrows his brow deeply, lost in contemplation. Chapter 68, Evolution. Silver Mirror Byakugan, reflecting on the words that Kaguya had once shared with him, Lo recalls that Yuhi and Yumura inherited most of her powers. Yuhi inherited the power of the fruit of the divine tree, which Kaguya awakened into the Rinnegan after consuming it. Consequently, Yuhi's descendants, Ashura and Indra, inherited his sage body and sage eyes, respectively. The so-called sage eyes refer to the Sharingan. By this logic, what Yumura inherited must be Kaguya's own power, the Byakugan. The evolution of the Byakugan likely necessitates the bloodline or chakra unique to the Otsutsuki clan. The Huga clan undoubtedly possesses the bloodline of Yumura, however. They seem to lack the distinct chakra of the Otsutsuki. If this is indeed the case, then the barrier hindering the evolution of the Byakugan may very well be. With this thought in mind, Lo gently raises his hand and places a finger on Niji's forehead, allowing pure chakra to flow from his fingertip into Niji's eyes. As Lo's chakra enters, the veins surrounding Niji's eyes gradually dissipate. His white irises begin to take on a crystalline transparency, emanating a soft silver glow. It is a success. Upon witnessing the transformation in Niji's gaze, Luo withdrew the finger that had been resting on Niji's brow, exclaiming in delight. Sarutobi Hiruzan had already ceased his narration. Turning alongside Tobirama to gaze into Niji's eyes, the astonishment within their expressions was impossible to conceal. Is this the true power of the Byakugan? Tobirama murmured to himself. Although, since the founding of Konoha, the Byakugan and the Sharingan have been hailed as the two great ocular techniques of the village. Those with discerning eyes are well aware of the disparity between the two. Yet now, the Byakugan's unexpected evolution took Tobirama by surprise. Niji, how do you feel now? While he understood that the Byakugan had evolved, Luo was eager to comprehend the extent of the transformation compared to before. The visual range has increased. And I have a vague sensation of being able to manipulate a portion of space, Niji replied, his mind brimming with the joy of the Byakugan's evolution. Temporarily setting aside his animosity towards Sarutobi Hiruzan, Luo subtly signaled for Sarutobi Hiruzan to depart first. Control over space? A glimmer of realization flickered in Luo's eyes. He was astonished that the evolution of the Byakugan granted such an extraordinary ability. It is worth noting that even Abido could merely utilize space-time for relocation, never truly reaching the realm of control. Come, demonstrate your Byakugan abilities upon me, Luo expressed eagerly. Without hesitation, Niji activated the Byakugan's power. However, Luo remained wholly unaffected, as if nothing had transpired. Kaguya remarked, what a jest. To inherit my abilities and expect them to be wielded against me, how naive. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Well, I possess certain peculiarities. Luo quickly sought to alleviate Niji's discomfort. Allow me. At that moment, Tobirama chimed in. Tobirama, brother, I have recently developed a new ninjutsu. Hashirama, is it water release? Tobirama, no. Hashirama, then let S seal it. Thus, the scroll of the Konoha sealing book expanded in size. Although it was a jest, it underscored Tobirama's obsession with ninjutsu development. Now, confronted with a novel ocular technique, how could he resist the urge to experiment? Niji turned his gaze toward Tobirama and reiterated. Byakugan, space confinement. In an instant, Tobirama felt the space around him thicken, gradually solidifying. He attempted to unleash chakra to counteract the spatial effects. Yet, despite his efforts, it merely delayed the inevitable. Ultimately, the space became entirely rigid, ensnaring him in place. Impressive. Luo marveled. The power of the Byakugan's evolution rivals that of the Manjiki Sharingan. Upon realizing that his Byakugan's capabilities were not an illusion, Niji sighed in relief and lifted the spatial confinement on Tobirama. How does it feel? Luo inquired, eager to know Tobirama's experience. How to describe it? It felt as though the space surrounding you transformed into a stagnant pool, swiftly freezing over and ultimately encasing you within that icy mire. Tobirama articulated his sensations with precision. Is there a way to break free? This question was of utmost concern to Luo. There is a method to escape, but given my current strength, it is unfeasible, Tobirama replied, nodding before shaking his head. Your current prowess should be at the Jonin level, yet even you cannot break free. Hiss. Does that imply that escaping would require Hokage-level strength? Luo gasped. Even with Hokage-level power, I estimate that one could only ensure they are not entirely confined, Tobirama noted. In the gaze of the door, there was a glimmer of joy. With the unforeseen changes in Konohagakure, it was inevitable that ninjas from other nations might seek to take advantage. Now, with Niji's appearance, it served as a potent tonic for his spirits. Luo turned to Niji and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You've become remarkably powerful, elevating your strength to the level of a Kage. How should one articulate it? Truly, the bloodline of the Huga is impressive," Kaguya remarked. "Being a descendant of our own lineage, it's something to grow accustomed to. I observe that your evolved Byakugan, infused with a silvery gleam, deserves the name Silver Mirror Byakugan." Luo believed that the term kaleidoscope Sharingan was likely coined by Indra himself. Thus he felt it was only fitting to name the Byakugan he had evolved. Luo had the final say. Niji had no objections to Luo's chosen name for his eyes. Now that your eyes have evolved, let us proceed to negotiate terms with the elders of the Huga clan. After bidding farewell to Tobirama, Luo and Niji prepared to depart. Luo, what do you intend to do? However, just as they were about to cross the threshold, Tobirama suddenly recalled something and called out to them. A village cannot have two leaders. The division system of the Huga clan must come to an end. Luo spoke with a nonchalant tone, as if addressing a trivial matter. No, absolutely not. Brother agreed to their terms initially. Your reckless approach will surely stir trouble. Although Tobirama harbored similar intentions, he felt compelled to voice his concerns for the greater good. I have already made arrangements with clan leader Hisashi. As long as I assist in the evolution of the Byakugan, he will assist me in return. Of course, if those stubborn elders refuse to budge, I won't hesitate. As he spoke, Luo made a subtle gesture across his neck with his right hand, mimicking a throat-cutting motion. Tobirama wanted to dissuade him further, but the words lingered on his lips and ultimately went unspoken, setting aside the fact that Luo's actions would likely benefit the long-term development of Konoha. His current strength rendered any attempts to stop him futile. Rest assured, unless absolutely necessary, I have no desire to resort to violence. Luo understood Tobirama's concerns and graciously took a step back. Upon arriving at the Huga clan, Hisashi had been waiting for a considerable time, accompanied by Hinata and Hanabi. Luo glanced at Hinata's condition and smiled, nodding at Hisashi. Hinata appears to be in good spirits. It seems the Hisashi clan leader has ensured she hasn't gone hungry these past few days. Upon hearing Luo's playful remark, Hisashi's face flushed with embarrassment. After all these years, he was utterly oblivious to the alarming extent of his daughter's appetite. Although he cared deeply for her, he had never overtly expressed it, which had led to a rift between them. Despite never being satiated, she hesitated to confide in him. A wave of shame washed over Hisashi as he sighed. Realizing it was not too late, if this continued for a few more years, Hinata's Byakugan purity might diminish due to her inadequate nourishment. Luo chose not to elaborate further and instead gestured for everyone to look at Niji. Niji nodded at Luo, bringing his fingers together to form a hand seal. Byakugan, activate. Instantly, veins appeared around Niji's eyes, and his Byakugan activated. Hisashi clan leader, this is the first form of the Byakugan, he explained. All members of the Huga family exist within this tier. As he spoke, Luo encouraged Niji to proceed. Silver Mirror Byakugan, activate. With a commanding shout, the veins around Niji's eyes gradually faded, revealing his white irises, which began to shimmer with a silvery radiance. This was the second form of the Byakugan. Both the Byakugan and the Sharingan were renowned as the two great ocular techniques of Konoha. If the Byakugan were to be compared to the standard Sharingan, then the Silver Mirror Byakugan corresponded to the Meijiki Sharingan. Luo explained calmly. Niji, showcase the capabilities of your Silver Mirror Byakugan to the Hisashi clan leader. Upon hearing Luo's instruction, Niji promptly unleashed the power of his Silver Mirror Byakugan against Hisashi. Silver Mirror Byakugan, spatial confinement. Hisashi, a formidable Jonin. Sensed the unusual pressure the moment Niji activated his ability. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his own Byakugan in an attempt to counteract the strain from Niji's Silver Mirror Byakugan. Reversal. With a fierce shout, a blue sphere of chakra illuminated Hizashi's form. However, it proved ineffective. As the sphere dissipated, Hizashi remained in the stance of reversal, rendered immobile and unable to budge an inch. After demonstrating his prowess, Niji promptly released the restrictions of his silver mirror Byakugan, allowing Hizashi to regain his mobility. Impressive. Hizashi realized he had no means of resistance. As he ceased the reversal technique, his mouth fell agape, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Niji's eyes radiating silver light. So, Hizashi clan leader, how does this bargaining chip fare? Chapter 69. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Hizashi remained silent, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Can all members of the Huga clan activate the silver mirror Byakugan? With a look of irritation, Luo shot a glance at Rizu and asked, "What are you thinking?" He continued, "Look at the Uchiha clan. Among so many members, how many have awakened the Sharingan? And how many have attained the Mangekyou Sharingan? This matter depends on one's innate talent. It seems rather challenging. Those old fellows are not the type to reveal anything unless they see tangible benefits. They will never relent without receiving something in return." Rizu sighed deeply, his tone turning serious. What is the intention of the clan leader? Luo's brow furrowed slightly, for this was entirely different from their previous discussion. Indeed, Luo had misjudged Rizu. That day, upon learning from Luo that the Byakugan had the potential for evolution, Rizu had been overly excited, failing to consider the myriad complications. It was only after regaining his composure that he recognized the difficulties inherent in what Luo had proposed. I still hold to my previous stance. Noticing Luo's displeasure, Rizu quickly clarified, previously, I was swept away by the news of the Byakugan's potential evolution and did not think it through. After reflecting on it these past few days, I've come to this conclusion. What does the clan leader intend to do? Upon hearing Rizu's explanation, Luo's brow gradually relaxed. He despised being deceived. But since the other party had no such intention, there was no need for him to dwell on it. The room fell into silence, broken only by the sound of Rizu's fingers lightly tapping on the table. Suddenly, as if he had made a resolute decision, Rizu's gaze sharpened intensely and he declared, "If it comes to that, then we shall resort to violence." The expression on Luo's face momentarily froze. Is this truly the same dignified and courteous leader of the Hinata clan? He appears to be nothing but a ruthless killer. To go to such lengths for the sake of his own daughter is astonishing. It is often said that while women are inherently gentle, they become fiercely protective as mothers. This sentiment can equally apply to fathers. Although men are generally broad-minded, they can be quite petty when it comes to their children. It is worth noting that the number of individuals from the Huga main family is not insignificant. To eliminate them all would undoubtedly cause a stir in Konoha. Observing Luo's expression, Hayashi immediately realized that Luo had misconstrued his intentions and began to clarify, stating that he would only target those who lead the charge. Luo sighed in relief, having been momentarily unsettled by Hayashi's resolute demeanor. All right, since the clan leader has made such a decisive choice, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. As he spoke, he stepped forward to where Hinata and Hanabi stood, gently placing his hands atop their heads. A stream of pure chakra flowed from his palms into their eyes. There, I have awakened the potential for the evolution of their Byakugan. Whether it will succeed now depends on their own fortune. After a moment, feeling it was sufficient, Luo withdrew his hands and turned to Hayashi with a suggestion. Additionally, I advise you, clan leader, not to confine Hanabi within the family. Such restrictions would hinder the awakening of her Byakugan. Thank you, Lord Luo, Hayashi replied. In the world of ninjas, strength is the sole measure of status. Age and seniority hold no sway. Thus, Hayashi has consistently maintained a humble demeanor. He continued, the reason I have not sought your assistance is that, as one ages, the frequency of Byakugan use increases, leading to a decrease in its purity. Though no disappointment was visible on Hayashi's face, Luo felt compelled to clarify. It is of no consequence. At my age, witnessing my children thrive is more than enough for me. Hayashi waved his hand dismissively. However, if future generations of prodigies arise in our clan, must we always rely on Lord Luo to aid in their awakening? Luo was momentarily taken aback by this question, having indeed overlooked it. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes once more. After the Huga branch family came into contact with the caged birds, a rift with the main family was inevitably to ensue. Bridging this divide would evidently not be a simple task. However, if he were to leave behind a key for Rizuo, perhaps those from the branch family who yearned to enhance their strength would refrain from instigating significant unrest. Might this, then, serve to alleviate the majority of the conflict? Observing Luo lost in contemplation, The four members of Rizuo held their breath, fearful of disturbing his thoughts. Luo's thoughts flickered incessantly, conjuring a vessel capable of harboring either himself or Kaguya's chakra, one that could autonomously absorb and convert energy. Yet, does such a thing truly exist? Wait a moment. It appears that such a phenomenon may indeed exist. Aren't the tailed beasts a prime example? They embody the chakra of the god tree's fruit. And even when depleted, they can rapidly replenish their energy. Of course, there is no need for him to create a tailed beast that can restore itself quickly. It suffices to cultivate a seed that will enable a single individual to unlock the evolution of the Byakugan within a year. Upon witnessing Luo's brow relax and a smile grace his face, Hisashi cautiously inquired, "So, Lord Luo, have you devised a solution?" "Yes, I have a notion," Luo replied. "However, it will require some time for preparation. One cannot simply conjure tailed beasts from thin air. Certain conditions must be met, which I am currently unable to fulfill." "No matter. As long as there is a plan," Hisashi responded, his expression devoid of disappointment, instead offering a reassuring smile. Luo and Ritsu articulated their plans, and upon reaching an agreement, Ritsu summoned all members of the clan. "Ritsu, what matters require the gathering of everyone?" inquired Elder Hinata, who spoke first as soon as all were assembled. "There is a matter pertaining to the rise and fall of our Hinata clan that necessitates your deliberation," Ritsu replied, calming the crowd with a gesture of his hand. "I have received definitive news that our clan's Byakugan can evolve just like the Uchiha clan's Sharingan." "How does it evolve?" Before Ritsu could finish, someone from the crowd eagerly interjected. "The specifics elude me for now. Instead, I shall allow my nephew, Niji, to demonstrate for everyone." As Ritsu spoke, he stepped aside to let Niji take the stage. Without hesitation, Niji activated his silver mirror Byakugan, immobilizing everyone present in an instant. Though it lasted but a moment, it sufficed to showcase the formidable power of the evolved Byakugan. "What do you think?" Luo inquired, his concern evident. "It was somewhat taxing. I expended a considerable amount of ocular energy. However, I can gradually recover, likely within a day's time," Niji reassured Luo with a gesture indicating calm. Luo Weiwei nodded slightly. "Indeed, such a remarkable ability, if wielded without any consumption, would be nothing short of divine. As anticipated, although the flaws are not as pronounced as those of the Sharingan, they are nonetheless present. Is this the evolution of the Byakugan? It is truly formidable." After experiencing the power of the silver mirror Byakugan, an exhilarating light illuminated the faces of all the clan members. "Niji, I command you to swiftly make the method of Byakugan evolution public." Some were already unable to contain their impatience, issuing commands to Niji from a position of superiority. Luo's brow furrowed slightly. No wonder the conflict between the main and branch families of the Huga clan had intensified so dramatically. They completely regarded the members of the branch family as mere subordinates. With such individuals in the main family, it would be strange if the discord did not escalate. "Perhaps you might consider my terms." Niji, having witnessed such arrogance before, remained unfazed and spoke calmly. "Humph. What gives you the right to dictate terms to us?" Another member of the main family interjected. Meanwhile, the elder council, comprising the first, second, and third elders, merely frowned slightly, choosing to remain silent. They sensed that the events of the day were far from ordinary. "It seems you have forgotten the dignity of the main family," another member of the main family barked, preparing to unleash the caged bird punishment on Niji, this audacious youth. However, Niji did not exhibit the slightest sign of distress as anticipated. Instead, his gaze was suffused with an overwhelming intent to kill. "What is happening?" The member who initiated the caged bird technique wore a look of disbelief, questioning whether he had mispronounced the incantation. Undeterred, he attempted once more. Yet, this time, Niji did not grant him the chance to proceed. In an instant, he appeared before the member of the main family. With a swift motion, a head was sent soaring into the air, blood splattering onto those nearby, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Nevertheless, Niji did not halt his onslaught. All his pin-up rage was unleashed that day. With a series of quick movements, he dispatched several others who had been the most boisterous moments before. Is this truly the esteemed main family that the branch family needs to protect? A bunch of good-for-nothings, mere drunks and gluttons. After slaying a few, Niji's emotions found release, and he slowly returned to his original position, his cold gaze fixed on the anxious crowd below. "Now, can we discuss my terms?" Niji's chilling voice resonated once more as he observed the silence that enveloped everyone. The members of the main family collectively fell silent, casting their gazes toward Hisashi, hoping for justice from their clan leader. However, these desperate looks were met with indifference from Hisashi. He had witnessed the actions of the main family over the years, individuals who were high and mighty yet lacked ambition, only seeking to drain the branch family of its lifeblood. He could no longer tolerate it. Seeing Hizashi's silence, the members of the main family felt a chill in their hearts, understanding his stance. He was aligned with Niji. From today onward, the caged bird seal on the branch family will be lifted, Niji stated calmly, his eyes locked onto the crowd below. Who was in favor, and who was against? Chapter 70. Tsunade returns to the village listening to Niji's cold voice. The audience fell into a profound silence. As time ticked away, the position of the clan was in jeopardy of being irrevocably lost if no one spoke up. The clan's elder, unable to remain seated, steeled himself and rose. Feigning a helpless demeanor as he slowly began to speak, Niji, it is not that we are unwilling to lift the curse of the caged bird. Rather, from the inception of this technique, no method for it has ever been developed. Until now. They believed that Niji's immunity to the caged bird's influence was solely due to the evolution of the Byakugan. You need not concern yourselves with this. Since I have posed the question, I have naturally found the solution. Niji's tone was indifferent. Or perhaps he merely wished to see what excuses these old clan members would conjure. This matter was of utmost significance. Realizing the elder's words were futile, the second elder also stood up, stating, the caged bird seal primarily serves to protect the clan's Byakugan from being seized by outsiders. If we recklessly lift the caged bird, other villages' ninjas will undoubtedly covet our clan. Humph. All these concerns stem from a lack of strength. In the days when Uchiha Madara was alive, who dared to lay claim to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Niji scoffed. The evolution of the Byakugan had granted him absolute confidence. The second elder was rendered speechless by Niji's retort. He wanted to argue that Niji could not be compared to Uchiha Madara, but he opened his mouth and ultimately refrained from voicing it. Seeing the two elders falter, the third elder immediately stepped forward. Niji, this matter is of great importance. It cannot be resolved with mere words. A clan meeting must be convened to deliberate thoroughly. In times of uncertainty, it may be prudent to delay action. Perhaps in the interim, a glimmer of hope will emerge. The third elder's thoughts were thus. Niji cast a glance at the third elder, his expression clearly reflecting, do you truly believe I am so naive and easily deceived? Once you leave here, you will resort to threatening those from the branch family, revealing your true vulnerability. Under the piercing gaze of Niji's gleaming eyes, the third elder recognized that his scheme had been seen through. He instinctively recoiled, falling silent. In any situation, unyielding weakness is ineffective. Likewise, an unwavering rigidity is equally futile. One must strike a balance between softness and strength. It was evident that Niji had already exerted sufficient pressure on them. Now it was time for him to step forward. Thus, he decisively moved closer. Standing beside Niji, I understand your worries. It pertains to the oppression you have inflicted upon the branch family over the years. Fearing that should they lift the caged bird seal, they would retaliate against you. Rest assured, I shall not allow such a scenario to unfold. Niji has entrusted me with the method of Byakugan evolution and the key to its unlocking. With a clear understanding that he had irreparably severed ties with the group before him, Nichinotsu swiftly dispensed with any remaining reservations and declared, from this point forward, only the Huga clan shall exist. The distinctions between the main family and the branch family will no longer hold. Everyone shall have the opportunity to vie for the chance to unlock their evolution. Moreover, I shall impose the condition that the former branch members will refrain from instigating trouble with you. However, should you persist in your haughty demeanor and find yourselves humbled, I shall not come to your defense. Having spoken, Nichinotsu fell silent, patiently awaiting the decisions of those gathered. The atmosphere was thick with silence, and the expressions on their faces betrayed their reluctance. Yet, upon witnessing Niji's cold, indifferent gaze, they could only suppress their discontent. There is one stipulation. The quota for the first year must be reserved for members of the main family. Otherwise, I shall not consent, even unto death. As the prospect of liberating the caged birds loomed inevitable, the elder made his final stand. I have already declared that henceforth, there shall be only the Huga clan, devoid of divisions between the main and branch families. Nevertheless, since the elder has articulated his stance, I too shall make my position clear. This year's quota may be granted to the current members of the main family. Nichinotsu's brow furrowed slightly, revealing his discontent. But ultimately, as if compelled by circumstances, he acquiesced to the elder's condition. How outrageous! The elder, oblivious to the silent spectators, found himself unwittingly agreeing. Indeed, the current members of the main family include Hinata and Hanabi. Nichinotsu's statement was tantamount to gaining an advantage while feigning innocence. Very well. Thus, the unsuspecting elder, unaware of the underlying dynamics, readily accepted Nichinotsu's terms. With both parties having reached an accord, there was little left for the silent onlookers. The endeavor to liberate the caged birds would require time and effort, best left to Orochimaru. Just as he prepared to depart, Nichi no Tsu called out to Lo, and unexpectedly summoned Hinata as well. Lo, what do you think of young Hinata? In the room, with only the three of them present, Nichi no Tsu wore a benevolent smile. She is quite remarkable, gentle and kind, Lo replied without hesitation. It was no jest, she was the cherished ideal of every Naruto fan. Why not engage with her more? Upon receiving such high praise from Lo, Nichi no Tsu seized the opportunity. Farewell. At Nichi no Tsu's words, Lo was suddenly seized by a jolt of fear, hastily abandoning the teacup in his hand as he activated his Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Observing the panicked expression on Lo's face, Nichi no Tsu stood momentarily stunned, casting a perplexed glance at Hinata. What is happening? Is my precious daughter truly that intimidating? Luo. No, it is not your precious daughter who is frightening. Rather, it is your ancestors that evoke a sense of unease. Father, dear father. Under the penetrating gaze of the sun, Hinata yearned to voice her thoughts, yet the stern visage of her father loomed over her, rendering her words unspoken. After 2 more days, the legendary and corpulent Tsunade finally returned to the village. As for this venerable blossom of Konoha, Luo was exceedingly eager to experience the situation. In an instant, he executed the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at the Hokage's office. Tobirama remarked, "Are you not aware of basic etiquette? The Hokage's office is not merely your backyard, accessible at whim." Faced with Luo's abrupt appearance, Tsunade immediately adopted an aggressive stance. Her gaze fixed warily upon him. "Tsunade, do not be rude. Allow me to introduce this young man. He is Luo. Thanks to him, our village has managed to eradicate the malignant presence of Danzo." Observing Tsunade's fierce demeanor, Tobirama hastily intervened. He knew Tsunade's capabilities. Yet he was well aware of Luo's strength as well. Is this the lad in question? Tsunade turned to scrutinize Luo, her expression one of disbelief. "Hey kid, I'm Tsunade. You are aware of that, right?" Her brazen demeanor left Luo momentarily astonished, prompting him to blurt out, "You're the famed Tsunade. Of course, I've heard of you. I must say, you truly are impressive." Jiraiya interjected, "Young man, you possess remarkable courage to voice what I have long refrained from saying." Tobirama queried, "What is this? Are you flirting with my granddaughter in front of me?" As expected, Tsunade's temper flared instantly, and her fist, the size of a cooking pot, swung towards Luo with great force. "Stop!" Jiraiya and Tobirama shouted in unison. Jiraiya's concern was for Tsunade's safety, as he was aware of Luo's defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Tobirama feared that Luo might not react in time, potentially suffering injury from his granddaughter's ire. However, their warnings came too late. Tsunade's powerful fist was already mere inches from Luo's face. This is not good. Tsunade realized that Luo had avenged the deaths of both Zuru and Danzo. She recognized that she should not strike with such ferocity. Yet, it was too late to pull back, just as Tsunade regretted her impulsive action. The Seeker's orb on Luo's wrist suddenly shot forth, transforming into a protective barrier that interposed itself before Tsunade's fist. A resounding crash echoed through the room. Lo. Nothing significant happened. Tsunade, her entire arm was rendered useless. Jiraiya sighed in exasperation, still so impulsive, perhaps this would serve as a valuable lesson. Though he thought this, he hurriedly approached Tsunade and assisted her to her feet. "Are you all right?" Upon seeing Tsunade's severely distorted arm, a trace of concern flickered across Jiraiya's face. "No, it's nothing," Tsunade replied, staring blankly at her arm, momentarily at a loss for what had just transpired. Luo felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head, realizing that not only had he spoken thoughtlessly, but he had also caused significant harm to the other party. He was overwhelmed with a sense of apology. "I sincerely apologize. This mechanism has automatic defenses, and I failed to react in time." "Not a problem," Tsunade replied, regaining her composure as she waved her uninjured hand. Creation rebirth. With a delicate exclamation, a radiant green light enveloped her arm, and soon it returned to its pristine state. The sheer brilliance of such a technique left Luo in awe. However, reflecting on his own partner, Tsunade, he felt a sense of equilibrium, knowing he had no reason to fear injury. Has little Tsunade returned? "I heard that little Tsunade is back." At that moment, Hashirama, having emerged from the shadows of the death of the rope tree, burst through the door with great enthusiasm. "Grandfather." Upon seeing Hashirama, Tsunade was equally thrilled and leapt into his embrace. "My, you've grown into quite the young lady." Hashirama affectionately patted Tsunade's head, sharing in her joy. However, his next words left everyone present frozen in disbelief. "Little Tsunade, could you lend your grandfather some money? I've been itching to gamble lately, But alas, I've been short on funds. Lo. Ho. My goodness, Lord Hashirama, to ask Tsunade for money, you truly know how to choose. I can assure you. Tsunade's assets are undoubtedly less than yours. Why? Because you are at zero, and she is, quite frankly, in the negatives. Chapter 71. Entering the Wetbone Forest as expected. Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson, and she helplessly shrugged her shoulders. Grandfather, do you not realize that my gambling luck is inherited from you? Is that so? Then it follows that little Tsunade must be quite wealthy now. As a gambler, one would never admit to poor luck. Tobirama, brother? Are you truly oblivious to your own gambling fortune? Grandfather, are you certain? Tsunade's expression instantly shifted from red to black. Heh, heh. Observing the skeptical gazes of those around him, Hashirama awkwardly scratched the back of his head and turned to Lo. However, before Hashirama could finish his sentence, Lo simply shrugged his shoulders. I have no money. Then he silently added in his heart, even if I had some, I wouldn't give it. Yet, after saying this, he seemed to have thought of something, pointing at Jiraiya and lifting his chin. He has money, and quite a lot of it. Jiraiya, who am I? Where am I? What has happened? Seeing Hashirama look at him with expectation, Jiraiya felt an overwhelming headache. However, given that the other party was the first Hokage, refusing would be quite disrespectful. Moreover, he had other considerations as well. Reluctantly, he could only produce a storage scroll and hand it to Hashirama. Well, Lord Hashirama, I only have a little bit. So please be gentle. No problem. I always handle things with care, you can rest assured. Hashirama waved his hand grandly and turned to jog out of the Hokage office. Clearly in a hurry. Watching Hashirama's departing figure, Jiraiya's face was etched with bitterness. Alas, it seems my little treasury is about to be drained. Fortunately, I still have another small stash. Hee. However, when he turned back with a smirk, he was met with Tsunade's murderous gaze. And a sense of foreboding arose within him. Crack, crack. Tsunade's fist cracked ominously as she coldly stared into Jiraiya's eyes. Did you not say you were out of money? Well, I forgot that when you asked. Although his excuse was flimsy, Jiraiya felt that without it, he might not walk out of the Hokage office on his own 2 feet today. Is there anything else you've forgotten? Tsunade's gaze grew increasingly perilous. No. Jiraiya shook his head vigorously, but seeing Tsunade's expression grow even more menacing, the words that were on the tip of his tongue suddenly took a sharp turn. Not much left. Upon hearing Jiraiya's response, Tsunade's icy demeanor suddenly dissipated, transforming into a sweet, indulgent smile as she slowly extended her fair hand toward him. Jiraiya's expression instantly soured, and with a sense of resignation, he relinquished his last reserve of savings into Tsunade's grasp. Today, I intend to engage in a grand endeavor. Let no one disturb me, she declared, leaving the Hokage's office without a backward glance. This left Jiraiya, Lo, and Tobirama exchanging bewildered glances. What exactly did we bring Tsunade back for? Lo eventually broke the awkward silence. I believe it was to have her assume the role of Hokage, Tobirama replied, albeit uncertainly. With her behaving this way, might she jeopardize the entire Leaf Village? Lo's tone was laced with skepticism. Upon hearing Lo's words, a vivid image flashed through Tobirama's mind, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Perhaps we should reconsider our decision? Nevertheless, all three understood that their earlier comments were merely jest. Tsunade's appointment as the 5th Hokage had already been submitted to the daimyo's office. Any attempt to alter it now would be nothing short of frivolous. After the banner, Lo departed the Hokage's office, his destination being the casino where Hashirama and Tsunade were situated. He was genuinely curious about the sparks that would ignite when these two formidable entities collided. The outcome once again reinforced Lo's belief in the mystique of chance. When both wagered high, a low outcome ensued. When both wagered low, a high result followed. And when they placed bets on both sides, a triple outcome emerged. Ultimately, Lo could only conclude, when the fat sheep bets inversely, the villa rests by the sea. Days later, observing Tsunade's successful ascension to the position of 5th Hokage, Hashirama and Tobirama recognized that their time to depart had come. The Leaf Village now belonged to the next generation, and they were no longer suited to remain. They left with an air of composure, yet it pained Tsunade, who had just reunited with her loved ones only to face yet another farewell. Jiraiya gently patted her back, offering soft words of comfort. Fear not, for I shall always be by your side. This declaration of affection prompted Lo to exclaim in admiration from the sidelines. What a remarkable sentiment. No wonder he penned Paradise of Affection. Little Tsunade, if you have some time, may I accompany you to the Wetbone Forest? After several days, Tsunade's mood had finally settled. and Lo eagerly sought her out to express his request. How presumptuous. Tsunade could only respond with exasperation to Lo's informal address. Strike me if you must. But in the end, it is I who shall bear the wounds. Scold me if you will, yet with that thick skin of yours. The brunt of the blame will still fall upon me. Regardless of the circumstances, she resigned herself to the inevitability of her own disadvantage. After all, this fellow referred to her grandfather as Big Pillar and called her Little Tsunade, which, in the grand scheme, seemed less objectionable. What purpose would you have in going to the Wetbone Forest? What else could it be for but to learn sage techniques? My prowess has not seen any enhancement for quite some time. Observing the growth of my companions, I cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. Luo shrugged nonchalantly, directly stating his intention. Tsunade shot him a glance, exclaiming, "What are you envious of? With that inconsequential black orb of yours, who could possibly harm you? Haven't you already mastered the sage arts of Myaboka Mountain?" Ultimately, Tsunade, with considerable patience, inquired further. As the saying goes, a plethora of skills is never a burden. Luo's response was remarkably blunt, undeniably revealing his audacious nature. Very well, Tsunade mused, well aware of Luo's shamelessness. To deter him from further pestering, she promptly produced a scroll and tossed it to him. Sign your name and go on your own. Understood. Grasping the scroll, he slowly unfurled it. Senju XX. Senju XXX. I can't be bothered to think of names. Senju Hashirama. Tsunade. What in the world? Luo muttered, realizing this was a summoning scroll. Otherwise, he might have mistaken it for the clan registry of the Senju. After a few bemused remarks, Luo hastily inscribed his name and pressed his handprint upon it. Summoning technique. With the contract sealed, Luo eagerly bit his finger and slapped it onto the ground. Boom. In a cloud of white smoke, the Hokage building collapsed. Luo, Tsunade, witnessing the gargantuan slug in the ruins of the Hokage building, could no longer contain herself, erupting in anger. Cough cough, it was an accident, truly. It was my first summoning. I was somewhat inexperienced and failed to control it. Realizing the chaos he had caused, Luo sheepishly scratched his head and defended himself. The cost of rebuilding the Hokage building will be deducted from your ninja compensation. As the fifth Hokage, Tsunade quickly regained her composure after her initial fury. Regarding Luo with an impassive expression. Sigh. Life is not easy, Luo lamented. Perhaps I should seek some bounty missions for some extra income, he pondered silently. After explaining his purpose to the slug, it happily agreed. Entering the Wetbone Forest for the first time, Luo was filled with curiosity. Much like his first venture into Myaboka Mountain, keenly observing his surroundings. However, the more he observed, the more he wished he hadn't tea. The sky was a dismal gray, with a light drizzle of yellow rain falling, a clear indication that this was no ordinary weather. The dampness of the environment produced a thick mist, within which Luo could sense a powerful natural energy. Even absorbing a mere trace of this energy caused him discomfort. Clearly, without the proper method, it was best not to recklessly attempt to absorb the natural energy present here. Welcome, Lord Luo, to the Wetbone Forest. At that moment, a melodious female voice echoed in Luo's ears. Luo gazed around, seeking the source of the sound. I am right beneath your feet. Sensing Luo's intent, the slug spoke again, its voice remaining gentle and soft. It was only then that Luo noticed what lay beneath his feet. It seemed he was not standing on solid ground. Tentatively, he prodded with his toe, discovering a soft, jelly-like substance. Lord Luo, such behavior is rather impolite, the slug chided playfully upon witnessing his actions. Ah, my apologies. Is this truly your form, dear slug? It appears boundless, Luo exclaimed, astonished by the slug's immense size. The Wetbone Forest has existed for an indeterminate span of time, during which countless individuals, whether by chance or deliberate intent, have ventured here. Many have come to study the art of immortality, yet the majority have faltered, ultimately transforming into diminutive slugs, merging into my being, the slug elucidated. I see. So, dear slug, may I learn the art of immortality as well? Luo inquired with a smile, sitting cross-legged atop the slug's vast form. The slug, puzzled, responded, from my perception, it seems you have already practiced the arts of Myamu Mountain. Why seek to learn the arts of the Wetbone Forest? Well, one can never have too many skills, Luo replied with a casual demeanor. That could be quite perilous. The slug cautioned, refraining from immediate agreement. Perilous? What sort of danger could arise? Luo appeared unconcerned, reassured by the presence of his allies. The arts of the three great immortal sanctuaries, the techniques of Myamu Mountain emphasize harmony, balancing physical and spiritual strength. While those of the Wetbone Forest focus more on physical prowess, and the arts of Lonely Cave prioritize spiritual prowess. The slug explained. Since you have already embraced the techniques of Aamu Mountain, to further pursue those of the Wetbone Forest would disrupt the inherent balance of Aamu Mountain's arts, potentially leading to danger. After contemplating the slug's explanation, Luo nodded in agreement. Then if I were to simultaneously cultivate the arts of Lonely Cave and Wetbone Forest, would that not preserve the balance? Chapter 72. Smuggling. Although the slug remained silent, Luo distinctly sensed an overwhelming wave of disdain directed at him. The atmosphere grew awkward, prompting Luo to scratch the back of his head. I was just joking. How about I attempt to cultivate first, and should any mishaps occur, dear slug, you must assist me. Very well, the slug responded as its massive form shifted, relocating Luo to a small pool of water. Gazing at the bubbling water, Luo couldn't help but shiver. Dear slug, you wouldn't expect me to meditate atop that, would you? He turned his head stiffly to regard the slug's enormous body, vividly recalling the experience of anointing himself with toad oil during his training at Aamu Mountain. Little did he anticipate that the Wetbone Forest would prove even more daunting. Of course not, the slug firmly rejected. Luo Cha-Chang exhaled in relief, for it was indeed a good sign. The small pool before her was likely formed by the gentle accumulation of the yellow rain that had fallen from the sky. The fact that the questing jade perceived it as a potential threat, prompting her to initiate self-defense, indicated that it was certainly no benign matter. However, in truth, the self-defense mechanism of the questing jade merely served the function of an umbrella. Yet, the next utterance from the slug caused Luo's momentary relief to evaporate once more. You must immerse yourself in the pool to cultivate. Luo rubbed his ears, ensuring he had not misheard, and once again turned stiffly to look at the slug. Are you certain? The slug remained silent. Yet its message was unmistakable, believe it or not. Sitting by the pond, Luo did not readily attempt to cultivate his skills. Having spent such a long time in this world, he had formed countless attachments. The thought of Kaguya, who had waited for him for a millennium, suffering further if something were to happen to him, weighed heavily on his mind. Naruto, who had always been by his side and whom he had treated like a younger brother, would surely be engulfed by darkness once more if he were to leave. A multitude of such thoughts burdened him, rendering him unable to sever these ties. He no longer possessed the courage to gamble everything. Time passed, day by day. And before long, Luo had sat by the pond for nearly a month. Aside from consuming a meager amount of food daily, he remained almost completely still. During this period, Tsunade had visited once, yet she did not disturb Luo's contemplation. Instead, she merely confirmed that he was not in any danger before departing. Within this month, the originally 6 Dao stones had, unbeknownst to Luo, crystallized into 8, with the 9th nearly taking form. The rapidity of this process could be attributed to Luo's perception that the Dao stones were a power bestowed upon him by Kaguya. Until he grasped the full context of the situation, he hesitated to rely too heavily on the strength of the Dao stones. This was also why he was determined to cultivate sage techniques. Thus, believing 6 Dao stones sufficient, he felt no urgency to continue their refinement, even deliberately suppressing their crystallization speed. In the world, the number is limited to 9. Who could say what would transpire if he were truly to crystallize 9 Dao stones? After several more days, Luo had been quietly meditating by the pond for a month, and on this day, the 9th Dao stone was finally completed. Luo, what are you thinking? At that moment, a gentle voice graced his ears. Upon hearing it, Luo instinctively embraced the source of the voice. It's nothing. I was just pondering whether or not I should continue my training in the Wetbone Forest Sage technique, he responded, momentarily dazed. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he froze. Lowering his gaze to the delicate figure he held in his arms, he was taken aback upon recognizing her face. Kaguya, how could she possibly be here? Seemingly sensing Luo's bewilderment, the figure of Kaguya, cradled in his arms, suddenly shattered into 9 Dao-seeking orbs. In an instant, these orbs coalesced once more into the likeness of Kaguya. As he beheld this fantastical spectacle, a bolt of lightning coursed through Luo's mind, leaving him in a state of astonishment. A terrifying thought emerged in his consciousness. Could it be that Kaguya was exploiting him to refine the Dao-seeking orbs, only to use them to resurrect herself? The specifics eluded me. I am merely a manifestation of her fragmented will. The Kaguya formed from the Dao-seeking orbs, once again, penetrated Luo's thoughts and, seemingly fearful of his potential misconceptions, hastily clarified. What of her now? A hint of skepticism graced Luo's countenance. Despite having developed a fondness, the lack of truth prevented him from fully relinquishing his lingering doubts. Within that ethereal realm, the visage of Kaguya, born from the Dao-seeking orbs, bore a gentle smile. her profound affection spilling forth abundantly. Luo now seeks to unravel the truth of all matters, with scarcely a moment's hesitation. As his consciousness plunges into the ethereal realm shared solely between him and Kaguya. "Luo, you've come. I have longed for you," Kaguya exclaimed, her heart aching inexplicably. Though she had waited for an eternity, the mere day of separation felt like a torment upon his arrival. As she leaped into his embrace, Luo found himself unable to voice the myriad questions swirling within him. Instead, he simply held her close, gently soothing her troubled spirit. Kaguya seemed to sense Luo's turmoil, lifting her gaze to reveal her delicate, sorrowful visage. "What troubles you, Luo? Is there something weighing on your heart? You appear rather disheartened." Luo opened his mouth to respond, yet words were ensnared in his throat, as if a boulder lay upon it, rendering him speechless. Kaguya, refraining from pressing further, gazed into his eyes with a tenderness resembling the depth of spring waters. If he wished for her to know, he would surely tell her. His silence prompted her to remain uninquiring. After a prolonged moment, it appeared that Luo finally summoned the courage to speak, his voice low and heavy. "What is the situation with the one outside?" "Ah, you have encountered her? I thought it would take an eternity." Kaguya's surprise was palpable. "She is but a fragment of my love and will." A radiant smile graced her face. "I cannot be by your side during your solitude, for I fear you might lose your way to me. Once you have condensed 9 Tao-seeking pearls, she, inheriting my will, shall manifest. Initially, after you had condensed 6, the 7th remained elusive, and I anticipated a lengthy wait. But now, with her accompanying you, I find solace. But are you not concerned that I may divide my affections too much, leaving you with little?" Luo tenderly caressed Kaguya's long hair, his heart aching for the innocent girl before him. "I am not afraid. I simply desire for you to feel less lonely," Kaguya replied, her smile sweet and disarming, deepening Luo's concern for her. She alone resided in such desolation, yet she continually prioritized his well-being. "Oh, please do not regard me with such peculiar eyes," she said playfully. "She is me, and I am her. In the future, when we reunite, we shall merge into one. That is the entirety of my love for you. Every moment she shares with you is akin to my own experiences with you." Kaguya gently pinched Luo's cheek, her tone lighthearted and mischievous. "Since your arrival, I have no desire to miss a single day of your life." Luo remained silent, merely tightening his embrace around the person in his arms, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. This time, he did not rush to depart, he simply desired to quietly accompany her. Even if their time together could not last forever, he wished to extract more moments from the fleeting hours. Outside, the slug had entered a state of complete tension upon witnessing the appearance of Kaguya. This aura, he could not have been mistaken. It was the infamous god of death from a millennium ago. Why was she here? What connection did she share with Luo? The slug could not fathom the answers, yet dared not lower its guard. Meanwhile, Kaguya, transformed from the Tao-seeking jade, made no movement, instead lying peacefully in Luo's embrace, savoring his essence, her face radiating contentment. She embodied Kaguya's will of love, her thoughts solely focused on safeguarding the one before her. As long as nothing could harm Luo, everything else was inconsequential. For an entire day, Luo remained within the unique spiritual realm shared with Kaguya, neither uttering a word, simply relishing the tranquil warmth of their presence. "Luo, it is time for you to depart." Kaguya finally broke the silence, her voice shattering the serene atmosphere between them. "I wish to stay with you a while longer," Luo murmured, burying his face in her silken hair. "Luo, I too long for your constant companionship. Yet, it seems I am on the verge of drifting into slumber. However, I believe that when I awaken once more, it will be the moment we are forever united." Kaguya's eyes gradually became hazy, the overwhelming drowsiness making it difficult for her to keep them open. "Why is this happening?" Luo questioned, gently shaking Kaguya, reluctant to let her succumb to sleep. "Every parting is a prelude to a better reunion." Kaguya's lips curled into a faint smile as her eyes finally lost the strength to remain open, slowly closing as she fell into slumber. "A better reunion, is it? Fear not, that day shall not be far off." Luo carefully laid Kaguya upon the stone bed where they first met, bestowing a tender kiss upon her forehead before reluctantly departing from their shared spiritual realm. Has the main body fallen asleep? As consciousness returned to her form, Kaguya, manifested from the Tao-seeking jade, sensed this and softly inquired. "Yes. Do you know the reason for her slumber?" Luo asked, perplexed by how the Kaguya before him could possess such knowledge. "Nibble, nibble," Kaguya playfully stuck out her tongue. "It is because my current consciousness is that of the main body. I had no choice. Those 2 mischievous ones were too unruly. And this was the only way I could sneak my way to your side." Chapter 73, Kaguya's Call. Luo, taken aback by Kaguya's words, momentarily failed to respond. Then why did you say that earlier? Higi, it is simply because you have not visited me in such a long time. It has been a month. At that time, you promised to come see me every day. Kaguya pouted. So, I shall impose a little punishment on you. Humph, you have passed. For you do know how to cherish me. Observing Kaguya's puffed cheeks, Luo felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. It was indeed true that she had utilized the Taoist jade for resurrection, however. Her purpose for returning was merely to ensure she would not miss a single day of her existence. Gently pinching her cheek, he spoke softly. You should have told me earlier. Humph, had I informed you sooner, you would have likely indulged in wild fantasies, she retorted. By the way, where exactly are we? I can't shake off this peculiar sense of familiarity. After a moment of tender exchange, Kaguya finally took note of her surroundings. Oh, you are that little caterpillar. Luo, what did I just hear? Little caterpillar? Are you suggesting that a slug is a little caterpillar? Greetings, Lady Kaguya, goddess of the moon. I never anticipated that I would have the pleasure of seeing you again one day. Upon hearing this voice, long sealed within the depths of memory, the slug promptly responded with utmost respect. In those days, Kaguya, in a frenzy, annihilated nearly all the deities in this world. Her might instilled fear even in the three revered sanctuaries. Although a millennium has passed, and the slug has experienced a terrifying enhancement in strength, it still dares not overstep its bounds. It has been an eternity since anyone has addressed me in such a manner. A faint smile of happiness graced Kaguya's face as she leaned closer to Luo, saying, Yet, I now prefer to be addressed as Lady Luo. As Luo gently caressed the long hair of Kaguya, he spoke softly, his voice imbued with affection. You mischievous one. The slug responded, Who am I? I am but a slug, yet why am I being force-fed such an abundance of dog food? Suddenly, Kaguya seemed to recall something and inquired with curiosity, Dear, what brings you here? I wish to learn the mystical arts of the wet-bone forest, Luo replied, his gaze unwavering from Kaguya since her consciousness had truly descended. Oh, is that so? Then why have we not commenced? Kaguya's brows furrowed slightly as she cast a cold glance at the slug. Little caterpillar. Are you not going to teach me? The slug retorted. What? Why am I being implicated in this? Must you place all the blame upon me? I, the slug, have no desire for such humiliation. It is not the fault of Lord Slug. Rather, it is my own. The practice of mystical arts carries certain dangers. And I fear that should I fail, I may never see you again, Luo hurriedly explained upon noticing the slug trembling in anxiety. Oh, I see. My dear, you are truly wonderful. The chill on Kaguya's face vanished, replaced once more by a radiant smile of happiness. The slug interjected, by the way. Is it too late for me to relocate? I feel somewhat overwhelmed. Lord Slug, it is time for us to depart. Luo gently encircled Kaguya's waist and smiled at the slug with a nod. The words of Luo resonated like the most exquisite melody in the world, illuminating the heart of the slug. However, before it could bask in joy, it heard the voice of Huiyi. What is it, my dear? Are you not going to pursue the art of immortality any longer? I wish to accompany you. Luo gently kissed Huiyi on the forehead, smiling as he spoke. The slug felt a wave of madness wash over it. What had it done to deserve such a display of affection from these two? The crux of the matter was that it lacked the courage to object. Fear not, my dear, pursue your cultivation, and I shall protect you. Luo's words brought great joy to Huiyi, yet her character was not solely self-serving. With a sweet smile, she encouraged Luo to continue his practice. Well, Luo hesitated. Not out of fear of danger, after all, Huiyi was right there to safeguard him, so what peril could there be? He genuinely wished to spend more time with her. Do not worry. This little bit of time is inconsequential. My beloved is quite formidable. Once you have succeeded in your cultivation, then you can accompany me. Huiyi sensed the deep affection in Luo's heart and continued to reassure him. All right. Ultimately, Luo could not resist and acquiesced. With a determined plunge, he wasted no time and dove straight into the water. The moment his body made contact with the surface, he felt an overwhelming force corroding him. The intensity of this corrosive power caused his skin to tear and bleed almost instantaneously. Huiyi was taken aback by the scene before her. She had never anticipated that practicing the art of immortality could be so perilous. Immediately, she prepared to pull Luo from the water. Wait, Lady Huiyi. Just then, the trembling voice of the slug interrupted. Call me Lady Luo. Huiyi was quite displeased with the slug's address. Oh dear sister, in your frantic state. Do you still care about how others address you? Lady Luo, this is an essential part of the cultivation of the wet-bone forest technique. You only need to protect the soul of Master Luo from annihilation. His physical form will be reforged. The slug spoke feebly, stealing glances at Hui's expression. "Are you certain?" Hui asked, her brow furrowed with doubt. She would not allow even the slightest danger to approach Luo. "Absolutely," the slug replied with unwavering certainty. The reason for failures in cultivating the wet-bone forest technique lay in the inability of practitioners to safeguard their souls, leading to their souls being assimilated by the technique, resulting in a rebirth as a slug. With the slug's reassurance, Hui finally felt at ease. The body of Luo was incessantly corroded, gradually revealing the glistening white bones and internal organs. Subsequently, devoid of the protective layers of skin and muscle, the organs were swiftly eroded. Ultimately, within the water pool, only a stark skeleton remained, and at the crown of this skeletal form, a radiant soul shimmered brilliantly. Initially, Luo could still perceive the pain of his body's decay. But eventually, his consciousness was wholly assimilated by this realm, and all sensations of pain had vanished entirely, in comparison to the flesh and organs. The corrosion of the bones proceeded at a significantly slower pace, the entire process enduring for 3 full days. "Lady Hui, no, Lady Luo. The time for rebirth has arrived. You must awaken Lord Luo's soul within a minute, or he will awaken on his own. Otherwise, the regenerated body shall no longer be human, but rather that of a slug," the slug hastily reminded, its concern for Luo surpassing even that of Hui's. Should anything befall Luo, given this individual's lethal nature and profound care for him, the wet-bone forest would undoubtedly cease to exist after today. Without a moment's hesitation, Hui swiftly flew to Luo's soul, softly calling out, "My dear, it is time to awaken. I am still waiting for you to take me on adventures." Yet, her gentle summons elicited no response from Luo. As the moments slipped away, Hui's heart grew increasingly anxious, her expression morphing into one of panic. She had been reckless. Her consciousness had emerged from their shared mental realm, which had now closed, rendering her unable to forcibly extract Luo's soul. In that moment, she resembled a frightened little rabbit. "My dear, can you hear my voice? It is Hui. You promised you would always be by my side, never to part. Please awaken." In the vast, white expanse, Luo's soul lay quietly, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of comfort. The warm feeling entranced him, making him reluctant to awaken. Who is speaking? Suddenly, he heard a girl's sobbing voice near him. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Where have I heard it before? "Lord Luo, if you die, I will lose all hope of living. I beg you, please awaken." Hui felt her heart constrict painfully, tears threatening to spill. Yet this body was merely a manifestation of her love's will, devoid of actual tears. Whose voice is this? Why must I die? What has transpired? The voice became increasingly clear, and Luo's soul's thoughts sharpened with clarity. Time was running short. The slug let out a prolonged sigh, realizing that only 3 seconds remained. Awakening within that fleeting moment had become utterly impossible. It found itself contemplating where it would be most suitably laid to rest after its demise. "Lo Jun, I am Kaguya. Your dearest Kaguya. I shall remain by your side, regardless of life or death." As time slipped away second by second, an overwhelming sense of despair blossomed within Kaguya's heart. "Lo, who is that? Oh, right, that is my name. Kaguya? My beloved Kaguya? Who is she? Ah, she is my beloved. Is she waiting for me? Why is she waiting for me?" In an instant, Lo suddenly awakens. "Astonishingly, I am currently studying the celestial arts of the wet-bone forest. In the external realm, Lo's soul light is on the verge of extinguishing. Yet, in the final moment before its demise, it begins to flicker once more, and it grows increasingly radiant. It is done. Master Lo has succeeded." Witnessing such an extraordinary sight, the slug is nearly brought to tears of joy. Has it truly succeeded? However, Kaguya has yet to emerge from her recent despair, her gaze fixed vacantly upon Lo's soul light, until his crystalline skull gradually begins to materialize. Only then does she fully break free from her despair. He has truly succeeded. I knew it. I knew that Lo loves me the most. He would never abandon me. The slug ponders, how does one, as an observer, safeguard oneself from harm when a love-stricken yet immensely powerful woman resides in her domain, while her man teeters on the brink of death? At any moment, creation is far more arduous than destruction. The rebirth of Luo's body was similarly prolonged, lasting a full fortnight. Throughout this duration, Kaguya remained in tranquil meditation by the poolside, observing as Luo's form gradually took shape. Ultimately, it appeared she glimpsed something extraordinary, causing her to swiftly cover her eyes in astonishment. Yet, what was the meaning of those wide gaps between her fingers? Chapter 74, The Clash of Celestial Powers. At that moment, an unexpected upheaval occurred. The nascent wet-bone forest sage art system within Luo suddenly clashed violently with the Mayaboka mountain sage art system, with neither side yielding an inch. Both factions treated Luo's body as their battlefield, engaging in a fierce struggle within him, rendering his newly formed body riddled with wounds once more. The slug was instantly struck with panic, realizing how crucial this detail had been overlooked. Had Luo practiced the wet-bone forest techniques in isolation, his current state would indeed have been a success. However, that was not the case. While cultivating the wet-bone forest sage art, he simultaneously delved into the Mayaboka mountain techniques. The eruption of conflict between the two systems had, as expected, led to complications. What to do now? Kaguya, often referred to as the progenitor of chakra, had a grasp of the sage arts that existed on Earth prior to her arrival that was even inferior to that of her two rebellious sons. It was imperative that Luo be instructed in a third sage art system. In doing so, a triad of balance would be established within the esteemed Luo. The slug responded in a flurry, its speech quickening with urgency. Suddenly, before Kaguya could pose further inquiries, Luo could no longer endure the collision of sage energy within him, and a mouthful of crimson blood was expelled from his lips. The deep red liquid splattered into the water pool, rendering Kaguya devoid of all rational thought as she rushed to his side, cradling him gently in her arms. Luo, what has happened to you? Please don't frighten me. The tremor in her voice was palpable as she gazed at Luo's pallid complexion. It appeared that an unforeseen mishap had occurred, gritting his teeth against the discomfort. Luo managed a faint smile, his fingers brushing lightly across Kaguya's furrowed brow, which was etched with worry. It's all right, dear. I will find a way to heal you. Kaguya lifted Luo, glancing back at the slug. Now, where must we go? There are 3 sacred sage locations within the ninja world: Wetbone Forest, Mayaboka Mountain, and Riichi Cave. Luo has already mastered the arts of Wetbone Forest and Mayaboka Mountain. Now only Riichi Cave remains. The slug replied earnestly, however. We are unaware of the locations of the other sacred sites, and thus cannot guide you. Upon hearing the slug's response, Kaguya's gaze turned icy. Then what use are you to me? The slug trembled in fear under her piercing stare, small slugs falling from its quaking body like rain. Enough. My dear, I know how to reach Riichi Cave. Do not trouble Lord Slug any further. This was the first time Luo witnessed such palpable murderous intent from Kaguya, prompting him to intercede hastily. Kaguya's demeanor towards others was a stark contrast to her treatment of Luo. As he spoke, her aura of hostility receded abruptly, her gaze softening as it returned to him. Lord Slug, please inform the little slugs left with Tsunade to summon me back via reverse summoning. Once Kaguya's emotions had stabilized, Luo spoke slowly. Very well. However, Lady Luo, the heart of the slug is in turmoil. My dear brother, you were directly summoned back by reverse spiritual communication. What about her? I hope she isn't left in my wet-bone forest. Please don't involve me. Observing the slug's hesitant demeanor, Luo felt a surge of curiosity. A millennium ago, what deeds had Kaguya undertaken to instill such fear in the celestial beings of these sacred realms? However, it was evident that this was not the opportune moment for inquiries. Luo conveyed a reassuring expression to the slug. Do not worry, just proceed with the summoning. With that, he turned his gaze toward Kaguya. My dear, can you transform back into the truth-seeking orb and detach yourself to me? Certainly. Upon her words, the chakra enveloping the truth-seeking orb gradually dissipated, and the body formed by the orb's essence suddenly vanished, transforming into 9 orbs that swam into the embrace of Luo's arm. Yet, this time, the orbs seemed to cling even closer to Luo than before. Very well, esteemed slug, let us begin. Luo retrieved a set of garments from a storage scroll and donned them before speaking. Boom. As his words fell, a sudden plume of white smoke enveloped the air, and Luo's form vanished within the wetbone forest. When he reappeared, he found himself in the Hokage's office. At that moment, Tsunade was already aware of Luo's impending return and the predicament he faced. However, upon seeing Luo's pallor, she was taken aback. What happened? Without a moment's hesitation, Tsunade dashed forward to support Luo. There was no denying it. Luo's appearance was exceedingly dire. His body brimmed with overwhelming energy, continually expanding, yet it appeared withered, emanating a life force as fragile as a flickering candle flame in the chilling wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. As a medical ninja, Tsunade instinctively rushed to his side to provide healing. However, just as her body drew near, a striking figure suddenly materialized beside Luo, effortlessly casting her aside with a wave. That figure could only be Kaguya. Wait a moment. Seeing Kaguya prepare to strike again, Luo hurriedly called out to prevent her next move. Good heavens. If you do that again, Konoha might need to change Hokage once more. Kaguya turned her gaze toward Luo, her eyes filled with boundless sorrow, sending shivers down his spine. Do not misunderstand, my dear. She is here at my request to heal my body. If my condition continues to deteriorate unchecked, I fear I may not survive to reach the dragon cave. Observing the fragile and sensitive Kaguya, Luo felt a pang of compassion in his heart, suppressing his own discomfort. He stepped closer to Kaguya and gently embraced her. In this lifetime, I desire no one but you. Kaguya nestled her little head against Luo's chest, her face radiating happiness. Tsunade pondered, what have I done to deserve this? Why must I endure not only punishment but also be subjected to the insipid display of affection? Ahem. Such a delightful ambience was shattered in an instant by Luo. A violent fit of coughing caused a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. His current physical state was utterly deplorable. Kaguya, too, was abruptly jolted from the blissful reverie she had just been enjoying, momentarily forgetting Luo's precarious condition. You. Come here and assist him. She turned her gaze towards the injured Tsunade, her voice icy and authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. Though Tsunade felt a surge of defiance at being summoned with such casual disregard, the chilling indifference towards life emanating from Kaguya extinguished any desire to resist. Reluctantly, she approached Luo, a soft green glow enveloping her hands as she placed them upon his chest. Observing Tsunade's hands on Luo's torso, Kaguya's brows subtly furrowed, nonetheless. The thought of Tsunade aiding Luo compelled her to suppress her discomfort. Once the healing is complete, I shall sever the hand that aided him, Tsunade retorted. Is this how you treat others? After meticulously assessing Luo's internal condition, her irritation dissipated, replaced by profound concern. Two immense streams of Senjutsu energy clashed violently within him. Had it not been for Luo's exceptionally dense and pure chakra desperately suppressing the chaos, any other individual would have perished by now. Yet, this fierce collision was relentlessly depleting Luo's life force, explaining his withered appearance. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was still alive. Having cultivated two distinct Senjutsu systems, Luo had not anticipated such a significant conflict between them. Assist me in stabilizing my internal condition. I must hasten to the Dragon Cave to cultivate the third form of Senjutsu. Luo's demeanor, however, was not one of panic. You wish to continue training? Have you lost your mind? Tsunade exclaimed, aghast at the thought of pursuing a third form of Senjutsu under such dire circumstances. This is what Lord Slug advised. It is the only course of action. With no time for explanations, Luo invoked the name of the slug. Tsunade ceased her protests, focusing intently on stabilizing the injuries inflicted by the clash of Senjutsu systems. This was a monumental task, even for her, proving to be somewhat taxing. Fortunately, no unforeseen complications arose during the process. I can only reach this point. However, I can stabilize your internal injuries for a maximum of 3 days. After that, you must either find a solution or require my assistance again to stabilize your condition. Additionally, try to refrain from utilizing chakra. Tsunade wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and expressed her concern. Little did she know, her seemingly trivial care only intensified the dangerous glint in Kaguya's gaze. After departing from the Hokage's office, Lo and Kaguya hastened towards Orochimaru's research facility. Lo, it has been quite some time. What has happened to you? Orochimaru, possessing remarkable medical skills himself, immediately sensed that something was amiss with Lo upon their first encounter. I will explain later. I must urgently head to the Riichi cave. Lo replied candidly, as he had always preferred straightforwardness with Orochimaru, eschewing any unnecessary circumlocution. Without even stepping into the laboratory, he conveyed the purpose of his visit. Understood. Orochimaru, aware of the urgency, promptly conjured the summoning scroll for the Riichi cave from his mouth. Luo was already well versed in the art. He bit his finger and inscribed his name. Summoning technique. Sensing that Luo was not in the right state, Orochimaru refrained from allowing him to perform the summoning and instead bit his own finger, pressing his palm against the ground. Boom. Instantly, a robust serpent adorned with dark purple patterns materialized before the three. Why have you summoned me, Orochimaru? This time, I demand 100 living sacrifices. The moment the serpent appeared, it boisterously declared. However, sensing Kaguya's aura, its voice gradually diminished in intensity. It is not I who summoned you, but he. Chapter 75. To be a snake, one must be adaptable. As a serpent of remarkable adaptability, the great serpent fully embodied its nature. With a swift motion, it lowered its head to the ground, adopting a tone of subservience, and addressed Luo. Might I inquire as to your wishes, my lord? Remember my essence. I require you to summon me to the dragon's cave. Luo understood the serpent's true nature and was disinclined to engage in lengthy discourse. The dragon's cave forbids such actions. The serpent hesitated. If I were to summon you back, the white snake sage would surely punish me. Upon hearing the serpent's words, Kaguya's temper flared. You dare refuse my husband's request? In an instant, her presence surged forth like a towering mountain, pressing down upon the serpent, rendering it breathless. Say that again. Originally, Orochimaru had not paid much attention to the strikingly beautiful woman by Luo's side. However, Kaguya's sudden display of power caused him to stiffen involuntarily. How terrifying. In the presence of such a being, he felt akin to a mere leaf adrift on the ocean, or even less, merely a blade of grass. Should she wish to end his life, she need only cast a glance. No physical action would be necessary. This was the conclusion Orochimaru ultimately reached. Amidst his fear, a flame of excitement ignited within him. This power, this was true strength. Yet, despite the fervor in his heart, he felt no trace of greed. Overwhelmed by Kaguya's imposing aura, the great serpent had no inclination to resist. I shall return to the dragon's cave and perform the summoning. Upon hearing its acquiescence, Kaguya retracted her overwhelming presence. Boom. Freed from Kaguya's oppressive aura, the serpent cancelled the summoning and returned to the dragon's cave. It did not go back on its word, primarily out of fear. Shortly thereafter, Luo was summoned into the dragon's cave. Who has brought this stranger here? Are you unaware of the rules of the dragon's cave? The moment Luo arrived, he was already sensed by the white snake immortal, whose cold and indifferent voice reverberated throughout the dragon's lair. Listening to the voice of the white snake immortal, the colossal body of the myriad serpents trembled in trepidation, cautiously glancing at Kaguya beside Luo. With her presence, he hoped that no harm would befall him. Esteemed white snake immortal, it is all the fault of the younger generation. I have come here urgently, and if I have caused any offense, I implore your forgiveness. Luo intended to be courteous, but in the next instant, he found himself enveloped in Kaguya's embrace, soaring swiftly in a particular direction. The serpentine passage was far from a straight path. It twisted and turned, yet Kaguya paid no heed to the stone walls that loomed before them, effortlessly sweeping them aside. For her, every moment of Luo's time was precious and could not be squandered. If not for Luo's need for her assistance at this juncture, the dragon's lair would have likely become a mere relic of the past, leaving no room for anyone to flaunt their power here. With Kaguya's reckless advance, the two soon located the position of the white snake immortal. You insolent junior! Do you truly believe that the dragon's lair is a place for reckless abandon? The white snake immortal lay upon her jade couch, taking a leisurely puff from her pipe before finally opening her eyes to regard her visitors. However, upon recognizing them, the pipe slipped from her hand, and her tone took an abrupt turn. If it is Lady Kaguya, please, make yourself at home. I have no objections. Luo, my dear, what on earth did you do 1,000 years ago? Why do these celestial beings appear as if they have encountered a ghost upon seeing you? Stepping away from Kaguya's embrace, Luo offered a slight bow to the white snake sage and introduced himself. White snake sage, I am Luo. I am unworthy of such a title. How could I, in the presence of Lord Kaguya, dare to be called a senior? Upon hearing Luo's address, the white snake sage hurriedly waved his hand in protest. The white snake sage replied, Brother, if you wish for my demise, you need not be so convoluted in your approach. Luo appeared quite embarrassed, feeling as though he had become the most subservient figure in the ninja world, overshadowed by the formidable presence of his wife. Sage of the White Snake, I wish to learn the sage arts of the Dragon Cave. Of course. Why didn't you say so earlier? The Sage of the White Snake readily nodded in agreement, eager to expedite the departure of the two unwelcome visitors. As for the dangers associated with learning sage arts, she dismissed the notion. With Kaguya-sama as their protector, what peril could there possibly be? With that thought, the Sage of the White Snake suddenly elongated her neck, aiming to sink her fangs into Luo's neck. However, before her teeth could make contact, Kaguya swiftly struck her away with a resounding slap. Her gaze remained fixed on the Sage of the White Snake, colder than before. What do you think you're doing? Kaguya asserted. How audacious. My man has yet to be bitten by me. You, a mere serpent, dare to take advantage? How outrageous. The Sage of the White Snake was left bewildered, her head spinning from the slap, staring blankly at Kaguya. She was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend what she had done to provoke such a fierce reaction from this deity. Observing the bizarre turn of events, Luo seemed to grasp the situation and quickly interjected, Sage of the White Snake, if I may be so bold. How exactly does one cultivate the sage arts of the Dragon Cave? Despite her disorientation, the Sage of the White Snake hastily explained, I will directly infuse my sage power into your body. Through the power I impart, you will sense the transformations of sage energy and thereby master the sage arts of the Dragon Cave. In an instant, Luo comprehended the entanglement between the two parties. To directly infuse oneself with celestial energy necessitated physical contact. Given Kaguya's overprotective nature, commencing without prior notice would undoubtedly provoke her ire. Yet, how could one broach such a delicate subject? Before Luo could formulate the words, Kaguya spoke first, once more. Although she uttered this phrase, the expression in her gaze toward Luo was replete with sorrow. Were it not for her inability to shed tears, they would surely have cascaded down her cheeks by now. What could the white serpent sage possibly say? Dare she refuse? With no alternative, she extended her neck once more and gently bit Luo's nape, channeling her celestial energy into him. As the marks of serpentine fangs appeared upon Luo's neck, Kaguya transformed into a monochromatic silhouette, her gaze toward Luo imbued with profound melancholy. However, this sorrow was fleeting. She soon turned her fierce glare back upon the white serpent sage. The sage, sensing impending doom, trembled in fear, quietly explaining, "This is merely the beginning." "What? It is already this painful, and you claim it has only just begun? Is there no remedy?" Kaguya's eyes bore into the white serpent sage, as if she were prepared to devour her alive. "And no, there isn't," the sage stammered. Her once commanding presence reduced to a quivering form. "What use are you then?" Kaguya huffed coldly. Were it not for Luo's suffering, she would have unhesitatingly dispatched the white serpent sage without a second thought. The sage lamented, "It seems I am doomed regardless. Lord Luo is blessed and will surely endure." With no option left, the serpent, finding herself beneath the eaves, had no choice but to bow her head. Flexibility in the face of adversity is a trait not solely possessed by serpents. Luo's body gradually ceased to tremble, yet succumbed to a deep unconsciousness. At that moment, the heavenly curse seal, inscribed by Orochimaru upon his forehead, began to emerge slowly. The three tomos spun incessantly. With each rotation, the sage power within Luo diminished slightly. Gradually, the colors of the three tomo began to shift. The yellow tomo, belonging to Mayaboka Mountain. The azure tomo, hailing from the Wetbone Forest. The violet tomo, originating from the Dragon Cave. The tricolored tomo slowed their rotation further and further until they finally came to a complete halt. The hurried breaths of Luo gradually calmed. The damaged meridians and the shattered soul were slowly mending. Kaguya also noticed that Luo's condition was improving, and her heart began to ease. However, she made no other movements. She simply held Luo quietly, savoring the warmth emanating from her. Unbeknownst to her, a radiant glow of happiness reappeared on her face. In stark contrast to the tender scene between Luo and Kaguya, the white serpent sage felt as though she were sitting on needles, tormented by discomfort. As if a thorn lodged in her throat. Should she leave? Fear held her back. Should she stay? The sight only deepened her unease. Oh, heavens! What sin has the serpent committed to deserve such punishment? The white serpent sage's heart cried out incessantly. Time trickled by, and nearly a month had passed. Yet Luo remained in a deep coma, though her physical condition was steadily improving. During Luo's month-long stay in the dragon's lair, a significant event occurred and teammate, Hinata, awakened her silver Byakugan. However, this power came at a tremendous cost. Kiba was gravely injured, and Akamaru's life hung by a thread. Had it not been for Tsunade's current role as Hokage, had another taken her place, Kiba and Akamaru would likely have perished. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Tsunade's fear of blood has been cured. The reason for her recovery is somewhat amusing. Every day, Tsunade would spit at the great tree transformed by Danzo, and as she did, her fear dissipated. In Luo's words, it was as if the knot in Tsunade's heart had been untied. Though I could not save you back then, now I spit at those who conspired against you daily. It is my form of vengeance. At the Konoha hospital, Hinata had not slept for several days. Gazing at the pale, breathless Kiba on the hospital bed, tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Next time, let me stand in front of you, all right? Having been released from her own constraints, she thought. Let the poison take its course. I seek a 5-star review, dear friends. I wish to see how many points will be displayed when the reviews appear. Thank you. I bow to you all. Chapter 76. The Return. Everything will be all right. With Tsunade-sama here, Kiba will surely be fine. Behind Hinata, Kurenai gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. But, Kurenai-sensei. Akamaru. Hinata's voice trembled, her words failing to fully materialize. This time, Team 8 had undertaken a mission to escort, expecting it to proceed as smoothly as prior tasks. However, they were unexpectedly ambushed by a group of rogue ninjas led by a Jonin. Outnumbered, Team 8 quickly found themselves in a precarious position, compelled to send out a distress signal. Yet, the response from Konoha would take time. Until then, they could only fight with all their might. After hours of relentless battle, they were utterly exhausted. At that critical moment, A rogue ninja seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Hinata. Although her Byakugan had detected the incoming strike, her weary body could not react in time. In a desperate bid, Kiba rushed toward Hinata, sacrificing himself at the last moment to shield her with his own body from the oncoming weapon. Hinata would never forget Kiba's words just before he fell. "Hinata, don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I will never let anyone harm you." Blood stained Kiba's clothing, and it also tainted Hinata's vision. Gripping Kiba's body tightly, the once timid Hinata felt an unprecedented surge of hatred toward her own weakness. With Kiba down, the already struggling team found it even more difficult to resist. Soon, little Akamaru's frail form succumbed to the overwhelming burden, collapsing beside Kiba. Blood stained his white fur, and half of his body was lost to the fray. Whimpering softly, Akamaru cast one last longing glance at Kiba before closing his eyes for the final time. In Hinata's mind echoed chilling questions. Why am I so weak? Watching her comrades fall before her, powerless to intervene. Why must I remain so feeble? Am I to continue in this weakness, witnessing my companions perish before my very eyes? Is this what I wish to see? No. I refuse. You shall all perish. A cold voice erupted from Hinata's lips in fury. The chakra within her surged, seemingly fueled by her rage. As her gaze fell upon the rogue ninjas, they suddenly froze in place, unable to move an inch, gently placing Kiba on the ground. Hinata surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Without employing the gentle fist technique, she wielded her kunai with precision, swiftly slashing the throats of her adversaries. One after another. As Hinata continued to harvest the lives of her foes, her frenzy showed no signs of abating. Her kunai moved with a mechanical precision. And Waihai Kurenai, struggling to suppress her own shock, urgently called out. Yet, it seemed Hinata was oblivious to her presence. Her movements unwavering as the blade pierced through the bodies of the fallen, droplets of crimson splattering against her alabaster cheeks, rendering her appearance eerily enchanting. At that moment, the support team from Konoha finally arrived. Even those accustomed to the brutality of battle felt a shiver run down their spines at the gruesome scene before them. Disembodied limbs and scattered remnants painted the air with a macabre tableau. A small silhouette darted amidst the carnage, the kunai in her grasp dancing through the chaos, conjuring yet more sprays of blood. Enough, Hinata. The rescue team has arrived. We are saved, Kurenai urged, swiftly positioning herself beside Hinata. Her hand firmly gripping the young woman's shoulder as she spoke softly. Fortunately, despite the fury that consumed Hinata, a sliver of rationality remained intact, preventing her from perceiving Kurenai as an adversary. Otherwise, Kurenai's actions may have placed her in peril. With a sudden cessation of her movements, Hinata appeared to lose her resolve. Staring blankly in the direction of Kiba, her eyes fluttering shut as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Emerging from her memories, Hinata's gaze turned hopeful as she looked to Kurenai. Teacher Kurenai, Akamaru will be all right. One Tihi? Akamaru's condition was dire, his body grievously injured, nearly beyond recovery. When the support team arrived, he was barely clinging to life. Upon their return to the village, even Tsunade felt helpless upon witnessing Akamaru's state. Fortunately, with Orochimaru's assurances, the villagers, though still wary, harbored less animosity towards him than before. In the face of severe injuries, the adage rang true: seek Tsunade for the gravely wounded, and Orochimaru for those on the brink. Adhering to the philosophy of treating a dying dog as a living one, Tsunade ultimately entrusted Akamaru to Orochimaru. Whether he could be saved now rested solely upon fate. Kurenai, meeting Hinata's gaze, wished to offer words of comfort, yet found herself at a loss, all her sentiments coalescing into a simple reassurance: he will be fine. On the other side, in Class 6, where Sakura resides, the trio has remained at the Konoha hospital ever since Gaara incapacitated them. Initially, Ryuka Shimura sought to leverage his family's connections to exact revenge on Gaara. However, before he could enact his plans, the protective umbrella of the Shimura clan unexpectedly collapsed overnight. The once mighty Shimura clan, bereft of its shield, fell from grace within Konoha. Moreover, due to the implications surrounding Shimura Danzo, there were subtle indications of their marginalization. Fortunately, Tsunade did not harbor resentment towards the Shimura clan due to Danzo's actions and continued to offer treatment to the three. Yet, the daunting 80 probability of surgical failure deterred Ryuka and Mitarashi Anko. The prospect of death loomed ominously. An 80 chance of failure was tantamount to a death sentence. They lacked the courage to gamble their lives. Ultimately, only Sakura consented to the procedure, which prompted Tsunade to regard her with newfound respect. She resolved that if the surgery proved successful and Sakura demonstrated talent in medical ninjutsu, she would undoubtedly take her as an apprentice. In the Dragon Cave, Kaguya fretted. Why has my husband not yet awakened? Although she knew that Lo had escaped peril, the prolonged absence of his consciousness over the days stirred her concern. He should be waking soon. Lord Lo is surely blessed and will come to no harm. The White Snake Sage had already answered this question countless times over the past few days. Almost every half hour, Kaguya would inquire anew, leaving the sage numb to her worries. You are merely placating me. As Lo's slumber lingered, Kaguya's anxiety intensified. It was no longer a matter that could be brushed aside with a few casual words from the sage. No, it is impossible. That is my genuine belief. Kaguya's skepticism startled the White Snake Sage, nearly causing it to tumble from its jade couch, as a flurry of denials escaped its lips. Then why has my husband not awakened? Kaguya demanded coldly, her gaze fixed upon the sage with an unreasonable intensity. The White Snake Sage felt a pang of distress. How was it supposed to know why he remained in slumber? I am merely a small serpent. How can I possess such knowledge? Perhaps the sage arts of the Dragon Cave are fortifying Lord Lo's spirit. Ultimately, the sage could only conjure a flimsy excuse, hoping to distract Kaguya. Thus, your husband's continued slumber is your fault. Who am I? Where am I? Does the other party speak in human tongue? The White Snake Sage was on the verge of tears, never having felt so wronged in its life. At that moment, Luo gently shifted his body, feeling exceptionally comfortable in his slumber. It was as if all the struggles, fears, and anxieties he had endured over the years, having traversed into this perilous world where danger lurked at every corner, had dissipated like mist upon awakening. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to be greeted by the enchanting visage of Kaguya. Be good. Give your husband a smile. What a sight. Upon witnessing Luo rouse from his sleep, Kaguya playfully teased him with a hint of exasperation. No smile? Then let your husband smile for you. The White Snake Sage was on the brink of exasperation, exclaiming, Enough. You too. Is this a place for your romantic antics? This is the Dragon Cave, a sacred domain of the immortals. My dear, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Luo remarked as he extricated himself from Kaguya's embrace, patting his stomach. Of course you're hungry. After sleeping for an entire month, how could you not be? If you're hungry, then hurry and leave. You're quite the eyesore here. The White Snake Sage retorted. What does my husband wish to eat? How about snake soup? You're hungry? This is quite serious. Kaguya immediately reacted, her concern evident as her gaze darted towards the White Snake Sage. Startled by her look, the White Snake Sage exclaimed, Goodness. Can you both behave like normal individuals? Why must you always endanger the snake? Honestly, it would be better if you continued your romantic pursuits. I have already notified Orochimaru. He should be summoning you back shortly, the White Snake Sage stated, standing up with a bow. The life of a snake is paramount. So-called dignity is but a fleeting cloud. My dear, what exactly have you done? Why do I sense that the immortals from the three great sacred lands are so fearful of you? This question had lingered in Luo's mind for quite some time. And now he could no longer contain his curiosity. Surely not. How could they fear me? Kaguya replied, her face adorned with an innocent smile as she turned to the White Snake Sage. Do you fear me? Preposterous. I, a dignified sage of the sacred lands, would never fear a mere girl. Having lived for a millennium, the White Snake Sage was astute, realizing fully the implications of Kaguya's words. Luo wished to express more, but an unexpected force of spatial distortion suddenly enveloped him. White Snake Sage, we shall take our leave. Farewell. With that, accompanied by a wisp of white smoke, the two vanished from the dragon's cave. Observing their disappearing figures, the White Snake Sage could no longer suppress the turmoil within. He struck the jade couch with a resounding slap, exclaiming, Who on earth wishes to bid you farewell? Never again, he commanded, from this moment forth. Sever all ties of the dragon's cave with the outside world. Chapter 77. A solution emerges. Luo Jun, you have returned? It seems your mastery of the celestial arts has borne fruit, Orochimaru remarked, eyeing the tricolored celestial seal upon Luo's brow with a glint of hunger in his gaze. However, Kaguya raised an almost imperceptible brow at Orochimaru's expression. What was amiss? The way this individual regarded Luo seemed decidedly peculiar. I must extend my gratitude to Uncle Snake for his assistance. Without you, I would have struggled to locate the dragon's cave, Luo noted. Catching the subtle nuances of Kaguya's demeanor, he swiftly drew her into his embrace, gently soothing her emotions. He was acutely aware of Orochimaru's fervent gaze, which made him apprehensive that Kaguya might retaliate with a slap. While others remained oblivious, Luo was keenly aware. In Orochimaru's view, distinctions of gender were inconsequential. Should it bolster his power, Uncle Snake would not hesitate to embrace the role of Aunt Snake. I had not anticipated that you would enter the dragon's cave in such a manner. By the way, the Huga clan's young girl has also evolved her Byakugan, Orochimaru mused. Casting a significant glance at Kaguya, nestled in Luo's arms. He recalled that he had not fully grasped her formidable presence previously. Now he recognized that this woman, who exuded immense pressure, was also of the Huga lineage. Why had he never heard of such a powerful figure within the Huga clan before? Luo remained unaware that Orochimaru's inquiry was merely a probe into Kaguya's identity. His brows furrowed deeply. Hinata had not permitted Hanabi to enroll in the ninja academy. Even if she did, she would not yet be of graduation age. Thus, Hanabi would not be subjected to the intense emotional upheaval that could trigger the evolution of her Byakugan. If it was not Hanabi, it must be Hinata. What has transpired? The most profound emotional shock arises from witnessing a loved one suffer an accident before one's eyes. A dark thought flickered through Luo's mind, prompting him to inquire urgently. The red team encountered an ambush during their mission. That little rascal from the Inuzuka clan. Orochimaru began to narrate. Yet, before he could finish, Luo's mind erupted in turmoil, his expression darkening. Is he dead? Not quite. He merely sustained severe injuries. However, even I find myself somewhat powerless against that little fellow's companion beast. Orochimaru shrugged, having grown indifferent towards life. It mattered not if it were a mere dog. Even witnessing a human's demise before him scarcely stirred any emotional response. Were it not for Tsunade's request, he likely would have deemed such a thankless endeavor beneath his consideration. Fortunately, it was not his teeth that had succumbed. Luo let out a sigh of relief, but in the blink of an eye, realization struck him. What a farce. Not only was Chiharu quite close to him since childhood, but even setting aside their bond. The fate of the Inuzuka clan's ninjutsu heavily relied on the cooperation of their Nikin. Should anything unfortunate befall Chiharu, it would be utterly unimaginable for Inuzuka to remain unscathed. To take it a step further, even if emotions were disregarded, a significant portion of the Inuzuka clan's techniques necessitated the presence of their canine companions. If Chiharu were to encounter a mishap, it would render Inuzuka's abilities utterly obsolete. Take me to see him, Luo proclaimed, brushing aside his hunger as he insisted on checking Chiharu's condition. Upon entering the secluded chamber housing Chiharu's nutrient pod, Luo's gaze fell upon Inuzuka, slumped on the ground, his upper body leaning against the glass of the pod. Appearing utterly spiritless, Hinata stood silently behind Inuzuka, her eyes filled with profound concern as they rested on him. Within the nutrient pod, Chiharu's body was reduced to mere halves, his eyes tightly shut, devoid of any visible signs of life. Is there truly any hope for salvation? Witnessing this dire situation, Luo could not help but feel a pang of anguish. Luo was quite certain that if it weren't for Orochimaru personally concocting the nutrient solution, Chiburu would have long since departed from this world. There are two methods, Orochimaru stated in a low voice upon hearing Luo's murmurs. Luo was taken aback. His gaze toward Orochimaru filled with admiration. Truly, Uncle Snake lived up to his name. Even in such dire circumstances, he had solutions, two of them, no less. The first method involves the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, Orochimaru explained eloquently. However, upon hearing this, Luo could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Is this even human speech? If Hashirama cells were so easily accessible, would Konoha village only have Yamato as its sole would release ninja? The second method is to have Chiburu learn Tsunade's creation rebirth technique. After listening to Orochimaru's suggested methods, Luo's eyes nearly rolled into the heavens. Uncle Snake. Are these methods even conceivable for a human? Why not just suggest that Chiburu pass away and then you could use Edo Tensei to summon him back? Luo said, giving Orochimaru a light slap on the shoulder, his mind brimming with unexpressed grievances. That makes sense, Luo-kun. You truly are remarkable. Yet, upon hearing Luo's sarcastic remarks, Orochimaru felt a spark of inspiration. How had he overlooked such a straightforward solution? Luo gazed at Orochimaru, his expression clearly reflecting disdain. For the first time, he sensed that this scientist of the ninja world was not as reliable as he had previously imagined. Ahem, I was merely jesting. Orochimaru, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Luo's unwavering stare, scratched the back of his head and forced a smile. Ah, what a bother. Luo slowly approached Kiba, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. Kiba, seemingly dazed, lifted his head, his eyes devoid of the once vibrant spark that characterized his spirit. He appeared utterly lifeless, lacking even a trace of vitality. In his life, Akamaru had been akin to family. Now, with his beloved companion's life hanging by a thread, he felt as if his very soul had been stripped away. Yet, upon catching sight of Luo's familiar visage, it was as if he grasped the last lifeline. Springing up suddenly and gripping Luo's shoulders tightly. Luo, please save Akamaru. You used to hold him when he was just a pup. All right, I will think of something. Although Luo remained at a loss, The desperate plea reflected in Kiba's eyes made it impossible for him to utter a word of refusal. However, as Kiba's grip on Lou's shoulders lingered without release, Kaguya's brow furrowed once more, the tension in the air growing increasingly palpable. Lou effortlessly perceived the subtle shift in Kaguya's emotions, letting out a resigned sigh. The goddess possessed many admirable qualities, yet she had one flaw, an inordinate propensity for jealousy. Not only did she envy the affections of women, but she also harbored jealousy towards men. However, Lou seemed to overlook a crucial point. After enduring years of solitude and waiting for a millennium, anyone who regained what was once lost would naturally become exceedingly vigilant. Nevertheless, although Lou did not fully comprehend Kaguya's feelings, he indulged her jealousy with tender affection. After soothing her emotions and bestowing upon her a sense of security, he approached the nutrient pod. Sitting cross-legged, he meticulously delved into his memories, seeking a remedy for Akamaru's plight. The phenomenon of limb regeneration in the original timeline was seemingly achievable only through Tsunade's creation rebirth technique, aside from Naruto and Obito's exceptional feats. To accomplish this, however, one must locate White Zetsu. Yet, White Zetsu was currently entangled within the Outer Path's demonic statue, the very shell of the Ten-Tails, and its whereabouts remained a mystery. Wait, while a demon might not know, Kaguya surely would. My dear, can you sense the location of the Ten-Tails vessel? Lou leaned closer to Kaguya, whispering softly in her ear. Some matters were best kept from prying eyes. I am not the original, so I cannot sense it, Kaguya replied, her ears tingling from Lou's warm breath, causing her cheeks to flush. What a pity, Lou lamented. Otherwise, this would be easily resolved. Yet, he continued to contemplate potential solutions. 5 minutes passed, then 10. And an hour slipped away as everyone observed Lou in deep thought. However, as time trickled by, the glimmer of hope in their eyes gradually faded into despair. Even Kiba appeared to succumb to hopelessness. His gaze lost its vibrancy as he looked upon Akamaru in the nutrient pod, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Lou is indeed impressive, as you know. However, Lou is not a deity. Not everything can be resolved. In my view, Lou should employ the method you just mentioned to perform the reanimation jutsu on Akamaru. Observing Lou's predicament, Orochimaru displayed a hint of impatience. In his eyes, such a seemingly worthless ninja dog hardly warranted the effort Lou was putting forth. I must contemplate further. There must be a solution. Lou understood Orochimaru's nature and recognized that the reanimation jutsu was the simplest approach. Yet, some beings, once deceased, remain so eternally. This reality is irrevocable. You might label Lou as overly sentimental, but he genuinely wishes for each of his companions to remain unharmed. Lou, I yearn to grow stronger. I truly do not wish to feel powerless when my comrades are in peril. Help me. At that moment, you perceived Lou's distress. Although tears had already soaked his clothes, he resolutely spoke. Akamaru, let us proceed with Lord Orochimaru's method. Yo's heart was already filled with anguish. If there were a way, even the slightest glimmer of hope, he would not have chosen this path. Yet, hope was absent. Gazing at Akamaru, who, despite being sedated, writhed in agony within the nutrient chamber, he could no longer bear to witness the suffering. There must be another way. Yeah, there must be. If you give up, Akamaru will truly be beyond salvation. Lou fervently shook Ya's shoulders, his voice tinged with desperation. I do not wish for this either. I truly do not. But I cannot stand idly by as Akamaru endures this torment. Ya crouched on the ground, clutching his head, embodying a child lost and forlorn, helpless and sorrowful. There must be another way. There must be. Suddenly, an idea struck Lou. Uncle Snake, how is your research on Hashirama's cells progressing? If we do not use Hashirama's cells, could other biological cells be integrated into Akamaru's body? Abruptly, Lou seemed to have an epiphany. To save Akamaru's life, why must one exclusively seek Hashirama's cells? If it were from the same species, I could guarantee 100% success. However, if from a different species, further research is required, Orochimaru contemplated before responding earnestly. Is that so? That's wonderful. I've come up with a solution. Haha, in fact, too. Chapter 78. The final decision. The words of Luo dispelled the gloom from everyone's faces, leaving them eagerly gazing in his direction. In the shinobi world, there exists a plethora of extraordinary summoning beasts. To my knowledge, there is a particular creature that, despite having its body severed, does not perish. Instead, it divides into two distinct entities. Without any preamble, Luo succinctly inquired, are you familiar with the Cerberus, the three-headed hound of hell? Initially contemplating a more laissez-faire approach, it now seems prudent to consider an early encounter with Nagato. Luo pondered with some inner turmoil. The three-headed hellhound? I believe I have encountered references to it. yet I have never laid eyes upon it. Observing the bewilderment etched across everyone's faces, Orochimaru voiced the question that lingered in his mind. Does Luo know who contracted such a summoning beast? Yes, indeed. This individual is someone you are familiar with. Luo cast a knowing glance at Orochimaru, a smile playing on his lips, imbued with significance. Orochimaru, unnerved by the depth of Luo's enigmatic smile, inquired, Who is it? Pain. What? Pain. Those two short syllables reverberated through Orochimaru's heart like a thunderclap, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Throughout his life, he had faced countless battles, experiencing both triumph and defeat. The humiliating moniker of the three legendary ninjas was a testament to his failure in combat against Hanzo of the Salamander. However, all past defeats paled in comparison to the sense of helplessness that Pain had instilled within him, a despair that stifled any urge to resist. His own attacks felt like a mere jest, as a single glance from the opponent could render him utterly subdued. Luo, are you truly intent on seeking out Pain? Orochimaru's expression grew exceedingly grave, revealing the profound psychological scars left by his previous encounter with Pain. This is merely one of the methods. I would not resort to it unless absolutely necessary, Luo replied slowly, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. Orochimaru exhaled in relief. That is good to hear. He had just begun to navigate the winds steering the ninja world, and it would be unfortunate to meet an untimely end before he even commenced. Little did he know. Luo's next words would drop his jaw in disbelief. The three-headed hellhound is simply too grotesque. I can hardly envision the sight of three-headed Akamaru before me. Furthermore, I wonder if the hellhound can reassemble after splitting apart. If it cannot, the consequences would be dire. Imagining the prospect of his clan being filled with three-headed Akamarus sent a shiver down Kabuto's spine. Is it solely for this reason? Orochimaru felt a sudden disconnect with Luo's train of thought. What else could it be? Surely you are not afraid I would be unable to contend with Pain? Oh. It's merely the Rinnegan. I hardly regard it with any trepidation. Luo shrugged, his expression exuding nonchalance. Today, I, Luo, shall claim the title of the second pillar and the Bee King. Even the Sage of Six Paths could not impede me. That is the legendary Eye of the Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru gasped, realizing that he had perhaps underestimated Luo's capabilities. The Sage of Six Paths? At that moment, Kaguya, nestled against Luo, raised her head in confusion, her fair visage brimming with inquiries. When the feathered robe was referred to as belonging to the Sage of Six Paths, Kaguya had already been sealed away and thus remained oblivious to it. There was nothing for Luo to conceal, and he explained directly. Oh, Kaguya nodded nonchalantly, burying her head once more into Luo's embrace. Orochimaru felt as though he had endured a second blow. The demeanor and tone of the two before him suggested that. Should one be aware, they were discussing the Sage of the Six Paths, however, to the uninformed. It might seem as though they were lamenting over a wayward child at home. Next came the second method, to integrate the cells of the slug into Chiharu's body. Ignoring Orochimaru's astonishment, Luo proceeded to articulate the second approach. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yet, as soon as Luo finished speaking, he was met with Orochimaru's vehement opposition. What is the matter? Is it unfeasible? Observing Orochimaru's fervent reaction, Luo's brows furrowed deeply. If Orochimaru could not accomplish such cellular fusion, who else in the ninja world could? It's not that it cannot be done. It's that it's fundamentally unachievable. After all, we are dealing with slugs. Luo, having mastered the sage art of the wetbone forest, ought to be aware that those summoned slugs were merely a fraction of their true form. Orochimaru could not comprehend why Luo failed to grasp such a straightforward concept. Isn't it obvious? If self-fission is possible, then passive fission should also be achievable. Luo misunderstood Orochimaru's intended meaning, silently commending himself. Is that what I was implying? My point is, if I were to make such a request, do you think the slug sage would not strike me down? Orochimaru's expression was one of exasperation. Did he truly believe that Orochimaru had not considered this method? It was simply a matter of courage. Indeed, Orochimaru was wholeheartedly himself. Humph. Ah, I thought you were going to say something significant. It's a trivial matter. I will communicate with the slug sage. As he spoke, Luo bit his finger, made a mark on his palm, and pressed it onto the ground. Mount Myabokatotes. Wetbone forest slugs, dragon cave, Where is the dragon cave? Why can't I sense it? Never mind, now is not the time for that. Let us summon the slug first. Boom. With a puff of white smoke, a small slug appeared before Luo. Lord Luo, Lady Kaguya. Upon their first encounter, the little slug greeted them politely. Call me Lady Luo. Kaguya interjected coldly, causing the small slug to nearly split in fright. All right. Lady Luo, the little slug quivered. contemplating whether to seal off the wet-bone forest upon return, never to emerge again. Esteemed slug sage, I have a request. Luo beamed with a warm, sunny smile. Yet, it was precisely this radiant smile that terrified the little slug into a state of utter disarray. Luo, what on earth has transpired? Am I truly that terrifying? Slug, if you wish for my demise, do not hesitate to voice it. Before this esteemed individual, you address me as Lord Slug? My Lord Luo, you truly humble me. Should you have any commands, I shall comply without hesitation if it is within my capability. At this moment, all Slug desires is to swiftly escape this place, which instills a profound sense of dread, not just in me, but in Slug itself. Might you grant me a mere fragment of your cells? I wish to conduct a modest experiment with them. Upon hearing Luo's intentions, Slug was nearly moved to tears. I knew it. I knew he sought to bring harm to me. Slug possesses the ability to self-replicate. Even a minuscule cell, once separated from the main body, will acquire an independent consciousness. Essentially, it is akin to the shadow clone technique, yet distinct in its nature. Unlike shadow clones, which dissolve and return their consciousness to the original, Slug transmits its consciousness back to the main body upon rejoining. Such a modest request from Luo, does it not simply imply the desire to harm one's own fragmented self? What is the matter? Is it not permissible? Luo, unable to grasp the crux of the matter, inquired with a sense of perplexity upon observing the silent Slug. Luo's ignorance does not imply that Orochimaru shares the same lack of understanding. He was on the verge of voicing his objections to Luo's impudent actions. However, before he could utter a word, the Slug's remarks once again shook the very foundations of his worldview. It is not entirely impossible. However, may I inquire what Lord Luo intends to do with my cells? To save it, by merging your cells with its body. It should be able to restore its physical form. Luo indicated towards the nutrient tank housing Orochimaru. This may pose some challenges. One must recognize that even a minuscule slug cell harbors the essence of the wet-bone forest sage power. Should a fusion occur, it is likely that not only will the individual fail to mend its own body, but it may also be assimilated into the slug. Upon hearing Luo's intentions, the slug appeared to grasp a final lifeline, its tone shifting to one of buoyancy. Such fortunate prospects? So, in that case, Orochimaru will become a canine adept in sage arts? How delightful. Nonetheless, even as enticing as this notion is, it undeniably carries inherent risks. Luo ultimately entrusted the final decision to you. Yeah, it is you who should make the choice. Should they succeed, Chiba could not only heal his injuries but perhaps also acquire the mystical powers of the wet-bone forest. However, if they were to fail, Chiba would transform into a slug, truly departing from him. You remained silent, yet the gaze he cast upon Luo conveyed his decision. I understand. I will procure the cells of the Hellhound as swiftly as possible. Luo nodded earnestly, making his commitment. The bond between Ya and Chiba was indisputable. Such a choice from Ya came as no surprise to Luo. Then, Master Luo, shall I take my leave? The slug sighed in relief, preparing to depart. At that moment, a faint whimper emanated from the nutrient chamber. Unbeknownst to them, Chiba had awakened. His eyes fluttered open slightly, looking at Luo with a gaze filled with yearning. Throughout this time, Chiba had witnessed Ya's relentless efforts. To acquire the strength to protect Hinata, he had trained tirelessly. Yet, the constraints of talent and family secrets rendered the fruits of his labor less than remarkable. Chiba desired to grow stronger. He wished to assist his dearest companion. Chiba. Observing the weak yet resolute expression in Chiba's eyes, you felt as though sand had invaded his tear ducts, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Mew. Chiba emitted another faint whimper, as if to comfort you. Very well, the decision is made. Let us proceed to the wet-bone forest, where the natural energies are more abundant. Chapter 79. The Power of Sage Dogs. After signaling the little slug to return first, Luo took a moment to attune himself to the flying thunder god mark he had left in the wet-bone forest. It feels a bit distant. I wonder if my current chakra can support such a long-distance transmission. Flying thunder god technique. Luo inscribed several seals on the ground before activating the technique. Whoosh. Instantly, their figures vanished from Orochimaru's experimental base. Upon reappearing, they found themselves in the wet-bone forest. Assessing the depletion of his chakra, Luo's expression shifted to one of intrigue. What is going on? Why does it feel as though I have scarcely exerted myself? Had his chakra volume truly swelled to such an extent? In truth, Luo was unaware that his situation was rather unique. Before Kaguya's descent, certain individuals in this world practiced the sage art system. However, due to the challenges associated with mastering it, it never gained widespread adoption. Following Kaguya's arrival, a more accessible chakra system emerged. giving birth to the term ninja. Consequently, this realm became known as the ninja world. In the present circumstances, Luo's situation bears a striking resemblance to that of the divine tree, as well as to Tsunade's seal. The power absorbed by the divine tree ultimately culminates in the fruition of its energy. Similarly, the natural energy that Luo absorbs is akin to the Yin seal, being stored within the celestial curse mark upon his forehead. Furthermore, his constant absorption of natural energy has resulted in a vast reservoir of sage power that surpasses his wildest imagination. As the small slug that had split from the sage of slugs returned to its original form, the sage immediately comprehended the purpose of Luo's arrival. Without hesitation, he divided once more, producing a diminutive slug that gracefully settled into Luo's palm. Luo handed the slug to Orochimaru and said, "Uncle Snake, the rest is up to you." As Orochimaru gazed at the slug in his hand, then at Luo, he felt an overwhelming sense of surrealism regarding everything that had transpired today. No, it was more than that. Ever since encountering Luo, the events had taken on a fantastical quality. Although astonished, Orochimaru could not deny that the experiments he once dared not dream of were now presented before him. This was the life he had always envisioned. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru ceased his hesitation and began to analyze the data of the slug's cells, erasing the consciousness that resided within it. Nearby, the slug sage watched as the consciousness was obliterated, tears of tiny slugs welling up at the corners of his eyes. After numerous adjustments, Orochimaru finally succeeded in introducing the slug cells into Chibiru's body. Why did this situation feel so familiar? Observing Orochimaru's adept maneuvers, Luo couldn't help but stroke his chin in contemplation. This was reminiscent of his own experience in the Dragon Cave. The White Snake Sage had infused her sage power into her own body, allowing him to comprehend the sage arts of the Dragon Cave. However, Chibiru's process was even more thorough, directly merging the slug cells into his being. As the two sets of cells continued to intertwine, Chibiru emitted mournful whines. Hinata, watching the trembling Kiba, mustered the courage to step forward and grasp his cold, anxious hand tightly, saying, "It's going to be all right. You will be fine." Perhaps her gentle words warmed Kiba's heart, for his body finally ceased its trembling. Yet, the worry in his eyes when he looked at Chibiru was inescapable. Time passed slowly, and as the cellular fusion reached completion, the tension in everyone's hearts peaked. They all understood that the moment of truth, the true test of life and death, was upon them. With a chilling howl, Chibiru's form began to dissolve, transforming into a mere skeleton, which soon vanished, leaving only a faint glow of soul light in the air. Kiba, quickly, use every means possible to awaken Chibiru's soul. Otherwise, he will never return, Luo urged, drawing from his experience. However, as soon as Luo's words fell, Chibiru's body began to be reforged. Significantly, it was evident that he was still a dog and had not transformed into a slug. Luo, what is happening? Is it really that simple? Why do I feel like I am even inferior to a dog? In truth, Luo has somewhat underestimated the fidelity of dogs to humans. In the spiritual realm of Orochimaru, its soul, having merely flickered for a moment, had already conjured the image of, "From now on, you shall be called Orochimaru. I shall be known as. Henceforth, we will become the best of companions." It was during our first encounter with that I found myself gently cradled in its embrace, soothingly alleviating the fear I felt upon departing from my mother. "Cheer up, Orochimaru, you are the best." That was our first training session together. Yet my tender age led to repeated failures. However, did not chastise me. Instead, it continually offered encouragement. "Orochimaru, I must become exceptionally strong. For only then can I better protect those I wish to safeguard." After the Chunin exams, exhibited an unprecedented fervor for strength. It yearned to grow stronger, to aid in realizing his dreams. A ninja has a path of perseverance, and Orochimaru too possesses its own way. Success was achieved. Over the past few days, worry, guilt, and countless negative emotions plagued his mind, leaving him utterly exhausted. As he observed Orochimaru's form gradually taking shape, his tension finally eased, causing his body to soften and almost collapse. Hinata, quick-witted and nimble, swiftly supported, letting him lean against her. Observing their closeness, Luo stroked his chin. Indeed, it seems that love born from familiarity is far more reliable than that which arrives unexpectedly. Hinata, such a perfect girl, should not be a mere substitute for anyone. Alas. Yet, Luo failed to notice that the once resting Kaguya in his embrace now sported puffed cheeks, clearly feeling envious. "Darling, why are you pinching me?" All girls possess an instinctive reaction, and Kaguya was no exception. Her delicate hand seized the soft flesh at Luo's waist and spun him around 180 degrees. "Who looks better, me or her?" Boom. Kaguya's question sent Luo's mind spiraling. Why? Why would a goddess pose such a question? Was this not a matter of life and death? How was he to respond? She looks good? Nonsense. Only a fool would answer in such a manner. You look good? Oh, indeed. You are sincerely comparing us. Luo found himself in a predicament, yet the current circumstances afforded him no room for hesitation. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom what chaos might ensue. I don't know, he replied earnestly, gazing into Kaguya's eyes. What? You dare to say you don't know? True to form. Upon hearing Luo's response, Kaguya's brows furrowed, and she instantly became irate. Because in my eyes, there is only you, not her. How can I compare when I do not even know what the other looks like? Gently, Luo caressed Kaguya's long hair, his gaze suffused with tenderness. You're only saying sweet nothings. I'm ignoring you now, she said, though her body betrayed her as she nestled her head into Luo's embrace. Indeed, in my eyes, there has never been anyone but you. You mentioned this a millennium ago. The rebirth of Akamaru was far swifter than Luo's. And due to his singular focus on the wet-bone forest mystical arts, he experienced none of the spiritual energy conflicts that plagued Luo. Nevertheless, even so, the process of his rebirth consumed a full 3 days. As they beheld the newly transformed Akamaru, curiosity flickered across each face. The formerly snow-white fur now bore a ring of azure stripes on its limbs, which, rather than appearing out of place, rendered him even more striking. Well, at least it's just stripes on the limbs. If he had turned into a slug, that would have been quite the spectacle. The thought of Akamaru resembling a spotted dog left Luo feeling unable to watch. Everyone nodded in agreement with Luo's sentiments. Are you all being polite? The slug interjected. Meanwhile, you disregarded the banter, scooping Akamaru into his arms and affectionately nuzzling his cheek against him. Wonderful, Akamaru, truly wonderful. Woof. Akamaru reciprocated the affection, giving Ya's face a gentle lick. After all these days, he could sense Ya's worry for him. Akamaru, may I see your current abilities? As a scientist, Orochimaru's foremost concern lay with his research outcomes. He promptly inquired. Woof. Leaping from Ya's embrace to the ground, Akamaru's form suddenly split into hundreds of smaller Akamarus. Then, with the invocation of the Inuzuka clan's secret technique, all the tiny Akamarus swiftly enlarged. Is that all? Observing the multitude of Akamarus before him, Orochimaru appeared somewhat dissatisfied, his brows slightly furrowing. However, in the next moment, the hundreds of Akamarus raised a front paw and gently tapped the ground. Instantly, a black shadow appeared around the center of their brows and the contours of their eyes, revealing their entrance into Sage Mode. Wow. Is it truly that simple to enter Sage Mode within the Wetbone Forest mystical arts? Luo was nearly rendered speechless. Just imagine if 100 of those celestial power canines unleashed their combined might. What a staggering thought. After showcasing their mystical arts, one of the canines, Chiwamaru, leapt onto Ya and sank its teeth into his arm, instantly enveloping him in a green healing glow. The weariness that had accumulated over the past few days dissipated under the soothing radiance. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Truly remarkable, a being capable of both combat and healing, entirely a versatile creature. As Luo beheld the magnificent scene, his heart surged with excitement. Just then, the Jade Talisman transformed into Kaguya. He had yet to test his prowess after mastering the 3 grand mystical arts, so he eagerly called out, Ya. Let us engage in a battle. Chapter 80. The ultimate training dummy. Ya appeared somewhat hesitant. Chiwamaru had just recovered and now was about to fight. Would that pose any complications? What woof. In contrast to his indecision, Chiwamaru seemed exuberant, eager to demonstrate its newfound strength to its partner. It gently tugged at Ya's pant leg, signaling him to acquiesce. Chiwamaru, are you truly all right? Ya inquired, still concerned, as he crouched down to gently stroke Chiwamaru's head, earnestly seeking reassurance. Woof woof. Chiwamaru nodded, its eyes ablaze with the desire for battle. Very well, then let us embrace the challenge together. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fist and gazed at Luo, a similar intensity of battle spirit igniting within his eyes. Of course, it was clear that their duel could not take place in the Wetbone Forest. Such a setting would be exceedingly disrespectful. Primarily, it was due to the incessant rain in the forest. Luo was truly reluctant to linger in such an environment unless absolutely necessary. Sensing the flying thunder god mark he had left in Konoha, Luo promptly transported everyone to training ground number 1. It was unclear who had disseminated the news, but as soon as they arrived, word of Luo's impending duel had already spread throughout the village. Almost every ninja who learned of this and was not on a mission hurried toward training ground number 1. Is it truly Lord Luo's battle? How exhilarating! I cannot believe I shall witness Lord Luo in action once more. exclaimed a Chunin clad in a green vest, racing alongside his companions. During the Chunin exams, the terrifying prowess Luo displayed had left an indelible mark on their memories. I heard that the one fighting Lord Luo is a young member of the Inuzuka clan, another ninja chimed in excitedly. However, upon catching sight of a ninja riding a dog not far off, he couldn't help but tease, Inuzuka clan, your young one is quite impressive. He chuckled. Perhaps the little one doesn't yet grasp the magnitude of the challenge. Hearing this banner, the Inuzuka ninja couldn't help but feel a touch embarrassed. Who is Luo? He is indeed a formidable individual who has toppled Danzo. A mere child of his own family daring to engage in battle with the opponent, one must commend such audacity. To the eyes of all, it seemed as though this confrontation had already lost its suspense before it even commenced. No one, not even the members of the Inuzuka clan, believed Jiraiya would prevail. Bow, regardless of what transpires, do not intervene, Luo gently instructed, placing a soft kiss on Kaguya's forehead. He genuinely feared that should he find himself at a disadvantage, Kaguya might be unable to restrain herself. Understood, Kaguya replied obediently, yet in her heart, she resolved to vigilantly watch over him, ensuring that he would not sustain even the slightest harm. She gracefully floated to the edge of the training ground, casting a cursory glance before gliding towards Tsunade. Here, she had not encountered many individuals, but Tsunade was one of them. As she saw Kaguya approaching, Tsunade's heart raced. Don't come any closer, she thought frantically, scanning the nearby crowd until she quickly located the position of the Huga clan. She frantically gestured towards Hinata Hayashi, as if pleading. Your clan needs to take her away. I truly do not wish to be in her presence. Feeling Tsunade's anxious gaze, Hayashi involuntarily turned to look at Kaguya, who was slowly drifting towards Tsunade. Upon noticing the Byakugan in her eyes, he was plunged into deep self-doubt. When did their clan acquire such an individual? Nevertheless, despite his confusion, Hayashi remained motionless. After all, in the world of Hokage, could anyone who could soar through the skies be considered ordinary? Even without uttering a word or taking action, Kaguya's ethereal demeanor exuded a pressure that was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Hello, with no other choice. As she saw Hayashi remain still, Tsunade mustered her courage to greet her. You are a good person, Kaguya declared, seeing anyone who could assist Luo as virtuous in her eyes. Tsunade was left bewildered, thinking, have I just been issued a good person card? Just as she was about to say something further, the battle in the arena had already begun, and she could only resign herself to silence. Chakra. Scatter. With a fierce command from Jiraiya, the red hounds immediately split apart. Instantly, hundreds and thousands of tiny red hounds appeared, resembling mere insects. Bang. With the activation of the Inuzuka clan's secret technique, the insect-sized hounds suddenly transformed into their normal size. Goodness. Is this truly the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs? Witnessing such a spectacular scene, all onlookers were left utterly astonished. Yet, the spectacle was not over. Hundreds of thousands of red hounds simultaneously raised a front paw and gently tapped the ground, and suddenly, shadows appeared on their faces, signifying their entry into Sage Mode. What is this? Sage Mode? Just like Grandfather's Sage Mode? Tsunade gazed at the scene before her, rendered utterly speechless, as if in that fleeting moment, her very soul had been stripped away. The wet-bone forest technique, which she had failed to master, had astonishingly been learned by a mere ninja dog. Is there still a semblance of justice? Is there still a rule of law? Lo, I shall commence my assault. In an instant. Kiba had conferred with Akamaru and devised a battle strategy. He raised his hand high and, with a sudden flourish, declared, Ninjutsu, Tornado Fong. Instantly, all the Akamaru spun wildly, resembling countless miniature tornadoes, charging directly towards Lo with such velocity that they left a trail of afterimages in the air. Witnessing such a magnificent spectacle, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lo's eyes. Bring it on. With a resounding clap of his hands, he bellowed, Ninjutsu, True Thousand Hands. As his voice echoed, a colossal statue of a thousand-armed Buddha emerged behind him. Luo leaped to the summit of the great Buddha, gazing at the surging tide of crimson spheres. The echoes of their roars reverberating, transform at the pinnacle. The ordinary bloodline limit entails the fusion of two distinct chakra natures to forge a new chakra essence. Wood release operates on a similar principle. By merging water and earth chakra, one can manifest wood release. Luo discerned that achieving this was remarkably simpler than refining the path of jade. Thus, if he so desired, he could almost claim mastery over all conventional bloodline limits. As the towering thousand-handed Buddha ascended, a wave of astonishment swept through the hearts of everyone from Konoha. Was this the ninjutsu of the first Hokage from years past? How formidable! While all were in awe, one individual stood in silence, observing the small branches sprouting from his wrist. It seemed he possessed wood release as well. Bang! 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 The two forces soon collided, countless wooden fists raining down upon the Crimson Army. Yet, the Crimson Army pressed forward, unyielding and undeterred, facing Luo's onslaught head-on. Boom! 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 A myriad of debris and clouds of dust erupted into the air, obscuring any clarity as to which side held the upper hand. After a considerable while, as the dust settled, the onlookers beheld the ground littered with fallen crimson spheres. Luo had emerged victorious. I knew it. Indeed, how could Lord Luo possibly lose? Moreover, he wields the release of the first Hokage. It seemed the outcome was clear, and excitement buzzed amongst the crowd. However, in the next moment, the fallen Crimson Army radiated a brilliant green light. As the glow flickered, their wounds healed almost instantaneously. Tsunade exclaimed, "Calm, calm, who can tell me? Is this still a ninja dog? Not only can it split like a slug, but it can also heal itself?" The previously animated ninjas now stood with agape mouths, utterly speechless, unable to articulate the shock that gripped their hearts. Once more, Kiba raised his hand high, resembling a general issuing commands. Sage art, raging Fang. Observing the scene reminiscent of moments before, Luo couldn't help but smirk. After all this time, Kiba, you still rely on the same trick to conquer all. Nevertheless, this technique was undeniably powerful. Perched atop the great Buddha, Luo swiftly lifted his right hand to his mouth. While his opponent employed a singular technique, he had no intention of following suit. After all, he aimed to develop a new combat system. Sage art, ice release, ice age. As a chilling breeze emanated from Luo's mouth, the ravaged ground was suddenly enveloped in layers of crystalline ice. In an instant, this training ground was entirely blanketed. Yet this was not the end. At that moment, countless snowflakes began to descend from the sky. The hexagonal snowflakes, sharp as throwing stars, were aimed at the Chiharu army. As the ice crystals penetrated their bodies, an intense cold swiftly enveloped them, transforming them into exquisite ice sculptures upon the ground. The chaos of the battle was abruptly brought to a halt. Luo stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking, "It seems that Chiharu is not as formidable as I initially thought." Chiharu retorted, "Could it be that your prowess is simply too extraordinary?" Yet, the battle was far from over. With a series of sharp cracks, the ice that had imprisoned Chiharu began to shatter, and the Chiharu army once more radiated a brilliant green light. Their wounds healed anew, and even the frigid air that had invaded their bodies was expelled. This is how it should be. Otherwise, it would be utterly mundane. Upon witnessing Chiharu's restoration, Luo finally revealed a satisfied smile. Silently placing his hands upon the great Buddha, he chanted, "Celestial arts, storm escape, wandering dragon." A torrent of black lightning surged forth like sinuous dragons, piercing through the Buddha's form and cascading onto the ice crystals. Rapidly, it spread, encircling the recently rejuvenated Chiharu in the blink of an eye. Crack! The thunder erupted, causing Chiharu's pristine white fur to emit wisps of black smoke. The momentum that had just surged was dissipated with the resounding booms of lightning. You gazed resentfully at Luo, perched atop the Buddha's head, questioning, "Are you certain this is a battle and not merely a session of striking a sandbag?" Chapter 81. A farcical conclusion. Enough. Luo, with your current strength, engaging with you would truly be an act of folly. After a few brief exchanges, Ya's confidence, which had just begun to swell, was thoroughly shattered. "Wait. I have so many newly developed ninjutsu that I have yet to try." As he prepared to retreat, Luo could not possibly acquiesce. After all, this was the first time he had fought without resorting to the Seeker's Shade. How could he allow it to conclude so hastily? There were numerous techniques he wished to explore. No more. Today, even if the ninja world were to fall into ruin, I refused to continue this duel. Ya had relinquished any hope of competing with Luo, the prodigy. This spontaneous urge has led to my demise. I find myself in a most distressing predicament. Observing Ya's despondence, Luo felt a sense of exasperation. His gaze swept across the onlookers witnessing the battle. Wait a moment. It appears that the elite forces of Konoha are all present. Should I engage in something grand? With a swift motion, Luo's figure flickered, and suddenly, a dozen bewildered silhouettes appeared on the battlefield. "Hey, Luo, what are you doing?" As the fifth Hokage, Tsunade was the first to react, questioning Luo's intentions. Come, all of you, join in. I have yet to satiate my thirst for battle. In the past, protected by the likes of Kizuna, I hardly felt the thrill of combat. Now that I am genuinely interested, how can I not indulge fully? Luo-kun, I acknowledge your strength. But do you truly intend to face us all alone? Orochimaru licked his lips, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Or else, did you think I summoned so many of you merely to serve as judges? Luo shrugged and remarked, "Haha, the fire of my youth is already ablaze. What do you think, Shaoli?" Upon grasping the reason, My guy instantly entered a fervent state, giving Xiaoli a thumbs up, overflowing with enthusiasm. Teacher Kai. The fire of my youth is equally burning brightly. Xiaoli's eyes shimmered with an intense flame. Let us charge forth together, Xiaoli. Yes, Teacher Kai. 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the 5th gate, Dumin, open. In an instant, the veins on Xiaoli and Might Guy's foreheads bulged. Sweat evaporating into swirling green mist. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the two had vanished from their original position, reappearing right before Luo. Canoa whirlwind. Together, they exclaimed. How exhilarating indeed. I find myself rather impatient. Orochimaru's voice was always sinister, as he gently bit his finger and forcefully pressed it against the ground. Jiraiya and Tsunade moved in perfect unison with Orochimaru. Despite years apart from battle, their shared history as the legendary three ninjas forged an unparalleled camaraderie. Summoning technique. Yet, as a cloud of white smoke dissipated, Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya standing atop Tai's head on his left, then at Tsunade atop Katsuyu on his right, before finally looking down at the empty ground beneath him, lost in confusion. Where are my countless snakes? Dragon's cave. Achoo. The myriad snakes scratched their noses with their tails. Puzzled. Is it strange that snakes can sneeze? Is someone cursing me? Surely not. To alleviate his own embarrassment, Orochimaru was the first to strike. His neck elongating suddenly as a glistening Kusanagi sword erupted from his mouth, lunging straight at Luo. Luo, this is my first time wielding such power. Are you prepared? Sasuke's face was etched with arrogance. Since awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, he had tirelessly unraveled its mysteries. At last, he had successfully mastered the ultimate secret of the Sharingan, Susanoo. With a resounding boom, a purple skeletal form of Susanoo materialized around Sasuke, rapidly cloaked in purple muscle, culminating in a magnificent purple longbow, firmly grasped by the Susanoo giant. This is the true power of the Uchiha, Luo. Susanoo's arrow. As Sasuke's voice echoed, an arrow gleaming with a chilling light pierced through the air, hurtling towards Luo. Within Naruto's being, a fire ignited, fervently ablaze. I am ready to burn completely, the Nine-Tails exclaimed excitedly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to unleash a righteous beating on Luo. Little brat, hurry, harness my power. Let them witness what true strength entails. The seal placed within Naruto by the Nine-Tails has long since been lifted. With the presence of Luo, there is no concern that the Nine-Tails will pose any threat to Naruto. During this period, Naruto has diligently practiced harnessing the power of the Nine-Tails, and he has now achieved a preliminary mastery. Although he cannot transform into the golden Naruto as he did in the later stages of the original timeline, he finds it effortless to enter his tailed beast form. With a gurgling sound, the Nine-Tails voice echoed, and crimson chakra tails emerged from behind Naruto, multiplying rapidly. 1, 2, within a mere breath, there were already 9. The Nine-Tails raised high. A black-tailed beast ball swiftly took shape, and with a flick of the tail, it hurtled towards Luo. Though reluctant to engage in battle with Luo, he felt compelled to do so, as it was Luo's request. Niji's white eyes suddenly transformed into a transparent hue, silver radiance spilling forth from his pupils. In an instant, the surrounding space around Luo underwent a transformation. While he could not imprison Luo, he could certainly assist others. With the resistance of space eliminated, the attacks of everyone became markedly swifter. Haha, Luo, you've really stepped into it now. Akamaru, let us go. Sage Art, Chaotic Fong Bite. No one can escape the law of true fragrance, and neither can you. Observing the multitude of attacks surging toward Luo, Kiba's face lit up with excitement. With a flourish of his right hand, the Akamaru army prepared to charge once more towards Luo. I'm here to help you. Hinata's gentle voice murmured, her eyes also turning silver. A spatial gate materialized before the Akamaru army. Crossing through this portal, they found themselves mere moments away from Luo. Haha, this is what I've been looking for in a fight, Luo exclaimed, a long laugh escaping his lips as he prepared to unleash his ninjutsu at the oncoming barrage of attacks. However, in the next moment, a striking figure suddenly appeared before him. The newcomer simply raised their right hand and waved casually, as if encountering a massive barrier. All the overwhelming assaults were effortlessly deflected. Retreat. To possess such power, who but Kaguya could accomplish this? At this moment, Kaguya's small face was puffed up in indignation. These individuals were utterly unreasonable. How could they bully her dear one in such a manner? Kaguya declared that she could not tolerate this any longer. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying wave of energy erupted, and all the incoming attacks were repelled, returning to their origin with even greater speed than they had arrived. Kaguya turned back, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she beheld all the attacks repelled by her own prowess. With a playful expression that sought praise, she looked at Luo and said, My dear, am I not impressive? Lu was momentarily stunned, awkwardly giving a thumbs up. Impressive. However, in an instant, realization dawned upon him. Wait, is this truly a matter of being impressive? I am well aware of your prowess. Yet, this is my battle. You simply waving your hand to resolve it leaves me wondering what my role is. Should I shout encouragement? My dear, did I not express my desire for you to refrain from intervening? Lu felt completely deflated. Gathering such a group was no small feat. Sigh. My darling. Are you blaming me? Huey's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a pitiful expression. How could that be? My beloved is so formidable. I couldn't be happier. I fear not the goddess's reasoning, yet I dread her delicate demeanor. Upon witnessing Huey's forlorn expression, Lu's resolve softened. He chuckled. You are the best, my dear. Huey rushed into Lu's embrace, nuzzling her small head against his chest. Everyone else, this is utterly ridiculous. We merely wish to observe the battle. What wrong have we committed? Why must we be treated so harshly? However, dear, could we perhaps refrain from further combat? I wish to test my current capabilities. Lu gently stroked Huey's hair and softly spoke. Shall we? Yes, I will follow your lead. Huey nodded eagerly, readily agreeing once more. Hee. Let us do this again next time. After comforting Huey, Lu turned his gaze back to the group before him, nervously inquiring, shall we proceed? Yet, what met him were disdainful glares from all around. Absolutely not. To engage in battle with you again would be absurd. Tsunade fumed, turning on her heel and striding away with a flourish. Exactly. Who would battle with you? Who would want to be a fool? Jiraiya, seeing Tsunade leave, also threw down a sharp retort and hurriedly followed her. Forget it. I'm done. There is no thrill in fighting you, Lu, Orochimaru remarked, his enthusiasm waning, preferring to return to the lab to pursue research instead. As Luo's gaze swept over each individual, it garnered affirmations in response. Anyone who dared to confront him would be met with dire consequences. Even Kai and Sakura were not exempt from this unspoken rule. We are far too weak. We must intensify our training, exclaimed Kai with fervor. Yes, teacher Kai. In unison, they proceeded to execute their demanding regimen, traversing the village upside down with incredible speed. Meanwhile, perched on his shoulder, Chimon's countenance reflected utter despair. Who have I offended? I am undeniably adorable. Their actions are a blatant discrimination against me. Thus, this skirmish concluded in a manner reminiscent of a farce. Nevertheless, a consensus emerged among the onlookers. It was prudent to avoid provoking the woman by Luo's side, unless one had a death wish. Before long, a week had elapsed. Luo, I wish to seek out Itachi. Chapter 82, The Target of the Impure World Reincarnation. Seek out Itachi? Luo's brow furrowed slightly at Sasuke's imploring expression. Why? There are questions I wish to pose directly to Itachi, Sasuke replied, his fists tightening and then relaxing, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. In recent days, he had come to realize that although he understood the entirety of the circumstances and the mastermind behind the Uchiha massacre had met his demise, his heart remained unable to accept it. He yearned to inquire whether Itachi had ever felt remorse over the years. Very well. Please convey this message. Survive. Some opportunities are not entirely lost. If he seeks repentance, let him speak directly to our parents. Luo spoke calmly, recognizing that unlike Naruto, Sasuke's growth should be nurtured through the trials of the vast world rather than the constraints of the village. Furthermore, Konoha would publicly announce that Uchiha Sasuke had defected. Once you meet Itachi, remain by his side, Luo instructed. Why? Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. In contrast to the original timeline, Danzo was deceased, and he had avenged his family's tragedy. With the evolution of his Sharingan, his thirst for power had diminished. If it weren't for his genuine desire to see Itachi, he would have preferred to remain in the village. Itachi is an undercover agent. Luo revealed a significant piece of information. Your journey there will serve to aid him. Sasuke bowed his head in silence, contemplating for a long while before looking back at Luo and nodding earnestly. Understood. Soon, news of Uchiha Sasuke's defection spread rapidly. At Konoha Hospital, Sakura's father slammed his fist against the wall, his voice hoarse. Must you insist on being a ninja? Although Sakura was determined to undergo the surgery, Tsunade still hoped she would discuss it with her parents. Upon learning about the success rate of the procedure, Sakura's parents had already attempted to persuade her numerous times. The world of ninjas is perilously treacherous. After this incident, they were reluctant to allow Sakura to continue on this path. Yes, I must become a ninja. Sakura tilted her head, gazing steadfastly towards the gates of Konoha. She was already aware of Sasuke's departure from the village. The rumor circulating was that he had failed in his attempt to attack the third Hokage. Can't you think of us? We only have you as our daughter. Do you have the heart to make us worry about you every single day? Sakura's mother's eyes were swollen from crying. Rather than desiring their daughter to bring glory to the family, they wished for her safety above all. Mother, please stop trying to persuade me. If it comes down to becoming an ordinary person incapable of defending myself, I would rather die. Sakura disregarded her mother's heartfelt pleas, her resolve unwavering. She was determined to remain a ninja and to become stronger. Only then could Sasuke notice her. Only then could she continue to follow in his footsteps. Ultimately, Sakura's parents could not withstand her stubbornness and reluctantly consented to the surgery. Seeing her parents finally support her, a long-lost smile graced Sakura's face. Yet, she would never know of the fervent prayers her parents offered in the shadows, beseeching Tsunade to do her utmost. Even with Tsunade's reassurances, they remained uneasy. They were merely ordinary people, unfamiliar with the world of ninjas, and could only hope for their daughter's surgery to proceed smoothly in this manner. Fortunately, the operation went exceptionally well. Perhaps their love for Sakura moved the heavens, or perhaps it was simply that her fate was not meant to end. She had defied the 20 success rate. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade slumped in her chair, exasperated. This Hokage business is truly unbearable. Looking at the work she had neglected due to the surgery, she felt an overwhelming headache. Oh, Tsunade, is it that time of life for you? Why are you so irritable? At that moment, Lo, feeling bored in the village and planning to take Kaguya out for a stroll, pushed the door open and entered. He immediately noticed Tsunade's despondent demeanor and teased, "Get out of my way." As a woman, particularly one of age who still employed a sealing technique to maintain her youthful appearance, she despised anyone who dared to mention her age. Lo's words were akin to delivering a direct thrust to Tsunade, and he seemed unsatisfied, twisting the metaphorical knife further. Tsunade refrained from retaliating with a punch solely out of respect for Kaguya. TSK, 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 even as Hokage, his decorum remains questionable, Lo mused as he continued to jest. So, what brings you to me? Tsunade, weary of Lo's visage, wished to expedite his departure, as she had a plethora of official matters to attend to. Recently, with some leisure time on hand, my family and I have decided to traverse the ninja world. Hence, I seek your approval for a pass. Seated across from Tsunade, Lo casually picked up a document and began to peruse it without a care. Tsunade's only desire was for Lo to distance himself as far as possible. Without a second thought, she acquiesced. Moreover, this time, I intend to bring Naruto along. Lo picked up another document and continued, "You may take whomever you wish." Tsunade consented without hesitation. As for Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, would he encounter any danger on this excursion? Don't be foolish, without even mentioning Kaguya. Is there a place in the ninja world safer than being by Lo's side? Tsunade remarked.